Mr. Bhushan and Mr. Kapil Sibal both have a track record of criticizing the judges and the judgment out of my way or highway. If it's judgment suiting to me or as per my will is good, otherwise we will criticize the judgment both. And in that process, they criticize the government also. Actually they want to hit the government. Actually they want to hit the Prime Minister Modi, and they use judiciary and Supreme Court judges as tool to hit the government. But in this process, they also hit the country. The image of the India is damaged or is hampered worldwide, and especially when they talk about the judiciary. I accept Mr. Kohli's point of view that they have all the right to bring out the objectives. But 20 Supreme Court to the same the Supreme Court judiciary system has collapsed and it's not delivering. Rather, Mr. Prashant, Bhushan and Mr. Kapil Sibal should see into their track record of losing cases. And because of their losing cases in the courts, they have started criticizing the judiciary now.
All right, Mr. R.P. Singh joining us there. Thank you for speaking to Republic TV. Also joining me right now is Mr. Gaurav Bhatia. Mr. Bhatia, good morning. Mr. Bhatia, how do you see these comments that have been made by Prashant Bhushan, largely seen to be against the Supreme Court and the judges?
Whether it is Kapil Sibal or Prashant Bhushan, they're doing great disservice to the country. And let me say this with some responsibility, that the judiciary of the country is an institution which has always stood for civil liberties and the rights of the people of the country. Mr. Prashant Bhushan is the same one who was punished under contempt of the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court found that the allegations that he made were scurrilous. And yet again, this lobby has come out because the judiciary is doing its job, but the agenda of this lobby is only to divide India, to destroy credible institutions of the country, and we see how they speak in one voice, but the country will also unite to speak in one voice now and give them a befitting reply.
Right, Mr. Bhatia, thank you for speaking to us. I think we've also got Swapnil Kothari on the phone line with us. Mr. Kothari, good morning. Mr. Kothari, what do you make of these comments that have come in from Prashant Bhushan? He made them at a webinar that he was attending.
Well, I think these comments are absolutely uncalled for, and especially they do not befit a senior advocate of his stature, possibly having spent about 4 to 5 decades in the very Supreme Court that he, so possibly idolizes at one point in time, and now suddenly feels disheartened by the same. This seems to be some sort of a concerted effort, from one comment made by Mr. Sibal the other day and one by Mr. Prashant Bhushan. Both supposedly have some sort of an affiliation with the Congress party. But I don't want to get into politics of this at all. I would rather view those comments on the merits of the fact that they have been made by both senior advocates and have been made by about the highest judicial court, and especially overall the judiciary as one. I believe that it's the judiciary pretty much which is running the country in association with the media today, which gives a signal service to the judiciary in spreading out all the judgments of the judiciary and all the courts and the observations made by the judiciary, and conducts debates on the same and tries to reach out to the general public as such, which all of you channels do. So I believe that these comments really bring down the judiciary into a disrepute and tend to dishearten and convey a wrong message to the people of the country that seem to, the 125 crore people that seem to have ultimate faith in the court of the land. Till date, you will know that whenever there is a fight or there is some sort of a squabble, people still say, "Main tujhe court mein dekh lunga." That means they still have faith in the judiciary. And all of these statements which have been made in the past couple of weeks, or a couple of days, should I say, by senior advocates, bring the judiciary down into complete disrepute and tend to diminish the trust of the 125 crore people that they have. Because the faith of the people in the executive and the legislature is always wishy-washy. But in the judiciary, it is still unerring, and people still have that faith that if these two do not function well, then the third arm of the democracy, the judiciary, will do the justice to us and will give it, albeit delayed, but will give it to us, because so far the Supreme Court especially has done a sterling job. And of course all the high courts of the country and all the lower courts also, but the Supreme Court in particular has laid down the path for the country as such, and has given the signal service to the country as such. And this is where the senior advocates need to be really watching their words, and especially when they comment about the judiciary. If they cannot comment positively, then I think they should refrain from commenting negatively. It is a very sad situation.
Right.
This is what we are facing on the 75th year of our independence eve. It is extremely disheartening and disgusting, if I may say so.
Right. Mr. Kothari, he also then goes on to say that there is a lure of government jobs for judges. Do you think these kind of statements actually do quite a bit of disservice to normal people who are looking at the law to solve their issues and problems?
Well, very much so. You cannot, to say that I am giving judgments because I have some government job in the line post-retirement is to say that I am bending the rule of law, I am compromising on my integrity, and I am at the service of the government, which is absolutely abhorrent to say, simply because our judiciary is one of the most independent judiciaries across the world. And trust me, I've practiced quite a bit across the globe in many jurisdictions, particularly the United States and England, especially where the judiciary is extremely independent. And trust me, I put the Indian judiciary very much on par with them, and more so at times in certain cases. So to say that because there is a government job at the end of the rainbow or at the end of my retirement, I will pass certain judgments. Yes, you may have one or two judges here and there who could do that, but that doesn't mean that the entire orchard is rotten. It may have one or two rotten apples. But to say that the entire orchard is rotten and I don't have that faith that the judgments are passed in this manner is an absolutely disreputable and a disgusting statement to make, and it tends to lower down the confidence of the people in the judiciary. So it is an absolutely uncalled for statement to make that even if you harbor those sentiments, even if you have proof of some of those things, then still you ought to refrain being an officer of the court. You cannot make that being a senior lawyer or being any lawyer or advocate you are an officer of the court first, and you have to protect. It's like, your own family. Within the family, if there are some troubles or there are some squabbles, you need to keep them within the family itself. You can convey them in the harshest terms to the people one-to-one, but do not make statements in public, especially when you are a senior advocate. You ought not to. I can pardon a junior lawyer or a junior advocate, but not somebody who is of a certain stature and at a seniority level. They ought to refrain themselves, and they need to be a little bit more prudent and circumspect before making comments in public, even if they think them to be true or even if they have proof of the same. But to say that, to tar the entire judiciary with the same brush, to paint it with the same brush is something which is absolutely uncalled for.
All right.
Certainly not.
All right, Mr. Kothari, appreciate you speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us. So Swapnil Kothari over there reacting to the comments that have been made by Prashant Bhushan. He made these remarks at a webinar that he'd attended. At that webinar, of course, he was speaking on about the role of the judiciary. We're going to play out those remarks for you once again. So those comments that have come in from Prashant Bhushan, of course, coming in for a fair bit of criticism from various senior advocates. Prashant Bhushan, of course, did make these remarks at a webinar of the Indian American Muslim Council. He was speaking there, and that's where he made these comments. Now, these comments, of course, as I was earlier saying, have been criticized by various senior advocates as well as political parties who believe that Mr. Bhushan may be doing a great disservice to the country. I'm going to play out those. We're going to try and play out those remarks again for you in just a bit.
On the Supreme Court's recent rollback of civil liberties, or rather its assault on civil liberties, one needs to understand that the Supreme Court is charged with a very, very important responsibility to protect fundamental rights, human rights of the citizens, as well as non-citizens who are in India, such as Rohingya refugees, etc. In the recent years, since the Narendra Modi government has come to power, we have been seeing a sort of rampant trampling of rights of people. There is, of course, full-blooded assault on minorities in this country. There are lynch mobs out on the streets. There are lynch mobs on the social media. Laws are being made to somehow reduce them to second-class citizens. All kinds of things are being done. There are fake encounters being done of Muslims. There are houses of Muslims being demolished just because they are protesting. But apart from that, we have been seeing an assault on the civil liberties of any dissenter, anybody who stands up and speaks out against this government, especially journalists or activists, etc. A very large number of our activists and journalists are in jail. Some of our finest human rights activists have been arrested in the Bhima Koregaon case. Many of them were also arrested in the Delhi riots case. Many others are charged with sedition like Siddiq Kappan, etc., or charged under UAPA and are being kept in prison for years altogether and are being denied bail. So in such a situation, the role of the Supreme Court and the high courts, the higher judiciary in India, becomes even greater because it is really their responsibility and their power. It is their power, their duty, their responsibility to protect the rights of people whose rights are being trampled. Justice Arun Mishra, who was another infamous judge who immediately or soon after retirement was made the chairman of the National Human Rights Commission, was allowed to retain his official bungalow for 9 months, totally in violation of the rules, and thereafter made the chairman of the Human Rights Commission. Now, Justice Khanwilkar, who has delivered these other 3 judgments, including Zakia Jafri, Himanshu Kumar, PMLA, and he had delivered the Batali judgment. He's just retired. We don't know what post he will be given. There are many posts which are vacant. The chairmanship of the Law Commission, the Lokpal's post is also vacant. Let us see what post he is given. But we have seen from experience that these kind of judges who always side with the government, especially in judgments before their retirement, are usually given some post-retirement jobs. Just like Justice Ranjan Gogoi, the Chief Justice, who had delivered that Ayodhya judgment, who also delivered that Rafale judgment just before retirement, and soon after retirement, he was made a member of the Raj Sabha.
Go across to lawyer Deshrata Nigam on the kind of language that is yet again being used by Prashant Bhushan. Deshrata Nigam, we remember once there was a contempt proceedings against him, but the kind of words that are being said, the threatening and the besmirching of the reputation of the judiciary, it's shocking that anything and everything is being said, laws are being spoken of, people and civil rights are spoken of by people who are known to be a lobby.
Well, Rhythm, in fact, if you look at Prashant Bhushan's career, he's a frustrated man. The moment the Congress went away from power, the hand which was on his head was removed. And I believe Supreme Court was very lenient when, they punished him for contempt of Supreme Court. It was kind of a token punishment. He is the kind of urban nexus belonging to the very same lobby. And when the judgments do not go the way they want, which they probably were used to during Congress time, then they start, leveling allegations, all kind of outlandish allegations that amounts to contempt of court and as well as, contempt of parliament. And he is forgotten, and probably he is absolutely blind that these appointments are made subject to the provisions of the Act of the Parliament, because these acts want that a retired Supreme Court judge should be made based on National Human Rights Commission. So there are provisions made by the Parliament. So only people who are retired from a particular judge, court, say for example the High Court or the Supreme Court, there is a particular qualification laid down by the Parliament, and therefore they are appointed not on the whims and fancies of a particular government. So he is misleading, and this is also a very serious provocation. I think some criminal action has to be initiated. Despite the fact he belongs to the profession, I am very clear that he's provoking people, and he's probably got that, motivation, that intention, probably because what happened in Bihar. He thinks that their kind of people are coming back. So look at the timing that has been done, and I think this is an act to be punishable by law.
Absolutely, I agree. Criminal action is the call of the day. People are trying to say too much, whether it's on social media, whether it's senior advocates who have an axe to grind since they're not winning cases, or whether it is people who have motivated options. We have to see how this will go. Deshrata Nigam, I thank you for being with us. We slip into a quick break, but this is a top focus today, all day on Republic TV.
Thank you for joining us as well. So that's the big story that we're tracking here on Republic TV. Prashant Bhushan, of course, made these remarks at a webinar that he was attending. And still to come, the CBI enters Anubrata Mondal's residence. The house is cordoned off by the CRPF. 45 vehicles, we are told, are standing outside.
Greek authorities were conducting a major search and rescue operation for dozens of people missing at the sea east of island of Karpathos after a boat reportedly carrying up to 80 migrants sank during the night. Those rescued said that the boat had set sail from the Antalya area on the southern Turkish coast, and it had been heading to Italy when it ran into trouble during the night. But with Greek authorities increasing patrol in the Aegean Sea and facing repeated and persistent reports of deporting new arrivals to Turkey without allowing them to apply for asylum, many are now skirting the Greek islands and attempting to take the much longer, much more dangerous route directly to Italy. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Welcome back, viewers. We are live and breaking, and we are getting you at the top of this hour, getting you the biggest update from West Bengal and how trouble is mounting now for Anubrata Mondal, where now we're getting to know that the CBI has arrested Anubrata Mondal as well. Remember, there had been the kind of investigation that was being carried out in the entire matter by the CBI in Anubrata Mondal, a very top counterpart of Mamata Banerjee as well. And we had seen those visuals as well, how the CBI team had reached the TMC leader's residence, and the CBI had carried out searches at the residence as well. And now we were learning that early in the morning, there was CRPF that had been deployed and the entire area had also been cordoned off. And now we are learning that the CBI has now officially arrested Anubrata Mondal as well. Now, we had seen how over the course of the investigation, 10 times there had been summons that had been sent to Anubrata Mondal, but there had been an absolute no-show. And now we are seeing that the CBI has arrested Mamata's top man, the TMC leader, Anubrata Mondal as well. And he was in fact being questioned in connection with the cattle smuggling scam. And Anubrata Mondal in fact had earlier also skipped several summons, at least 10 of them. He had cited several reasons, including that of health problems. And we are now learning in the morning, early morning, the CRPF had cordoned off the TMC leader's house. And now the CBI has officially arrested Anubrata Mondal as well.
And Shravan Sen is joining us on the broadcast. He's breaking this story for us as well. Shravan, tell us more about this arrest that has now been made. Anubrata Mondal officially arrested. Tell us more about what lays ahead for the top Mamata man.
Hello. Look, this is a big news now coming in, Priyanka, because Trinamool Congress's right-hand man, or rather Mamata Banerjee's right-hand person, Anubrata Mondal, has now been arrested. In fact, he is a district leader from Birbhum, a man who's not contested in the election, but someone who was extremely influential in Birbhum district itself. Now, what are the allegations that have been leveled against Anubrata Mondal to start with? It is basically his role in the cattle smuggling. In fact, his bodyguard was arrested. Sibal Hussain was arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation. And after his arrest, the Central Bureau of Investigation came across evidence with regards to role of Anubrata Mondal in the cattle smuggling. This is what we know so far, Priyanka, is that when the cattle was basically being smuggled across the border from Bengal to Bangladesh, there is a certain kind of a protection that is given to the cattle transporters. Second, there is an entire modus operandi in which you've had the BSF officials who have been part of it. In fact, they have also been charge sheeted in this particular case. And another person who goes by the name of Inamul Haq. There were cut money that was basically taken, and it was Anubrata Mondal who was basically running this entire racket in terms of the money, in terms of giving the protection. In fact, he was given multiple opportunities by the Central Bureau of Investigation to basically put across his case. What turns out, as far as this case is concerned, is the fact
Shravan, now this is a big setback. Because he's evaded summons, he's tried everything possible under the book, tried to play up a medical sort of an excuse, but it appears that it's all options have run out. He's been arrested. Take our viewers through the charges against him, Shravan, and why the CBI has been after him to sort of get responses, but he's evaded them all along.
Well, as far as the charges that are concerned, as I was trying to explain it to Priyanka, you have Mamata Banerjee's right-hand man, Anubrata Mondal, someone who was extremely influential in the district of Birbhum, played a crucial role in cattle smuggling, in the illegal cattle smuggling that was operating for a long period of time. In fact, if I can take you through some of the evidence that has been gathered by the Central Bureau of Investigation, it starts with multiple arrests that were made. One, obviously, of one of the BSF commandants who was one of the prime accused in this particular case. Then you have another man who goes by the name of Inamul Haq, and of course, Sibal Hussain. Sibal Hussain is someone a close aide of Anubrata Mondal, a security guard of Anubrata Mondal. And in fact, what turns out from the investigation that has been carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation is that Sibal Hussain, following his arrest, has basically taken Anubrata Mondal's name in which sense, Niranjan, that is only with regards to when the cattle is basically smuggled across the border. There is a certain kind of a protection that is provided to the cattle transporters. As far as this particular case is concerned, here too we are given to understand that the cattle transporters were basically given the protection by Anubrata Mondal, and for which there was a certain amount of money that was being given to them. Now, what turns out is that who was really collecting the money? Sibal Hussain, who was basically collecting the money, turns out was actually doing it at the behest of Anubrata Mondal. Secondly, there are certain call data records which the Central Bureau of Investigation has matched with those who have already been arrested in this particular case. So what is very important to point out here is the fact that these details that are basically emerging only nails the role of Anubrata Mondal as far as the cattle smuggling case is concerned. And with the arrests that have been made, just to remind our viewers that in fact the CBI had given multiple opportunity to Anubrata Mondal to try and explain his position. What has happened in the process is that at least 10 summons were sent out, most of which he had not responded. He has only appeared before the Central Bureau of Investigation on 2 occasions. Just on 2 occasions when he had appeared before the Central Bureau of Investigation.
No, very serious charges, and this puts Mamata Banerjee in a huge fix, isn't it, Shawan? With a second leader now arrested, few of our ministers also under the scanner, some of them also in the SSC recruitment scam. This puts immense pressure on the Trinamool Congress and also the West Bengal government on how they perhaps let this happen under their own watch once again, Shawan.
Well, as far as the political role is concerned, that is within the ambit of the investigation. So let's wait for what the Central Bureau of Investigation figures out from the investigation that is being carried out. But it would be certainly safe to say this, that all of this was basically happening with several other people who may have been involved in it. The Trinamool Congress certainly has some answering to do. When you have some of the senior most members of the party basically being who's facing some very serious charges like this, then it becomes even more embarrassing for a party, given the fact that they are basically talking about corruption. And what turns out here is that in this particular case, you are looking at a man called Anubrata Mondal. For those who are outside Bengal, just to understand who exactly is this person and why is he so very important. Now, remember the clout that he has within the party. There are tales from the party that, he is so very close to the chief minister, and the fact that he is a man who's not even contested an election, but despite that, he holds a lot of, there is a lot of influence that he wields in the district of Birbhum. In fact, we are given to understand he's got a palatial house in Birbhum, which also operates like the Trinamool Congress's party office. So he is someone who's considered to be very close to the top leadership of the Trinamool Congress. And the fact of the matter here is that over the last few days, the Trinamool Congress seems to have also changed their tactics. If you really look at following the arrest of Partho Chatterjee, who was almost considered to be the number 2 in the party at some point in time, one of the senior most leaders, following his arrest, the Trinamool Congress had basically dropped him like a hot potato. As far as Anubrata Mondal is concerned also, if you take a look at the developments that have taken place in the last 24 to 48 hours, we are given to understand that there were multiple calls that were being made by Anubrata Mondal's close aides to the top leadership of the party. What turns out in this particular case is that there was no response that really came in from the top leadership with regards to the action that was imminent from the Central Bureau of Investigation. Because let's understand one thing. What has happened in this particular case is that multiple summons were sent out. At least 10 summons were sent out. Only in 2 occasions where he's basically responded appeared before the Central Bureau of Investigation. What has happened in most of these cases is that he's basically taken the refuge of SSKM hospitals and seeking for more time from basically showing certain medical documents. In fact, even yesterday, counsel of Anubrata Mondal had appeared before the Central Bureau of Investigation in Kolkata, and they had basically attached 2 documents. One was basically a prescription from the SSKM hospital, and the second was another prescription from Bolpur hospital. Now, what turns out is that in both the cases, he is basically trying to cite the fact that there is a health condition that he's facing, and that is the reason why he needs more time. He needs to be given more time by the Central Bureau of Investigation.
Shawan, this is a huge development, and way on top of that story, Shawan Sen has been breaking every detail from Delhi to Kolkata. Right on top of that story, even when Partho Chatterjee broke, Shawan, ace reporter when it comes to investigations, agencies, nobody does it better than Shawan. Fantastic scoop once again, Shawan. In fact, even the local media, Shawan, did not know about it. Republic Bangla, first channel to break it across India. And what next? What next for him? What next for him? Because he's been playing this health card. He went to the hospital a few days back. They called him. He was greeted with chor slogans.
Well, what next is certainly he has exhausted all possible options. In fact, I think he's basically dug a grave for himself simply on 2 counts. One being that even on the very day that he was supposed to appear before the Central Bureau of Investigation, what turned out, Niranjan, is that he landed up at the SSKM hospital with the intention that he wanted to get himself admitted. Turns out that the SSKM hospital refused to do so. They burned their fingers once in the case of Partho Chatterjee. Remember scathing remarks that were made by the Calcutta High Court as far as Partho Chatterjee's arrest is concerned, and in which he was basically making the attempt to stay there on the grounds that he deteriorating health condition. The same modus operandi was also adopted by Anubrata Mondal. He was turned back by the SSKM administration. In fact, he returned to Birbhum. Meanwhile, the Central Bureau of Investigation basically strengthened the case. I am given to understand that there was a board that was basically looking into this entire matter. They were looking into all sort of reports. That's the reason why, if you've seen, they were not in a hurry to basically place him under arrest. They've taken adequate amount of time to basically understand the merits of the case, one. Secondly, with regards to what are the legal options that are available before the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, they had also mulled the option of moving the court, but before that would have been done. Remember, there was also a lot of speculation or rumors that were basically doing the rounds yesterday. Is that there was the district administration in Birbhum had basically put a lot of pressure, or rather there was a pressure that was put by Anubrata Mondal to basically ensure that some doctors within the district actually says that he needs to be put under bed rest. And that is something that has gone completely, that's boomerang, so, because what has turned out, Niranjan, is that the Central Bureau of Investigation has acted on it, and they have now landed at Anubrata Mondal's residence. We are now given to understand that he is now being placed under arrest by the CBI.
Shravan, thank you for that. We have to take a short break. Shravan, stay with me. We'll take a short break here on Republic TV. Breaking the story first across India once again. We told you first when Partho Chatterjee was arrested, first when Anubrata Mondal is arrested. Leading the coverage from Bengal with our channel Republic Bangla. Stay ahead for the latest breaking news updates on Republic.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे। देखने एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
Images from Gurugram depicting bouncers hitting customers outside of a bar for attempting to murder the bar owner and bouncers must be arrested. Brinda Adige offers her thoughts on what transpired. According to reports, Bounder assaulted patrons by punching and kicking them, even though women were also not spared. An altercation between patrons and a bouncer broke out outside the Casa Dansa club in Millennium City and it lasted for 15 minutes. She even alleged that the bouncers ganged up and sexually assaulted her. The incident took place on August 7th late at night, but no action has been taken as of yet.
And a roundup of news from across the globe. Production in a coal mine in the Luhansk region controlled by the Russian forces has been put in jeopardy after it suffered a loss of employees who had been conscripted to the front line. The coal mine was not damaged by the fighting, but its production was still undermined with the lack of modern equipment and conscription of its workers. The foreign ministers of Thailand and Malaysia met in Bangkok as the two South Asian countries seek to further boost their economic cooperation. Malaysia's Abdullah said that he wanted to see actual progress on transport infrastructure projects between the two neighbors in order to reach a trade target of $30 billion by 2025.
Greek authorities were conducting a major search and rescue operation for dozens of people missing at the sea east of island of Karpathos after a boat reportedly carrying up to 80 migrants sank during the night. Those rescued said that the boat had set sail from the Antalya area on the southern Turkish coast and it had been heading to Italy when it ran into trouble during the night. But with Greek authorities increasing patrol in the Aegean Sea and facing repeated and persistent reports of deporting new arrivals to Turkey without allowing them to apply for asylum, many are now skirting the Greek islands and attempting to take the much longer, much more dangerous route directly to Italy. Agency report, Republic TV. question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
Well, here's the other news that we're tracking at this hour. Jagdeep.
Staying on the big breaking story from Bengal, Anubrata Mondal, a very, very senior leader, a heavyweight in the Trinamool Congress, very close to Mamata Banerjee. Mamata Banerjee's man in Bengal, Anubrata Mondal, whom the Trinamool Congress has for long shielded, claimed there were no allegations against him and that it was a witch hunt all along. He skipped summons at least 8 to 10 times and he's been arrested this morning. Republic TV breaking the story at least 10 minutes before the rest. Let me go across to Kishale. Priyanka, you were also there reporting the story. Let's get a question in from Kishale. Also, there are some live pictures coming in via Republic Bangla, so we'll keep monitoring that feed, Kishale. The moment we have action there, we'll keep cutting across. Live pictures coming in from Bengal as well. Kishale, what's the update? What's the update?
Well, Niranjan, the biggest update is that Anubrata Mondal is arrested, and right now we can see that a huge deployment of CRPF team has been deployed outside his house. So right now CRPF and the CBI is ensuring that even a small animal cannot go away, cannot pass through that area. As much security has been provided in that, and Anubrata Mondal is right now in that house, and CRPF is outside that house deployed to prevent any kind of situation that is uncalled for. Right now CBI team is inside that house and Anubrata Mondal is arrested, and we are learning that in a few minutes from now, Anubrata Mondal can be taken out of that house and he can be brought to Kolkata. It is to be noted, Niranjan, that 10 times this man has evaded CBI summons. CBI has multiple times summoned him, multiple times called him in this cattle smuggling case and post-poll violence case, but this man has evaded all those summons. Right now CBI has arrested Anubrata Mondal and a huge team of CRPF is deployed right outside his house so that nothing can go beyond what the CBI wants right now. CBI wanted Anubrata Mondal in their custody. Right now he is arrested and CBI will bring him to Kolkata. That's what we are learning from our sources. There can be interrogation inside his house as well. We do not know right now whether Anubrata Mondal's lawyers So right now we do not know that whether Anubrata Mondal's lawyers are coming and trying to defend him or not. Right now only CBI team is present inside the house. The outside is fully deployed with CRPF Jawans, and we can see also some women CRPF personnel also there. So we will be coming back to that story and with more on Republic after a short break.
Well, here's the other news that we're tracking at this hour. Jagdeep Dhankar will take oath of office as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath. Dhankar had received 528 votes as the NDA candidate, defeating the opposition's Margaret Alva, who got only 182 votes in vice presidential election on August 6th. Hitting out at the freebies politics practiced in some states, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took a veiled jibe at politicians offering various freebies and added that the nation needs leaders with clean intent and not greed.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
Images from Gurugram depicting bouncers hitting customers outside of a bar for attempting to murder the bar owner and bouncers must be arrested. Brinda Adige offers her thoughts on what transpired. According to reports, Bounder assaulted patrons by punching and kicking them, even though women were also not spared. An altercation between patrons and a bouncer broke out outside the Casa Dansa Club in Millennium City and it lasted for 15 minutes. She even alleged that the bouncers ganged up and sexually assaulted her. The incident took place on August 7th late at night, but no action has been taken as of yet.
And a roundup of news from across the globe. Production in a coal mine in the Luhansk region controlled by the Russian forces has been put in jeopardy after it suffered a loss of employees who had been conscripted to the front line. The coal mine was not damaged by the fighting, but its production was still undermined with the lack of modern equipment and conscription of its workers. The foreign ministers of Thailand and Malaysia met in Bangkok as the two South Asian countries seek to further boost their economic cooperation. Malaysia's Abdullah said that he wanted to see actual progress on transport infrastructure projects between the two neighbors in order to reach a trade target of $30 billion by 2025.
Greek authorities were conducting a major search and rescue operation for dozens of people missing at the sea east of island of Karpathos after a boat reportedly carrying up to 80 migrants sank during the night. Those rescued said that the boat had set sail from the Antalya area on the southern Turkish coast and it had been heading to Italy when it ran into trouble during the night. But with Greek authorities increasing patrol in the Aegean Sea and facing repeated and persistent reports of deporting new arrivals to Turkey without allowing them to apply for asylum, many are now skirting the Greek islands and attempting to take the much longer, much more dangerous route directly to Italy. Agency report, Republic TV.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir. Barsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
Well,
welcome back. You're watching the story broken on Republic TV. Anubrata Mondal, top Trinamool Congress leader, one of the heavyweights of the Trinamool Congress. He's been arrested in the cattle smuggling case, which agencies have been investigating for several years now. My colleagues Kishore and Priyanka also joining. Priyanka, you've been tracking the developments when Partha Chatterjee was arrested. You see what's happened now in the case of Anubrata Mondal. How do you see the Trinamool Congress handling this latest issue? It's a double setback, within this month. You saw the uneasiness within the Trinamool the last time when Partha was arrested.
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. When we were on the ground and we were tracking all of the TMC leaders, and at that time as well, we had seen how the TMC had completely, distanced themselves from Partha Chatterjee, and it seems as though they're doing the same this time because there is absolutely no response. There is no action also being taken. This is a top Mamata Banerjee man. He's a counterpart of Mamata Banerjee, a top TMC leader as well, and he had skipped 10 summons, is what we're getting to know. Apart from that, Niranjan, of course, the CBI had carried out these raids in which they have also recovered these 17 lakhs of cash. There is pen drives, there are documentation. So all these incriminating documents as well, that is going to be the story. That is also going to be something that will tell us the investigation, the trajectory of the investigation of the CBI, and perhaps Kishle could also come in on this since he's there right now. Kishle, if you can hear me, the kind of investigation that the CBI has carried out in this, the CBI in fact had also sent out a statement and they had said that they have the documents now and they do need, Anubrata Mondal in their custody so that he can be questioned. What is the movement right now on the ground? Will he be taken into custody right now and taken to the medical? And because the question then also arises about the medical, whether or not he will be taken to SSKM or some other hospital as well. Kishle, tell us more about what's happening on the ground.
Well, exactly. When yesterday night we saw that there was a big team of CBI that was being moved from Kolkata to Birbhum, and today morning we saw that CRPF was slowly being deployed outside his house. It was quite clear that there's going to be a movement. CBI entered his house a few hours back and then now he is arrested, and a huge team of CRPF and Central Jawans are outside his house so that no situation can happen which is uncalled for. And what you asked Priyanka rightly, that whether he'll be taken for medical test or not, he can be, according to our sources, after his arrest, brought to Kolkata via roadways, and then he can be taken to medical tests. However, we are learning that if he is taken for medical tests, he will be taken to some central operated hospitals such as ESIC or Commando Hospital, not SSKM for sure, because CBI and ED usually takes whoever they take in their custody to ESIC hospital, as we saw in Partho Chatterjee's case. However, we will be keeping a track on this story, and Anubrata is arrested. That's the big story for now. We will be coming back with more on Republic after a short break.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
Well, here's the other news that we're tracking at this hour. Jagdeep Dhankar will take oath of office as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath. Dhankar had received 528 votes as the NDA candidate, defeating the opposition's Margaret Alva, who got only 182 votes in vice presidential election on August 6th. Hitting out at the freebies politics practiced in some states, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took a veiled jibe at politicians offering various freebies and added that the nation needs leaders with clean intent and not greed.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
Images from Gurugram depicting bouncers hitting customers outside of a bar for attempting to murder the bar owner and bouncers must be arrested. Brinda Adige offers her thoughts on what transpired. According to reports, Bounder assaulted patrons by punching and kicking them, even though women were also not spared. An altercation between patrons and a bouncer broke out outside the Casa Dansa club in Millennium City and it lasted for 15 minutes. She even alleged that the bouncers ganged up and sexually assaulted her. The incident took place on August 7th late at night, but no action has been taken as of yet.
And a roundup of news from across the globe. Production in a coal mine in the Luhansk region controlled by the Russian forces has been put in jeopardy after it suffered a loss of employees who had been conscripted to the front line. The coal mine was not damaged by the fighting, but its production was still undermined with the lack of modern equipment and conscription of its workers. The foreign ministers of Thailand and Malaysia met in Bangkok as the two South Asian countries seek to further boost their economic cooperation. Malaysia's Abdullah said that he wanted to see actual progress on transport infrastructure projects between the two neighbors in order to reach a trade target of $30 billion by 2025.
Greek authorities were conducting a major search and rescue operation for dozens of people missing at the sea east of island of Karpathos after a boat reportedly carrying up to 80 migrants sank during the night. Those rescued said that the boat had set sail from the Antalya area on the southern Turkish coast and it had been heading to Italy when it ran into trouble during the night. But with Greek authorities increasing patrol in the Aegean Sea and facing repeated and persistent reports of deporting new arrivals to Turkey without allowing them to apply for asylum, many are now skirting the Greek islands and attempting to take the much longer, much more dangerous route directly to Italy. Agency report, Republic TV.
To Kishale, who's bringing us the latest on this. So, Kishale, give us a sense of what's happening outside his residence. Of course, there's a huge posse of policemen as well as of other agencies who are present outside his residence as he's arrested.
We are showing first visuals. Anubrata is taken out of his residence right now. He is inside that car. He'll be probably taken to Kolkata. We are looking at that. Right now, the first visuals are coming on Republic Bangla and Republic Network, Republic TV. We have broken this first here. Anubrata Mondal is arrested right now and he's taken out of his house. A huge deployment of security forces outside his house, and a CBI team has escorted him out of his residence, and right now he's being taken out in this car. He's inside this car right now. That car we are showing, that car, Anubrata Mondal is inside that. That car is left now. Probably he will be brought to Kolkata. CBI has arrested Anubrata Mondal and probably he will be directly brought to Nizam Palace. However, that's a long journey. That's quite a long journey from Birbhum to Kolkata. We can see movement there, how the car is moving forward with Anubrata Mondal, and journalists are trying to understand, trying to take a bite of Anubrata Mondal. But however, there is a huge deployment of CRPF force just right at that area. That's Anubrata's house. That lane is Anubrata Mondal's. The lane is just in front of Anubrata Mondal's house, and that car, Anubrata Mondal, is taken away by CBI. He's carried away by CBI right now. Mamta's man, who evaded 10 times CBI summons, right now taken forcefully. He's arrested. He's taken by CBI right now, arrested by CBI right now, and he's being taken probably to Kolkata. According to our sources, there'll be interrogation after medical checkup, and probably he'll be also produced in court. We will see that. But however, in Republic, we broke this first. This is the first time that we are breaking in Republic before any other channel, any other network, that Anubrata Mondal was arrested by the CBI, and he's being taken out of his residence, and he's being taken probably to Kolkata, and he will be taken to medical checkup to ESIC. Probably that's what our sources are telling us from CBI. However, CBI is also trying to understand that who else are connected in this case after Anubrata Mondal, in this case of cattle smuggling. And right now Anubrata Mondal is out of his house. He's taken away, and right now he's moving towards Kolkata in this car. Back to the studio.
All right. So as you're pointing out, of course, now give us a sense of, how many times the CBI had actually tried to question him and thereafter had to arrest him after he evaded questioning, and also the focus on, medical.
Right now, what we are showing on screen is that car in front of that. You can see how Anubrata Mondal is taken. We are following him and en route, and our car is just behind Anubrata Mondal's car. He's being taken away. He's being escorted by the CBI. The CBI is taking him towards Kolkata. He's arrested after evading 10 summons. He skipped 10 summons. CBI repeatedly sent him notices that please come to our office. We have to interrogate you in this case. However, his doctors, his lawyers multiple times showed different reasons that Anubrata Mondal cannot come before the CBI, cannot appear before the CBI. However, right now today we saw in the morning a huge team of CRPF was deployed outside his house, and then CBI entered his house, and right now he's being taken out of his house and he's arrested, and he's taken, probably he's en route to Kolkata, and he'll be brought to Nizam Palace, the CBI headquarters in Kolkata, and then he'll be interrogated further, and there can be a medical checkup as well. We saw how previously yesterday there was an audio footage leakage where it was seen, or where it was heard that a local doctor is being instructed by the super of local government hospital that how that doctor should write on a piece of paper that Anubrata Mondal is unwell and he should be kept in bed rest. So all that drama which was previously planned, which was pre-planned, has now no value because Anubrata Mondal is finally arrested. Mamta's man who's evaded CBI, who skipped CBI summons for 10 times, is finally arrested, and right now we can see that visual on the left hand side of our screen how Anubrata Mondal is escorted by the CBI, and he's being taken inside that car. He's entering that car with the CBI officials, and that car leaves. And in the right hand side of our screen we are showing how we are tracking Anubrata Mondal's car, and that car is probably coming towards Kolkata, and if that car comes to Kolkata, then he'll surely be taken for medical checkup before he is taken into custody, and he will be also produced in the court. There are several cases against him, which includes the post-poll violence case, which includes the cattle smuggling case. As Shawan was rightly pointing out in the morning a few minutes ago, that in this cattle smuggling case, there are several cases registered against him in the CBI. Also, ED has several cases against him. CBI is looking right now how Anubrata Mondal tried to influence the whole cattle smuggling business in Bengal, how he tried to favor the cattle smugglers from Bengal to Bangladesh, and in return he got a huge amount of money. We saw that how Anubrata Mondal rose into power, and after his rise into power, how he accumulated a huge amount of money and property. All that is under scanner, and right now that Mamta's favorite man in Birbhum is being taken away by CBI, arrested, and right now towards Kolkata. Back to the studio.
No, the CBI did file its fourth charge sheet in this case, I think on the 8th of August, in which they have detailed, how he was involved in the cattle smuggling case. And also what we're given to understand is that a particular policeman who was in close contact with him, there were deeds of properties that were recovered from him. So for our viewers, detail that as well.
Whom we were talking about, Sibal Hussain, that man was also arrested previously. Sibal Hussain had a property of 4 crore rupees. A bodyguard of Anubrata Mondal, a bodyguard of a local politician has 4 crore rupees worth property. That was the question. And when CBI started to investigate this matter, they saw how the whole business of cattle smuggling was running, and how this particular person called Sibal Hussain was helping in the whole process, working as an agent between Anubrata Mondal and the cattle smugglers. And this person was arrested after that. Sibal Hussain was arrested after that. And then after questioning him, CBI today came with a huge amount of documents at Anubrata Mondal's house. And that document included his medical papers, included his different medical examination papers, and also the documents which were recovered from various places which are related to this case. So CBI made its case very strong, so that this arrest, this man could not evade this arrest in any case. And therefore, when Anubrata Mondal was finally being questioned by CBI today morning, and then he was produced with all those papers, there was no way that Anubrata Mondal could evade that arrest. So Anubrata Mondal, who skipped CBI summons 10 times, that man is right now in that car, which we are showing in the car just before this car, and he is being taken away by CBI in this cattle smuggling case. Also to remind you that there is also the most important case of post-poll violence which is being registered against him. The post-poll violence case is mainly related to all the violence that happened after the assembly elections in West Bengal. After the assembly elections, Trinamool Congress won that assembly election, last assembly election. There was a huge amount of violence that happened in different parts of West Bengal, and a large number of people, party workers who were in BJP, CPM and other parties were killed. And this Anubrata Mondal is one person who is charged in this post-poll violence case as well. So it is to be seen whether CBI clubs these two cases of post-poll violence and cattle smuggling and questions him together, or there are two separate cases registered and again an arrest warrant will be brought against him. That is to be seen. But right now he's being arrested in this cattle smuggling case, which is especially related to smuggling of cattle from West Bengal to Bangladesh, and Anubrata Mondal helped in the process, staying in our area which is quite near the border area, and he helped in this process. He used his bodyguard Sibal Hussain in this process, who got a property of 4 crores worth his name, and then cash and then jewelry. CBI got hold of that man, questioned that man, got enough information, and there is no way Anubrata Mondal can evade now. So that's what we are seeing right now. Anubrata Mondal is taken away by CBI, probably en route to Kolkata, and if he is brought in Kolkata, he'll be brought to Nizam Palace first. There'll be some procedural official process that will be followed, and then he will be taken to medical examination as per our sources, and that will be ESI or Commando Hospital, that we have to see, and then he'll be produced in the court. That's what we'll be following. We will be following throughout the day, and this is the biggest story from Bengal. Mamta's man Anubrata Mondal is finally arrested after evading CBI 10 times, and now 11 times CBI goes to his house and arrests him.
Now, Kishali, also look at the sequence of events. This man is questioned, is asked by the CBI to appear before it so that he can answer questions related to the cattle smuggling case. However, he decides to evade that. And thereafter, the CBI now is also investigating how a doctor who held a position at a state-run hospital superintendent can actually direct a junior doctor to issue a false medical certificate to Anubrata Mondal. So, in that sense, he used everything in the book to try and evade the law.
Well, exactly that shocking audio clip that we broke first here in Republic Bangla and also in Republic Network. We heard how a particular doctor called Chandranath Odhikari, he was instructed by the super of local Bolpur Mahokuma Hospital. That's a local government hospital. The super is named Buddhadev Murmu. That super instructed this doctor over phone that go to Anubrata's house and then write on a piece of paper as a doctor that this man needs bed rest. He is not well. He is sick, and therefore he needs to be kept in medical surveillance in his house in bed rest, so he cannot travel to Kolkata. Let me remind you that from Birbhum to Kolkata is quite a long journey, about 4 or 5 hours. So that doctor went to Anubrata's house and he wrote that this man needs bed rest, 14 days of bed rest, and therefore the lawyer came to Kolkata. Anubrata Mondal's lawyer came to Kolkata and he told the CBI officials that we have a doctor now who is officially saying that Anubrata Mondal is sick, Anubrata Mondal needs time, therefore give us 14 days of time. So this whole plot which was pre-planned, that audio leakage opened up everything for CBI, opened up everything for the public. This whole plot which was leaked, this whole pre-planned drama which was there, that Anubrata Mondal will be declared sick by a doctor, and over the phone a superintendent of a government hospital is instructing the local doctor who works at that hospital that go and do this, go to his house. That doctor was asking, should I go to his house? It is not right that a government doctor will visit his house. This super was saying, yeah, you have to go to his house and do this. This is my instruction to you.
Stay with us. I'm going to come across to you in just a bit. But also joining us right now on the phone is Mr. Majumdar. Mr. Majumdar, good morning. Thank you for speaking to us. Mr. Majumdar, how do you see this sequence of events that is now playing out? The man who's, of course, been arrested has tried to evade the CBI's questioning for about 10 times in a row. And thereafter, of course, he also did try to portray that he was unwell.
See, it was obvious, and it is a matter of time. And Anubrata Mondal was trying to play hide and seek with the CBI, and it was quite obvious, and it should be done long before, because everybody now, it is the data or the information those are coming out of media. Everybody now know that this man is behind all these things, and even his bodyguard. His bodyguard, Saigal Hossain, is who has been arrested. He's the owner of several properties. So it is not possible in the legal way. So his involvement, that is Anubrata Mondal's involvement in the cow smuggling, is quite evident. And I feel so that only the Anubrata Mondal is not only the kingpin, some other people are there, and there is a nexus which is distributed throughout the state of West Bengal, especially the borderly districts, and they all should be arrested.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And the other part of it, Mr. Majumdar, what's scary is that this man tried to use everything that he could in his power to make sure that A, he was able to evade summons from the CBI, and B, that he was, he pretended that he was actually unwell. So that also is very, very questionable in the manner in which he was supported.
Yes, after some day, the Mamata Banerjee and Trinamool Congress will disown this man. But from the beginning, they were trying to save this man. Even yesterday, when the SSKM, one of the premier government institute of our state, denied to take admission of Anubrata Mondal, at that time, some pressure from some so-called higher authority came to the super of a subdivisional hospital, and he sent his doctors, 4 doctors, according to the media report, to the home of Anubrata Mondal. I don't know in which medical service rules of any state is there any provision that he is neither a MLA nor a MP or he is not having any constitutional post. But even in our case also, if we have any problem, we visit any CGHS center or West Bengal government hospital. The doctors don't come to our home. The people are not getting the proper treatment, and these people, the so-called higher authority, and that should be investigated by the CBI from where the phone came to the super.
Well, Mr. Majmudar, also to ask you this, as a reporter, Kishle had also been pointing out that Anubrata Mondal is somebody who has antecedents as well. He was somebody who was at the epicenter of the post-poll violence as well. And now we are seeing more and more TMC leaders who are involved in these entire scams. Then be it cattle smuggling or the SSC scandal that had come to light. And already we are seeing Partha Chatterjee there in custody. And of course, that investigation will go on as per the agencies. But speak to us a little bit about Anubrata Mondal and also his links to Mamata Banerjee, because this is not just the counterparts of Mamata Banerjee who are involved in this. This goes a lot more higher up, isn't it?
See, this man was very close to Mamata Banerjee. I know that after this event, after the arrest by the CBI, Mamata Banerjee will disown him. But the reality is, the truth is that this man is very close to Mamata Banerjee. And Mamata used to call him Kesto, not even Anubrata Mondal, which is the pet name of Anubrata Mondal. And when his involvement came in different came in different problems, such as when he prescribed to throw bomb towards police. Mamata came with the justification that the less amount of oxygen reaches to the Anubrata Mondal's brain. And that is a new theory given in the field of science, medical science, by Mamata Banerjee. So this is the relationship between Mamata Banerjee and Kesto Mondal or Anubrata Mondal. So I don't think Mamata Banerjee will be able to disown him so easily.
From our Bangla newsroom, and I'll ask you that yesterday we saw that the six ministers of Trinamool Congress held a press conference, and they said a statement which was quite meaningful. They said that all in Trinamool Congress are not thieves. So right now we see, just after that statement, everyone is not thief, everyone is not bad in Trinamool Congress. That's what Firad Hakim said yesterday. So just after that statement, today we see another TMC man, TMC strongman Anubrata Mondal is arrested. What would you say on that?
So now ministers are coming out, TMC leaders are coming out in press conference, and they are saying by shouting that they are shouting that we are not thief, we are not thief, we all are not thief. But the problem is all are getting arrested. Those are Trinamool Congress leaders. So this is the scenario here, and if you see the increasement of the property of this man, not only the Anubrata Mondal, some other men are there, those are related to the Trinamool Congress. It is really huge, and as you know, the one PIL has been accepted by the Honorable High Court of Kolkata, in which 19 TMC leaders, some of them are now dead, except that some other. The court has taken that cognizance of that PIL, in that those people, their property has been increased several times within the tenure of few years, 5 years, 10 years. How is it possible without being corrupt? It is not possible legally, legitimately. It is not possible. So obviously they have taken some illegitimate path. So now ED is the party, and we hope for the best. If the Honorable High Court give the verdict that they should inquire about it, and then the truth will come. All the ministers of TMC are involved in this kind of corruption, and I hope someday the cabinet meeting of Trinamool Congress will take place inside the Alipur jail.
All right, Mr. Shokanta Majumdar, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm going to go back right across to Kishale right now. Kishale, of course, this is a long journey, I think, to Kolkata. And give us a sense of what we're expecting once Anubrata Mondal actually reaches there. Obviously, there's going to be a medical checkup that's procedural, and thereafter, give us a sense of what will happen.
Well, yes, we can break right now that according to our sources, Anubrata Mondal will be first taken to Asansol. In Asansol court, he will be produced in the court because previously already there was medical checkups that was done, and already CBI has his medical records that I already pointed out before this, that CBI before entering his house had a huge amount of document which included his medical reports. So our sources are telling us that Anubrata Mondal is right now being taken to Asansol court where he will be produced, and CBI will be asking for a custody of a certain number of days for interrogation, and after that he will be brought back either to Kolkata or to Durgapur CBI camp, that we have to see, probably to Kolkata. So right now it's a breaking news, breaking that Anubrata Mondal will be first, according to sources, taken to Asansol court. In Asansol court he will be produced, and there will be CBI lawyers who will be asking for his custody. So therefore several breakings coming right now. Anubrata Mondal is arrested. That's the first breaking. He is being arrested in the cattle smuggling case, and then he is brought to Asansol court. That's the second breaking. He is on route to Asansol court. He will be taken to Asansol court according to our sources, and there he'll be produced before the court, and CBI lawyers will be asking for custody, and then he will be probably brought to Kolkata Nizam Palace. That's the third breaking. So we are breaking back-to-back news first before any other channel here in Republic Network, Republic TV, and Republic Bangla. So Anubrata Mondal, the man who skipped CBI summon for 10 times, right now in CBI custody, arrested by the CBI and being taken to court, and CBI will be asking for his custody, and we have to see what comes up next. Back to the studio.
Now, Kishale, I also wanted to ask you, how difficult is it going to be for the TMC now to defend this? Because, earlier Partho Chatterjee was arrested, and just the sheer amount of money and the visuals that came out was something that, India is not used to seeing anymore. So in that sense, with this new arrest, do you think it will be extremely difficult for the TMC now to defend corruption?
Well, exactly. As you rightly put, that Trinamool Congress has its several leaders under CBI and ED scanner. And what happened after Partho Chatterjee, what happened with Partho Chatterjee was that he was first of all questioned by the ED several times, also by the CBI. And when finally that Arpita Mukherjee link came out and we saw that huge amount of money, no one could deny that, and that arrest could not be evaded. Something similar is happening with Anubrata Mondal here, where we can see that a huge amount of proof and documents are already with the CBI. They have gone there with all of their preparations done. It was decided that Anubrata Mondal has to be arrested today. CBI's officers, highly placed CBI officers from Delhi, flew from Delhi to Kolkata. There were additional directors of CBI, Ajay Bhatnagar, he came from Delhi, and there were high-level meetings with doctors, with lawyers, with officials who knew about this case, and they decided that finally this man who evaded 10 times has to be arrested right now. And that's what we are showing on screen right now, how Anubrata Mondal was brought out of his house. First of all, a huge team of CRPF was there deployed at his house so that he cannot escape. He could not have escaped anyways, so that even one small animal cannot escape. That amount of security was placed outside his house. A huge amount of security force. After that, CBI enters the house, breaks the lock. It was locked from outside, breaks the lock, goes inside, takes Anubrata Mondal, comes out and takes him in this car, and right now they are en route probably to Asansol court. That's what our sources are telling us. He will be produced in the Asansol court, and then we will have to see that how many days of custody CBI is seeking for. However, it is very difficult for Anubrata Mondal right now to evade this arrest or to get relief from this arrest or custody, because the amount of evidence that that CBI has against Anubrata Mondal, that amount of documents, that amount of proof that they have is undeniable, and especially after the arrest of Sibal Hussain, his bodyguard, there is undeniable link of Anubrata Mondal, this Mamta man, with the cattle smuggling nexus that happens between Bangladesh and West Bengal. This man used to help, Anubrata Mondal used to help according to the charges in this whole cattle smuggling case, and he earned crores of rupees out of this whole cattle smuggling business. And that's what we are being told, that this cattle smuggling case and then the post-poll violence case, both of these cases are so strongly built by the CBI that right now Anubrata Mondal has no way out of this whole case that is being built by the CBI. Priyanka.
Well, Kishle, to put that point further, push that further, we had been speaking about this entire investigation since morning, since we got the news break that he is being arrested, Anubrata Mondal is being arrested. But let's talk about the kingpin, let's talk about the main accused as well, because in the FIR, the modus operandi has been mentioned, and there is another person who is Mohammed Haq, who has also been mentioned. He had been arrested from Delhi. Speak to us about the roles of these people, because you're pointing out that the bodyguard had also been summoned. He had also been interrogated. So put this together for our viewers, put this into perspective.
Well, yeah, as Shawan said, that there was a nexus, this bodyguard who is already arrested, Sibal Hussain, and several other people, and a few officials from BSF, we are also told, and custom officials are also in the scanner of CBI. The whole nexus was done, and Anubrata Mondal was the political person who is to help in this whole process. In Republic, we have broken that first. We have broken how Anubrata Mondal was arrested first, and we will be tracking this story closely throughout the day from Bengal. We will be coming back after a short break on Republic.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Greek authorities were conducting a major search and rescue operation for dozens of people missing at the sea east of island of Karpathos after a boat reportedly carrying up to 80 migrants sank during the night. Those rescued said that the boat had set sail from the Antalya area on the southern Turkish coast, and it had been heading to Italy when it ran into trouble during the night. But with Greek authorities increasing patrol in the Aegean Sea and facing repeated and persistent reports of deporting new arrivals to Turkey without allowing them to apply for asylum, many are now skirting the Greek islands and attempting to take the much longer, much more dangerous route directly to Italy. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Barsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
Well, here's the other news that we're tracking at this hour. Jagdeep Dhankar will take oath of office as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath. Dhankar had received 528 votes as the NDA candidate, defeating the opposition's Margaret Alva, who got only 182 votes in vice presidential election on August 6th. Hitting out at the freebies politics practiced in some states, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took a veiled jibe at politicians offering various freebies and added that the nation needs leaders with clean intent and not greed.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
Images from Gurugram depicting bouncers hitting customers outside of a bar for attempting to murder the bar owner and bouncers must be arrested. Brinda Adige offers her thoughts on what transpired. According to reports, Bounder assaulted patrons by punching and kicking them, even though women were also not spared. An altercation between patrons and a bouncer broke out outside the Casa Danza club in Millennium City and it lasted for 15 minutes. She even alleged that the bouncers ganged up and sexually assaulted her. The incident took place on August 7th, late at night.
Welcome back. You are watching live on Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri and we are heading straight back into the big story that we are tracking this afternoon. Anubrata Mondal was arrested by the CBI a short while ago. This, of course, came after he was issued summons repeatedly by the CBI and did not answer them. He did not deign it important for him to go and answer questions by the CBI. I think Shavan Sen also joining us right now. Shavan, first to you. This has been a case which has brought to the limelight how someone in power can actually use all possible means, not just not to appear before the CBI, but also to provide, in a sense, false certificates to say that he was unwell and could not appear before the investigative agency.
Well, it appears to be some sort of a pattern among the Bengal leaders. If you take a look at what happened in Partho Chatterjee's case also, the moment he was basically placed under arrest, what happened was that he complained of certain illness. He made the effort of getting himself admitted at the SSKM hospital. It was only because the Enforcement Directorate was in absolutely no mood to entertain these what they called was excuses. That is the reason why they got the High Court. They got an order from the High Court which basically enabled them to take him to another hospital. A medical board was instituted. Now, as far as this case goes, Anubrata, has been notorious when it comes to evading the questioning of the Central Bureau of Investigation. Over 10 summons. Now, that one would also, say that the agency perhaps has been a little bit more, had given him the long rope. And because it's very unlikely for any agency to perhaps issue 10 summons. Even beyond 3 summons, you would expect the agency to have already moved the court for a non-bailable warrant. But as far as Anubrata is concerned, it appears the strategy of the Central Bureau of Investigation was very different. They were willing to indulge Anubrata Mondal, and that is the reason why 10 summons were actually issued. And in all of it, the reason which was cited by Anubrata Mondal was basically that he was unwell. He wanted more time to appear before the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, the last time that he was actually, that is day before yesterday, when he was called by the CBI, what he did is, instead of reaching Nizam Palace where the questioning would have taken place in Kolkata, he landed at the SSKM hospital. But SSKM hospital, remember, has already burnt their fingers in the Partho Chatterjee case, where the Calcutta High Court came down heavily on them, and also the Calcutta High Court had basically spoken about a pattern that basically emerged and made it abundantly clear that this is no longer going to be entertained. Perhaps that could be one of the reasons why that the SSKM hospital wasn't in any mood to admit Anubrata Mondal. But Anubrata, what he did was, then he straight headed towards his hometown, in fact his home district in Birbhum. Then he got certain doctors to testify the fact that he had to be put on bed rest. But that too seems to have backfired, because there was some sort of an audio tape that went viral. Allegations were essentially leveled that doctors were basically being pressurized to say that he should be put on bed rest. It turns out that the CBI this time was in no mood to relent any further, and that is the reason why you've had top officers, even the additional director rank officer landing in Kolkata, taking stock of the situation and looking at whether at all there are any options available before Anubrata Mondal. It turns out that nothing of that sort was available, and that is the reason why early morning around 5:30 this morning over 200 to 250 CRPF personnel all moved towards Anubrata Mondal's residence in Birbhum, where the moment they entered, they were armed with two things. One, the medical reports, which essentially indicated that nothing serious, and there was absolutely no question why he should be evading. Secondly, they also wanted to carry out searches at the residence of Anubrata Mondal, which was essentially done in the presence of Anubrata Mondal. And finally, he was basically placed under arrest. That was roughly about, I would say, around 10 o'clock this morning, and Republic TV was the first network to have got a whiff of this news that Anubrata Mondal, Mamata's man, has now been placed under arrest.
Absolutely, Shravan, as you're pointing out, of course, it's been a long saga really of evasion in terms of not appearing before the CBI. I'm going to quickly go across, I think, to Kishale. Kishale, just give us a sense of what we're expecting from here on now. Obviously, he's going to be taken to Kolkata and probably lodged at the CBI headquarters there and then perhaps questioned. But also, Kishale, very, very quickly, can you just, for our viewers, actually detail this cattle smuggling case?
Well, exactly. First of all, let me tell you that right now the convoy in which Anubrata Mondal is there along with CBI officers, that's in Ilam Bazar, and right now that's heading towards Asansol. In Asansol, there is a special CBI court. So according to our sources, either he can be taken to Asansol special CBI court, or there is a possibility that he will be taken to Durgapur CBI camp. So that's the first thing, that before bringing him to Kolkata, the CBI officials right now will either take him to Asansol special CBI court and ask for his custody, ask for extension of his custody, or he will be taken to Durgapur CBI camp and he will be interrogated. As rightly pointed out by Shravan, CBI officials, when they went to Anubrata's house, they were armed with two things. First of all, the medical reports, in which it was quite clear that he was well, he was not that sick that he cannot be brought to Kolkata or he cannot be arrested. And also we broke that how yesterday and day before yesterday there was this whole plot of how a doctor was sent by the super of Bolpur Mahakuma Hospital after instructing him that you go to his house and write on a piece of paper that he is sick. So all this was pre-planned. So CBI also had that document and also had that audio clip in there with them. And also there were documents of further proof of this whole cattle smuggling case. As Shravan rightly pointed out before this, that in this cattle smuggling case, illegal cattle was smuggled from West Bengal through various border districts, which included Birbhum, the district of Anubrata Mondal, and that cattle was smuggled to Bangladesh. And in this whole process, Anubrata Mondal had influenced the process to be easier so that no law enforcement agencies like the police or local police officials interfere into the process or stop this process. In return, he got a huge amount of money, CBI officials are saying. That's the charge against him. And also in this case, several other Trinamool Congress leaders and several other people are involved. Officials are involved, government officials, police officials, and according to some sources, some BSF officials also are involved. Right now, we saw that how Anubrata Mondal was taken out, escorted out of his house by the CBI in the presence of a huge security force, CRPF personnel, about 250 or 300 in number, which included women personnel, so that there was a possibility, according to the CBI, that there was a huge contingent of Trinamool Congress workers who were women who could be brought in so that Anubrata Mondal's arrest could be stopped. So CBI took care of all of that, and then finally now he will be taken either to Asansol CBI court or he can be taken to Durgapur CBI camp. We are tracking his convoy, we are keeping a close track on that, and we will be updating every moment before any other channel. Back to the studio, Nupu.
Right, stay with us, Kishale.
Shravan,
if I could come back to you now. Shravan, is it becoming extremely untenable for political parties like the TMC really to defend corruption anymore? Because, just look at the stacks of cash that was found at Partha Chatterjee's homes and look at the kind of documents that the CBI has found. We were learning earlier that there were deeds of several properties that his bodyguard had, and one would wonder, how somebody who's working as a bodyguard could have access to that kind of wealth.
Well, Nupur, You're absolutely bang on, and that is exactly what the Central Bureau of Investigation indicated when Saigul Hussain was actually arrested before the court. And in fact, in the remand, they categorically made a mention of the properties that were basically amassed by a security guard to begin with. It was only during the custodial interrogation of Saigul Hussain is when Anubrata's name actually emerged, and I would say that's what nailed the role of Anubrata Mondal. Because who exactly is Saigul Hussain? And for our viewers outside Bengal to understand why this becomes very important, who is this man we are talking about? We're talking about a man who's actually not even contested an election, but wields immense amount of influence in the district of Birbhum. Now, what happened is that for a very long period of time, there was a well-oiled conspiracy in place. The cattle smuggling that was actually taking place across most of these bordering districts. What was actually happening was that cattle which was basically being transported from other states also were brought into Bengal, and from Bengal it was basically being crossed over to Bangladesh, through the ravens, and the entire modus operandi was had some amount of political support, if I may say so, because what happens in this particular case is that the cattle transporters also require some sort of a support, and that support was actually being provided allegedly by Anubrata Mondal through his guards like Saigul Hussain. And there was a large amount of money that he was actually getting, or what they call protection money. The protection money was being garnered by Anubrata Mondal. Now, whether at all other political leaders are involved or not, that is for the Central Bureau of Investigation to find out and perhaps comment in the course of the investigation. But what becomes amply clear is that if this kind of a racket actually existed, it couldn't have been possible without the kind of political support. Now, as far as Anubrata Mondal is concerned, remember, he's connected to several others. For instance, there is another character who goes by the name of Inamul Haq. One would say the kingpin. Then you also have a commandant rank officer of the border security force who has also been charge sheeted in this particular case. Multiple charge sheets have been filed, Nupur. In fact, back in February, the main charge sheet was filed in this case, and just about 2 days ago, you had a supplementary charge sheet that was filed. The supplementary charge sheet did make a mention of Saigul Hussain, a security guard of Anubrata Mondal. So all in all, if you really look at it, that all of this perhaps could not have been possible without the kind of tacit understanding that was in place, and the fact that there were political understanding that ensured that this cattle smuggling continues unabated.
Oh yes, absolutely. Shavan, stay with us. I'm going to go across very, very quickly to Kishale, who's still joining us from the Bangla newsroom. Kishale, the other thing that everybody is talking about is this doctor's prescription that's almost become standard for anybody who's facing the heat from investigative agencies in West Bengal. And of course, the role of the SSKM hospital. Perhaps you can shed more light on that for our viewers.
Exactly, Nupur. In the case of Partho Chatterjee, we saw how he was taken to SSKM. He stayed there, and CBI officials, CBI lawyers in the court said that SSKM hospital doctors are trying to influence this investigation by not letting them interrogate Partho, or not letting Partho to come out of that hospital in spite of him being quite well and not sick. And day before yesterday, we saw how the audio clip became viral, where it was very clearly heard that the superintendent of Bolpur Mahakuma Hospital, Bolpur Government Hospital, Buddhadev Murmu, he was instructing his doctor, one of the doctors from that hospital called Chandranath Odhikari, that you have to go to Anubrata Mondal's house, you have to write on a piece of paper that he is sick and he cannot travel, and therefore there will be an official doctor's recognition that he is sick, and therefore CBI cannot summon him. And after that, Anubrata Mondal's lawyer went to CBI office in Nizam Palace and said that I need 14 days of time, my client needs 14 days of time because he is sick and the doctor says so. So therefore, this whole nexus, this whole business of going to a doctor, using the machinery of doctors and hospitals in order to gain political mileage, in order to stop agencies from working, that has become the culture of Bengal now. That's what we are seeing right now. And however, CBI had all the records, medical records, and what CBI did was they went there, showed the medical records that he is not that sick, that he cannot be arrested, and right now he's arrested. Probably he'll be taken to Asansol in a special CBI court. He'll be produced there. That's what we are learning. We will be back with that story and more on Anubrata Mondal only on Republic after a short break.
And a roundup of news from across the globe. Production in a coal mine in the Luhansk region controlled by the Russian forces has been put in jeopardy after it suffered a loss of employees who had been conscripted to the front line. The coal mine was not damaged by the fighting, but its production was still undermined with the lack of modern equipment and conscription of its workers. The foreign ministers of Thailand and Malaysia met in Bangkok as the two South Asian countries seek to further boost their economic cooperation. Malaysia's Abdullah said that he wanted to see actual progress on transport infrastructure projects between the two neighbors in order to reach a trade target of $30 billion by 2025.
Greek authorities were conducting a major search and rescue operation for dozens of people missing at the sea east of island of Karpathos after a boat reportedly carrying up to 80 migrants sank during the night. Those rescued said that the boat had set sail from the Antalya area on the southern Turkish coast and it had been heading to Italy when it ran into trouble during the night. But with Greek authorities increasing patrol in the Aegean Sea and facing repeated and persistent reports of deporting new arrivals to Turkey without allowing them to apply for asylum, many are now skirting the Greek islands and attempting to take the much longer, much more dangerous route directly to Italy. Agency report, Republic TV.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Barsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
Well, here's the other news that we're tracking at this hour. Jagdeep Dhankar will take oath of office as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath. Dhankar had received 528 votes as the NDA candidate, defeating the opposition's Margaret Alva, who got only 182 votes in vice presidential election on August 6th. Hitting out at the freebies politics practiced in some states, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took a veiled jibe at politicians offering various freebies and added that the nation needs leaders with clean intent and not greed.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
Welcome back. You are watching Republic TV. This is live and breaking, and we are continuing to bring you the latest as far as the Anubrata Mondal arrest is concerned. He was arrested by the CBI a short while ago from now, and Kishale has been tracking all those developments. He joins me from the Bangla newsroom. Kishale, for viewers, who don't really know Anubrata Mondal that well, can you detail for us how important he is in the rank and file of the TMC? He, of course, has been with Mamata Banerjee and the TMC since its inception. He's from Birbhum, and, he does hold a very sort of a strongman image over there.
Exactly, Nupur. This Anubrata Mondal, the man who skipped CBI summon for 10 times now and then arrested, he's a very close aide, very close person of Mamata Banerjee, and Mamata Banerjee lovingly calls him as Keshto. And this Anubrata Mondal, who resides mainly in Birbhum, has a very strong political control over the whole district of Birbhum. There was one case where one video of Firad Hakim became viral before a few years back, where he was heard saying that Mamata Banerjee is somewhere controlled by Anubrata Mondal because Mamata Banerjee is so much affectionate towards him. So this Anubrata Mondal, who was in TMC from the very first day, as you rightly pointed out, is also like Partho Chatterjee, who was also there from the very first day of Trinamool Congress, from the very inception of Trinamool Congress, is one of the strongest political person in the whole Birbhum district. Birbhum, Bolpur, this whole area, all political decisions are being taken by him, and there are charges that just after the assembly elections in West Bengal, Anubrata Mondal, under his directions, there was large-scale violence that took place, and many people lost their lives who were mainly from opposition parties like BJP or other parties. These are the charges against him, and CBI is also looking at that case of post-poll violence, and Anubrata Mondal's name is also there in that case, apart from this cattle smuggling case. Anubrata Mondal has connection with several other Trinamool Congress leaders, most of them who are in Kolkata right now, who tried to defend him before by several means. Yesterday there was a press conference by Trinamool Congress ministers where they were heard saying that everyone in Trinamool Congress are not thieves, are not bad. But right after that press conference, today we see CBI goes to his house in the morning, early in the morning. There's a huge deployment of CRPF force, and then he is being arrested. So it is very clear that it's a blow to Trinamool Congress, it's a blow to Mamata Banerjee. The strongest leader in Birbhum district of Trinamool Congress is now in CBI arrest. He is being taken to Asansol court, and we understand that CBI will ask for his extension of his custody, or he can even be taken to Durgapur CBI camp. We will be tracking that story. We will be keeping a tab on that story. We will be tracking every move of Anubrata Mondal and updating our viewers. We will be coming back with that and more on Republic after a short break.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
Images from Gurugram depicting bouncers hitting customers outside of a bar for attempting to murder the bar owner and bouncers must be arrested. Brinda Adige offers her thoughts on what transpired. According to reports, Bounder assaulted patrons by punching and kicking them, even though women were also not spared. An altercation between patrons and a bouncer broke out outside the Casa Dansa club in Millennium City and it lasted for 15 minutes. She even alleged that the bouncers ganged up and sexually assaulted her. The incident took place on August 7th late at night, but no action has been taken as of yet.
And a roundup of news from across the globe. Production in a coal mine in the Luhansk region controlled by the Russian forces has been put in jeopardy after it suffered a loss of employees who had been conscripted to the front line. The coal mine was not damaged by the fighting, but its production was still undermined with the lack of modern equipment and conscription of its workers. The foreign ministers of Thailand and Malaysia met in Bangkok as the two South Asian countries seek to further boost their economic cooperation. Malaysia's Abdullah said that he wanted to see actual progress on transport infrastructure projects between the two neighbors in order to reach a trade target of $30 billion by 2025.
Greek authorities were conducting a major search and rescue operation for dozens of people missing at the sea east of island of Karpathos after a boat reportedly carrying up to 80 migrants sank during the night. Those rescued said that the boat had set sail from the Antalya area on the southern Turkish coast and it had been heading to Italy when it ran into trouble during the night. But with Greek authorities increasing patrol in the Aegean Sea and facing repeated and persistent reports of deporting new arrivals to Turkey without allowing them to apply for asylum, many are now skirting the Greek islands and attempting to take the much longer, much more dangerous route directly to Italy. Agency report, Republic TV.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Raut appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
And here's a look at the top stories we are tracking here on Republic TV. The CBI has arrested the TMC leader Anubrata Mondal in the cattle smuggling case. According to sources, further searches are underway at his residence. The TMC leader's residence was cordoned off by the CRPF, and additional forces were deployed to secure the perimeter. In the wake of a high alert sounded by security forces over an infiltration attempt that may take place from the international border in Jammu region to disrupt celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day, security forces are now carrying out midnight search operations at multiple locations along the IB. The Indian Army foiled a suicide attack on an Indian Army base in Rajouri sector of Jammu and Kashmir. 5 terrorists were killed while the Indian Army troops 3 troops lost their lives. 1 officer and 2 Jawans were injured in the attack. Wrestler Divya Kakaran, who bagged a bronze medal in the recently concluded Commonwealth Games, tweeted earlier this week that she'd played for Delhi from 2011 to 17. Responding to that, Aam Aadmi Party's comment that she had not played for Delhi and had represented Uttar Pradesh. Kakaran also had to take to Twitter to say that she had received no help from the Delhi government, though she'd been living in the city for nearly 20 years.
Anubrata Mondal is arrested. Mamta's man Anubrata Mondal is arrested and he's being taken to Asansol court where he will be produced and CBI will ask for his custody. We will be keeping track on that story, and a lot more updates are coming on Republic after a short break.
Well, here's the other news that we're tracking at this hour. Jagdeep Dhankar will take oath of office as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath. Dhankar had received 528 votes as the NDA candidate, defeating the opposition's Margaret Alva, who got only 182 votes in vice presidential election on August 6th. Hitting out at the freebies politics practiced in some states, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took a veiled jibe at politicians offering various freebies and added that the nation needs leaders with clean intent and not greed.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
Images from Gurugram depicting bouncers hitting customers outside of a bar for attempting to murder the bar owner and bouncers must be arrested. Brinda Adige offers her thoughts on what transpired. According to reports, Bounder assaulted patrons by punching and kicking them, even though women were also not spared. An altercation between patrons and a bouncer broke out outside the Casa Dansa club in Millennium City and it lasted for 15 minutes. She even alleged that the bouncers ganged up and sexually assaulted her. The incident took place on August 7th late at night, but no action has been taken as of yet.
And a roundup of news from across the globe. Production in a coal mine in the Luhansk region controlled by the Russian forces has been put in jeopardy after it suffered a loss of employees who had been conscripted to the front line. The coal mine was not damaged by the fighting, but its production was still undermined with the lack of modern equipment and conscription of its workers. The foreign ministers of Thailand and Malaysia met in Bangkok as the two South Asian countries seek to further boost their economic cooperation. Malaysia's Abdullah said that he wanted to see actual progress on transport infrastructure projects between the two neighbors in order to reach a trade target of $30 billion by 2025.
Greek authorities were conducting a major search and rescue operation for dozens of people missing at the sea east of island of Karpathos after a boat reportedly carrying up to 80 migrants sank during the night. Those rescued said that the boat had set sail from the Antalya area on the southern Turkish coast and it had been heading to Italy when it ran into trouble during the night. But with Greek authorities increasing patrol in the Aegean Sea and facing repeated and persistent reports of deporting new arrivals to Turkey without allowing them to apply for asylum, many are now skirting the Greek islands and attempting to take the much longer, much more dangerous route directly to Italy. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Barsha Raut appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries.
After a 10-time no-show and a large-scale investigation, the CBI arrests Mamata Banerjee's top man, Anubrata Mondal. Another mega scam. Another TMC Neta is under arrest. Will Mamata Banerjee act now? An unrelenting attack on the top court after Kapil, Sibal and Prashant Dave. Now it's Prashant Bhushan. The CWG hero bags glory for India at the world stage, but the Aam Aadmi Party MLA seeks proof, tries to spark a divide. Furor over the Aam Aadmi Party MLA's remark over the CWG hero. Demand for sacking grows louder after Republic TV's news break. After the Prime Minister's scathing black magic jibe, Rahul Gandhi is in defensive mode, now raises the issue of unemployment and inflation. And all eyes are on Jagdeep Dhankar as he is set to take oath as the 14th Vice President of the country. Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you very much for staying with us. This is Live and Breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with an update that we are getting on the BJP youth leader Praveen Nataru's murder case. Now, the latest that we are getting in this is that 3 main accused have been arrested. Information has come in from the police about the arrest in Kerala, and the interrogation of the 3 accused is currently underway. Do remember that the accused who'd killed Praveen had fled back to Kerala. This case, of course, had been brought to light after there were protests that took place. Ashwin is bringing us all the details on this. Ashwin, good afternoon. Give us more details in terms of the arrests that have been made, and we are also learning that an interrogation of the accused is already underway.
Nupur, exactly. As per the information that we have received from the police sources, it has been confirmed that 3 individuals have been arrested in connection with the murder of Praveen Nataru, which took place on July 26th. So the 3 individuals have been identified as Shihab Sulia, Bashir Elmane and Riyaz Ankatad. Now, these 3 individuals have been picked up as per the police sources from Kerala and has been taken for an undisclosed location. Now, remember, this case has been prolific not only because of the gruesome murder, but also there has been internal rife in the BJP where the BJP party workers themselves demanded NIA probe, and even the NIA had come into this probe. So far, about 10 people have been taken into custody in this case so far, including the 3 members. Now, we are expecting the Karnataka police to also speak to the media today. A press conference is likely to be held today afternoon in this regard. But a major breakthrough for the Karnataka police in the murder of Praveen Nataru, which took place on July 26th, and 3 people have been confirmed to be arrested as per sources.
All right, Ashwin bringing us all those details from Thiruvananthapuram. Thank you for joining us. So a major breakthrough for the Karnataka police in this case. Well, the Income Tax Department has attached properties and assets worth about 390 crore rupees from an industrialist in Jalna. On the 3rd of August, the IT department conducted searches at various locations in Jalna linked to an industrialist. About assets worth 390 crores were attached. 58 crores of unaccounted cash and 32 kilograms of gold was confiscated by the IT department. Alicia is reporting on this. She joins us live right now. Alicia, all right, we're going to just fix that link that we have with Alicia and go back to her in a minute. But about 32 kgs of gold was confiscated by the IT department, and the seizures that have been made include about 58 crores in unaccounted for cash. The Income Tax Department, of course, attached also the property and assets which were worth more than 390 crore rupees from an industrialist based out of Jalna. We are learning that the first raids were conducted on the 3rd of August and the IT department in fact had conducted searches at several locations in Jalna linked to this industrialist. All right, Alicia joins me right now. Alicia, give us more details of this particular case, and just, you know, the sheer amount of seizures that have been made are quite stunning, really.
Well, yes, Nupur, it's a massive crackdown by Income Tax Department because getting in information over the steel businessmen where Income Tax Department had conducted searches from August 1 till August 10. In between, the searches were conducted and the raids were conducted, and moreover, 390 crore of property assets that has been confiscated by Income Tax Department. What we have been told that 58 crore, that is 28 crore from a farmhouse where the raids were conducted, and 30 crores from a bank locker. Moreover, there are 32 kg of gold that has also been confiscated worth rupees 16 crore, and what also been told that 300 crore of Benami property has also been attached by Income Tax. So this is the raid conducted in a steel company. We know that Sairam Steel, Kalika Steels, one cooperative bank, and there are financial and a dealer where the raids were conducted. Importantly, there were 300 IT officials who were present in Jalna during the raids that were conducted, and what also we have got to know from our sources that even the local police were not involved during the raids were conducted. The IT seek help after 3 days when the IT were conducting raids. Right after that, after 3 days only, where the local police were brought in during the raids that was conducted. So it's of course a massive crackdown. We'll still wait for an official detailed statement that is going to be released by Income Tax because it's a investigation that has been ongoing, and even we saw in the pictures that the cash that has been recovered, it's a total of 58 crore cash that has been recovered in terms of 28 crore that is being seized by IT officials during the raid that was conducted in a farmhouse, and also 30 crores that was confiscated from a bank locker. So several multi-location raids that was conducted by Income Tax Department in Jalna, Maharashtra, and this was raid that was conducted from August 1 till 8th of August. In between, there was raids were conducted, and the raids were ongoing for almost 4 to 5 days.
Yes. These are details that we're picking up, and there were many boxes, that are seen in the visuals. How much of cash has been found, and who does this cash belong to? Alicia.
Well, Niranjan, we have to wait actually who's this cash and gold that has been, is being taken from, because it's a massive crackdown that was carried out by Income Tax Department. A total of 390 crores of property assets that has been seized by Income Tax Department. And if I read out some of the important points that we managed to gather from our sources in Income Tax, which clearly mention that raids conducted at Sairam Steel, Kalika Steel, one cooperative bank, financier Vimal Raj Bora and dealer Pradeep Bora. In total, 58 crore cash that was seized. Moreover, 32 kg of gold worth rupees 16 crore and 300 crore of Benami property has been attached by Income Tax Department. We'll still wait, Niranjan, for an official detailed statement which is going to be released by the Income Tax Department, because it's a crackdown with the information they have reached to the location, and moreover there were 300 IT officials that were present for the raid that was conducted in a multiple location in Jalna of Maharashtra. So we'll see whom actually this this steel company where the raids were conducted, whom it belonged to, and what exactly the motive, what exactly the scam was where the IT has conducted this massive crackdown.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Alicia, for joining us with those inputs. Alicia joining us with the details of the money that was unaccounted for and has now been recovered. It's a big income tax crackdown in Jalna, Maharashtra. Let's get you some more breaking news now coming in. And the big breaking news story from Bengal, another top Trinamool Congress leader. His name is Anubrata Mondal, and he's been arrested by the CBI at about 10:20 this morning. Republic TV, about 10 minutes before the rest of the media even had a clue, told you that Anubrata Mondal had been arrested. He's been arrested in the cattle smuggling case. And Republic TV and the Republic Bangla teams are tracking every little movement in the case. Details on your screen right now. We'll go across to Kishore as well, joining us from the Republic Bangla newsroom. And we have the full details on your screen right now. After Partha Chatterjee, Anubrata Mondal, another top leader, has been arrested. That's the big breaking news update right now. Staying with the details that we are picking up. Another top Mamata Banerjee aide has been arrested, and the BJP in its first response this morning saying that there will be more and more leaders who could be picked up. Saying there will be more and more leaders who will be picked up in different cases of corruption. Partha Chatterjee was a Bengal minister, and he had to be sacked by the Trinamool Congress, sacked from party positions, removed as minister. And Anubrata Mondal, will he now be removed as the chief of the Trinamool Congress from the district where he's heading? Now, that's the big update this morning. In fact, Anubrata Mondal faced a CBI team when he woke up, and the CBI teams surrounded. Okay, Kishore is with us. Let me go across to Kishore. Kishore, what's the latest update? Where is Anubrata Mondal being taken? We saw the CBI arresting him. Where is he being taken? What's the update?
Well, Niranjan, right now, Anubrata Mondal's convoy is heading towards, actually he's arrested, that's CBI's convoy. He's being taken to probably Asansol CBI court where he'll be produced, and then CBI will ask for the extension of his custody. Otherwise, also we are learning from our sources that there is a possibility that he'll be taken to Durgapur CBI camp where he will be further interrogated about the whole case, and then he'll be produced in the court. These are the two options. Right now, his car is near Ilam Bazar, from where Durgapur and Asansol are equidistant. So either he can be taken to Durgapur CBI camp or he can be taken to Asansol CBI special court. We are learning that he will be taken to Asansol CBI court after some investigation, after some interrogation, and Anubrata Mondal will be asked several questions, including the questions which CBI today morning wanted to ask him in the last 10 summons that he skipped. We saw, Niranjan, how he skipped 10 summons. Mamta's man wanted to be free, he wanted to be out of this whole custody thing of CBI. But right now, CBI today morning went with all the documents, all the preparation. They had his medical reports, they had all the papers that were related to this case, and they had whatever they learned from Saigal Hussain, his bodyguard, who is already arrested by the CBI. So right now we are learning that Anubrata Mondal will be interrogated further, and then he will be taken to Asansol court where he will be produced, and then he will be brought back to Kolkata to Nizam Palace, and he will be taken into custody. He will be arrested, he will be kept there, and the investigation process will go on like that.
Yes. Back to this. And what is the Trinamool Congress saying in its first response? The BJP is warning of more arrests, more crackdown. What about the Trinamool Congress? Are they going to shield Anubrata?
Yesterday we saw a press conference, a very interesting press conference by Trinamool Congress ministers where Firhad Hakim, he's an important minister and also he runs the Kolkata Municipal Corporation. He said that everyone in Trinamool Congress are not thieves. Everyone is not bad here in our party. So that's a very indicative statement that everyone is not thief. Then some people are thieves, something like that. BJP also said that Trinamool Congress is clearly accepting that some some leaders of their party are thieves, are scamsters, etc. Right now, today, just after that statement yesterday, today we saw that Anubrata Mondal, his house was completely encircled by CRPF forces, and then CBI entered his house and then he was taken into custody. So therefore right now we could not get any Trinamool Congress reaction on this. However, BJP and other parties have reacted. They have said that this was going to come because Anubrata Mondal was deeply engaged in this scam, and therefore this arrest was quite evident. We do not know what's next, whether Trinamool Congress is going to defend him or whether there will be other people who will be coming into his to defend him, and his lawyers will be saying something or not. We are keeping a track on this case. However, Trinamool Congress is completely numb. They are not speaking right now. They have not given us any reaction on this case, Niranjan.
All right, stay with me. In fact, Anubrata Mondal after Partha Chatterjee. So the second top Trinamool Congress leader. How many more leaders are under the scanner? Because we saw the focus also on the current education minister. When the BJP says that there are more leaders under the scanner, how many more leaders are we talking about? And what are the different cases, Kishale?
Partha Chatterjee was, in fact, one of the leaders, one of the key Trinamool men who was in this party since day one. He was a very strong, very famous, very important Trinamool Congress leader. After that, we saw that this whole scam thing, this whole investigation reached to other leaders of Trinamool Congress as well. There also investigation related to money scam, recruitment scam, this cash scam which we saw, in which Partha Chatterjee was arrested, and then cattle smuggling case, and then post-poll violence case. All these cases were in fact given to CBI, given to ED, and they are investigating. And Anubrata Mondal is the second very important, strong Trinamool Congress leader who was arrested, and then he is being now taken back into brought back to Kolkata for further interrogation. I'll remind you, Niranjan, this man Anubrata Mondal was also there in Trinamool Congress from the first day, and Mamta Banerjee calls him lovingly Keshto. That's his nickname to Mamta Banerjee, and Mamta Banerjee is very close to Anubrata Mondal. So if something has happened, the opposition is saying it was in knowledge of Mamta Banerjee as well. They said the same thing about Partho, that Partho could not have done something without any knowledge which Mamta Banerjee had, or without any knowledge of Abhishek Banerjee. They must be knowing what their second man, what the most important person in the ministry is doing out there. So therefore, Anubrata Mondal is also one of the very important persons in Birbhum. He's the strongest leader, and he is the one who influenced this whole cattle smuggling business. Therefore, Trinamool Congress has a lot to answer. There are other leaders, including there are 19 names that has come up last day when a case was registered whose property sold after.
Cutting across to the live pictures coming in from the national capital, where Jagdeep Dhankar is taking oath as the new Vice President of India. Let's cut across to Doordarshan as well. Let's cut across to Doordarshan, where Jagdeep Dhankar is currently taking oath. Cutting across to the live broadcast from Doordarshan now. Cutting across to Doordarshan right now. Let's cut across to Doordarshan for the live broadcast. But just to tell you a little bit about Jagdeep Dhankar, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar is right now taking oath as the Vice President of India. Before this, Jagdeep Dhankar, who is now being sworn in as the 14th Vice President of India, is beginning, in fact, he began his day by visiting the Rajghat. That was this morning, the memorial of Mahatma Gandhi, and these are live pictures coming in. from the national capital, Jagdeep Dhankar there, meeting the dignitaries in the national capital. He said he felt blessed, inspired and motivated to be ever in service of the country in serene sublimity of Rajghat while paying respects to Pujya Bapu. Jagdeep Dhankar's oath ceremony currently taking place in the national capital. These are live pictures coming.
आपको बता रहे हैं राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू नवनिर्वाचित उपराष्ट्रपति को शपथ दिलवाने वाली हैं। सीधी तस्वीरें सिर्फ संसद टीवी पर साझा कर रहे हैं आप लोगों के साथ। और हम आपको ये भी बता दें कि आज सुबह देश के नवनिर्वाचित उपराष्ट्रपति जगदीप धनखड़ जी राष्ट्रपिता महात्मा गांधी की समाधि पर पहुंचे थे राजघाट। वहां श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित किए, नमन किया बापू को। और अभी सीधी तस्वीरें राष्ट्रपति भवन से। एक बार मुलाकात और अभिवादन करने के पश्चात वापसी में आ रहे हैं तो फिर से भी अभिवादन करते हुए जा रहे हैं।
मैं इसी चीज को नोट कर रहा था जी। देखिए वो कुर्सी पर बैठ चुके थे। मैंने भी बहुत सारे शपथ ग्रहण समारोह देखे हैं और राष्ट्रपति भवन में बैठ करके देखे हैं शपथ ग्रहण, बहुत सारे मंत्रियों के, प्रधानमंत्री के, गवर्नर्स के। तो मैंने ये देखा है का शपथ ग्रहण देखा राष्ट्रपति का, कुर्सी पर बैठ जाने के बाद कोई उठ करके अभिवादन करने नहीं जाता। और यहाँ हमने देखा कि वो उस कुर्सी पर बैठ जहां से शपथ ग्रहण के लिए बुलाया जाता है, उन्होंने जब लोकसभा स्पीकर को आते हुए देखा और साथ में गृह मंत्री को आते हुए देखा तो फिर उठे। राष्ट्रपति जी को वो पहले मिल चुके थे और फिर राष्ट्रपति और उस पूरी लाइन में जाकर के फिर मिले हैं और राष्ट्रपति से लंबी बातचीत की उन्होंने, उस पूर्व राष्ट्रपति जी से लंबी बातचीत की उन्होंने और अमित शाह जी से बातचीत की, स्पीकर से बातचीत की और बातचीत करके मिलके फिर वापसी आते हुए फिर हाथ
और हामिद अंसारी जी से भी भेंट करते हुए।
हाँ, तो वो अब देखिए वापसी आ रहे हैं उधर तो फिर सबको मिलते हुए आए। ये है सहजता, ये है व्यक्तित्व।
अगर प्रक्रिया की बात करें तो उपराष्ट्रपति पद का जब शपथ दिलवाया जाता है तो क्या प्रक्रिया होती है संवैधानिक रूप से?
नहीं, उपराष्ट्रपति की शपथ तो एक ही शपथ होती है, उनको उनका नाम पुकारा जाता है, राष्ट्रपति उनको शपथ ग्रहण करवाते हैं, बस इतना सा है और सिर्फ कुछ क्षण का होता है। लेकिन ये मैंने पहली बार देखा है अपने जीवन में 40 साल की पत्रकारिता में कि शपथ ग्रहण के लिए जब कुर्सी पर आदमी बैठ जाता है उसके बाद ये सहजता मैंने कभी पहले नहीं देखी। उठ कर जाना और फिर सबको मिलना, किसी जैसे लोकसभा स्पीकर आए तो उन्होंने आते हुए देखा तो उनके पास जाकर के उनको अभिवादन किया। तो ये बाद में भी कर सकते थे, शपथ ग्रहण के बाद भी कर सकते थे, लेकिन उन्होंने जिस प्रकार किया है, यही मैं कह रहा हूं आपको कि जब राज्यसभा के चेयरमैन के तौर पर वे काम करेंगे तो अगर कोई तनाव होता होगा।
और देख सकते हैं प्रधानमंत्री पहुंच गए हैं राष्ट्रपति भवन। शपथ ग्रहण स्थल पर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी भी पहुंच गए हैं। सीधी तस्वीरें राष्ट्रपति भवन से आप देख रहे हैं और प्रधानमंत्री भी सभी का अभिवादन स्वीकार करते हुए और उन्होंने अपना स्थान ग्रहण कर लिया है। और कुछ ही देर में अब उपराष्ट्रपति का शपथ ग्रहण होने वाला है। और जैसा कि हम लगातार आपको बता रहे हैं, राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू उपराष्ट्रपति को शपथ ग्रहण करवाएंगी। सीधी तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं संसद टीवी पर। राष्ट्रपति भवन से शपथ ग्रहण का ये कार्यक्रम है और लगातार हम आपको बता रहे हैं कि जगदीप धनखड़ नवनिर्वाचित उपराष्ट्रपति का जीवन कैसा रहा, वो किस प्रकार धरातल से उठकर पढ़ाई करके और इस मुकाम पर पहुंचे हैं कि आज देश के 14वें उपराष्ट्रपति की शपथ ग्रहण करने वाले हैं। अगर बात करें उनके व्यक्तित्व की, बहुआयामी व्यक्तित्व की, तो क्या बहुआयामी व्यक्तित्व का धनी व्यक्ति ज्यादा कारगर हो सकता है इस पद के लिए? और विशेष रूप से जब राज्यसभा सभापति के तौर पर उनका कार्यकाल हो।
मैं यही बात करने वाला था जब प्रधानमंत्री जी आए कि देखिए, संसद राज्यसभा के अंदर और लोकसभा में भी हंगामा होता है। विपक्ष और सत्ता पक्ष में बहुत टकराव होता है, हर मुद्दे पर टकराव होता है, चाहे वो कोई बिल हो या कोई मुद्दा उठाने की बात हो, शून्यकाल हो या विपक्ष बार बार जो कार्य रोको कार्यस्थगन प्रस्ताव देता है। तो ऐसे में बहुत बड़ी भूमिका बन जाती है चेयरपर्सन की। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये दलगत राजनीति से ऊपर उठ करके काम करने वाले व्यक्ति हैं और ऐसे में विपक्ष के लोगों को बुलाकर, संसदीय कार्य मंत्री को अपने चैम्बर में बुला करके ये समस्याओं को बहुत बेहतर ढंग से हल करेंगे और मुझे लगता है कि पिछले कई रिकॉर्ड तोड़ेंगे। मैं भविष्यवाणी तो नहीं करनी चाहिए इसमें, लेकिन क्योंकि मैं इनके व्यक्तित्व को जानता हूं तो इस नाते मैं कह सकता हूं कि राज्यसभा को एक बेहतरीन चेयरपर्सन मिलने वाला है।
और कुछ ही क्षण की देरी, राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू वहां पर आने वाली, वो यहां पर पधारेंगी। कार्यक्रम स्थल पर शपथ ग्रहण का कार्यक्रम शुरू होगा और राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू नवनिर्वाचित उपराष्ट्रपति जगदीप धनखड़ जी को उपराष्ट्रपति पद की शपथ दिलवाएंगी। और संभवतः वो समय, वो क्षण आ गया है, राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी पहुंच गई हैं, सब अभिवादन में उठ खड़े हुए हैं। आप देख सकते हैं वेंकैया नायडू जी को, उपराष्ट्रपति। अभी तक जो है वेंकैया जी उपराष्ट्रपति हैं
जी,
जब तक शपथ ग्रहण नहीं हो जाती है।
बिल्कुल अभी हैं। कल उन्होंने मीडिया को बुला करके भोज दिया था उपराष्ट्रपति के नाते उपराष्ट्रपति भवन में जी। तो आज के बाद हमारे उपराष्ट्रपति नए होंगे
जी। वैसे अन्य पदों पर देखा गया है, संवैधानिक पदों पर, कि कार्यकाल समाप्त हो जाता है तो उनके साथ वो डेजिग्नेशन जो है हटा लिया जाता है या नहीं लगाया जाता है। लेकिन उपराष्ट्रपति एक ऐसा गरिमामय पद है जहां पर जब तक शपथ ग्रहण नहीं होती है
तब तक वो पद पर रहते हैं,
बने रहते हैं। और सब इंतजार कर रहे हैं क्षण का जब राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू नवनिर्वाचित उपराष्ट्रपति जगदीप धनखड़ जी को उपराष्ट्रपति पद की शपथ दिलवाएंगी। और कुछ ही क्षण में ऐसा होने वाला है। हमारे साथ जुड़ गए हैं स्टूडियो में हमारे एक और विशेषज्ञ पत्रकार। चर्चा हम जारी रखेंगे और सीधी तस्वीर हम बता दें कि राष्ट्रपति भवन से देख रहे हैं आप, और कुछ क्षण में उपराष्ट्रपति पद के तौर पर शपथ ग्रहण करने वाले हैं जगदीप धनखड़ जी। शादाब अहमद न्यूज एडिटर हैं राजस्थान पत्रिका के, और एक अलग ही अनुभव है। सेतिया जी राजस्थान पत्रिका के लिए कार्य कर चुके हैं और आप वर्तमान में जुड़े हुए हैं। राजस्थान से जुड़े हुए लोग जो हैं आज अत्यधिक महत्वपूर्ण हो गए हैं। कितना व्यक्तित्व को जानते हैं आप?
माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया, आदेश हो तो निर्वाचन आयोग से प्राप्त उपराष्ट्रपति जी के निर्वाचन का प्रमाणन पढ़ा जाए। यतः भारत के संविधान के अनुच्छेद 324 द्वारा भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति के पद के निर्वाचन का अधीक्षण, निर्देशन और नियंत्रण भारत निर्वाचन आयोग में निहित है और यतः श्री एम वेंकैया नायडू की पदावधि का अवसान वर्ष 2022 के अगस्त मास के 10वें दिन तदनुसार शक संवत के वर्ष 1944 के श्रावण मास के 19वें दिन होने के लिए नियत है और यतः भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति के पद को भरने के लिए संविधान तथा राष्ट्रपतीय और उपराष्ट्रपतीय निर्वाचन अधिनियम 1952 के उपबंधों और तदधीन बनाए गए नियमों और आदेशों के अनुसार निर्वाचन करा लिया गया है तथा परिणाम घोषित कर दिया गया है। अब इसलिए भारत निर्वाचन आयोग एतद द्वारा प्रमाणित करता है कि श्री जगदीप धनखड़ वर्ष 2022 के अगस्त मास के 6वें दिन तदनुसार शक संवत के वर्ष 1944 के श्रावण मास के 15वें दिन भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति पद के लिए सम्यक रूप से निर्वाचित हो गए हैं। भारत गणराज्य के 73वें वर्ष में हमारे हस्ताक्षर और भारत निर्वाचन आयोग की मुहर से वर्ष 2022 के अगस्त मास के इस 6वें दिन तदनुसार शक संवत के वर्ष 1944 के श्रावण मास के 15वें दिन प्रदत्त किया गया।
मैं जगदीप धनखड़ ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा तथा जिस पद को मैं ग्रहण करने वाला हूं उसके कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक निर्वहन करूंगा।
माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदय, अगर आपकी आज्ञा हो तो इस समारोह की कार्यवाही समाप्त की।
Well, viewers, there you have it. We have the new Vice President in the form of Jagdeep Dhankar, who has just taken his oath as the new Vice President, along with Draupadi Murmu, the new President of the country. And now we are seeing Jagdeep Dhankar, in fact, going towards the dignitaries who have been present during the oath-taking ceremony. He has met with the Prime Minister, all the cabinet ministers, Amit Shah also being there as well, and he has met with all the dignitaries there, and we are seeing the visuals of the next Vice President of the country, that is Jagdeep Dhankar, who has just a few seconds ago, taken the oath as the Vice President. And viewers, we have seen the kind of run-up to this oath-taking ceremony as well, the kind of visuals we had seen of Jagdeep Dhankar meeting with all the dignitaries, greeting them, and also then taking the oath as the Vice President. And the oath-taking ceremony has now culminated, which has given us, as a country, the next Vice President of the country, Jagdeep Dhankar. Now, viewers, we are also shifting our focus now next to some very heartwarming visuals that we are also getting of the Prime Minister. And today, of course, the occasion of Raksha Bandhan and how the Prime Minister has celebrated Raksha Bandhan. We are getting you all the details and the visuals as well. Let's cut across to those pictures as we get you the details as well, viewers, of this Raksha Bandhan celebration that has taken place at the Prime Minister's office. And we are being told that, in fact, the Prime Minister celebrated Raksha Bandhan with young girls today at his residence. And this was a special Raksha Bandhan, as these girls were the daughters of the sweepers, peons, gardeners, drivers, etc., the people who have been working at the Prime Minister's office.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulates the country on occasion of Raksha Bandhan today. Prime Minister took to Twitter to extend his greetings to the country. Court will resume Shrikant Tyagi's bail hearing today. Earlier, court reserved its order on a bail application moved by Tyagi, who has been arrested for assaulting and abusing a woman in Noida.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. Now viewers, welcome back. We are live and breaking, and of course one of the biggest stories that we are tracking is that of Bihar, and just hours after Nitish Kumar has been sworn in as the next chief minister, we have seen the kind of political war of words that have continued between the BJP and the Nitish Kumar faction as well. And now we are seeing that Nitish Kumar in fact is also responding to the kind of statements that the BJP had been making. They had been calling him an habitual betrayer, along with several other words that have been used for Nitish Kumar. Let's listen in now as to what Nitish Kumar had to say.
पूरी मजबूती के साथ बिहार के सभी लोग जो विपक्ष के हैं, हम लोग सब कोशिश करेंगे मिल करके एकजुट होकर के आगे बढ़ने का। इसकी चिंता मत करिए। आदि वाला भी एकदम बोगस बात, हमारी कोई इच्छा नहीं थी। आई लोग भूल गए क्या? राष्ट्रपति और उपराष्ट्रपति के दोनों के चुनाव में हम लोगों की पार्टी ने कितना सपोर्ट किया। पूरी मजबूती के साथ बिहार के सभी लोग जो विपक्ष के हैं, हम लोग सब कोशिश करेंगे मिल करके एकजुट होकर के आगे बढ़ने का। इसकी चिंता मत करिए। आदि वाला भी एकदम बोगस बात, हमारी कोई इच्छा नहीं थी। आई लोग भूल गए क्या? राष्ट्रपति और उपराष्ट्रपति के दोनों के चुनाव में हम लोगों की पार्टी ने कितना सपोर्ट किया।
Moving on now, viewers, back-to-back breaking updates that we are getting on one of the biggest stories that we're tracking for you right now. And in fact, we are getting you all the developments from Bihar as well, viewers, where we are seeing political developments taking place in Bihar. And of course, just less than 24 hours back, we had seen Nitish Kumar taking in as the oath for the 8th time as the Chief Minister of Bihar along with Tejasvi Yadav. And we had seen how the kind of war of words had continued. We just listened in to Nitish Kumar as well, responding to the charges that the BJP had been making. The BJP had been calling him names and had said that he is in fact an habitual betrayer as well, and repeat betrayer, that he has betrayed the BJP a lot of times now, and that he is somebody who cannot be counted upon as well. Apart from that, they had also said that this is not the Nitish Kumar government, but this is something that is going to be run, a government that is going to be run by Lalu Prasad Yadav via Tejasvi as well as the Deputy Chief Minister. But now we are seeing Nitish Kumar also responding to the kind of charges that the BJP had been leveling. And he is, of course, also talking about how he had never been interested in the vice president candidature as well. And apart from that, of course, he's also responding as to how the Lok Sabha elections will be tackled with this Mahagathbandhan Sarkar that has now come to power in Bihar, and how the entire alliance parties will be kept together. The flock of Nitish Kumar, so to say, will be kept together. This was something that has been said by Nitish Kumar as a response to the kind of allegations, to the kind of statements that have been made by the BJP on Nitish Kumar. Let's listen in, viewers, once again as to what Nitish Kumar had to say.
पूरी मजबूती के साथ बिहार के सभी लोग जो विपक्ष के हैं, हम लोग सब कोशिश करेंगे मिल करके एकजुट होकर के आगे बढ़ने का। इसकी चिंता मत करिए। आदि वाला भी एकदम बोगस बात, हमारी कोई इच्छा नहीं थी। आई लोग भूल गए क्या? राष्ट्रपति और उपराष्ट्रपति के दोनों के चुनाव में हम लोगों की पार्टी ने कितना सपोर्ट किया।
And now, viewers, we had seen the BJP leaders, the like of Nitin Naveen, in fact, who had also been stating that Nitish Kumar, in fact, had also always wanted to be the vice president. And to that, we just heard Nitish Kumar claiming that he never was interested in that candidature. And now BJP leaders have also said that Nitish Kumar had all the backing, but he betrayed the party.
Anubrata Mondal is taken by CBI to his meeting place where allegedly all the smuggling meetings used to happen, and that hotel is being raided by CBI with Anubrata Mondal with them. We will be keeping a track on that story and more on Anubrata Mondal. We will be coming back on Republic after a short break.
Let's move on to some stories in brief from across the country. All eyes on the oath taking as Jagdeep Dhakar is set to be sworn in as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath of office to Jagdeep Dhakar at the Rashtrapati Bhavan around 11 a.m. And remember, Dhakar was elected as the Vice President on August the 6th after he defeated the opposition's Margaret Alba. Jagdeep Dhakar's ahead of his oath-taking as the 14th Vice President of India began his day by paying respects at the Rajghat at the national capital.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulates the country on occasion of Raksha Bandhan today. Prime Minister took to Twitter to extend his greetings to the country. Court will resume Shrikant Tyagi's bail hearing today. Earlier, court reserved its order on a bail application moved by Tyagi, who has been arrested for assaulting and abusing a woman in Noida.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers.
What the camel can do in the desert, no amount of technology can. And this is what we're going to tell you. What is the capability of this camel?
रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है।
तो कैमल को किस तरह से ट्रेन किया जाए कि पीस टाइम पे वहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से पेट्रोलिंग कर सकें, पूरे एरिया की देखभाल कर सकें, वॉर के अंदर जो इसकी यूटिलिटी है, जो इसकी उपयोगिता है, उसको अपना सार्थक कर सकें। Come with me. Let's spend some time with India's only camel unit at the BSF grounds in Jodhpur.
Now viewers, we are also shifting focus to one of the biggest political stories that we are also tracking with Basavaraj Bommai, where he has now rubbished all claims that there is any change in any kind of leadership in the state of Karnataka. In fact, he has stated that the Congress party is the one who's trying to confuse the people of Karnataka as well. Let's listen it.
See, I am really. It is amusing me. These people are trying to do time and again, and they think that they can bring instability in the minds of the people. People of this Karnataka knows very well, and they know about my functioning, my programs, and they will not believe it. They have utterly failed. In fact, there is a confusion among the Congress. There are two views among the Congress about the tweet itself. Hence, I am not going to give much importance to it. I have become Sthita Prajna. My presence of mind is very clear because it is all falsehood. Truth is that there is a stable government and it is going to be continued to stable. I have resolved myself to work much hard, much more time. Every day I am going to spend 2 hours more for the development of this state, development of the people of this state, and building up my party. Thank you. See, I am really. It is amusing me. These people are trying to do time and again, and they think that they can bring instability in the minds of the people. People of this Karnataka knows very well, and they know about my functioning, my programs, and they will not believe it. They have utterly failed. In fact, there is a confusion among the Congress. There are two views among the Congress about the tweet itself. Hence, I am not going to give much importance to it. I have become Sthita Prajna. My presence of mind is very clear because it is all falsehood. Truth is that there is a stable government and it is going to be continued to stable. I have resolved myself to work much hard, much more time. Every day I am going to spend 2 hours more for the development of this state, development of the people of this state, and building up my party. Thank you.
And now time here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, another unrelenting attack on the top court after Kapil, Sibal and Bhushan. The way now it's Prashant, Bhushan. And also getting you all the updates of how the CWG hero bags glory of India at world stage, but Aam Aadmi Party MLA seeks proof, tries to spark a divide. Stay tuned to Republic, getting you details on the other side. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gangayaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts. Let's move on to some stories in brief from across the country. All eyes on the oath taking as Jagdeep Dhakkar is set to be sworn in as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath of office to Jagdeep Dhakkar at the Rashtrapati Bhavan around 11 a.m. And remember, Dhakkar was elected as the Vice President on August the 6th after he defeated the opposition's Margaret Alba. Jagdeep Thakur's ahead of his oath taking as the 14th Vice President of India began his day by paying respects at the Rajghat at the national capital.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulates the country on occasion of Raksha Bandhan today. Prime Minister took to Twitter to extend his greetings to the country. Court will resume Shrikant Tyagi's bail hearing today. Earlier, court reserved its order on a bail application moved by Tyagi, who has been arrested for assaulting and abusing a woman in Noida.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देखने एक और
And viewers, we're cutting across directly to some more breaking updates that we are getting for you, where in fact 5 terrorists have been wiped out. 30 kg of IED has been recovered by the forces, and the forces are in an all-out mission mode now. Remember, these terrorists had been entering a Rajouri army base camp, and the forces had been giving a befitting reply to these terrorists, and we had learnt about the terrorists being neutralized, and we are getting you the first shots, the first visuals of these terrorists, these infiltrators who had in fact been neutralized by the forces. Gursimran, my colleague, is also joining me on the broadcast with more details. Gursimran, tell us more about the IED that had been recovered. The police say that a major tragedy that has been averted, and of course the officials are on the ground and in attentive mode, trying to find out if there are other involvement of other terrorists as well, isn't it?
Yes, a big success for the security forces in the past 24 hours, as 5 terrorists, including the operational commander of Lashkar-e-Toiba (TRF), have been neutralized by the security forces. And a major attack on the vital installation of the Indian Army, operational base of the Army in the Pargal area of Rajouri's Darhal has also been averted. 30 kg of IED has too been recovered by the security forces from the Pulwama. This clearly hints at a larger plot of the Pakistani terror groups in Jammu and Kashmir to carry out a major terror strike ahead of the Independence Day. There are regular inputs with the security agencies that ahead of August 15, Pakistan will try to foment trouble in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir by carrying out multiple terror attacks at the army installation as well as the basic public areas. And keeping this in view, the forces were on the alert, and this is due to the alertness that the Pakistani plot of carrying out Uri-like attack has now been averted. And now the searches are on in the entire area. These 2 terrorists, important to mention, were also captured in a CCTV that has been accessed by the Republic, that their movement was there in the Darhal town, after which massive cordon search operations were also launched day before yesterday.
All right, Gursimran there getting us the details of the IED that had been recovered, and of course the forces on the ground attentive. Thank you, Gursimran, for getting us all the details. Well, viewers, cutting across to some more important breaking updates that we are getting this time about Shrikant Tyagi's bail application, which we are now learning. This is first on Republic Newsbreak that we're getting to you, that the bail application of Shrikant Tyagi has been rejected as of now. And we are waiting to get you some more details as to the basis of which the bench has rejected this bail application that had been filed before the court as well. And of course, we will be getting you all the latest as far as the legal proceedings are also concerned. But as of now, this is the first on Republic Newsbreak that Shrikant Tyagi's bail application has now been rejected. And of course, viewers, we had seen the kind of legal proceedings that had also gone on, and of course we are getting you the latest as far as Shrikant Tyagi is concerned, the kind of demeanor, the kind of behavior, the videos that had come out, and of course we had seen the kind of repercussions of this kind of behavior of Shrikant Tyagi, in fact, that had also come out, and the political war of words that had also transpired on this issue as well. But now we are seeing that Shrikant Tyagi that had approached the court for a bail, that application as of now by the court has been rejected, and we will be getting you the latest as far as the pleas that had been made before the court as well, and the application and the prayers that had been listed in the application as well as to why the bail was being sought for and on what basis the bench has really rejected that bail as well. But of course, we are in fact getting you the latest as far as Shrikant Tyagi is concerned, who had been held for abusing and assaulting the woman in Noida as well. And we had seen that video of some really questionable language that was also being used by Shrikant Tyagi in that video towards this woman that had also come to light. And now we are seeing that trouble mounting for Shrikant Tyagi. Trouble mounting for Shrikant Tyagi as the bail application stands rejected before the court. Anuj, my colleague, is also joining me on the broadcast. Anuj, tell us more about this bail application that now stands rejected. On what basis has the court rejected this bail?
Well, August 16 is the next date, what I've been told, and the bail application which was moved in by the lawyer of Shrikant Tyagi has been rejected. Has been rejected by the Surat court, what I've been told, and this is going to be the August 16 notice. Let me remind you that earlier this was the application which was given by the lawyer of Shrikant Tyagi, and there Shrikant Tyagi lawyer had put in the request in front of the court for surrender, but he was arrested from Meerut. And after that, let me tell you, there is the bail plea which was put in front of the Suratpur court itself, and now it has been rejected, what I have been told. And the next hearing will be on August 16, what I have been told. So the bail has been already rejected. And if you talk about the section, then 354 and 420 of the IPC, the section if you talk about on which has been put in on Shrikant Tyagi, we do have seen how this video came in light when Shrikant Tyagi was seen threatening a lady, was seen misbehaving with the lady, was seen abusing the lady, and after that he was on run. He was on run. 12 team was constituted by the Noida police, by the Uttar Pradesh police, and there the lookout was in Uttarakhand, was in Lucknow, was in Noida, and later he was arrested along with other three from Meerut, what we were told. And later we have seen in the visual, this was none other but the commissioner of Gautam Budh Nagar, who did the press conference after he was nabbed, and later he was produced in front of the court, in which the judicial custody has been given. The police has not. Judicial custody has been given. The police has not asked for the police custody. The judicial custody was given, and it was the bail application which was moved in the Suratpur court, but it has been rejected as of now. The bail application has been rejected, seeing the seriousness of the charges. Now the bail application has been rejected as he was absconding. And if we talk about Gangster Act, that too was implicated, what we were told, and now the bail plea has been rejected by the Suratpur court. This is going to be the 16th of August when matter will be held in the Suratpur court itself. Shrikant Tyagi, who is under the judicial custody at this point in time, who was seen in the video abusing the lady, who was seen in the video threatening
and misbehaving with the lady, was absconding. Later he was nabbed by the police near the Meerut along with other 3. Let me tell you, if you talk about the total number of people who have been arrested in this particular case, then 6 was arrested earlier and 4 later. 4 was arrested when Shrikant Tyagi was nabbed. Along with Shrikant Tyagi, these were 3 other, and 6 were arrested earlier by the Noida police itself. So total 10 number of people are behind the bar. Gangster has been intact, what I have been told. On the other hand, this is going to be now 16th of August. 16th of August is going to be the next date. We will see, wait and watch what exactly will be the legal points and what exactly will be the points that is going to be put in by the lawyer of Shrikant Tyagi. But today, the bail has been rejected. The bail application which was given to the Surajpur court has been rejected of Shrikant Tyagi. Shrikant Tyagi, who has been arrested by the Noida police, is under the judicial custody. Shrikant Tyagi, who was arrested from Meerut, is under the judicial custody at this point in time. Yes, back to you.
Anu, just stay with us. If you could also run us through the action that's been taken by the Yogi government so far, and also one of the main questions that also remains unanswered at this point is what is in fact the political affiliation, if any, of Shrikant Tyagi?
Well, if we talk about in total the kind of charges which has been framed, on the other hand, if we talk about the action that has been taken by the Yogi government, when we have seen bulldozer also running at the illegal construction of Shrikant Tyagi, is being something which is also being noticed. On the other hand, let me remind you, the court on that very day, when it was the application which was moved by the lawyer of Shrikant Tyagi for surrender, on that very day the court itself asked about the record of Shrikant Tyagi, and there the commissioner, when did the press conference when Shrikant Tyagi was nabbed, he has also made in everything clear what exactly has happened. And if we talk about the charges which has been framed and the past of Shrikant Tyagi, prior to this, how many cases are there, everything has been looked up by the Uttar Pradesh government, and yes, of course, by the judiciary, because the matter is sub judice now. The arresting has been already done, so this is all going to be by the legalities. So before that, if we talk about the arresting, then UP police was in action, Noida authority was in action. We have seen UP police, there constituted 12 team. We have seen the team in Uttarakhand. This was in Haridwar, this was in Rishikesh, this was in Tapovan, where searches were done by the Uttar Pradesh police. And later, he was nabbed near the Meerut. Even wife of Shrikant Tyagi was questioned by the police officials who were investigating the same case, and the 12th team which was constituted by the Uttar Pradesh police to look deep into the matter what exactly has happened, and where, if we talk about the whereabouts of Shrikant Tyagi as he was absconding, this was day and night when police has worked and police was searching and going through the locations and was tracking the same. Then after, we have seen from Meerut, nearby Meerut, Shrikant Tyagi along with 3 others was nabbed by the Uttar Pradesh police, was nabbed by the UP police and the Gautam Budh Nagar police, and he was later produced in the court. And before producing in the court, the commissioner himself did a press conference. Commissioner there has made in everything clear how the vehicles were used, how the vehicles were changed, how the route was taken from Noida to Meerut and to the different places. Everything was noticed and was monitored by the Noida police. And later, finally, this was the Noida police, the Gautam Budh Nagar police, who nabbed Shrikant Tyagi from Meerut. This was the place near the Meerut itself from where Shrikant Tyagi was nabbed. And later, it was the press conference which was done by the commissioner of Gautam Budh Nagar. There every detail was shared. If we talk about the cases, if we talk about the past, so everything was looked up. 6, if we talk about the vehicles which has been taken in custody, is number. If we talk about that number, then 6 vehicles, 6 cars of Shrikant Tyagi 001. The number of the cars is, every car holds the same number. So the kind of power he was showing with the people who were residing there in the society, and everything was noticed by the Uttar Pradesh police, and everything has been looked up, and all these points has been made in there in front of the court also. If we talk about the legal procedure, then finally today the bail plea has been rejected. The bail application which was given in the front of the Surajpur court has been already rejected. Now this is going to be on 16th of August. If we talk about the next course of action, that what exactly is going to happen legally, what is going to be the legalities that is going to be taken place, that has to be looked up on 16th of August. But yes, Shrikant Tyagi, who was absconding, Shrikant Tyagi who first was seen in the video, how he was misbehaving with the lady, how he was abusing and threatening the lady, has been arrested now finally and under the judicial custody. On the other hand, let me also
stay
remind
with
you,
us. Just hold your thoughts there. We also have activist Brinda DK joining us. Ma'am, if I can get your quick reaction. We understand that a big setback coming in for Shrikant Tyagi. No relief in sight, but the several questions that remain unanswered as of now. If there is any political affiliation, if at all, and second, what really, in broad daylight, the person that is under judicial custody abused and even threatened and even verbally assaulted this woman in his neighborhood.
In a way, it is good that his bail plea has not yet been accepted, and it is important for people like Tyagi to understand that bail might be a right, but he cannot get it immediately. And I hope the courts are strict about people like Tyagi, who not only misuse their political connections and power, but have the gall and impunity to manhandle and to assault women. This is a lesson that must go very, very strongly to such people, and I'm very happy the court has taken it upon itself not to immediately issue give that man the bail.
Yes. Well, thank you so much. That was Brinda DK giving her response to the latest news that is coming in with respect to Shrikant Tyagi, whose bail plea has now been rejected. Well, moving on to more breaking news coming in. What we understand is that the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security has responded with respect to the viral video of a man smoking in flight. We understand that the person who was caught smoking while the flight inside the flight, we understand Balwinder Kataria had travelled from Dubai to the national capital by a spice jet flight. He landed in the national capital on 23rd of January 2022 is what we understand. Video, while we are yet to get more details on this, but as you can see in the visuals that we are putting on our screens of smoking aboard spice jet plane, where this particular person was caught smoking inside the spice jet plane. So that is the latest coming in. We'll go across to our reporters to get us more information, but very shocking visuals coming in of how this man was caught smoking aboard a spice jet plane. We understand that the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security has taken cognizance of this matter, saying that action will be taken by the aviation security is what we understand as of now. We have Niranjan also joining us for more details. Niranjan, if you could give us more details.
Okay, these are the details that are coming in right now. The video from onboard a spice jet plane. Details from onboard a spice jet plane, and this is the video we are told. This is a video we are told of a man called Balwinder Kataria. Balwinder Kataria, who travelled from Dubai to New Delhi on a spice jet flight. He landed in Delhi on the 23rd of January. So it's a video from January this year. And the video we are told is not available on social media, and action has been taken by civil aviation security. The Bureau of Civil Aviation Security has also told news agency ANI that this happened earlier and action has been taken in this case. But for the first time, a video emerging that shows the serious breach on board. Serious breach on board. And if you look at this video, he's lying down on the flight. He's occupied all seats, and he's even got his name imprinted on his pants. It says Bobby Kataria. You look at the trousers he's wearing. He's got his name embossed all over it, called Bobby Kataria. And Bobby Kataria's video, he claims to be a social influencer, but for the first time, such a serious security breach coming to light. Such a serious security breach coming to light. And as far as SpiceJet is concerned, the DGCA has acted in the past, and there have been several incidents that came to light. And DGCA had also earlier, about 7 days back, on the 4th of August. On the 4th of August, DGCA, which is India's civil airline regulator, had taken serious note of the unusually high number of air incidents that have plagued SpiceJet, the country's budget airline. And they had also said, the DGCA had said the airline had about 8 incidents 8 incidents of a technical nature in the last 18 days, including a cracked pane in a windshield, pressurization issues, door warnings, you had bird hits, you had malfunctioning of the fuel indicator, smoke in the cabin, and now this video that is now come in. And the DGCA had very recently, also deregistered a few aircraft of SpiceJet, and had in July put SpiceJet under watch. They had put SpiceJet under watch, and this is coming as the latest, sort of a shocker of what is happening on board, a flight. DGCA had earlier in July put SpiceJet under enhanced surveillance, had ordered the airline to operate half of its allowed flights this summer, and the DGCA had ordered SpiceJet to operate a truncated schedule, which is half of the allowed flights, and the airline had also been put under enhanced surveillance for about 8 weeks. This video is coming out now, but we are hearing that this video itself this incident itself was reported in January 2022. And in this video, you can see this man who's called Bobby Kataria, reportedly a social influencer. Nobody knows about him. And an MLA from Uttarakhand had tweeted this video, asking for the Home Minister to take action on this man. So I think the fact that this video has emerged now is telling you the story of how airline safety is of paramount importance. How can you smoke on a flight? It's an international flight, but how can you smoke on a flight? That's in the passenger's cabin. In the passenger cabin, he's seated there, and he's smoking. He's occupying 3 seats, and he can be seen. And even if the incident was in January, the video itself has emerged now. Perhaps for the first time, it is shown, because the DGCA and the Bureau of Civil Aviation has reportedly told news agency ANI that the action was taken by the Bureau of Civil Aviation earlier, Bureau of Civil Aviation Security earlier, and they've acted on this man. Now, about this man itself, his name is Balwinder Kataria, also called Bobby Kataria, and he had travelled from Dubai to New Delhi. On a SpiceJet flight. He landed in Delhi on the 23rd of January 2022. We are hearing the video was not available on his Facebook or Instagram page. But perhaps he took it down, anticipating the kind of trouble that he would get into. This action was taken by the Civil Aviation Security earlier, is what they have said. They have said in a statement to news agency ANI. Now that's the big breaking news update. And this is a tape where this so-called social influencer is seen lighting up a cigarette. He lights a cigarette and he's smoking. He's occupying all 3 seats like he doesn't care. And what's even more shocking is that there are people seated. If you look at this video closely, as the video pans, right? As the video pans, you will see that there are people actually occupying the seats in front. When the video pans from other seats to him. So he's seen, as other passengers are seen in the seats, occupying the seats in the front of the plane, right? And he's seated at the back somewhere towards the mid-cabin area, and he's lighting up a cigarette. So this is an exclusive video that has been accessed by news agencies as well, and we are trying to ascertain more details. But what it tells you is the kind of threat that you sort of face, in the air, and these are details that we are picking up. I'm handing it back to you for now. I think we are getting in more details of the other stories that we've been leading through the day of Anubrata Mondal being arrested. We should go across through that.
All right, Niranjan, they're getting us details of this very shocking incident coming to light, incident dating back to January 2022, where a man was caught smoking aboard a SpiceJet plane. So, the incident coming to light in which the man on your screen can be seen smoking while he is on a SpiceJet plane. He was traveling from Dubai to the national capital. As you can see, he's taken over 3 seats and seen brazenly smoking as well. Well, tracking more breaking news coming in. And this one in relation to Anubrata Mondal, the TMC leader who's been arrested by the CBI in connection with the cattle smuggling case. In the visuals, you can see how he was arrested just a short while back. So after the sacked TMC minister Partha Chatterjee, it's TMC leader who's now been arrested, Anubrata Mondal, in relation to the cattle smuggling case. We'll go across to our reporters to get us more information. But what we understand as of now is that the close aide of Mamata Banerjee is now in CBI custody. Remember, he's one of Mamata's closest aides. He is TMC's Birbhum district chief as well. He's been with the TMC since inception, since 1998. So clearly trouble only mounting for Anubrata Mondal. Remember, he skipped CBI summons for 10 times in the past. And finally today he's now been arrested by the CBI. We understand that after the arrest, he's now being taken to the raid location. So that's the fresh update coming in. Anubrata Mondal, who's now been taken to the raid location, what we understand. So the close aide of Mamata Banerjee, the West Bengal Chief Minister, has now been arrested by the CBI in connection to the cattle smuggling scam. What we understand is that Anubrata Mondal is now being taken to the raid location by the CBI as we speak. So fresh updates coming in. Clearly trouble mounting for another TMC leader. Earlier it was Partha Chatterjee, the now sacked minister in West Bengal, Partha Chatterjee, who's been arrested by the ED in connection with the SSC recruitment scam, and now it's the cattle smuggling scam which has come back to haunt the TMC government in power in the state of West Bengal. So getting all the updates, getting all the fresh leads in connection with the cattle smuggling scam, Anubrata Mondal, who was arrested just a short while back from his residence, he's now being taken to the raid location. We'll go across to our reporters to get us more information, but remember, Anubrata Mondal is one of Mamata's closest aides. He's also TMC's Birbhum district president. He's been with the TMC since its inception, 1998 to be precise. He enjoys power more than many mantris in the state of West Bengal. Not just this, he was at the helm of TMC affairs in Birbhum. We have our senior editor Shaban also joining us for more details. Shaban, if you could give us fresh leads in connection with the cattle smuggling scam. We understand that Anubrata Mondal is now being taken to the raid location. Well, if Shaban is still with us, Shaban, if you could hear us, if you could give us more details that you are learning with respect to the cattle smuggling scam case update.
Well, in fact, the details that we do have at this point in time, Samiksha, with regards to the searches that were basically carried out at Anubrata Mondal's residence. In fact, we are also given to understand that roughly around 6 o'clock this morning, when the CBI team actually reached Anubrata's residence, the idea was twofold. One was obviously that they had already made up their mind that they would go ahead with the arrest of Anubrata Mondal simply because of 2 counts. One, he hasn't really cooperated with the agency. He hasn't really responded to the summons that he hasn't responded to any one of them. That's what.
Forgotten the name of Khudiram Basu, should you say, Netaji Subhash Chandra Basu, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, Rabindranath Tagore, and so many people. So if with thumping majority, Mamata Banerjee is running the government, and if they say that the election of assembly will take place along with the parliament election in December, so they have to topple down the government or to make a shift. So I don't think so. This is Bengal, and the Trinamool party workers with all their total strength, support, honesty, they are with Mamata Banerjee and they are being led by Abhishek Banerjee. So what was possible in Maharashtra It may not be possible, it will not be possible in Bengal. So in 24 we'll fight only the parliament election, and in 23 Panchayat election will be there, and I am confident 98% of the seats will go to TMC, because BJP don't have the infrastructure to give nominations along with their election agents, polling agents. So করেছে সিবিআই তার এতদিন অনুব্রত যায়নি, আমি তো দেখছিলাম ওকে চিকিৎসা চলছে আমাদের পার্টি মমতা ব্যানার্জি এবং অভিষেক ব্যানার্জি বলেছে যে আমরা কোনোভাবেই আমরা কোনো দুর্নীতি
So, a lot of reactions coming in with respect to the cattle smuggling case. CBI now tightening its moves against the TMC leader Anubrata Mondal, who's now being taken to the raid location as we speak. So, fresh leads coming in with respect to the cattle smuggling case. Remember, Anubrata Mondal is one of the closest aides of Mamata Banerjee. In fact, we had a reaction as well a short while back from Shuvenu Adhikari, who questioned TMC government that is in power in the state of Bengal. Slipping into a very short break, we'll continue getting you all the big breakings on the other side. And slipping into a very short break, on the other side, another unrelenting attack on the top court after Kapil, Sibal and Bhushan. Now it's Prashant Bhushan who sparks it up. And CW, Commonwealth Games hero bags glory for India at the world stage, but AAP MLA seeks proof, tries to spark divide.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gangayaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts. Let's move on to some stories in brief from across the country. All eyes on the oath taking as Jagdeep Dhakkar is set to be sworn in as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath of office to Jagdeep Dhakkar at the Rashtrapati Bhavan around 11 a.m. And remember, Dhakkar was elected as the Vice President on August the 6th after he defeated the opposition's Margaret Alba. Jagdeep Thakur's ahead of his oath taking as the 14th Vice President of India began his day by paying respects at the Rajghat at the national capital. It's 1:30 p.m. viewers, and these are the top stories. After a 10-time no-show and a large-scale investigation, CBI arrests Mamta's top man Anubrata Mondal. Another mega scam, another TMC Neta under arrest. Will Mamta act now? Another unrelenting attack on top court after Kapil, Sibal and Bhushan. Now it is Prashant, Bhushan. CWG hero bags glory for India at world stage, but Aam Aadmi Party MLA seeks proof, tries to spark a divide. Furor over Aam Aadmi Party's MLA's remark on CWG hero. Demand for sacking grows louder after Republic newsbreak. After Prime Minister scathing black magic jibe, Rahul in defensive mode now raises unemployment and inflation. Viewers, straight away cutting across to the biggest story that we are tracking for you this today. In fact, we have been seeing how Anubrata Mondal had been taken into custody. He had been arrested. Now, the update that we are bringing to you is that 8 officers have been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in the cattle smuggling case, is what we are getting. Shravan Sen is joining me live on the broadcast. And Shravan, if I could come to you about this summons that have been sent over these 8 officers that have been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. Give us the details of the same.
Well, in fact, as well as the Directorate, it's
officers who have served in the Birbhum district at some point or the other between 2015, the time period that the Enforcement Directorate as well as the CBI they're looking at right now in terms of the cattle smuggling. Yanwant has been summoned on the 22nd is what I'm being told, following which Koteshwar Rai has been asked to appear on the 23rd. Shyam Singh has been asked to appear on the 24th. On the 25th, Selva Murugan has been asked to appear. Rajiv Mishra is on the 26th. Tathagat Basu is on 30th and Bhaskar Mukherjee on the 31st. So we've got the full details. All the officers who've all been called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. Just to put this into perspective, this basically comes as a follow-up action that the Enforcement Directorate, after multiple arrests that have been made by the Enforcement Directorate in the cattle smuggling case itself. Now, the role of the IPS officers is essentially the fact that, remember, when the cattle was basically being smuggled, it was in connivance with the BSF as well as custom officials. But apart from that, remember the IPS officers at that point in time, serving at that point in time in this very district where Anubrata Mondal essentially had, it was considered his stronghold, Priyanka. There was this protection money that was being given so that the cattle can be transported, smuggled across the border. Now, there are two types of cattle that were basically being brought in. The larger breeds, which are obviously had a, they had the price of each of the cattle head was much higher. It was about 40,000 to 50,000. The smaller breeds were much lesser. But what was essentially happening is that these customs, when these auctions were essentially being done, they were being passed off as a smaller breed. The money that they were making out of it was large. There was a cut money that was essentially being given to the fact that the cut money that was being given, in fact, was much larger. And this was not only being given to the BSF, but also the custom officials is what are being told at this point in time. Thereafter, what's important to point out here is the fact that once the money was actually being given to the BSF and custom officials, it is also the police that came under the scanner. Now, as far as the police is concerned, this is not the...
As far as the police is concerned, this is not the first time that they've been called in for questioning by the enforcement directorate. They've been called in for questioning in the past too. But what turns out is that it's basically gathered much more momentum. Given the fact that you've had one of the prime accused, the kingpin, Inamul Haq, who was already questioned by the enforcement directorate, he was taken into custody. Then you had of the two Mishra brothers, one of them has also been taken into custody. So the enforcement directorate, if you really look at it, they've actually built upon this case over a period of time. Now, obviously, it comes at a time when the CBI has actually arrested the big man or the big fish, if I may say so, in the cattle smuggling case, with Anubrata Mondal being arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation. But clearly, in West Bengal right now, this is going to have a huge ramification. First, you've had Mamata's close aide, Anubrata Mondal, being called in for question. He has been arrested now. And then, of course, you have the IPS officers who are now being called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate.
Shravan, also if you could, expand upon these other people that have also been taken into custody. The main accused, as you had also been pointing out, that had also been taken into custody from Delhi in 2020 itself. And apart from that, of course, the several counterparts of Anubrata Mondal that had been called in by the agencies, they had been questioned. So if you could put that entire nexus into perspective as well, as far as the counterparts of Anubrata Mondal are concerned, and who had been questioned by the authorities already.
Well, not very sure who the counterparts would be, Priyanka, because here is a man who is largely considered to be extremely influential in that very area. When we say influential, it simply goes by the fact that this man has never contested a single election, but despite that wielded enough influence. In fact, his house is considered as the Trinamool Congress's party office in the district of Birbhum. So one can easily gauge the fact that he was considered to be extremely influential. And what the agencies have essentially done is built this case brick by brick. What they started off was by arresting the close aides of Anubrata Mondal. One of the biggest clincher, if I may say so, was by the arrest of his security guard. Now, his arrest essentially led to Anubrata Mondal's name surfacing, and then of course the fact that they've also got corroborative evidence in the form of the call data records, then certain seizures that were made by the Central Bureau of Investigation. All that put together, they've now got a watertight case, because the challenge essentially that the Central Bureau of Investigation faces at this point in time is to also correlate this with the very period when the cattle smuggling was actually taking place and the direct involvement of Anubrata Mondal, because what they have right now is the involvement of his close aides. What they need to prove before the court is that all of these instructions that were basically being given, it was being given by Anubrata to his close aides so that this cattle smuggling could actually flourish in his district.
All right, Shravan Sen there getting us all the details as far as one of the biggest stories that we're tracking, viewers, is concerned, where Anubrata Mondal in fact has been taken into custody by the CBI, and of course more and more developments coming to light. Shravan, thank you for joining us on the broadcast. And now viewers, shifting focus to some more shocking updates that we are getting of the DMK councillor's husband who has tried to attack people with a machete after an argument. Now this is a video that we're putting across for you. This is a viral video that has been circulated in the social media where Vetrichelvan, the husband of DMK councillor Nithya in Thadamangalam near Manachanallur in Tiruchirappalli district can be seen running with a machete trying to attack 3 people. Now, of course, we will be getting you the details as far as this video is concerned, but this is a shocking video, really, viewers, that is coming to light where the DMK councillor's husband is seen in this video. You can see that man, which is the DMK councillor's husband, and he is running around with a machete in his hands, and he is in fact chasing 3 people. You can see that very dramatic visuals on your screens right now, where this councillor's husband, this DMK councillor's husband, is chasing 3 people with a machete over an argument apparently that had been transpiring between them. And over that argument, he just picks up the machete and runs after them, chases them. This is the video that has come to light, and this is a video, in fact, that has gone viral. And we are tracking for you the details of whether or not the authorities have taken cognizance of this, because this is a DMK councillor's husband, in fact, who is openly in daylight, in broad daylight, is chasing people with a machete. Varshini, my colleague, is joining me on the broadcast. Varshini, give us more details of this very shocking video that you have also brought for us. As far as this DMK councillor's husband is concerned, what are the steps taken by the authorities? Have they taken cognizance of this video?
Well, Priyanka, this whole scenario is definitely a shocking revelation to the people in the state, because the person seen in the video who's carrying a machete and chasing public people is a person who's a husband of a councillor, a DMK councillor from Tatamangalam of Manachanallur in the Tiruchirappalli district, in Trichy district. And this family, both the councillor and her husband, have been known for dealing with money of some financial businesses that they run. And we hear that Gunasegaran and 2 of his friends who've gone to meet Vetrichelvan, the husband of the DMK councillor, to discuss regarding this financial issues that has been going on between them for quite a while. And we learned that it has grown into an argument where it has gotten ugly, and where the husband of the DMK councillor Vetrichelvan is said to have been triggered because of the argument put forth by the other people. Therefore, that is when he started chasing the people.
Well, all right, Varshini there getting us the latest as far as this very shocking video is concerned. Varshini, of course, you'll be getting us all the updates as far as whether or not the authorities have taken cognizance of this video or not. Now, viewers, shifting focus to what really is going on in the entire country as far as the celebrations for the Independence Day is concerned. Heartwarming visuals really coming to light from Jammu and Kashmir. Let's take a look.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulates the country on occasion of Raksha Bandhan today. Prime Minister took to Twitter to extend his greetings to the country. Court will resume Shrikant Tyagi's bail hearing today. Earlier, court reserved its order on a bail application moved by Tyagi, who has been arrested for assaulting and abusing a woman in Noida.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army.
What the camel can do in the desert, no amount of technology can. And this is what we're going to tell you. What is the capability of this camel? रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है। तो कैमल को किस तरह से ट्रेन किया जाए कि पीस टाइम पे वहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से पेट्रोलिंग कर सकें, पूरे एरिया की देखभाल कर सकें, वॉर के अंदर जो इसकी यूटिलिटी है, जो इसकी उपयोगिता है, उसको अपना सार्थक कर सकें। Come with me. Let's spend some time with India's only camel unit at the BSF grounds in Jodhpur.
And viewers, here are these stories from across the country in brief. In the presence of all the dignitaries, Jagdeep Dhankar becomes the next vice president of the country. Dhankar was administered oath by President Draupadi Murmu in the national capital today. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, responding on BJP charge, claimed that he has no intention of becoming the president or the vice president of the country. Further, he denied all the claims.
पूरी मजबूती के साथ बिहार के सभी लोग जो विपक्ष के हैं, हम लोग सब कोशिश करेंगे मिल करके एकजुट होकर के आगे बढ़ने का। इसकी चिंता मत करिए। आदि वाला भी एकदम बोगस बात, हमारी कोई इच्छा नहीं थी। आई लोग भूल गए क्या? राष्ट्रपति और उपराष्ट्रपति के दोनों के चुनाव में हम लोगों की पार्टी ने कितना सपोर्ट किया।
Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav said that the people of Bihar are happy now. This comes after Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav took oath as Bihar's Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister respectively.
इनका चाल और चरित्र उजागर है। आप देख नहीं रहे पूरे बिहार में कितनी खुशी का माहौल है। जो मुस्कान आम और गरीब के चेहरे से, आम आदमी के चेहरे से छिन गया था, आज वो मुस्कान, खुशी झलक रहा है।
Reacting on Rajouri's terrorist attack, BJP and Jammu and Kashmir President Ravinder Singh lauded Indian forces for its all-out mission mode today while revealing that the 2 terrorists were conspiring the attack. He said that they are looking forward to celebrate Har Ghar Tiranga campaign in Jammu and Kashmir. After the terrorist attack in Rajouri, Indian Army showcased the unique nature of boat rally. In the rally, locals and students had national flags in hand at Kashmir's Sopore area. The police arrested 3 accused involved in BJP leaders Praveen Nethru's murder case. Meanwhile, the total tally of the arrests made in Nethru's brutal murder reached 10. In a shocking incident, a priest was brutally murdered in Ram Janki temple in Bihar. Following the gruesome murder, anger fueled among the locals demanding for a proper investigation. Meanwhile, the police has reached the spot. Amid incessant rains, Jammu witnessed flood-like situation triggering landslides and waterlogging. Meanwhile, Jammu-Srinagar National Highway remains blocked as team deployed at the spot continue to clear the mudslides. Due to the landslides triggered by heavy rains, Chandigarh-Manali National Highway has been blocked. Meanwhile, police has been deployed to clear the affected road. With COVID-19 cases rising in the national capital, the Delhi government has made wearing face masks mandatory in public places. A fine of Rs 500 will be imposed in case of violations. Time now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, furor over Aam Aadmi Party MLA's remark on CWJ hero. Demand for sacking grows louder after Republic newsbreak. And after Prime Minister scathing black magic jibe, Rahul is in defensive mode now, raises unemployment and inflation. Getting you all the updates of this on the other side.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulates the country on occasion of Raksha Bandhan today. Prime Minister took to Twitter to extend his greetings to the country. Court will resume Shrikant Tyagi's bail hearing today. Earlier, court reserved its order on a bail application moved by Tyagi, who has been arrested for assaulting and abusing a woman in Noida.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
मेरे साथ एक ऑफिसर था, मैंने उससे पूछा क्या मतलब है वॉर मेमोरियल में खाली पत्थर लगाना। उसने बोला कि सर ये वादा है फौज का, ये वादा है इंडियन आर्मी का कि और कितने भी नाम इस पत्थर पे लिख दिए जाएं, ये तिरंगा ऐसे ही लहराता रहेगा।
Now viewers, cutting across to some more breaking updates that we are getting for you from Bihar now, where just one day after Nitish Kumar took over as the Chief Minister of Bihar for the 8th time, high drama has now ensued in the state with the Speaker claiming that he will not resign. Now this comes after Bihar Chief Minister sought for a floor test on 24th and 25th of August. Now sources say that Bihar Vidhan Sabha Speaker is to face a no confidence motion, is the latest that we are bringing to you viewers. Now, of course, there is a new government in place with under the leadership of Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav as the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister. And we have seen the political ramifications of the same as far as the statements and the counter statements are concerned coming from the BJP and Nitish Kumar himself. The BJP time and time again claiming that this is Nitish Kumar running away and once again betraying the BJP as well. But of course, let's first listen in to this exclusive conversation that my colleague Prakash Singh had with Vijay Kumar Sinha.
आप इस्तीफा देंगे या
अविश्वास को फेस करेंगे? क्या करेंगे?
अरे माइक नीचे कर लो यार, चेहरा तो आने दो इनका।
क्या करेंगे विजय सिन्हा जी?
बोल नहीं रहे हैं कुछ।
आप अध्यक्षता करेंगे? क्या करेंगे?
आप अध्यक्षता करेंगे या सदन में बैठ के भाषण देंगे? जो भी हुआ है अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पेश करेंगे। आपको मुख्यमंत्री ने चिट्ठी लिखा है कि 24-25 को सदन आहूत कीजिए।
सदन आहूत क्या गया है, इस बारे में बता।
सदन के लिए माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का पत्र आया है, आहूत के लिए हम लोग कहा है।
आप कर दिया कौन से दिन को, कौन से तारीख?
जानकारी हमारे सेक्रेटरी दिए हैं, फाइल आएगा, हम लोग देख लेंगे, कर देंगे।
और अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पर आप क्या कहेंगे? आपके
क्या इसकी जानकारी मिली है? क्या जानकारी है अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के बाद?
जब तक इस पद पर हम बैठे हैं तब तक बाहर कोई स्टेटमेंट नहीं होगी।
Taking a quick break now, getting you details on the other side as India gets the new Vice President in Jagdeep Dhankar. Let's move on to some stories in brief from across the country. All eyes on the oath taking as Jagdeep Dhankar is set to be sworn in as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath of office to Jagdeep Dhankar at the Rashtrapati Bhavan around 11 a.m. And remember, Dhankar was elected as the Vice President on August the 6th after he defeated the opposition's Margaret Alba. Jagdeep Dhankar, ahead of his oath-taking as the 14th Vice President of India, began his day by paying respects at the Rajghat at the national capital.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulates the country on occasion of Raksha Bandhan today. Prime Minister took to Twitter to extend his greetings to the country. Court will resume Shrikant Tyagi's bail hearing today. Earlier, court reserved its order on a bail application moved by Tyagi, who has been arrested for assaulting and abusing a woman in Noida.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited.
Headlines at 2 p.m. after a 10-time no-show and a large-scale investigation, CBI arrests Mamta's top man, Anubrata Mondal. Another mega scam, another TMC Neta under arrest. Will Mamta act now? Another unrelenting attack on top court after Kapil, Sibal and Bhushan Dave. Now it's Prashant Bhushan. Commonwealth Games hero bags glory for India at the world stage, but AAP MLA seeks proof, tries to spark divide. Furor over AAP MLA's remark on Commonwealth Games hero, demand grows for sacking of the AAP Neta after Republic Newsbreak. After Prime Minister scathing black magic jibe, Rahul in defensive mode now raises unemployment and inflation. Thanks for tuning in this afternoon. We are live and breaking, and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Straight away, starting with our top story. This one coming in from the national capital, where the AAP Neta who had questioned whether the Commonwealth Games medalist belongs to the national capital has sparked controversy, as several reactions now coming in. Furor only growing by the minute over the AAP MLA's shocking remark on the Commonwealth Games heroes. The chorus now growing for sacking of the AAP MLA who made these shocking remarks, saying, and I quote once again, "Maybe I'm wrong, sister, but when I searched, I found that you have always been playing for Uttar Pradesh, not from Delhi state. Today, the whole country is proud of you. I pray to God that you go ahead." So that was AAP MLA Saurabh Bharadwaj, who had sparked a controversy by questioning and saying that Divya, the wrestler who won us a bronze medal at the Commonwealth Games, is not from the national capital, and that she hails from Uttar Pradesh. Whereas Divya also took to Twitter, in fact put out her documents as well, saying that she's won 7 gold medals for the national capital. In fact, we have a lot of reactions coming in. Let's listen in to how the BJP is now demanding the sacking of the AAP MLA.
2018 में भी जो बातें उन्होंने कही थी और आज वही वस्तु स्थिति आज भी है। ये 2022 में भी जब उन्होंने पदक जीता तब उन्होंने सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से ये बात रखी कि 2018 में भी यही स्थिति थी और 2022 में भी कांग्रेचुलेशन मैसेज तो आ गए, परंतु जो समर्थन मिलना चाहिए था, जो खिलाड़ियों के मनोबल को बनाए रखने के लिए जो चीजें उपलब्ध करनी चाहिए थी राज्य सरकार को, वो नहीं हुई। बस इतनी सी उनकी खता थी, इतनी सी ही गलती थी कि उन्होंने सच बोल दिया केजरीवाल जी से। इतनी सी ही मात्र गलती थी। देश का गौरव बढ़ाने वाली हमारी बेटी, हमारी बहन अगर सच बोल दे तो उन पर पूरा का पूरा आम आदमी पार्टी का पूरा सोशल मीडिया इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इस प्रकार से हावी हो गया, इस प्रकार से उनको ह्यूमिलिएट, इस प्रकार से उनको बेइज्जत, इस प्रकार से उनके ऊपर लालचन लगाना, और वो भी किसके द्वारा? आम आदमी पार्टी के मुख्य प्रवक्ता सौरभ भारद्वाज, जो कि एक विधायक है, केजरीवाल के बहुत क्लोज जो उनकी कोटरी है उसमें है। हर झूठ को बचाव करने के लिए, हर भ्रष्टाचार का बचाव करने के लिए अगर संभवतः कोई चेहरा सामने आता है पहले तो सौरभ भारद्वाज का ही होता है। वो आते हैं और कहते हैं हमारी बहन से, हमारी बेटी से, इस देश का नाम रोशन करने वाली महिला से, खिलाड़ी से, तू दिल्ली से है, मुझे तो लगा तू उत्तर प्रदेश से है। और फिर इतने दिनों से चल रहा है, परंतु केजरीवाल जी जो ऐड देने में व्यस्त है और अपनी मार्केटिंग करने में मस्त है, वो एक भी बार कुछ नहीं कहते। ये कई दिनों से चल रहा है मामला, इट्स बीइंग हैपनिंग फ्रॉम मेनी डेज। आखिरकार एक बेटी को, एक बहन को, हमारी देश की खिलाड़ी को सबूत डालना पड़ा, सर्टिफिकेट डालना पड़ा कि मैं दिल्ली स्टेट को रिप्रेजेंट करती हूं। उनका सर्टिफिकेट उनके ट्विटर हैंडल पर है।
It's not just Shehzad Poonawalla. Gautam Gambhir has also demanded the sacking of the AAP MLA who made these shocking remarks, coming down heavily on the AAP MLA for his remarks against the Commonwealth Games medalist, questioning and saying that she does not belong to national capital, whereas she hails from Uttar Pradesh. These are in fact the remarks that were made by the AAP MLA. Let's listen into that reaction of Gautam Gambhir.
Coming out in open and saying that she has not got any kind of support from Kejriwal government. How would you say that?
See, we've been saying that the government of Delhi has done nothing in the last 7 years, which is very unfortunate. Now at least the sportsmen are coming out in open, and a young girl who can accuse the CM of Delhi on his face that she hasn't got any support from the CM of Delhi, which is if his conscience does not get awakened now, it will never get awakened in any ways. I think it's a shame that a CM of Delhi represents the people of Delhi, because whether it's education, whether it's health, and now the sportsmen, because we all know that in the last 7 years, not even a single sports university has been opened in Delhi. No single hospital, no single college, no single school has been opened in Delhi. All he does is big advertisements. So at least now he should start doing for the people of Delhi, because it's been 3 years now. He still has 3 years left, and 7 years is a very long time. So it's a shame.
Aam Aadmi Party is saying that she does not belong to Delhi, she belongs to Uttar Pradesh. Your comments on this bizarre defense which is now coming out?
Yeah, that's what they've been doing. They're very good in passing on the buck, and now this young girl will also have to face this passing on the buck thing as well. When we raise this issue about school, college and hospital, they say that MCD doesn't let them do anything, BJP central government doesn't let them do anything. Now because now they've started passing on this buck as well. She doesn't come from Delhi, she comes from UP. Irrespective where she comes from, if she's living in Delhi, it is the responsibility of Delhi government to help her out in every way. And forget about that, one question needs to be asked to them. In last 7 years, what initiatives have they taken for the sports or for the sportsmen in Delhi? Everyone needs to ask this question. More importantly, rather than us, you people should ask the CM of Delhi that what all has he done in last 7 years when it comes to sports and sportsmen.
Thank you for speaking to the public.
Well, Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta has also responded to this controversy, saying that rather than splurging money on advertisements, the Aam Aadmi Party should give a proper platform to the sports persons.
ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि एक प्रतिभाशाली खिलाड़ी, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर की खिलाड़ी जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय प्रतियोगिताओं में पदक जीतती हैं दिल्ली के लिए, देश के लिए, और दिल्ली सरकार की जो खेल नीति है जिसके कारण से उनको सहायता नहीं मिल पाई है। दिव्या काकरान 20 वर्ष से दिल्ली के लिए खेल रही हैं और उन्होंने 25 से ज़्यादा मेडल भारत के लिए, दिल्ली के लिए जीते हैं। वो किसी प्रदेश की रहने वाली हैं, उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, लेकिन अगर वो दिल्ली में 20 वर्षों से खेल रही हैं तो एक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर की खिलाड़ी को सर्टिफिकेट के लिए सरकार कहे कि सर्टिफिकेट दे दो, और बार बार वो सर्टिफिकेट भी दे रही हैं। और दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री से उन्होंने गुहार लगाई कि हमें 5 लाख रुपए की मदद दे दो कम से कम, ताकि हम अपने जो काम कर सके, ज़्यादा प्रैक्टिस कर सके और हम देश के लिए पदक जीत सके। लेकिन ये दिल्ली सरकार की खराब खेल नीति ये प्रदर्शित करती है कि एक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय खिलाड़ी को किस तरह से बेइज्जत किया जाता है, उसको डिमोरलाइज किया जाता है और इसका असर उसकी परफॉर्मेंस पर पड़ता है। दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल जी हजारों करोड़ों रुपए एडवर्टीजमेंट पर लुटा रहे हैं, वो करोड़ों रुपए अपने विज्ञापन पर, अपने टूर पर खर्च कर रहे हैं, लेकिन क्या दिल्ली के अंदर खिलाड़ियों के ऊपर खर्चा करने की जरूरत नहीं है? अगर हरियाणा 1 करोड़ रुपए कोई पदक जब अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर कोई जीते तो 1 करोड़ रुपए वो देते हैं, लेकिन वहीं दिल्ली सरकार चुप हो जाती है और जो जरूरत उस समय होती है खिलाड़ियों की, जब उनको प्रोत्साहन देना होता है, तब भी वो कोई मदद नहीं करते हैं। ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है।
So the Aam Aadmi Party there in Delhi facing massive backlash over these comments that were made by the AAP Neta, saying that the medalist from the Commonwealth Games, Divya, is from UP, whereas Divya there clarifying that she's won 7 golds from the national capital. Let's move on to more 1-minute reports coming in of landslide that's been reported in Jammu as a result of incessant rainfall.
Heavy rainfall in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir has caused a massive havoc. Right now we are in the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway, where a lane, one portion of the road that was coming from the Kashmir Valley to Jammu has completely been washed away and the traffic has been diverted. I'll request Sir Jeevan to show you this entire stretch. More and more machines are being brought here. The JCBs, the excavators, all are being brought here so that this area can be cleared at an earlier. Sir Jeevan is showing you the visuals of the men and machinery that has been pushed into the work by the administration here, so as to ensure that both the sides of the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway, they can be resumed at an earliest. And Sir Jeevan,
is showing you these visuals. Important to mention that this is really a tricky place to stand on, as this area is continuously moving on that side because of the mudslides that have caused this havoc in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
Now, getting in visuals of Tiranga boat rally taking place in J&K Sapor, these heartwarming visuals coming to light that send out a strong message as the nation celebrates 75 years of independence. Well, moving on to a top story that we are tracking this afternoon after Kapil, Sibal and Bhushan. Now, Prashant Bhushan has attacked the top court, saying that judges effectively issue orders thinking about post-retirement benefits. So, very shocking remarks that have been made by Prashant Kishore, saying that SC by and large abdicated its responsibility and that it is lured of post-retirement jobs in judges. Adding that SC has rolled back civil liberties as well. These are the remarks that have been made by Prashant Bhushan. We have a lot of reactions as well coming in. In fact, let's listen into what Prashant Bhushan had to say as well as what Kapil Sibal said earlier when it comes to running down the Supreme Court by these leaders.
We are seeing that in general the Supreme Court has by and large abdicated its responsibility to protect the human rights and fundamental rights of citizens, and indeed gone further in some cases to even assault the civil liberties of the citizens. And as I said, one of the reasons for this is this lure of post-retirement jobs.
और 50 साल के बाद मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मुझे इस संस्था से कोई उम्मीद नहीं। आप बड़ी बड़ी अदालत की जजमेंट्स की बात करते हैं, लेकिन जमीन पे क्या हो रहा है उसको आप देखिए, उसमें बहुत भारी अंतर है। अदालत कुछ कहती है, जमीन पे कुछ और हो रहा है।
So, as you just heard, Prashant Bhushan there running down the Supreme Court, and this comes just after Kapil Sibal also made these shocking remarks, whereas Prashant Kishore now saying that the SC assaulted civil liberties, going on to mention that SC abdicated its role as guardian of civil liberties. These are the kind of remarks that have been made by Prashant Bhushan, going on to add that Justice Gogoi was made MP before retirement is what Prashant Bhushan also said, going on to add that let us see what happens post Zakia Jaffrey judge is given. Well, we have Vineet Jindal, a Supreme Court lawyer, also joining us. Sir, if I can get your response. Very unfortunate indeed the kind of statements being made by these leaders. First we had Kapil Sibal and now we have Prashant Bhushan, who's gone on to run down the topmost, the Supreme Court of the country.
Yes, if you see that there is a kind of trend has been started now, there are specific the people they have believing in some kind of ideology. I think they are trying to discourage our Honorable Supreme Court and discourage, not only discourage, they are targeting the Honorable Supreme Court judges for passing a remarkable judgments. If you see that recently the judgment which has passed by Honorable Supreme Court, that is an impactful and very there's a need of time, which is changing the whole scenario in field of law, investigation, and everything. But they are just because of their own specific reasons, the ideology in which they are believing, to follow that this ideology, they are trying to discourage and defame Honorable Supreme Court of India. I have filed a complaint for contempt against Kapil Sibal on his statement in which they have he's saying that the Supreme Court judges has been elected their own and they are passing a judgment as per their own without any constitutional this thing and from beyond the law things. So in the same manner, the Prashant Bhushan which he is saying right now That is also in that particular ambit, and the contempt should be initiated against Prashant Bhushan, and that should not be taken the previous one. It should be a strong step. It should be a strong punishment should be given this kind of people who is trying to discourage and defame our Honorable Supreme Court of India and its judges.
Yes, sir, stay with us. Yes, we have Rhythm also joining us. Rhythm, if you could take the next question.
Yes, Samiksha, in fact, I do want to ask Mr. Jindal, you've also been moving the Supreme Court. You asked for contempt action. Now, when you see Prashant Bhushan also talking in the same tone and tenor, is it not time for some law to be there to have a Lakshman Rekha in such cases?
Yes, definitely. Our Supreme Court judges are the highest constitutional post they are holding. They are passing judgments to safeguard the rights and constitutional rights of our citizens. And these people are specifically targeting some judges by specific naming the judgment which has been passed by them. So this scenario should be stopped. This kind of statement should be stopped, and the strong action should be taken. It is not only contempt. There should be some criminal action and criminal law should be initiated against them. Should be the central government and the Honorable Supreme Court pass such a direction in this regard, because this should be stopped. Otherwise, our constitutional, the Supreme Court, which is a constitutional powers, it has been they have been violating. They have been targeting every time. It should be stopped.
Well, we'll connect with Rhythm again. So we need Jindal there giving his response to these remarks that have been made by Prashant Bhushan. Remember, the kind of remarks that have been made are absolutely unfortunate with respect to the Supreme Court. Prashant Bhushan they're saying, drawing a link between verdicts and the retirement posts, going on to mention that SC failing to be guardian of civil rights. These are the remarks that have been made by Prashant Bhushan. And this comes, of course, days after Kapil Sibal also sparked a row by running down the topmost court of the country. In fact, Prashant Bhushan also going on to say that SC assaulted civil liberties, SC has rolled back civil liberties, and that SC judges lured by posts. We have Rhythm back with us. Rhythm, over to you.
I also want to go across to Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Mr. Mahesh Jethmalani, who's now joining us on Republic TV. And, I'm going to get back to him, but viewers, the larger point here, it's become a norm in the judiciary now to have certain legal so-called advocates who are now trying to throw and besmirch the reputation of the judiciary. We've seen it happen in 2018 when there were impeachment proceedings that were supported by the opposition of a certain Chief Justice. We've seen it later on when a lot of brouhaha was made of a four-judge press conference. We're seeing it today on every judgment the Supreme Court passes. If the lawyers are not happy with it and they're on the opposite side, they come to the court. If they're not happy and if also the judgment is not something to them, they also speak about it. From N.S. Nappanai, advocate in the Supreme Court, joining us. Ms. Nappanai, this is not the first time we are seeing this lobby speak up. But what has to be the action to stop them? What should be their Lakshman Rekha?
Rhythm, the difficulty is this. One, that these are unsavory comments and they ought not to be made. All of us are in agreement with. And you already have laws which are meant to restrain these kind of sweeping statements, making accusations which are completely unwarranted and unnecessary, namely the Contempt of Court Act, etc. But if all of this is still not restraining such senior practitioners from exercising restraint, from ensuring that they stay within permissible limits, then it is not just law or enforcement that can ensure better conduct. It will have to be something higher than that. And what can be higher is something very difficult to tell, because on one hand, we don't want draconian laws which will stifle speech in any manner. But on the other, we have to protect the constitutional institutions from being defamed in this manner. We talk about the chilling effect when it comes to systems stifling individuals' rights. Isn't it the same chilling effect on the constitutional institution when senior practitioners make statements like this, fully intending to stifle the rights of the court to decide the way they deem fit? Merely because you don't like a decision, it does not give you the right to start making accusations.
Yes, absolutely. And this is something that we are seeing happening time and again nowadays. It's not the first time with Napanai that this has happened. But we really want to now, other than the outrage that is caused every time, try and understand how they can be stopped.
Well, we have BJP's Gaurav Bhatia also joining us. Sir, if I can get your quick response to these remarks that have been made by Prashant Bhushan on the Supreme Court.
Sibal or Mr. Prashant Bhushan or Bhushan Dave, they are habitual offenders. Some of them have been also convicted under Contempt of Courts Act. They habitually make scurrilous, unsubstantiated remarks against the judiciary of the country because their only intention is to inject politics into the judiciary that would subserve their own ulterior motives. And whenever a judgment of the Supreme Court suits them, they are fine with the judiciary. If there is an adverse order against their client, then they will start casting aspersions on the judiciary. People of the country have full faith in the judiciary and zero faith in these people. And they have been answered time and again, politically as well as by the bar associations of the country. And they continue to make these remarks on the judiciary.
Yes, sir, stay with us. Prashant Bhushan even has drawn a link between verdicts and retirement posts, saying that Justice Gogoi was made MP before retirement, and also going on to mention that judges delivering favourable verdicts get government post. If I can get your response.
So, Republic, I just want to apprise all the viewers of Republic and every citizen of the country. The names on your channel continue to appear before the Honorable Supreme Court and the judges. And if these irresponsible remarks in public, then immediately, forthwith, stop appearing before these courts. About through I urge matter this that we're appearing before the Honorable judges of the Supreme Court or
All right, we'll try to connect with the audio of Gaurav Bhatia again, but let's once again listen in to these remarks that were made by Prashant Bhushan.
We are seeing that in general the Supreme Court has by and large abdicated its responsibility to protect the human rights and fundamental rights of citizens. We have seen from experience that these kind of judges who always side with the government, especially in judgments before their retirement, are usually given some post-retirement jobs. Just like Justice Ranjan Gogoi, the Chief Justice, as I said, one of the reasons for this is this lure of post-retirement jobs. But there are all kinds of reasons why the Supreme Court is behaving in the way that it is. We are seeing that the independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question. We have seen from experience that these kind of judges who always side with the government, especially in judgments before their retirement, are usually given some post-retirement jobs. Just like Justice Ranjan Gogoi, the Chief Justice, we are seeing that in general the Supreme Court has by and large abdicated its responsibility to protect the human rights and fundamental rights of citizens, and indeed gone further in some cases to even assault the civil liberties of the citizens. In such a situation, the role of the Supreme Court and the high courts, the higher judiciary in India, becomes even greater because it is really their responsibility and their power. It is their power, their duty, their responsibility to protect the rights of people whose rights are being trampled.
Kapil, Sibal, after Dushan Dave, it's Prashant Bhushan, who is himself a lawyer in the Supreme Court, who has come down heavily on the Supreme Court, questioning the verdicts and thereafter facing massive backlash as well. And a quick roundup of all that's making news ahead of the 75th Independence Day. BJP organized an event in Surat's Tapi River. The visuals on your screens show numerous river boats sailing in Tapi River. The entire fleet of river boats was seen decked up in tricolour. To mark the 75th year of independence of India, the RSS leader Indresh Kumar flagged off a Tiranga Yatra to commemorate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. He said that the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign is a moment of pride for all the people in the country.
समय भारत की स्वतंत्रता का उत्सव मनाने का है। आपस के अंदर आरोप प्रत्यारोप का नहीं है, बांटने का नहीं है, भड़काने का नहीं है, लड़वाने का नहीं है। यह तो प्रेम से गले मिलकर एकजुट हिंदू ना एक।
Days ahead of Independence Day, Telangana police organized a 5-kilometer run to mark 75 years of independence. The police commissioner said that a Tiranga Yatra had been taken out by the BJP leaders in presence of UP cabinet minister, and that the participants carried flag and chanted slogans of Bharat Mata Ki Jai as well. Slipping into a very short break, lots on the other side. Another mega scam, another TMC Neta under arrest. Will Mamata act now? And after Prime Minister scathing black magic jibe, Rahul in defensive mode now raises unemployment and inflation issue.
BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a two-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gangayaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts. Let's move on to some stories in brief from across the country. All eyes on the oath taking as Jagdeep Dhakkar is set to be sworn in as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath of office to Jagdeep Dhakkar at the Rashtrapati Bhavan around 11 a.m. And remember, Dhakkar was elected as the Vice President on August the 6th after he defeated the opposition's Margaret Alba. Jagdeep Dhakkar, ahead of his oath-taking as the 14th Vice President of India, began his day by paying respects at the Rajghat at the national capital.
Kapil sir, one question. Sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulates the country on occasion of Raksha Bandhan today. Prime Minister took to Twitter to extend his greetings to the country. Court will resume Shrikant Tyagi's bail hearing today. Earlier, court reserved its order on a bail application moved by Tyagi, who has been arrested for assaulting and abusing a woman in Noida.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Katwa and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel
Top headlines at 2:30 after a 10-time no-show and a large-scale probe, CBI arrests Mamta's top man, Anubrata Mondal. Another mega scam, another TMC Neta under arrest. Will Mamta act now? Another unrelenting attack on top court after Kapil, Sibal and Bhushan Dave. Now it's Prashant, Bhushan. Commonwealth Games hero bags glory for country at the world stage, but AAP MLA seeks proof, tries to spark divide. Massive furor over AAP MLA's remark on Commonwealth Games hero demand for sacking grows louder after Republic news break. After Prime Minister scathing black magic jibe, Rahul in defensive mode now raises unemployment and inflation. Thanks for tuning in. We are live and breaking the big story this afternoon of Anubrata Mondal, who is a TMC leader who is now in CBI net in connection with the cattle smuggling scam. So that's the latest what you're learning. Anubrata Mondal, who has now been arrested by the CBI in connection with the cattle smuggling case. Remember, Anubrata Mondal is said to be one of Mamta's closest aides. He has been with the TMC since its inception in 1998. He has been at the helm of TMC affairs in Birbhum district of West Bengal. So that is the latest what we are understanding. We have Kishli also joining us. Kishli, if you could talk to us more. We understand that 8 cops have also been summoned by ED in relation to this scam.
Well, exactly, Samiksha. First of all, Anubrata Mondal, when he was arrested and then he was taken to, now he's right now on way to Asansol Court, Asansol CBI Special Court. We are also learning that Anubrata Mondal will be first taken to ECL Hospital and he will go through a health checkup, after which he will be produced in Asansol Special CBI Court, where CBI will be asking for extension of his custody, and then he will be brought back to Kolkata here in Nizam Palace, where he will be kept and further interrogation will be done on this cattle smuggling case. This is one case, one development that's happening, and also, as you mentioned, ED has also sent notice and summon to IAS and IPS officers in Bengal, all close to Mamata Banerjee, all close to the state government, and all of them are related to some kind of case, some kind of scam. Especially all these officers are summoned in coal scam. So all these scams, recruitment scam, coal scam, then this cattle smuggling case, cattle smuggling scam, all these are exploding here in West Bengal. Right now, the biggest breaking in Bengal is Anubrata Mondal, another person who is very close to Mamata Banerjee and a TMC strongman, is arrested by the CBI, and he is being taken to probably first to a health checkup in ECL hospital, and then he'll be taken to Asansol CBI Special Court, where he'll be produced, and then he will be brought to Kolkata. That's what we are learning from our sources. Also to point out that after the arrest of Anubrata Mondal in different parts parts of Bengal, in different parts of Kolkata as well. All the opposition leaders, all the opposition parties are voicing their opinion. They are saying that this government is deep in its neck in scam, and right now there has to be more actions taken by the state government, more actions taken by Mamata Banerjee in order to remove ministers who are corrupt. Yesterday there was a press conference by several TMC ministers who said that in our party everyone is not bad, everyone is not thief. So the opposition is asking, why do we need to have a press conference where you need to clear that we are all not thieves? So are some of the minister thieves or what? That's what the opposition is asking. And very indicatively, just after that press conference, just the day after, Anubrata Mondal, another TMC strong man and the strongest leader in Birbhum district, is arrested today. He is being taken to Asansol court, after which he will be brought to Kolkata. That's what our sources are telling us. Samiksha.
Yes, Kishli, stay with us. As you were telling us about Anubrata Mondal's, he's considered to be very strong in Birbhum district when we talk about it. If you could talk to us more about Anubrata Mondal, how he's considered to be a very close aide of Mamata Banerjee, and that we understand that he also campaigned fiercely for the TMC when it comes to the by-polls that were held.
Well, exactly. Anubrata Mondal, who has been close to Mamata Banerjee since a long time. Mamata Banerjee lovingly calls this leader Keshto. That's what his nickname is. Mamata Banerjee calls him with this name, and he is connected with several scams now. First of all, this cattle smuggling scam, and then we also have the post-poll violence case, which is also CBI is also looking into that case. And just after the assembly elections in West Bengal, where Trinamool Congress won the majority of the votes, when Trinamool Congress came to power, TMC came to power, there was a large-scale case of post-poll violence, and many of the political party leaders of opposition parties died, party workers died. And according to CBI charges, Anubrata Mondal had a key role to play in Birbhum district in this post-poll violence case, post-poll violence incidents. Also, apart from that, the cattle smuggling case, which has exploded now, is one of the cases which CBI is looking into. In this case, Anubrata Mondal is said to have influenced the whole process by not letting the local law enforcement agencies like the police department, like the local police, state police, to act in order to stop this whole cattle smuggling case. So Anubrata Mondal was in a way trying to influence and help in the whole process of cattle smuggling, and in lieu of it, he got crores of money.
Yes. So Kishli, thank you so much. So Kishli, they're getting us all those updates from the Bangla newsroom. Latest what we understand is that Anubrata Mondal, who's now been taken to the raid location where he will be questioned further by the CBI in connection with the cattle smuggling case.
Income Tax Department conducted searches at various multiple locations in Janla in Maharashtra. This raid is connected to an industrialist. Raid conducted in Kalika Steels, Sairam Steels, one cooperative bank, and there is a financial and a dealer as well. What we have been known that 58 crore in cash has been confiscated, out of which 28 crore that has been seized from a farmhouse, and 30 crore has been seized from a bank locker. Moreover, there are 32 kg of gold that has also been seized by Income Tax Department worth rupees 16 crore, and 300 crore property, Benami property, has also been confiscated by Income Tax Department. IT seeks help of local police only after the third day of the raids that were conducted and the operation that has been done by the Income Tax Department. With video journalist Sanidhya Zalishan for Republic TV.
Well, tracking closely to another big story, this one coming in from Punjab, where we understand that the Akali is facing a major party crisis. In fact, the latest news that is coming in, Sukhbir Badur, who's now called for a meet as well. So we understand that this is in fact said to be a very crucial meet, as Akali would be dealing with party crisis, and after this, particularly after the release of Bikram Majite as well. We'll go across to Amandeep, who's tracking all those updates for us. So an important meet that has been called by the Akali chief in relation to the party crisis that is happening for some time now. We have Amandeep with us. Amandeep, if you could talk to us more about how important this meet is, given the fact that the party has been facing a crisis for some time now.
Well, absolutely, Samiksha. This is a very important meeting called by Sukhbir Badal just because the party is facing the rebellion inside the party. And in fact, recently, few days back, a rebellion group has held a meeting in Amritsar against the leadership of Sukhbir Singh Badal as a party president of Shromani Akali Dal. And even soon after that, Sukhbir Singh Badal has dissolved the entire Shromani Akali Dal structure. And in fact, after that, this is the first meeting that was conveyed by Sukhbir Singh Badal. And again, the organizational structure will be discussed just because from core committee to all organizational structures has been dissolved by the party president Sukhbir Singh Badal. Just because the rebellion group is straight away questioning the leadership of Shromani Akali Dal president Sukhbir Singh Badal. It was the two time that Shromani Akali Dal was not able to perform in the elections. And even in 2022, Shromani Akali Dal was left with only 3 seats. And in fact, that is the reason the party leadership and the senior party leaders, including Prem Singh Chandu Majra, Ravi Karan Kalon, Charanjit Singh Atwal, they all are sounding against the Sukhbir Singh Badal. And in fact, now this is the first meet, and this is very important meeting. And the question is that either the rebellions are going to join this meeting or not, just because they were the part of the core committee also, which was earlier constituted by Sukhbir Singh Badal and later dissolved after the rebellion. And in fact, either they are going to join this meeting or the rebellion voices will still sustain. And even after the release of Vikram Singh Majithia, who was a former minister and a senior Akali leader, and in fact this is the first meeting, let's wait and watch what is going to happen in this meet. Either the rebellion is going to turn down their voices or they will sustain with their voice against Sukhbir Singh Badal.
Yes, I was coming to exactly the same point that you mentioned. If you could talk to us more after the release of Majithia, has it emboldened Akali in some way?
Well, absolutely. Just because Majithia is basically belongs to the family of Sukhbir Singh Badal. He is a brother of Harsimrat Kaur Badal. The entire leadership and the all senior post of the Shromani Akali Dal basically belongs to the Badal family. And this is what the rebellion group is not able to digest, just because they were contributing in the party since years. And in fact, when the party is not able to perform it, so now they are raising the questions. But let's see, either the Bikram Singh Majithia is going to play a very pivotal role in this, or the rebellion will sustain after this meet as well.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much, Amandeep. We'll keep coming back to you. So, Amandeep, tracking closely the meet that has been called by the Akali chief with respect to the crisis that the party has been facing. And a quick roundup of all of more news that is coming in. Heavy rains lashed Ramban area in J&K, triggering mudslides and shooting stones. Following visuals, that surface show how the National Highway number 44 also was affected as a result of incessant rainfall that also led to heavy traffic jam in the area. Due to heavy rainfall in several areas of Uttarakhand from last 2 days, the hilly areas of Uttarakhand witnessed several landslide incidents which resulted in blocking several roadways in the hilly areas. The visuals that surfaced show the national highway that was blocked due to landslides, and state administration meanwhile has deployed SDRF to clear out the debris. A cloudburst that was reported in the Kullu area of Manali in Himachal Pradesh. According to sources, 2 persons have been killed and 10 shops have been washed away due to flash floods in the area. Meanwhile, the Kullu administration has issued a warning and asked people to avoid venturing close to rivers. Meanwhile, the daily life of mountainous areas of Mandi in Himachal was disrupted and made more difficult as heavy rains continue to lash the hilly Himalayan areas of Mandi, making the normal life of people difficult. The local weather department, meanwhile, has advised locals to not venture out. Heavy rains also lashed parts of Jammu, leading to waterlogging and traffic slowdown in some areas of J&K. Heavy rainfall, meanwhile, continues to lash several areas in J&K, including Jammu, Ramban and other areas of J&K.
Well, Shromani Akali Dal President Sukhbir Singh Badal has conveyed a meeting after the rebellion group voice against the President Sukhbir Singh Badal for not performing the party in last 2022 assembly elections. This meeting is very crucial. Let's wait and watch what is going to happen. We are slipping into a short break. Stay tuned for more updates.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gangayaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts. Let's move on to some stories in brief from across the country. All eyes on the oath taking as Jagdeep Dhakkar is set to be sworn in as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath of office to Jagdeep Dhakkar at the Rashtrapati Bhavan around 11 a.m. And remember, Dhakkar was elected as the Vice President on August the 6th after he defeated the And a roundup of more news that is coming in presence of all the dignitaries. Jagdeep Dhankar has now become the next Vice President of the country. Dhankar was administered the oath by President Draupadi Murmu in the national capital today. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar responded on BJP charge claiming that he has no intention of becoming the president, the vice president or president or vice president of the country, further denying all the claims that were made by the BJP.
पूरी मजबूती के साथ बिहार के सभी लोग जो विपक्ष के हैं, हम लोग सब कोशिश करेंगे मिल करके एकजुट होकर के आगे बढ़ने का। इसकी चिंता मत करिए। आदि वाला भी एकदम बोगस बात, हमारी कोई इच्छा नहीं थी। आई लोग भूल गए क्या? राष्ट्रपति और उपराष्ट्रपति के दोनों के चुनाव में हम लोगों की पार्टी ने कितना सपोर्ट किया।
Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav said that people of Bihar are happy now. This comes after Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav took oath as Bihar Chief Minister and Deputy CM respectively.
चाल चरित्र उजागर है। आप देख नहीं रहे पूरे बिहार में कितनी खुशी का माहौल है। जो मुस्कान आम और गरीब के चेहरे से, आम आदमी के चेहरे से छिन गया था, आज वो मुस्कान, खुशी झलक रहा है।
Responding on the Rajouri terror attack, BJP JNK President Ravinder Singh lauded Indian forces for its all-out mission mode today. However, condoling the death of 2 Jawans who were martyred in this terror attack, while revealing that 2 terrorists were conspiring the attack, he said that they are looking forward to celebrate the Har Ghar Tiranga in JNK. After the terror attack in Rajouri, Indian Army showcased a unique nature of boat rally. In the rally, locals and students held national flags in hand at Kashmir's support area. The police arrested 3 accused involved in BJP leader Praveen Nataru's murder case. Meanwhile, the total tally of arrests made in Nataru's brutal murder has now reached 10. In a shocking incident, a priest was brutally murdered in Ram Janki temple in Bihar following the gruesome murder. Anger also fueled among the locals who demanded a proper investigation. Meanwhile, the police has reached the spot. Amid incessant rains, Jammu witnessed flood-like situation triggering landslides in many areas. Meanwhile, Jammu-Srinagar National Highway remains blocked as team has also been deployed at the spot who continues to clear the mudslides. Due to landslide triggered by heavy rains, Chandigarh-Manali National Highway has been blocked. Meanwhile, police has also been deployed to clear the debris. With COVID cases on rise in the national capital, the Delhi government has imposed a fine of 500 for not wearing masks in public places, thereby making wearing of masks mandatory. Much more coming up on the other side. Another mega scam, another TMC Neta under arrest. Will Mamta finally act? And another unrelenting attack on the top court after Kapil, Sibal and Bhushan Dave. Now it's Prashant Bhushan who runs down the top court.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulates the country on occasion of Raksha Bandhan today. Prime Minister took to Twitter to extend his greetings to the country. Court will resume Shrikant Tyagi's bail hearing today. Earlier, court reserved its order on a bail application moved by Tyagi, who has been arrested for assaulting and abusing a woman in Noida.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gangayaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts. Let's move on to some stories in brief from across the country. All eyes on the oath taking as Jagdeep Dhakar is set to be sworn in as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath of office to Jagdeep Dhakar at the Rashtrapati Bhavan around 11 a.m. And remember, Dhakar was elected as the Vice President on August.
And tracking closely all the updates coming in on the cattle smuggling case probe, latest what we understand is that the TMC leader Anubrata Mondal has now been taken for a medical check-up. He will then be produced in the Asansol special CBI court according to sources. So source-based information that is trickling in. Anubrata Mondal, who is undergoing a medical check-up as we speak, and later he will be produced before the Asansol special CBI court. So a lot of developments happening. We have Kishle also reporting live from the Bangla newsroom. Kishle, if you could give us the fresh leads that you're picking up.
Well, exactly, Samiksha, as you rightly put, he's being taken to ECL guest house. Inside the guest house, he is right now. And then there'll be a medical checkup, we are being told, in this guest house, after which he'll be taken to Asansol court for court production. CBI will be asking for custody and then he'll be brought back to Kolkata. In Kolkata, he will be taken to Nizam Palace where CBI headquarters are. He will be kept there in their custody and there will be further interrogation, after which Anubrata Mondal will be then again produced in the court after a few days. We will be keeping a track on that story. We will be looking at that story very closely on Republic and more. We will be coming back after a short break.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulates the country on occasion of Raksha Bandhan today. Prime Minister took to Twitter to extend his greetings to the country. Court will resume Shrikant Tyagi's bail hearing today. Earlier, court reserved its order on a bail application moved by Tyagi, who has been arrested for assaulting and abusing a woman in Noida.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gangayaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts. Let's move on to some stories in brief from across the country. All eyes.
Searches which was essentially done in the presence of Anubrata Mondal, and finally he was basically placed under arrest. That was roughly about 10 o'clock this morning.
Anubrata Mondal, a very senior leader, a heavyweight in the Trinamool Congress, very close to Mamata Banerjee, whom the Trinamool Congress has for long shielded. He skipped summons at least 8 to 10 times, and he's been arrested this morning.
Thanks for tuning in. You're watching Superfast. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Let's get started with a quick roundup of all that's making news this afternoon. In presence of all the dignitaries, Jagdeep Dhankar became the next Vice President of the country. Dhankar was administered oath by President Draupadi Murmu in the Rashtrapati Bhavan today.
मैं जगदीप धनखड़
ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा तथा जिस पद को मैं ग्रहण करने वाला हूं उसके कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक निर्वहन करूंगा।
Prime Minister Modi congratulated the country on the occasion of Raksha Bandhan today. He celebrated Raksha Bandhan festival at his residence. This was in fact a special Raksha Bandhan as these girls were daughters of the downtrodden, and Prime Minister Modi there getting Rakhi tied by the girls. The Indian Army foiled an attack on the Indian Army base in which 5 terrorists were neutralized while 3 Army Jawans lost their lives. In fact, 1 officer and 2 Jawans were also injured in this terror attack. They've now been shifted to medical facilities for further treatment.
अपनी शहादत देकर के बहुत बड़े हादसे को अंजाम देने से रोका। अपने जान की परवाह न करते हुए जम्मू कश्मीर में 15 अगस्त के आसपास जो आतंकियों ने एक योजना बनाई थी उसको नाकाम किया। तो मुझे लगता है कि उन सेना के जवानों की शहादत बेकार नहीं जाएगी।
The Income Tax Department attached properties, assets amounting to over 390 crore rupees from an industrialist in Maharashtra's Jalna area. Now, this comes after the IT conducted search at multiple locations linked to an industrialist. In the major seizure, the IT attached properties worth 390 crore rupees, including cash and gold. In a massive development, the Central Bureau of Investigation arrested senior TMC leader Anubrata Mondal after he repeatedly skipped the summons by the CBI 10 times in relation to the cattle smuggling scam. He's now been taken for the medical checkup as well. After the arrest of TMC leader Anubrata Mondal, the CBI has summoned 8 more officials allegedly involved in the coal scam case. Speaking exclusively to the public, the AAP leader Amantullah Khan said that the ACB has given false information and that he had provided every document that had been asked for. He further attacked the BJP and revealed that the agencies are being misused by the central government. In a massive development, the UP court rejected the bail application of abusive politician Shrikant Tyagi, who assaulted a woman after having a heated argument. He was booked under IPC sections 354. After reports of a rebellion brewed, the Shiromani Akali Dal party chief Sukhbir Badal has called for a meeting at the party office in Chandigarh. And in more news coming in, a mega Tiranga rally that took place in the national capital as part of the celebrations of 75th year of independence. The Tiranga rally that took place in the national capital, the visuals on your screens which saw huge participants as well. In a shocking incident coming to light from Patna, where a priest was brutally murdered in Ram Janki temple in Bihar, following the gruesome murder, anger fueled among the locals demanding for a proper probe. Meanwhile, the police has reached the spot for further investigation.
गाड़ी मिले सुबह 6:45 बजे।
अच्छा, किसने बताया?
कोई बच्चा गांव के बताया, कोई आया था यहाँ पे, वही बताया है।
उनका कभी किसी से झगड़ा हुआ?
नहीं, 2 रोज पहले किसी से झगड़ा हुआ था, पर हम अभी नाम अपने ऊपर नहीं करेंगे उनका।
तो ये बात बोलते नहीं ना?
बोलते नहीं, गूंगे हैं। हाँ, वो ऐसे बोलते हैं।
कितने वर्षों से इसमें
मोटे 25 साल से ऊपर है।
25 साल
ऊपर है, हाँ।
कितने वर्ष से पूजा कर रहे हैं?
25 साल से पहले, 30 साल समझ लीजिए, 28-27 साल से समझ लीजिए।
Meanwhile, the police arrested 3 accused involved in BJP leader Praveen Itaru's murder case. Meanwhile, the total tally of arrests that have been made in connection with the brutal murder has now reached to 10. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, while responding on the BJP charge, claimed that he has no intention of becoming the president. He had no intention, in fact, of becoming the president or the vice president of the country, further saying that all the claims that have been made by the BJP are false.
पूरी मजबूती के साथ बिहार के सभी लोग जो विपक्ष के हैं, हम लोग सब कोशिश करेंगे मिल करके एकजुट होकर के आगे बढ़ने का। इसकी चिंता मत करिए। आदि वाला भी एकदम बोगस बात, हमारी कोई इच्छा नहीं थी। आई लोग भूल गए क्या? राष्ट्रपति और उपराष्ट्रपति के दोनों के चुनाव में हम लोगों की पार्टी ने कितना सपोर्ट किया।
Meanwhile, Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav said that the people of Bihar are happy now. Remember, this comes after Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav took oath as the Bihar Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister respectively.
इनका चाल और चरित्र उजागर है। आप देख नहीं रहे पूरे बिहार में कितनी खुशी का माहौल है। जो मुस्कान आम और गरीब के चेहरे से, आम आदमी के चेहरे से छिन गया था, आज वो मुस्कान, खुशी झलक रहा है।
Senior advocate Prashant Bhushan came down heavily on the Supreme Court at an event organized by the US-based advocacy group. Speaking by video link at this event, where Prashant Bhushan said that that the Supreme Court had taken back the civil liberties of the people and also abdicated its role.
Seeing that in general the Supreme Court has by and large abdicated its responsibility to protect the human rights and fundamental rights of citizens, and indeed gone further in some cases to even assault the civil liberties of the citizens.
Now, wrestler Divya Kakran, who bagged a bronze medal in the recently concluded Commonwealth Games, responded to Aam Aadmi Party's comment that saying that she had played for Delhi from 2011 to 2017. Kakran had taken to Twitter to say that she received no help from the Delhi government, though she has been living in the city for 20 years and has been training here. Addressing a press conference, BJP leader Shehzad Poonawalla said that the Aam Aadmi Party has insulted the players, further saying that the Delhi government did not provide proper facilities to the players and also demanded the sacking of the AAP Neta.
2018 में भी जो बातें उन्होंने कही थी और आज वही वस्तु स्थिति आज भी है। ये 2022 में भी जब उन्होंने पदक जीता तब उन्होंने सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से ये बात रखी कि 2018 में भी यही स्थिति थी और 2022 में भी कांग्रेचुलेशन मैसेज तो आ गए, परंतु जो समर्थन मिलना चाहिए था, जो खिलाड़ियों के मनोबल को बनाए रखने के लिए जो चीजें उपलब्ध करनी चाहिए थी राज्य सरकार को, वो नहीं हुई।
Gandhi Scion Rahul Gandhi took a jibe at Prime Minister Narendra Modi, claiming that Prime Minister should abstain from talking about superstitious things. Going on to tweet, and I quote, "Does the Prime Minister not see inflation?" Further, his tweet said that to hide your black deeds, stop lowering the dignity of the PM's post by saying superstitious things like black magic and misleading the country, unquote. With COVID-19 cases on a rise in the national capital, the Delhi government has made wearing of face masks mandatory in public spaces, failing which a fine of 500 rupees will be imposed. Stand-up comedian and actor Raju Srivastava has now been admitted to AIIMS Delhi following a cardiac arrest that he suffered. He is currently on a ventilator system. According to sources, he is responding to clinical treatment. The actor had chest pain and collapsed while working out at the gym. UP Chief Minister also expressed concern over his health. Meanwhile, the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma took a jibe at Nitish Kumar, who switched sides to join hands with the Mahagathbandhan and to form a government in the state of Bihar, saying that he is a guide for those who want to change parties in every 6 months. After boycotting the Niti Aayog meet, Telangana Chief Minister KCR will be chairing a cabinet meet. The agenda of the meet will be to discuss the mobilization of resources in the state in wake of delay in the state funds. Heavy rains lashed Ramban area in J&K, triggering mudslides and shooting stones incidents, following which the visuals also surfaced in which the national highway could be seen blocked as a result of landslides in the area. Due to heavy rains in several areas of Uttarakhand from last 2 days, the hilly areas of Uttarakhand continue to witness several landslides, and which has also resulted in blocking of several roadways in the hilly areas. The visuals that surfaced show the national highway that was blocked due to the landslides. Meanwhile, the state administration has taken cognizance and deployed the SDRF to clear the debris. In news from Himachal, where a cloudburst was reported in the Kullu area of Manali in Himachal Pradesh, according to sources, 2 people have lost their lives, whereas 10 shops were washed away due to flash floods in the area. Meanwhile, the Kullu administration has issued a warning asking people to avoid venturing close to rivers. The daily life of mountainous areas for those living in the mountainous areas of Mandi in Himachal was disrupted and made more difficult as heavy rains continue to lash the hilly Himalayan areas of Mandi district, making the normal life come to a standstill. Meanwhile, the local weather department has issued an advisory for the people in the area to not venture outside. Heavy rains lashed parts of Jammu, leading to waterlogging and traffic snarls in many areas. Heavy rainfall was reported in several areas of Jammu, Ramban and other areas of J&K. Meanwhile, traffic movement was also came to a standstill as a result of the waterlogging. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura starting August 27 to strategize the 2023 assembly polls. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party's office bearers in Tripura. And in yet another milestone in the Gangayan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor of crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts as well. And ahead of the 75th Independence Day celebrations, the BJP organized an event in Surat's Tapi River. Following the visuals that surfaced show numerous boats lined up that were all decked up in tricolour. To mark the 75th year of independence, the RSS leader Indresh Kumar flagged off the Tiranga Yatra to commemorate the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, saying that the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign is a moment of pride for all Indians.
ये है समय भारत की स्वतंत्रता का उत्सव मनाने का है। आपस के अंदर आरोप प्रत्यारोप का नहीं है, बांटने का नहीं है, भड़काने का नहीं है, लड़वाने का नहीं है। यह तो प्रेम से गले मिलकर एकजुट हिंदू ना एकजुट भारत और एकजुट भारतीय, एकजुट हिंद, एकजुट हिंदुस्तानी बनाने का है। आओ गले मिलें और भारत को महान बनाने की ओर तेज गति से आगे बढ़ें।
Days ahead of Independence Day celebrations, the Telangana police also organized a 5-kilometer run to mark 75 years of independence. The police commissioner was seen flagging off the event and said that the awareness was about this campaign should reach maximum households. A Tiranga Yatra was also taken out by the BJP leaders in presence of UP Cabinet Minister. The participants carried flag and also raised slogans saying Bharat Mata Ki Jai. The Gorakhpur Municipal Corporation flagged off 350 vehicles with tricolour to commemorate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The Municipal Commissioner of Gorakhpur and Mayor of Gorakhpur was present to mark and celebrate the 75th Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav ahead of Independence Day. Visuals of iconic Charminar also emerged that was all decked up and illuminated in tricolour as part of Har Ghar Tiranga campaign ahead of 75th Independence Day. According to the Home Ministry, over 100 crore people will take part in the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign to rededicate themselves to in service of the nation. And in news from across the globe, thousands of Argentine protesters gathered in front of President's office in the capital city demanding better income, state aid and a meeting with the new Minister of Economy. The organizers demanded the government grant a $150 bonus to low-income people and improve the quality of food supply to hundreds of soup kitchens run by social organizations. The sister-in-law of Peruvian president turned herself into authorities after prosecutors issued an arrest warrant for allegedly being part of an asset laundering criminal network. Paredes went into prosecutor's office while receiving support from dozens of people, including the peasant leaders. Hundreds of Bulgarians took to streets to the capital Sofia in Bulgaria, where they voiced their fears that the country's caretaker government should break with the policies of its pro-Western predecessor and revert to close energy ties with Russia. The first public statements by the current caretaker government appointed by President indicate that Bulgaria could restart talks with Gazprom to avoid natural gas shortages. China's Belt and Road Initiative, which was launched with an audacious plan to harness the juggernaut of the Chinese economy to the goal of Asian economic development, is on the verge of crisis as the BRI has become a burden for Beijing. Many projects, in fact, have failed to get off the ground and have produced very poor results. China placed a hold on a joint proposal of the United States and India to list Pakistan-based terrorist Abdul Rauf Azhar, one of the masterminds of the Indian Airlines Flight 814, under which the United Nations Security Council sanctions. Meanwhile, in more news coming in, a deadly fire that consumed at least half of the large oil shortage facility in western Cuba and even threatened to bring more power failures to the island's already fragile electricity system that was largely controlled on Wednesday. After nearly 5 days, the fire also forced officials to evacuate more than 4,900 people and shut down a key thermoelectric plant after it ran out of water, raising concerns about a new round of blackouts in Havana. US Vice President Kamala Harris met with pro-abortion state lawmakers in Nevada to discuss the political landscape in wake of SC's decision overturning Roe v. Wade. Harris also warned about the Republican lawmakers in conservative states passing laws that criminalize healthcare providers.
In many states, we're seeing an approach that suggests there should even be no exception in the cases of rape or incest. And I will tell you, having spent a large part of my career as a prosecutor, and I specialize in child sexual assault cases and violence against women, the idea that laws would be passed that after a person has endured such an act of violence, to not allow her to exercise the self-determination then to make decisions about her body and her future is...
A small southern California wildfire sent off smoke and flames swirling in a tornado-like pattern. The Los Angeles County Fire Department was firefighting the blaze from both the ground and the air. Meanwhile, the department tweeted that the crews were making good progress on fire and that no structures were threatened. Anti-government protesters in Rhinetown were clashed with the police in the streets of capital as tensions only simmered over the rising cost of living turned deadly in the West African nation. In national broadcast, the vice president was quoted as saying that lives of both policemen and civilians was lost. He also announced a nationwide curfew in a bid to stem the violence. Rescuers were continuing to find survivors and bodies after a building collapsed in Nairobi of Kenya. We understand that Red Cross Society's head of disaster management said that the number of people that had been trapped in the rubble was still not known. Meanwhile, officials have said that 3 fatalities have been reported so far. Tommy Paul recorded one of the best wins of his career, beating second seed Carlos Alcaraz at the Montreal Masters. Alcaraz had led by a set and a break and even enjoyed a match point of his own, but Paul was forced his way back. In fact, he forced his way back into the match and captured the win with his 5th match point. Nick Kyrgios produced a superb comeback to beat world number 1 Daniel Medvedev and booked his place in the 3rd round of Montreal Masters. Kyrgios has now won 14 of his last 15 matches, backing up his maiden appearance in Grand Slam final where he lost to Djokovic. And in more news coming in, table tennis gold medal winner Srija Akula won the mixed doubles gold medal with Ashanta Sharat. Kamal in the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham received a grand welcome at the Hyderabad airport is what we understand. Sports Minister Srinivas also gave a warm welcome to Srija Akula. Meanwhile, Serena Williams wore her game face as she crashed out of the Montreal Open a day after announcing retirement for lawn tennis. Switzerland's seed Belinda also beat Williams in the straight 2 sets.
Let's move on to some stories in brief from across the country. All eyes on the oath taking as Jagdeep Dhakkar is set to be sworn in as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath of office to Jagdeep Dhakkar at the Rashtrapati Bhavan around 11 a.m. And remember, Dhakkar was elected as the Vice President on August the 6th after he defeated the opposition's Margaret Alba. Jagdeep Drakkar's ahead of his oath-taking as the 14th Vice President of India began his day by paying respects at the Rajghat at the national capital.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulates the country on occasion of Raksha Bandhan today. Prime Minister took to Twitter to extend his greetings to the country. Court will resume Shrikant Tyagi's bail hearing today. Earlier, court reserved its order on a bail application moved by Tyagi, who has been arrested for assaulting and abusing a woman in Noida.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे। देखने एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri,
ये तिरंगा भाजपा का निशान नहीं है, ये तिरंगा हमारे देश का निशान है। सैकड़ों कुर्बानियां देकर ये नेमत पाई है। अपनी आज़ादी को हम हरगिज मिटा सकते नहीं। एक तेरे राहुल के चक्कर में हम इतनी बड़ी अपनी शोहरत गंवा सकते नहीं। उनको अगर लगता है कि ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी का चिन्ह है, तो ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी का गौरव है कि उनको तिरंगे में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी दिख रही है।
लेकिन नीतीश कुमार तो कह रहे हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री को कि अब 2024 में नहीं आ पाएंगे। इतना ज्यादा विरोध।
देखिए 2024 में मुझे लगता है कि नीतीश जी वैसे तो आज़ाद हैं, आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव में नीतीश जी भी कुछ भी करने को आज़ाद हैं, लेकिन मेरी दृष्टि देख रही है कि 2024 तक न वो घर के रहेंगे न घाट के रहेंगे।
A very short break amid a flurry of evaded CBI summons. CBI now tightens noose around Mamta's top man Anubrata Mondal as he's now been arrested by CBI. Another unrelenting attack on top court after Kapil, Sibal and Bhushan away. Now it's Prashant, Bhushan.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gangayaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts. Let's move on to some stories in brief from across the country. All eyes on the oath taking as Jagdeep Dhakkar is set to be sworn in as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath of office to Jagdeep Dhakkar at the Rashtrapati Bhavan.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Katwa and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gangayaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts.
A massive face-off that has erupted over the remarks that were made by the AAP MLA, following which Commonwealth Games medalist was forced to take to Twitter to prove she's been playing from 2011 till the 2017. She has 17 certificates to prove that as well.
If it is an individual stand, then Saurabh Bharadwaj will have.
Lines at 3:30 after a flurry of evaded CBI summons. CBI news tightens around Mamta's top man, Anubrata Mondal, as he's now arrested by CBI. Another mega scam, another TMC Neta under arrest. Will Mamta finally act? These are the first visuals that we are getting to you right now of the Har Ghar Tiranga, which is being celebrated at Prime Minister's residence, as well as the country marks 75 years of independence. The first visuals of Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, which is now the celebrations of which is happening at Prime Minister's residence as under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. You can see there the children who are holding the tricolour in their hand, waving the flag. And this, as a country, marks 75 years of independence. So, colourful visuals there coming in from Prime Minister Modi's residence. As you can see, Prime Minister there celebrating the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign with the children there who are seen with tricolours at PM's residence.
क्या करोगे 15 अगस्त को?
झंडा लहराएंगे।
पक्का लहराएंगे? ये कलर कौन कहाँ रहना चाहिए? और ये कहाँ? और ये? गलती नहीं करोगे ना? पक्का?
Thank you for staying with us here on Republic TV. For centuries together, the British looted India. The British stole India's resources and they looted us for centuries together. They took back so much with them, and we will never be able to put an amount to that or try to quantify how much the British really looted us. But post-independence, and we're running up to the 15th of August when we complete 75 years of independence, until date, there is an attempt made to steal, to loot India's culture, India's heritage, steal India's gods as well. And Republic TV is getting you this exclusive investigative report. This is the story of the Parvati idol. Story of the Parvati idol that was stolen 50 years ago, traced to New York, but nobody knows where it is today. It hasn't been brought back to India yet. It's a Republic TV exclusive report. Take a look at this. India's artifacts, ancient idols from our temples, are worth millions. But to us in India, they comprise a part of our rich history, our faith, our tradition, and our heritage. But smuggling these idols is the harsh reality in India. These stolen items end up in the black market, in auction houses and warehouses across the world. New York is one such hub where just till 2012 there were 2,622 stolen artifacts found. Among the prize stolen artifacts are pieces from the Chola dynasty from temples in Tamil Nadu built between 850 to 1250 CE. One such piece is the copper alloy Parvati idol that is valued at over 1.6 crore rupees that originally inhabited the Nathanapureshwar Shivan temple. A complaint was filed by temple trustee K. Vasu, who approached the local police in February 2019, saying the idol was stolen 51 years ago.
12/5/71 நைட்டு ஒரு 5 சிலைகள், 2 சம்பந்தர், ஒரு அகஸ்தியர், ஐயனார், புஷ்கலா, 5 சிலை போச்சு. Hear how he says he's been writing about the idol regime after regime, but action came only now. இதுக்கும் பிரைம் மினிஸ்டருக்கும், ராஜீவ் காந்திக்கும் பிரைம் மினிஸ்டராக இருக்கும்போது அனுப்பியிருக்கோம், இவர் நரேந்திர மோடி சார் இருக்கும்போது அனுப்பியிருந்தோம். இன்டர்ன் பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர் ஆஃபீஸ்லேருந்து சிஎம் இதுக்கு அனுப்பிச்சு ஆக்ஷன் எடுக்க சொல்லி அவங்களும் இது பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. ஆர்டிஐலையும் எல்லாம் இது பண்ணியிருக்கேன், ஒன்றும் சரியான அது ஆர்டிஐக்கு பதில் இல்லை. தொடர்ந்து ஃபைட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இப்போ இந்திராங்கிற மேடம் ஸ்டெப் எடுத்து இப்போ இந்த அமெரிக்காவில் இருக்குன்னு இந்த சிலையை கண்டுபிடிச்சிருக்காங்க. ஆனால் பேப்பர்லெல்லாம் வேறு பேர் போட்டிருக்காங்க. ஆனால் இந்திராங்கிற இன்ஸ்பெக்டர் தான் இதை முழு முயற்சி இது பண்ணாங்க. அவங்களுக்கும் இப்போ இருக்க டிஐஜி, ஐஜி சார் எல்லாருக்கும் என் சார்பிலையும் கிராமத்து சார்பிலையும் நன்றியை தெரிவிச்சுக்கிறோம். We dialed the idol wing of the CID, who say they are working to retrieve every single item.
I actually approached the Nachiyar Koil police station, the local police station, and given a complaint way back in 1971.
Okay.
His claim is that in 1971, on the night of 12/5/1971, there was a burglary in the temple premises and 5 idols were stolen. And one of the stolen idols is this Parvati idol.
Okay.
Because there was no idol wing way back in 1971. Surprisingly, they had a picture of this Parvati idol. So immediately we took the picture of this Parvati idol. We started looking at the various museum websites around the world. We found that this idol was listed in Bonham's auction house, which is in New York, and that it priced it at 1.6 crores there. But then we went to the experts, from the archaeological survey experts, who look into those idols. There is a photograph of the idol which we have obtained from the Indian French Institute, and the photograph on the website of Bonham's auction house are the same, and they gave an opinion that it is the same idol. So we're planning to get back this idol from Bonham's.
Meanwhile, we tried to speak to the Bonham's auction house in New York, but they were cagey and are yet to open up about the idols. Here is how the conversation went.
This is regarding one of the idols, a 50-year-old idol that was reportedly put up for auction at the Bonham's auction house in New York.
Is this about the situation of the idol itself, or is this about similar to a possible interview or anything similar to that documentation, sir?
Yes, this is regarding queries or interview. If we could get someone on record on this.
Hold on for a few moments. I'll try to see if I can get in touch with someone from our department. Might I place on hold for a few minutes?
Sure, not a problem.
Sorry for the delay, sir. I'm trying to get in touch with one of our heads of the Indian, Himalayan and Southeast Asian art department. He might be able to have some more information regarding this idol.
Yeah.
He appears to be a bit busy at the moment. Okay, I'll put you through to his voicemail now. His name is Mark, and he'll be able to assist you once he's back in the office.
Sure, thank you so much.
Bonhams responded to Republic TV's email and in their reply said, in 2018, Bonhams returned a Tamil Nadu statue to the consignor. It has not been on the premises of any Bonham sales room since that date. Bonhams takes matters of cultural patrimony very seriously. At that time, Bonhams was not made aware about any claim on the statue. Fact is, the Modi government has committed to bring back the loot with over 200 precious idols brought back since 2014.
भारत से बाहर जाती रही, कभी इस देश में तो कभी उस देश में इन मूर्तियां बेची जाती रही और उनके लिए तो सिर्फ कलाकृति थी, न उनको उसके इतिहास से लेना देना था, श्रद्धा से लेना देना था। इन मूर्तियों को वापस लाना भारत माँ के प्रति हमारा दायित्व है। साल 2013 तक करीब 13 प्रतिमाएं भारत आई थी।
The demand to bring our gods home is growing.
At least to bring back those murtis which have been seized, bring back those artifacts which have been seized by the various government law enforcement agencies, we need to have a system. We need to have a template. We need to have a central agency, because state governments will have to apply to the central government. They have to coordinate with the Ministry of External Affairs. They have to coordinate with the ASI and other law enforcement agencies. And the coordination will be really tough. So we need a central agency which will do all this thing with and liaison with the countries in which our artifacts are found. So Cambodia is doing a fine job on this. Vietnam is doing a great job on this. They are bringing back artifacts and antiquities regularly from various countries to which they were smuggled.
And the mystery of how an idol from Natanapureshwarar Shivan temple reached an auction house 13,594 kilometers away remains a big mystery. So where is the Parvati idol today? Can India find it and bring it to its rightful place in Kumbakonam? A Republic TV investigative report. And joining us on the broadcast this evening as we get you more details of this idol, this missing idol. In fact, you just heard the DGP of the idol wing of the CID speak to Republic TV's Varshini, and he said that it's been traced, but it appears that even though it's traced, it's not been brought back yet. They may have traced it, but it's not back. And what makes it even worse is the response from this auction house called Bonhams. And I have some Ratan Sharda is joining us on the broadcast. Ratan Sharda, political analyst and author. Aarti Agarwal, author, researcher. Madhuvanti, political analyst and entrepreneur, also joining us. But the breaking news is that we tried reaching out to this auction house, and it appears that over 2,600 idols mysteriously land up in New York alone. And that's New York alone, and that's 2,600 idols alone. Now, how many of these idols are missing? And these are centuries old idols. Varshini is joining us live from Kumbakonam. In fact, she's live from the temple where this was stolen. Let me go across first to her and then, get in the latest. Can you confirm to us, Varshini, that this idol is not returned yet? Stolen 50 years ago, centuries old. Where is it? It may have been traced, but where is the idol?
Well, Niranjan, absolutely yes. We are in the Nadanapureshwar temple in Tandamtotam village, which comes under the Kumbakonam district. And this temple does not have the idol back yet. In fact, it is very evident since we went inside and saw yesterday, the whole place where these idols were kept have now been completely shut down. It has been sealed because, there has to be some sort of an idol that has to be put there when it was originally placed. Therefore, after talking with the locals here, after talking with a priest who comes down to the temple every day to perform pujas, it is we are absolutely 100% sure that the idol is not yet back in the temple particularly. And as we also spoke to the DGP, who is the idol wing DGP, he's also very clearly stated to us that they are in the process of going through all legal process to bring back the idol to India, and it has not yet been brought back to India, is what is very clearly made out of all the conversations that we had with different people regarding to this particular temple and the idols that are missing.
The breaking news right now, let me put out the first breaking news update. The first breaking news update is that Bonhams has responded to Republic TV when we tried. In fact, I tried several calls to all their representatives. So they have this section called India, Himalayas, Southeast Asia, etc. Several calls that we made went unanswered, and the one call that we put through went in, but nobody responded. Nobody was willing to come on the line, apart from, of course, the operator. We wrote a mail. They sent us an email. They claim in 2018, Bonhams returned a Tamil Nadu statue to the consignor. Very vague. They say it has not been on the premises of any Bonhams sales room since that date. Bonhams takes matters of cultural patrimony very seriously. At that time, Bonhams was not made aware about any claim on the statue. Now it's bizarre. Ratan Sharda, for decades, somehow mysteriously, these idols land up. These idols land up in New York, and we hear that New York is a big hub where centuries-old idols land up somehow, and they're allowed to go from here. They're allowed to be stolen from India, stolen from our temples. They reach there and they're bought for millions. In fact, we are hearing that the going rate for this particular idol of Parvati was anywhere between 1.5 to 2 crore starting. That's where the auction would have begun. Ratan Sharda.
These agencies, these museums and these people who do the auction know that the laws are very complex. It's not very easy to get them caught and get those idols back. But the responsibility also lies with the government agencies. As you know, India Pride Projects, which is one of the NGOs which is working for recovery of idols, had done much more than the entire SA for so many years. We know that stolen idols are going on for centuries or so. They are shown in a very proud manner in UK or USA and other European centers. In the name of fake antiques, hundreds of murtis go. I was reading a story of August 2008. One single person had a godown with 300 stolen idols. Police was after him. But unfortunately, during the Modi era, 200 idols had come before Modi. Only 13 idols were returned. So this total carelessness, irresponsibility of AS and all other agencies, including the ambassadors of respective countries, is the reason why the numbers are so low. Now numbers are rising. Slowly, government is taking very strong action. Unfortunately, these are all loose ends, and the law agencies who actually allow these to go out are equally responsible. The poor temple management taken over by the Tamil Nadu and other temple authorities who give scant regard to their protection are also much more to blame because they allow these to go out. The story where they are stolen, generally the temples go in repair and things suddenly disappear. So everywhere you'll find people who are supposed to protect don't protect. They take over temples, they loot the temples, but they don't take care of the temples. Then we have very lazy ASI laws and very lazy government agencies sitting outside India who require a lot of prodding by the NGOs and citizens who work on their own. So till Mr. Modi came, this was the condition. Slowly things are changing. But this brazenness of this museum needs to be exposed, and such people need to be brought to book and internationally ashamed, and this business will stop. If smaller countries can do it, why are we slow about it? That is my question.
Yeah, let me get in Madhuvanti as well. Madhuvanti, we spoke to the priest. We are reporting from there. They say that, each time, imagine this, when you have a special puja or a ceremony, you bring the idols out, you lock them up once again because you're scared, And they say that many such idols have gone missing. You're from Chennai. You know how big the industry is, but it's sad that they're allowed to be stolen from temples. They're shipped out or flown to different parts of the world. And these are, of course, now with the Prime Minister, we see that the government has taken an initiative to bring them back. But the irony is that many have been returned, like this Parvati idol.
Yes, I would like to add to what Ratan Sharda ji had to say, that the agencies have a very lackadaisical mindset, and this is not priority. For that priest, we just heard him speak. His entire life, his entire cultural fragment, his entire ethos revolves around that temple and that idol. And many such priests across Tamil Nadu, across the globe, even in America and other places where you have temples, these priests just completely align themselves with the gods and goddesses. So for them, that idol is their everything. It's their very breath. It's their very psyche. But for people who just steal them and, sell them off to these antiques and these showrooms and the most irresponsible way in which this museum has sent an email or has put some operator on the phone, I think is very, very, very sad to note. Yes, we are very happy that once Modi ji has taken over as the Prime Minister of this country, a lot of steps have been taken to bring back these idols. But then we are a country with a 5,000-year-old history, and these temples, these gods, these goddesses, they mean a lot to us. They are a very part of our lives and our very evolution. So it's not, you just can't take it so lightly. And it's very sad to note that they've traced the idol, but they don't know where the idol is. And they just seem to say that, we've sent back an idol back to Tamil Nadu. I mean, this is not a figurine. This is not just an idol. There is life to it. Puja has been done to it for several years. You call it Avahan. You bring in the gods and goddesses into these idols and you pray.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a part of your faith. This is part of the Hindu Sanatana Dharma. This is not just a mere figure that you just export somewhere and then import back and put into the temple. Even now, once it comes back, there is a lot of process that will take place by the time the idol goes back into the sanctum. There are a lot of things that are involved when you work on these rituals. And these are not mere rituals.
No, is it possible, Aarti, also that all of these idols just disappeared without some sort of political / bureaucratic / agency?
No, I don't
inside?
think that's possible. Let's call it what it is. These deities have been smuggled out of India. We need to use the correct word, I think. We are not using.
Yeah, they were smuggled out.
And I would want to, pointedly mention here that HR and CE is an extremely corrupt organization, which is in large part responsible for all these type of, smuggling of deities from India. Am I audible? Is my sound all right? I'm sort of getting an echo. Hello?
Okay. I'll just come back to you. We'll just fix your audio there. Varshini, I'm going back to you, Varshini, for a second while we fix that audio. Now, the other breaking news update is that, do they know where this is? Do they know where this idol is? Or when it will be brought back? How many more idols have been stolen, Varshini, over the years and decades?
Well, Niranjan, in this particular temple, you see there are 7 idols that have gone missing so far. In 1971, when it initially happened, in May month of 1971, there were 5 idols that were stolen. And immediately the next year, 1972, the people here tell us that again 2 idols were stolen. One was the Nataraja idol, the main Nataraja who's being worshipped here. And along with him went missing was the Amman, the Parvati idol. And those 2 important idols of this temple went missing in 1972. And that Parvati idol is what has now come to surface, that the DGP of the idol wing says that has been found in Bonhams in New York, with a picture that they found from the Indian French Institute would verify it is that picture that verified that the same idol is now currently in New York, and that is how they found out that the idol is still somewhere so that we could bring it back. While the idol wing says that they are taking all their efforts, be it legally or through any other procedures that have been done. The papers have been sent to the state government, which in turn has to be sent to the central government, and after that the central government has to contact the New York government to bring back the idol. This is the whole process that we come to know that has to happen for the idol to come back. So this is what we are picking up here, and none of these 7 idols are back so far. And in this temple, the people still feel the emptiness. They still say that there is a void that the whole village here feels, because the Tandavam Totem, the village name itself is from the Natarajar and Parvati idol who danced here, and that is how they want to describe the village itself, and that is the emotion that is linked to here. And it's been 51 years that the people in the village are living without their main gods that they worship every single day.
Well, this story is getting much bigger than we thought. We are hearing that 7 idols were stolen from one temple alone. Can you believe it? 7 idols stolen from one temple alone, and it does not add up, because if today the DGP of the idol wing, CID, says that they've traced it to New York, to an auction house, and Republic TV reached out to that auction house, and they responded to Republic saying that in 2018 they had a statue which they returned to the consignor. It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up because the statue has been traced now, and they're obviously in denial, maybe trying to sort of dodge the media on the obvious question, not willing to give out facts of what the truth is. But the truth is a 12th century Parvati idol, one of many thousands that have been missing from the state of Tamil Nadu alone, that have been traced to one city. In New York alone, can you imagine? In just one city in New York, over 2,600 statues have been traced to different auction houses, different storerooms, and they were all looted from our temples in India. And this one idol alone, the Parvati idol, and we are just breaking the information now that 7 idols are missing from this one temple alone. A story that we need to follow harder, because somewhere things don't add up, and this idol is not back. 75 years, we're going to celebrate 75 years of independence, and 75 years later, we are still struggling to bring back our culture, our heritage, our gods that were stolen from our temples. And they continue to be stolen in many such cases. I'd like to thank Aarti, Mr. Ratan Sharda and Madhuvanti at this point. Tracking the story continues to be one of our focus stories on the public. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, getting you that big story from Bengal that was broken on Republic this morning of a second arrest. Anubrata Mondal, senior Trinamool Congress leader, a heavyweight who was arrested this morning. Full details coming up.
The independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question, and that's the feeling of a large number of citizens in this country.
Threatening and the besmirching of the reputation of the judiciary, it's shocking that anything and everything is being said, laws are being spoken of, people and civil rights are spoken of by people who are known to be a lobby.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a two-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala to
What the camel can do in the desert, no amount of technology can. And this is what we're going to tell you. What is the capability of this camel?
रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है। तो कैमल को किस तरह से ट्रेन किया जाए कि पीस टाइम में वहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से पेट्रोलिंग कर सकें, पूरे एरिया की देखभाल कर सकें, वॉर के अंदर जो इसकी यूटिलिटी है, जो इसकी उपयोगिता है, उसको अपना सार्थक कर सकें।
Come with me. Let's spend some time with India's only camel unit at the BSF grounds in Jodhpur.
मेरे साथ एक ऑफिसर था, मैंने उससे पूछा क्या मतलब है वॉर मेमोरियल में खाली पत्थर लगाना। उसने बोला कि सर ये वादा है फौज का, ये वादा है इंडियन आर्मी का कि और कितने भी नाम इस पत्थर पे लिख दिए जाएं, ये तिरंगा ऐसे ही लहराता रहेगा।
चाहता हूँ, हमेशा दिल में सोता हूँ शाम को, मेरे को दर्द होता है कलेजे के अंदर कि चाइना आए तो आज भी मैं खाने के लिए तैयार हूँ। युद्ध भूमि में दुश्मन से जब हम लड़ा करते थे तूफानों को मोड़ दिया करते थे, अभी जितना बॉर्डर पर मारते हैं उतना तो हम रोड पर छोड़ दिया करते थे।
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV. A story that broken by Republic TV about the stolen Parvati idol. A 12th century idol stolen about 51 years ago. Traced to New York, but nobody's been able to find where it is right now, bring it back, and the auction house involved has responded to Republic saying that they returned a idol in 2018, not talking about the particular idol in question. Thousands of idols stolen from our temples, culture looted, heritage smuggled out of India. A story that we've tracked very closely on Republic. It's an investigation from Kumbakonam to New York. Take a look at this story. India's artifacts, ancient idols from our temples, are worth millions. But to us in India, they comprise a part of our rich history, our faith, our tradition, and our heritage. But smuggling these idols is the harsh reality in India. These stolen items end up in the black market, in auction houses and warehouses across the world. New York is one such hub where just till 2012 there were 2,622 stolen artifacts found. Among the prize stolen artifacts are pieces from the Chola dynasty from temples in Tamil Nadu built between 850 to 1250 CE. One such piece is the copper alloy Parvati idol that is valued at over 1.6 crore rupees that originally inhabited the Nathanapureshwar Shivan temple. A complaint was filed by temple trustee K. Vasu, who approached the local police in February 2019 saying the idol was stolen 51 years ago.
12/5/71 நைட்டு ஒரு 5 சிலைகள், 2 சம்பந்தர், ஒரு அகஸ்தியர், ஐயனார், புஷ்கலா, 5 சிலை போச்சு.
Hear how he says he's been writing about the idol regime after regime, but action came only now.
எல்லா இதுக்கும் பிரைம் மினிஸ்டருக்கும், ராஜீவ் காந்திக்கும் பிரைம் மினிஸ்டராக இருக்கும்போது அனுப்பியிருக்கோம், இவர் நரேந்திர மோடி சார் இருக்கும்போது அனுப்பியிருந்தோம். இன்டர்ன் பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர் ஆஃபீஸ்லேருந்து சிஎம் இதுக்கு நம்ம இதுக்கு அனுப்பிச்சு ஆக்ஷன் எடுக்க சொல்லி அவங்களும் இது பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. ஆர்டிஐலையும் எல்லாம் இது பண்ணியிருக்கேன், ஒன்றும் சரியான அது ஆர்டிஐக்கு பதில் இல்லை. தொடர்ந்து ஃபைட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இப்போ இந்திராங்கிற மேடம் ஸ்டெப் எடுத்து இப்போ இந்த அமெரிக்காவில் இருக்குன்னு இந்த சிலையை கண்டுபிடிச்சிருக்காங்க. ஆனால் பேப்பர்லெல்லாம் வேறு பேர் போட்டிருக்காங்க. ஆனால் இந்திராங்கிற இன்ஸ்பெக்டர் தான் இதை முழு முயற்சி இது பண்ணாங்க. அவங்களுக்கும் இப்போ இருக்கிற டிஐஜி, ஐஜி சார் எல்லாருக்கும் என் சார்பிலையும் கிராமத்து சார்பிலையும் நன்றியை தெரிவிச்சுக்கிறோம்.
We dialed the idol wing of the CID, who say they are working to retrieve every single item.
I actually approached the Nachiyarkoil police station, the local police station, and given a complaint way back in 1971.
Okay.
His claim is that in 1971, on the night of 12/5/1971, there was a burglary in the temple premises and 5 idols were stolen. And one of the stolen idols is this Parvati idol.
Okay.
Because there was no idol being way back in 1971, surprisingly they had a picture of this Parvati idol. So we immediately took the picture of this Parvati idol. We started looking at the various museum websites around the world. We found that this idol was listed in Bonham's auction house, which is in New York, and that it priced it at 1.6 crores there. Then we went to the experts, from the archaeological survey experts, who look into those idols, whether the photograph of the idol which we have obtained from the Indian French Institute and the photograph on the website of Bonham's auction house are the same. And they gave an opinion that it is the same idol. So we're planning to get back this idol from Bonham's.
Meanwhile, we tried to speak to the Bonham's auction house in New York, but they were cagey and are yet to open up about the idols. Here is how the conversation went.
This is regarding one of the idols, a 50-year-old idol that was reportedly put up for auction at the Bonham's auction house in New York.
Is this about the situation of the idol itself, or is this about similar to a possible interview or anything similar to documentation, sir?
Yes, this is regarding queries or interview. If we could get someone on record on this.
Hold on for a few moments.
एक वेतन आयोग बनाती है। 8वां वेतन आयोग अभी बनने वाला था। 8वां वेतन आयोग केंद्र सरकार ने कहा है कि अब हम 8वां वेतन आयोग नहीं बनाएंगे। 8वां वेतन आयोग क्यों नहीं, हर 10-10 साल में बनता है। 8वां वेतन आयोग क्यों नहीं बनाएंगे? कह रहे हैं कि हमारे पास पैसा नहीं है, पैसे की कमी है। केंद्र सरकार के पास अपने केंद्र के कर्मचारियों का वेतन बढ़ाने के लिए भी पैसा नहीं बचा। कहाँ गया केंद्र सरकार का सारा पैसा? ऐसा केंद्र सरकार की इतनी बुरी क्या हालत हो गई है कि केंद्र सरकार के पास अपने कर्मचारियों को जो हर बार बढ़ाया जाता था, वेतन आयोग बिठाया जाता था, वो भी नहीं बिठा रहे। मनरेगा, देश के गरीब से गरीब आदमी जिसके घर में कुछ भी नहीं होता, उस व्यक्ति को सरकार साल में 100 दिन की दिहाड़ी का पैसा देती है। 100 दिन का काम देती है और फिर 100 दिन का पैसा देती है दिहाड़ी के हिसाब से। केंद्र सरकार कह रही है हमारे पास वो पैसा भी नहीं है देने के लिए। पिछले साल के मुकाबले इस साल उस पैसे में 25% की कटौती कर दी गई है। देश के सबसे गरीब, सबसे मजदूर आदमी, किसान मजदूर, रिमोट इलाकों में जो देश में रहते हैं, गांव में रहते हैं, वो लोग दिहाड़ी के हिसाब से साल में 100 दिन की दिहाड़ी करते थे और सरकार उनको गड्ढे खोदने का काम करते थे, कहीं कुछ सड़क बनाने का काम करते थे, उनको सरकार 100 दिन की दिहाड़ी दिया करती थी। उसमें भी कटौती कर दी गई है। सरकार कह रही है पैसा नहीं है। केंद्र सरकार जितना टैक्स इकट्ठा करती है देश भर से, उसमें से एक हिस्सा राज्यों को देती है। अभी तक ये था कि 42% उस टैक्स का हिस्सा राज्यों को देना होता था। पिछले कुछ वर्षों में ये भी घटा के 29-30% कर दिया गया है। राज्यों को जो पैसा केंद्र सरकार देती है उसकी भी कमी कर दी गई है। कह रहे हैं पैसा नहीं है। आखिर गया कहाँ केंद्र सरकार का सारा पैसा? 2014 में जितना टैक्स इकट्ठा करती थी केंद्र सरकार, उससे तो दुगना तिगुना टैक्स इकट्ठा हो रहा है आज की डेट में। ये सारा पैसा जा कहाँ रहा है? आज़ादी के बाद से आज तक 75 साल मना रहे हैं हम आज़ादी के। पहली बार एक गरीब आदमी की गेहूं और चावल के ऊपर टैक्स लगाया गया, खाने पीने की चीज़ों पे टैक्स लगाया गया है। कभी नहीं लगाया, किसी सरकार ने नहीं लगाया। सबसे क्रूर चीज़ है ये। एक बिल्कुल गरीब आदमी, एक भिखारी जिसके पास कुछ नहीं होता, वो भी मार्केट से जब गेहूं और चावल अब खरीद के लाएगा, उसको उस पर टैक्स देना पड़ेगा। किसी सरकार ने इतना क्रूर कदम नहीं उठाया था। गेहूं पे टैक्स लगा दिया, चावल पे टैक्स लगा दिया, गुड़ के ऊपर टैक्स लगा दिया, शहद पे टैक्स लगा दिया।
छाछ पे टैक्स लगा दिया, लस्सी पे टैक्स लगा दिया, दही पे टैक्स लगा दिया, पनीर पे टैक्स लगा दिया। क्या ज़रूरत पड़ गई? क्या ऐसी क्या हालत हो गई केंद्र सरकार की कि गरीब से गरीब आदमी के खाने के ऊपर टैक्स लगाने की नौबत आ गई, जो आज तक 75 साल में कभी नहीं हुआ था। और केंद्र सरकार ने पेट्रोल और डीजल के ऊपर इतना टैक्स लगा रखा है, हर रोज़ बताते हैं 1000 करोड़ रुपए का, 1000 करोड़ रुपए की पेट्रोल और डीजल से टैक्स पे आमदनी होती है। साल में लगभग 3.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए की आमदनी होती है केंद्र सरकार की पेट्रोल और डीजल पे जो टैक्स लगा रखा है। कहाँ गया ये सारा पैसा? और अब कह रहे हैं कि सारी जितनी सुविधाएं जनता को फ्री में मिलती हैं वो बंद होनी चाहिए। सारे सरकारी स्कूल या तो बंद किए जाएं और या सारे सरकारी स्कूलों में बच्चों से फीस ली जाए, ऐसा कह रहे हैं ये लोग। आप सोच के देखो, अगर सरकारी स्कूलों में फीस लगने लग गई, देश के कोने कोने के अंदर सरकारी स्कूल, वैसे ही सरकारी स्कूलों के अंदर पढ़ाई खराब है, और अगर सरकारी स्कूलों में फीस लगने लग गई तो बच्चे को तो कोई नहीं पढ़ा पाएगा। आधे से ज़्यादा बच्चे इस देश के अनपढ़ रह जाएंगे। देश आगे कैसे बढ़ेगा? कह रहे हैं कि सारे सरकारी अस्पतालों के अंदर अब पैसे लगने चाहिए, सरकारी अस्पतालों में जो फ्री का इलाज होता है वो बंद होना चाहिए। सरकारी स्कूलों से मेरे को याद आया कि कई राज्य सरकारों ने अब सरकारी स्कूलों में फ़ीस लगा भी दी है। मैंने मीडिया में खबरें पढ़ी हैं कि एक राज्य के अंदर 120 रुपये महीना फ़ीस लगा दी है, एक राज्य के अंदर 500 रुपये महीना फ़ीस लगा दी है। कहाँ से लाएगा एक गरीब आदमी 500 रुपये महीना अपने बच्चों को पढ़ाने के लिए? अब ये सारे देश के अंदर सरकारी अस्पतालों के अंदर कह रहे हैं कि सरकारी अस्पतालों में बिना पैसे दिए इलाज नहीं होगा। गरीब आदमी के पास इलाज कराने के पैसे नहीं हैं, वो कहाँ से लाएगा पैसे इलाज कराने के लिए? और जिसके पास पैसे नहीं है उसका इलाज नहीं होगा, मर जाएंगे गरीब लोग इस देश के। और अब ये कह रहे हैं कि राशन भी, फ्री का राशन भी बंद होगा। फ्री नहीं होना चाहिए, फ्री का राशन भी बंद कर देना चाहिए। 75 साल तक जितनी केंद्र सरकारें आई, किसी को ऐसा घाटा नहीं हुआ कि फ्री का राशन बंद कर दिया गया। कब से मिल रहा है फ्री का राशन? कब से राशन की दुकानें कब से हैं? अब ये फ्री का राशन भी बंद करना चाहते हैं। प्रश्न उठता है, ये सारा पैसा केंद्र सरकार का गया कहाँ? 2014 में लगभग केंद्र सरकार का 20 लाख करोड़ का बजट होता था। आज केंद्र सरकार का लगभग 40 लाख करोड़ का बजट है। तो ये सारा पैसा जा कहाँ रहा है? इन्होंने अपने दोस्तों के, इन्होंने बहुत सुपर रिच लोगों के, जो अरबपति लोग हैं, ऐसे ऐसे लोगों के इन्होंने 10 लाख करोड़ रुपए के कर्जे माफ कर दिए। सरकारी पैसे से इन्होंने, इनमें जितने के कर्जे माफ किए, कई इनके दोस्त हैं, सरकारी पैसे से इन लोगों ने सुपर रिच लोगों के, अरबपति लोगों के 10 लाख करोड़ रुपए के कर्जे माफ कर दिए। किसी के 7,000 करोड़ रुपए माफ कर दिए, किसी के 10,000 करोड़ रुपए माफ कर दिए, किसी के 5,000 करोड़ रुपए माफ कर दिए। क्यों? अगर ये कर्जे माफ नहीं किए जाते, इतने करोड़ों करोड़ों, हजारों लाखों करोड़ रुपए के अगर कर्जे माफ नहीं किए जाते, तो इनको खाने पीने की चीज़ों के ऊपर टैक्स लगाने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ती। अगर ये लाखों करोड़ों रुपए के कर्जे माफ़ नहीं किए जाते, तो आज इनके पास सेना के जवानों की पेंशन देने के लिए पैसे की कमी नहीं पड़ती। अगर इनको ये लाखों करोड़ रुपए के कर्जे नहीं दिए जाते, तो इस तरह की देश की हालत नहीं होती। एक और चीज़ पता चली है, अरबपति सुपर रिच लोगों के, इन्होंने बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियों के 5 लाख करोड़ रुपए का टैक्स माफ कर दिया। एक तरफ तो कर्जे माफ कर दिए और दूसरी तरफ इनसे जो टैक्स लेना था वो टैक्स माफ कर दिया। गरीब आदमी पे टैक्स लगा दिया। आपके गेहूं, आपके चावल, आपकी दही, आपकी छाछ, आपकी लस्सी, आपकी गुड़, आपकी शहद के ऊपर टैक्स लगा दिया। बड़े बड़े अमीर लोगों के 5 लाख करोड़ रुपए के, पिछले कुछ सालों में 5 लाख करोड़ रुपए के इन्होंने टैक्स माफ कर दिए। इन्होंने छूट दे दी इनको। इस देश का आम नागरिक आज ठगा हुआ महसूस कर रहा है। इस देश का आम नागरिक आज धोखा महसूस कर रहा है। ऐसे देश आत्मनिर्भर कैसे बनेगा? ऐसे तो अपने देश के युवाओं का और बच्चों का भविष्य अंधकार में है। अगर ये देश कुछ चंद लोगों के लिए चलेगा, अगर सारा सरकारी पैसा कुछ चंद लोगों पे उड़ाया जाएगा, तो देश आगे कैसे बढ़ेगा? नमस्कार।
Well, the face-off between Arvind Kejriwal and the centre intensifies, with Arvind Kejriwal taking a jibe at what the centre now calls reverie politics. In fact, Arvind Kejriwal hitting out at the centre, saying that no other government has been in debt the way this government has been, and that is the reason why measures like imposing fees in government schools, or for that matter free ration is concerned, all of that decision has essentially been taken by the centre, that should be stopped. Remember, over the last few days, we have seen the jibe that has been taken at Arvind Kejriwal for what has largely been called as the freebie politics. Arvind Kejriwal, on the other hand, retorting by essentially saying that what is the harm if I'm essentially doing this for the poor people? Imagine a situation where government schools, which are supposed to be run for free, is now charging. What really happens to the children of poor kids? What exactly happens to them? That's the bigger question that Arvind Kejriwal is essentially raising at this point in time. The freebie politics is basically intensifying. The face-off between the Delhi government and centre only intensifying over the last few days, with the centre essentially calling that these are reverie politics, raising questions about the quality of services that have been provided by the Delhi government. If you simply go by what the Delhi BJP essentially has to say, they are saying that when the quality of water has deteriorated, when the quality of all other services has essentially deteriorated, then how exactly can the government continue with this kind of freebie politics? That's the argument that has been put forth by the Delhi BJP. We'll try also get in some more reactions as the politics between the centre and Delhi government only intensifying at this point in time, with Arvind Kejriwal once again hitting out, saying that what has happened, that the government is run into debt. And why is it so? Because he claims that no other government in the past has been in such a situation like this government has been, and that is the reason why decisions are being taken. I'm being told we're getting in some more reactions right now. Union Minister Aparajita Sarangi is joining us on the broadcast. Ms. Sarangi, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. This entire freebie politics essentially intensifying, but Ms. Sarangi, a direct attack by Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, that what really happens to the children of the poor? Are they supposed to now pay for going to schools? Are they supposed to really pay for what was supposed to be largely known all this while as free ration?
I can only say that to every positive action of Prime Minister Modi, there is an equal and opposite negative reaction from all political parties, including that of Arvind Kejriwal ji. With all my respect towards Arvind Kejriwal ji, I must say that he does not understand the difference between freebies and welfare measures. Honorable Prime Minister has said no to freebies, but he has always stood by the people, but a vulnerable segment of population all across the country, and he has introduced so many welfare measures. If we talk about 80 crore people being assisted with 5 kilo of anaj every month for so many number of months, this is not a freebie. This is a welfare measure. So this is just one example I gave. In fact, in different areas to help the vulnerable segment of population, Prime Minister has introduced several welfare measures, but Arvind Kejriwal ji, just to garner votes, talks of free electricity, talks of free ration unnecessarily for all the entire segment of population, talks of giving land to all without understanding what are the prevailing rules and regulations for giving land to the slum holders. So the point is, he is basically eyeing votes, and that is what Prime Minister Modi has been talking against. So Prime Minister Modi, since the day he has taken over, as the Prime Minister of the country, has been an ardent advocate of positive politics, of development. We do not want ad hocism in politics. We want sustainability of initiative. And, freebies basically are synonyms of ad hocism, the highest form of ad hocism. So I think we need to talk about infrastructure. We need to talk about long-term measures that would actually go for, help us building a very strong and self-reliant India.
Well, in fact, Aparajita Sarangi, if I can just take one more question from you. The BJP is essentially, your party is essentially leveling the charges that these are false claims. In fact, I'm told that your party has made another sensational allegation that Arvind Kejriwal has essentially sent a proposal to increase the fees for diploma level institutions. So from your party's position, what is it that in the press conference that has been held by Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal you find essentially wrong in terms of facts?
See, Arvind Kejriwal's government is based on his promises for freebies. And that is why he's here. He's very, very well aware of the fact. Now ask him about his vision for the progress of his state. He will not be able to answer. It needs vision. It needs some kind of long-term measures. And where are the long-term measures? Where is the vision? Our Prime Minister is talking of Amrit Kal. He is not talking of the period from 2019 to 2024. He is talking of 25 years hence. He is talking of 25 years beyond the 75 years for achieving independence. So see the visionary Prime Minister that we have. So what is irksome is his focus on day-to-day work, his focus on day-to-day appeasement policies, his focus on just garnering votes, which is not good for the country. And that's what Honorable Prime Minister has been talking against. And I think Arvind Kejriwal is mature enough, is wise enough to understand the difference between freebies and welfare measures.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Sarangi, for putting this into perspective. We'll also try and get in some more reactions from the Aam Aadmi Party also. But just before we move on, just to take our viewers through some of the allegations that have been levelled by the Bharatiya Janata Party. In fact, Shahzad Poonawalla of the BJP has essentially put out a tweet alleging that there has been an attempt made by the Kejriwal government to try and mislead the people. In fact, he says that he's raised this in terms of the loan waiver. If you take a look at what Arvind Kejriwal had to say, that loan waivers that have been given, to which the BJP has basically responded by saying 10 lakh crore loans have not been waived off. Instead, banks have recovered 8.6 lakh crore rupees bad loans. Now, this is in terms of the loan waiver that Kejriwal was talking about. Apart from that, the BJP now essentially saying that there has been an attempt to change the goalpost. Shifting focus, now we're getting at some more breaking news. After Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa leaves Singapore for Thailand after his short-term visit pass has expired. Remember, the day he had basically landed in Singapore, Singapore had essentially responded by saying that they are not going to give any sort of protection to Gotabaya Rajapaksa. Remember, he had fled from his country during the economic turmoil that the country was facing, and thereafter obviously a change in the leadership also taking place. We're getting more reports now with regards to Rajapaksa, who's left from Singapore and he's moving to Thailand, is what we're being told. This is after the short-term visit pass has basically expired. However, the Sri Lankan government has been saying that he will be brought to justice because remember there was a lot of demand that were basically made by the locals essentially raising this entire point that the current economic crisis that the country basically faces, many would say is primarily because of Gotabaya Rajapaksa, and that is the reason why they were demanding that he should perhaps face the law in Sri Lanka. Let me go back to our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor, who is joining us on this broadcast. Abhishek, this is undoubtedly going to become far more difficult for Gotabaya Rajapaksa because Singapore had made it abundantly clear on the very day that he had landed that they are not going to perhaps entertain him beyond a particular point, which turns out that his visit pass is now expired, which would leave him with the only option of moving back to some other country. But how long perhaps can Gotabaya Rajapaksa continue with the way he is right now, because there's been a growing demand back in Sri Lanka that he should be brought back to face justice?
No, Shravan, in fact, his country of destination, Thailand, also has only given a temporary reprieve to Gotabaya. We had Prime Minister of Thailand, Chan O-chan, making that comment yesterday that Mr. Gotabaya can be given a temporary refuge because he had a very limited visa in Singapore which expired today. And similarly, once he lands in Bangkok, he will have to start searching and scouting for another country where he can spend longer time. Obviously, there is a demand within a section of a population in Sri Lanka that he should be brought back and be subject to process of law for letting the country get into this economic abyss. But what is important is that this is a third country. You know, he fled from Sri Lanka to Maldives. The Maldivian government did not let him stay beyond one night because of the difficulties that were there surrounding his name. And then he landed in Singapore because he had an existing visa. And that, because it was expiring today, the Singaporeans clearly made it clear to him that he's not welcome beyond this. And so he's landing in Thailand. And Thailand government also has made it clear that this also is going to remain a very temporary port of call, and that Gotabaya ultimately would have to look for another country which is willing to give him a longish stay and visa. So I think troubles for so far as Gotabaya's political journey is concerned remain, and this journey or the country hopping, because he can't go back to Sri Lanka, is all set to continue even beyond Thailand. But for now, he's flying out of Singapore and landing in Thailand, and is going to be there for a while till he finds a little more stable host or a host which is willing to have him for a longer period. Because obviously, given the sentiments that are there in Sri Lanka, in Colombo, it's unlikely that Gotabaya Rajapaksa can really be back in his homeland anytime soon. Remember, he also had American citizenship, which he relinquished in 2018 to become president of Sri Lanka, and that option, of course, Americans have denied renewing that citizenship. So obviously, he will have to continue to country hop till the time that he finds a host which is willing to have him for a longer period of time. Thailand, another temporary country he's landing in now.
Well, thank you very much, Abhishek, for putting this into perspective. After a flurry of evaded CBI summons, CBI dues tightens around Mamata's top man, Anubrata Mondal, is now under arrest. Another unrelenting attack on top court after Kapil, Sibal and Bhushan Dave. Now it's Prashant, Bhushan.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
The independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question. And that's the feeling of a large number of citizens in this country.
Threatening and the besmirching of the reputation of the judiciary, it's shocking that anything and everything is being said. Laws are being spoken of, people and civil rights are spoken of by people who are known to be a lobby.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27.
फिर मैं स्कूल नेशनल लड़ी 2013 में, वहाँ पे मैं फर्स्ट आई और मैं सिपाही गई नेशनल लड़ने, तो मेरा गोल्ड मेडल आया। सब जूनियर लड़ी में 2013 में, वहाँ पे मेरा गोल्ड मेडल आया। रूरल लड़ी सोनीपत में दिल्ली स्टेट से, वहाँ पे मेरा गोल्ड मेडल आया। वहाँ से स्टार्टिंग मेरी हो चुकी थी नेशनल लड़ने की, और 2017 तक मैं लगातार दिल्ली को मैंने 58 मेडल दिए, जिसमें मेरे कितने ही गोल्ड, कितने ही सिल्वर और कितने ही मेरे ब्राउन्ज मेडल है। और मैंने मेहनत करी है, मेरे पिताजी ने इतनी मेहनत करी है। हम इतनी गरीबी से आए हैं कि जब हम अखाड़े में जाते थे तो 2-2 घंटे जाम लगा रहता था। आप सबको पता ही है, आप सब यहाँ पे भजनपुरा में इतने जाम से निकल के आए हैं। और जब मैं गुरु प्रेमनाथ अखाड़े में 2012 से मैंने गुरु प्रेमनाथ अखाड़े में स्टार्ट करी थी पहलवानी, तो जब मैं वहाँ जाती थी, जब तक सिग्नेचर ब्रिज भी नहीं बना था, तो हम 2-2, 3-3 घंटे वहाँ खड़े रहते थे बस में। और जब हम अखाड़े में जाते थे, और कितनी बार ऐसा हुआ है कि सिर्फ अखाड़ा चुचकार के आए, क्योंकि टाइम निकल जाता था प्रैक्टिस का। इतनी गरीबी में मैंने प्रैक्टिस करी है। और 2015 की बात है, तब मैं एशियन चैंपियनशिप में कैडेट में, जो कि दिल्ली में हो रही थी IG स्टेडियम में, तब भी मैं दिल्ली से लड़ी थी। वो सारे सबूत हमारे इंटरनेट पर डल रहे थे कि कौन बच्चा कहाँ से लड़ा है। तो तब मेरा गोल्ड मेडल आया। दिल्ली सरकार की तरफ से हमारे घर पे कोई भी नहीं आया कि कोई पूछे कि इतनी गरीब बच्ची आज एशिया में फर्स्ट कैसे आ रही है। और सबसे बड़ी बात, उस दिन किसी बच्चे का गोल्ड नहीं आया। हरियाणा के इतने बच्चे लड़े थे और भी स्टेट के बच्चे थे, किसी का गोल्ड नहीं आया। सिर्फ दिव्या काकरान का गोल्ड मेडल आया था, दिल्ली की दिव्या काकरान का गोल्ड मेडल आया था। उसके बाद भी दिल्ली से कोई नहीं आया। सिर्फ फिर मनोज तिवारी जी आए थे, उन्होंने मुझे 3 लाख रुपए दिए थे। और वो 3 लाख रुपए उस टाइम पे, उस 3 लाख रुपए ने मेरी इतनी मदद करी है। 2015 में मेरी माँ ने अपना मंगलसूत्र गिरवी रखा था मेरे लिए, सबसे पहले उन 3 लाख रुपए का मैंने वो छुड़वाया था, पर तब भी मेरी कोई सहायता नहीं। 2017 में फिर मैं ये सीनियर एशियन चैंपियनशिप लड़ी। उसके बाद तब मैंने देखा कि आज मेरा सीनियर एशियन चैंपियनशिप में मेडल आया है। इतनी छोटी उम्र में मैं पहली ऐसी महिला बनी हूँ जो एशियन चैंपियनशिप में सिल्वर मेडल लाई हूँ। ओलंपिक में वो लड़की गई थी 2016 रियो में, उस लड़की का गोल्ड मेडल लाया था, और उससे मैंने टक्कर की कुश्ती चलाई थी। जापान की वो लड़की थी। जब भी मुझे कोई प्रोत्साहन नहीं मिला, तो एक इंसान की क्षमता होती है सहने की। हम सब घर में बैठ के सब रोए कि पापा ये सब क्या हो रहा है। आप बोलते थे कि इतना प्रोत्साहन मिलता है, ये मिलता है, क्या मिल रहा है। आज हम ऐसे ही लोअर में कपड़ों में बैठे हैं, हमारे पास ढंग के कपड़े नहीं है पहनने को, खाने को ढंग से आज भी खाना नहीं है हमारे पास। ये सब क्या हो रहा है। तो तब मेरे पापा ने कहा कोई बात नहीं, हम यूपी से लड़ेंगे। तो तब हम यूपी में गए, और यूपी ने मुझे 2018 से मैंने यूपी में लड़ना स्टार्ट किया था। 2017 के लास्ट में लड़ना स्टार्ट किया था। 2018, 19 में मुझे उन्होंने रानी लक्ष्मीबाई का अवार्ड दिया। 2-3 साल के अंदर ही उन्होंने मुझे रानी लक्ष्मीबाई का अवार्ड दिया। और 2020 में मेरी स्थिति देख के उन्होंने आजीवन मेरी पेंशन बांधी है 20,000 रुपये। और कल ही उन्होंने मुझे घोषणा करी है, जो बच्चे कॉमनवेल्थ में से ब्रॉन्ज मेडल लाए हैं, गोल्ड लाए, सिल्वर लाए हैं, मुझे 50 लाख रुपए और रजिस्टर्ड ऑफिसर की नौकरी का वादा किया है। तो आप ये बताइए, जो मैं सिर्फ 2-3 साल से यूपी से लड़ रही हूँ, वो मेरी इतनी हेल्प कर रहे हैं, तो दिल्ली सरकार ने मेरी हेल्प क्यों नहीं करी है। हरियाणा के बच्चे, मैं आपको बताऊं, मेरे ट्विटर पे आप योगेश्वर दत्त जी की ट्वीट देखिएगा, उन्होंने बताया है कि मैं खुद हरियाणा में होके दिल्ली में रहता था, तब मुझे दिल्ली सरकार ने भी मदद करी है और मेरी हरियाणा सरकार ने भी मदद करी है। दीपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा, उन्होंने खुद ट्वीट किया है कि मैंने खुद सुशील कुमार को, साइना नेहवाल को और एक हरिंदर लड़का है उनको मैंने खुद पैसे दिए और उन्होंने दिल्ली से भी पैसे लिए और हरियाणा से भी पैसे लिए। रवि दहिया जो कि हरियाणा में रहता है, हरियाणा का रहने वाला है पर वो रहता दिल्ली में है, लड़ता दिल्ली से है, उसके बाद भी हमारे दिल्ली सरकार ने उसे करोड़ों रुपए की राशि दी और दिल्ली में ही उसको नौकरी दी है, पर उसको हरियाणा वाले भी पैसे दे रहे हैं। तो ये बताइए, मैं सिर्फ अपना हक मांग रही हूँ, मैं किसी के आगे हाथ नहीं फैला रही कि मुझे पैसे दो, भीख नहीं मांग रही हूँ किसी से। मैंने मेहनत करी है, रात रात को जाग के ट्रेन में गए, मेरी माँ बाप मेरे सामने रोते थे कि कोई बात नहीं, सुबह का घी भी आएगा और दूध भी आएगा, तू बस पहलवानी कर, सब कुछ मिलेगा तुझे। उसके बाद भी मुझे कुछ नहीं मिल रहा है और मेरी उनसे कोई दुश्मनी नहीं है। मैं उनके पास खुद गई 2017 में, मेरे पास 18 में। मैंने कहा सर, मैं कोई मीडिया के पास नहीं गई हूँ पहले, ना मैं किसी अखबार वाले को कह रही हूँ पहले, मैं आपसे मिलना चाहती थी। मैंने पता नहीं कितने मीडिया वाले से या कितने ही सर से कहा कि मेरी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से बात कराइए। उन्होंने कहा कि अपॉइंटमेंट मिलनी बहुत मुश्किल है। मैंने कहा हाथ जोड़ के रिक्वेस्ट है, मुझे उनसे मिलना है पहले। उन्होंने कहा ठीक है। 2018 में उन्होंने उनसे मेरी अपॉइंटमेंट करवाई तो मैंने उनको सारी बात बताई कि सर मैं एक गांव से निकली हुई हूँ और मेरे पापा की एक और भाई है, मेरे पापा के माँ बाप भी है, उनका खर्चा भी मैं ही चला रही हूँ और मेरे घर का खर्चा भी मैं ही चला रही हूँ। हमारी ना किसी की सरकारी नौकरी है, ना कोई पहलवानी में आगे बढ़ पाया, सिर्फ मैं अकेली बढ़ पाई हूँ और मैं ही सबके लिए सब कुछ हूँ। और सर मेरे इतने सारे मेडल है, तब भी मुझे कोई प्रोत्साहन नहीं मिल रहा है और अगले महीने एशियन गेम्स है, तो आप मेरी मदद करिए। उन्होंने कहा कि कैसे मदद हो सकती है तुम्हारी। मैंने कहा सर, बादाम प्रोटीन अभी तक मुझे कुछ नहीं मिला है, मैं ना कुछ पीती हूँ, जो मुझे मिलता है मैं वही पी लेती हूँ। तो उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि ठीक है, आप किस चीज़ पे लिख के दो। मेरे पास वो कागज भी है, मैंने लिख के दिया कि इस चीज़ की जरूरत है, सिर्फ मुझे एशियन गेम्स तक सबसे पहले हेल्प करिए और अगर आपको मेडल आया तो आप मेरा सम्मानित कीजिएगा। उनका कोई भी ईमेल नहीं आया मेरे पास, कोई भी मैसेज नहीं आया, कोई भी फ़ोन नहीं आया। हमने 2-3 बार फ़ोन किया, उन्होंने कहा मदद होएगी। मदद कब होएगी? तब एशियन गेम्स में मेडल आ गया, तब वो मुझे बुला रहे हैं वहाँ पे कि सारे बच्चों को परेशान करिए, आपने बहुत अच्छा किया है और आप सब मेडल लाए हैं। मुझे अब क्या ज़रूरत है? और उसके बाद भी उन्हें मेरी ये बात इतनी लग गई कि इस लड़की ने सबके सामने ये वाली बात क्यों कही कि मैंने इनसे पहले ही मदद मांगी थी। उन्होंने मुझे कोई प्रोत्साहन नहीं दिया, कोई राशि नहीं दी, कोई भी मेरे घर पे नहीं आया कि दिव्या आपने सबके सामने ये सब बोला है, आपको कुछ ना कुछ तो मिलना चाहिए जब आपने इतनी हिम्मत करी है बोलने की। मुझे कुछ उसके बाद भी कुछ नहीं दिया गया। और उससे भी बड़ी बात, आज सब कितने ट्वीट कर रहे हैं कि देश के लिए लड़ते हैं, पैसा कौन मांगता है। जब हम गरीबी में पहलवानी करते हैं, हमारे पास सब्जी भी नहीं होती है, हम रोटी खाते हैं सिर्फ, उसमें हम पहलवानी करते हैं। पहलवानी ऐसी चीज़ें 2-2 हज़ार उठे बैठी मारते हैं, कंधे दुखते हैं, चोट लगती है। 2016 में पैर में चोट लगी थी, किसी ने मदद नहीं करी। हरीश चौधरी भाई है, हमारे पास जिम के पैसे भी नहीं होते थे। 2014 की बात है, तब मैंने इनसे कहा कि अब कुश्ती तो करते हैं हमें, पर लेकिन हमें जिम की भी आवश्यकता है। उन्होंने कहा कोई बात नहीं, तुम हमारे पास करो। तो उन्होंने मेरी हेल्प करी। 2016 में मेरे पैर में चोट लगी, किसी ने कोई खर्चा नहीं दिया। उन्होंने 1 लाख रुपए मुझे दिए और हम मुंबई गए अपना इलाज कराने। उन्होंने इतनी मदद करी, अगर वो ना होते तो मैं तो पैर को लेके पड़ी रहती 1-1.5 साल तक। ये बताइए, कोई ना कोई हेल्प करने के लिए वो तो थोड़ा बहुत मुझे इधर उधर से हेल्प मिलती रही। इस कारण मेरा आज मैं यहाँ पे आपके बीच में भी हूँ। अगर मुझे हरीश भाई भी मेरी हेल्प ना करते तो आज मैं कहाँ होती। और 16 में भी मैंने कहा था कि ना कोई स्पॉन्सर है ना कुछ है, मेरे पैर में चोट लगी, कोई मेरा इलाज कराए, पर किसी ने कोई इलाज नहीं कराया। तब हरीश चौधरी भाई ने मेरा इलाज कराया था और ये कहा था कोई बात नहीं, तुम आगे मेहनत करो, जितना मेरे से होगा मैं तुम्हें हेल्प करूंगा। तो कभी सप्लीमेंट दे दिया, कभी घी दे दिया, कभी दूध दे दिया, कभी प्रोटीन दे दिया, इन सब से उन्होंने मेरी हेल्प करी। अब मेरे भाई की भी हेल्प कर रहे हैं वही, क्योंकि अब तक तो मुझे कोई प्रोत्साहन नहीं मिला है। तो हम अमीर तो हुए नहीं है कि हमारे लग्जरी लाइट गाड़ी खड़ी, हमारे पास बंगला खड़ा है, हमारे पास आज भी हमारे पास सिलेरियो गाड़ी खड़ी है जो 2017 मिली थी, 5 साल से हमारे पास है। मैं देश के लिए इतने मेडल तो ला पाई, पर लेकिन दिल्ली का दिल नहीं जीत पाई मैं, दिल्ली सरकार का दिल नहीं जीत पाई मैं। तो अब बताइए कि मेरी गलती कहाँ पे है। और मैंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, यहाँ तक पहुँची। मेरे पिताजी यहाँ पे बैठे हैं, इन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है। मैं तो सिर्फ अपनी बातें रख रही हूँ, आप सब तो इसे राजनीतिक मुद्दा बना रहे हैं। बताइए। और रेलवे से मैं लड़ती हूँ, तो अब मैं यूपी की हूँ, मैं रेलवे से लड़ सकती हूँ, मैं रेलवे लड़ रही हूँ, तो तब भी मुझे यूपी इतना प्रोत्साहन कर रहा है, तब भी मुझे यूपी इतना दे रहा है। तो ये नहीं है कि किसी खिलाड़ी को अगर वो वहाँ तक पहुँच गया उसको राजनीति में फंसाए और उसकी पहलवानी बंद करवाए, उसके साथ इतना उसको टॉर्चर कर दे, कुछ कह के कुछ उसको सुना के हमने तो ऐसे नहीं किया था, ऐसे करो। और लोग मेरे से कह रहे अपना सर्टिफिकेट दिखाइए, मेरे यहाँ सी नहीं लिखा है, मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रही हूँ या मैं किसी से मांग नहीं रही हूँ, मैंने सर्टिफिकेट भेजे अपने। उसके बाद उन्होंने कौन सी मेरी हेल्प कर दी, उन्होंने कौन सा मुझे कुछ बोला? हाँ दिव्या धन्यवाद, हमें लग रहा था कि तुम झूठे हो इसलिए हमने तुमसे सर्टिफिकेट मांगे, मैंने सर्टिफिकेट भी दे दिए, उसके बाद भी मुझे उन्होंने कुछ नहीं बोला। मेरी उनसे कोई दुश्मनी नहीं है, पर जब वो और बच्चों के लिए कर रहे हैं तो वो मेरे लिए क्यों नहीं कर रहे, ये बताइए। आप लोगों को कोई क्वेश्चन है तो आप बोलिए।
अरविंद केजरीवाल से जब आपकी मुलाकात हुई, आपने वन टू वन मुलाकात की थी?
हाँ जी, फेस टू फेस।
मुलाकात के बाद कोई मदद नहीं पहुंची?
कोई मदद नहीं पहुंची, ये रहा।
उन्होंने कहा था लिख के दे,
और मेरे पास फोटो भी है उनसे मिलते हुए का। मेरे पिताजी गए थे, मेरा बड़ा भाई गया था, उनसे हाथ मिलाते हुए का फोटो है। तो तब मैंने उनसे कहा था कि सर मुझे हेल्प की जरूरत है, उन्होंने कहा आप लिख के दीजिए, हम एकदम ऐसे नहीं कर पाएंगे, राशि वगैरह नहीं दे पाएंगे, हम आगे बात पहुंचाएंगे और हम आपकी हेल्प करेंगे, आप लिख के दीजिए। मैंने लिख के दिया था उनको।
अरविंद केजरीवाल दिल्ली सरकार में पहला स्पोर्ट्स यूनिवर्सिटी बनाने का दावा करते हैं और आप इतनी संघर्ष भरी कहानी अपना बता रही हैं, क्यों आपको कोई मदद नहीं पहुंचा, क्यों अनदेखी की शिकार?
2018 में आपने देखा है कि क्या हुआ है, क्योंकि आपने मैं भी न्यूज़ चैनल देखती हूँ, मैं भी सब कुछ देखती हूँ, मुझे नहीं लगता जितना मैं बोल पाई हूँ, जितना मेरे साथ भेदभाव हुआ है, मैंने सीधा डायरेक्ट बोल दिया। कोई भी रेसलर, कोई भी खिलाड़ी या जहाँ तक आज मैं पहुँची, कोई किसी ने भी ऑब्जेक्शन उठाया हो, मैं ही ऐसी लड़की हूँ जिसने ऑब्जेक्शन उठाया है, मैं ही बोलने वाली ऐसी लड़की हूँ जिसने ऑब्जेक्शन उठाया है। और जो इस लेवल पे भी आके अपने भविष्य की चिंता ना करके, क्या पता कल को क्या होए क्या ना हो, इतनी मेहनत करके आज यहाँ तक पहुँची हूँ, न्याय मिले ना मिले अभी मुझे कोई भरोसा नहीं है।
2017 के बाद क्या आपने दिल्ली सरकार से कोई आर्थिक मदद मांगी थी अपनी तरफ से, अगर वो अनदेखा कर रहे थे उसकी बात?
हाँ जी, 2017 में मेरा एशिया में मेडल आया था, तो उसकी जैसे राशि अगले साल सबको मिलती है, जैसे राशि अगले साल मिलती है तो उसकी राशि नहीं दी गई थी। और छत्रसाल स्टेडियम में उसका वो है हमारे पास प्रूफ। छत्रसाल स्टेडियम में जब गए थे तो उसका प्रूफ ले गए थे कि 2017 में जब मैं सीनियर एशियन चैंपियनशिप खेली तो उसकी राशि मुझे अब तक नहीं मिली है, तो आप वो दीजिए। और सबसे बड़ी बात, 2018 में जब मैंने इतना कुछ बोला कि चलो जो हुआ सो मेरे साथ हुआ, आप पैसे बढ़ाइए, आप बच्चों के लिए पॉलिसी निकालिए, दिल्ली के लिए कुछ करिए, जब जाके हुआ है, ना कि 2017 के पहले से था। आप उस पे देखिए कि दिल्ली में जो भी खिलाड़ियों के लिए हुआ है वो 2018 के बाद हुआ है, वो पहले नहीं हुआ है कुछ भी।
मेरा एक सवाल ये है कि आपने कहा कि वो बाकी खिलाड़ियों की उन्होंने मदद की, आपकी मदद नहीं की, तो क्या कुछ व्यक्तिगत, क्या कुछ आपको लगता है?
नहीं, मैंने आपको बताया कि मैंने जब मैंने उनसे पहले हेल्प मांगी तो उन्होंने पहले हेल्प नहीं की। जब मैंने 2018 में सबके सामने वो चीज़ बोली तो मुझे लगता है कि शायद उन्हें वो चीज़ बुरी लगी, पर लेकिन मैं अब भी मेरे से कितने मीडिया वालों के सवाल हुए, जवाब हुए, अखबार वालों ने न्यूज़ मांगी, तो अब भी मुझे लगता है कि क्या पता वो अब ये चीज़ बोले कि हाँ उस टाइम पे हमारे आप ध्यान में नहीं आए, या हम देख नहीं पाए, या हमारे से गलती हुई है, हम आपको अब प्रोत्साहन करना चाहते हैं, हम अब आपको सम्मान देना चाहते हैं। अब भी मुझे उम्मीद है उनसे कि वो, क्योंकि अब तो सब कुछ उनके सामने आ चुका है।
ये कहा जा रहा है कि दिल्ली सरकार हर साल 100 एथलीटों को 16 लाख रुपए ऐसा देती है, तो ये दावा कर रहे हैं, तो आपको क्यों मदद नहीं दे रहे हैं? क्योंकि व्यक्तिगत कुछ निशाना आपको बनाया जा रहा है?
ये जो प्रॉमिस कर रहे हैं 2018 के बाद के सारे प्रॉमिस, क्योंकि मैं दिल्ली में 2017 तक रही हूँ, आप रिकॉर्ड चेक करिए इंटरनेट पे, जो भी उन्होंने 16 लाख रुपए या 15 लाख रुपए जो भी पॉलिसी निकाली है बच्चों के लिए, बड़ों के लिए, वो 2018 में निकली है, जब मैंने वो सब बोला है बच्चों के लिए। मैंने ये बोला है कि विदेश में ये होता है, आप सब भी सुनिए, विदेश में क्या होता है, बच्चों को पहले राशि दी जाती है, पहले उनकी मदद की जाती है, बाद में इतना प्रोत्साहन नहीं मिलता उनको, इतना वो नहीं करते, पर पहले करते। तो यही बात मैंने बोली थी कि जो मेरे साथ हुआ वो और बच्चों के साथ ना होए, वो करा जाए, और वो हुआ, मुझे छोड़ के सबको मिला वो।
देखिए, अभी आपके ट्वीट के बाद किसी ने संपर्क करने की कोशिश की आपसे दिल्ली सरकार में, क्योंकि सौरभ भारद्वाज का लगातार कमेंट आ रहे हैं? हाँ जी, भी कह रहे हैं, किसी ने संपर्क करने की कोशिश किया?
नहीं, अभी तक ऐसा कोई वो नहीं हुआ है, बल्कि मेरे से सवाल करे जा रहे हैं, उल्टे सीधे कमेंट किए जा रहे हैं, और मेरे पास फोन भी आ रहे हैं कि आप नहीं लड़े हो वहां से, हम सबूत दे देंगे, हम ये दे देंगे, हम नहीं, मैं ऐसे नाम नहीं ले सकती हूँ, पर लेकिन हाँ मेरे पास फोन आ रहे हैं। इस चीज के लिए फोन नहीं आया है कि दिव्या बेटा हमसे मिस्टेक हो चुकी है और हम आपके इतने तारीख को और इतने बजे हम आपका स्वागत करना चाहते हैं, या हम आपको आपकी जो पिछली राशि बची हुई है वो। और दूसरा, मुझे ये बात तो बहुत जरूरी बोलनी थी आप सबके सामने, मैं ये नहीं कह रही हूँ कि मुझे दिल्ली से भी पूरी राशि चाहिए और मुझे यूपी से भी पूरी राशि चाहिए। एक तरफ से राशि मिलती है, पर जैसे और खिलाड़ियों के साथ होता है, कितने खिलाड़ियों के साथ होता है कि जैसे वो दिल्ली में है तो उसे कुछ ना कुछ राशि 5 लाख, 10 लाख, 15 लाख, उससे आधी या उससे 25% या उससे 10%, क्योंकि वो दिल्ली में रह रहा है, उसको वो राशि मिलती है। और मुझे इतना ज़्यादा कंफर्म नहीं था, 99% कंफर्म था। 1% मुझे दीपेंद्र हुड्डा जी ने कंफर्म करा दिया कि हाँ हमने दिए पैसे। कौन कह रहा है कि नहीं पैसे मिलते हैं? उन्होंने मुझे कंफर्म कराया है कि पैसे मिलते हैं। आप मेरे ट्विटर पे देख लीजिएगा, उन्होंने खुद बोला ये शब्द। अकेले का
All right, that was Divya Kakran attacking the Delhi government and the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal for not having heeded to her requests, numerous of them, to support her and her pursuit of excellence in a sport, in wrestling, her sport of choice. And she has been making news since August 7 when she came out with a tweet first saying that despite all the medals, she has not been supported by Delhi government. The issue is that she happens to be from Muzaffarnagar but has been practicing her sport in Delhi and hence expects support from the Delhi government, which she has been pursuing since 2018, seems to be of no avail. And the matter got politicized with the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson and MLA Saurabh Bharadwaj raising the issue of Divya's domicile. Let's on that note listen into some reactions.
2018 में भी जो बातें उन्होंने कही थी और आज वही वस्तु स्थिति आज भी है। ये 2022 में भी जब उन्होंने पदक जीता तब उन्होंने सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से ये बात रखी कि 2018 में भी यही स्थिति थी और 2022 में भी कांग्रेचुलेशन मैसेज तो आ गए, परंतु जो समर्थन मिलना चाहिए था, जो खिलाड़ियों के मनोबल को बनाए रखने के लिए जो चीजें उपलब्ध करनी चाहिए थी राज्य सरकार को, वो नहीं हुई। बस इतनी सी उनकी खता थी, इतनी सी ही गलती थी कि उन्होंने सच बोल दिया केजरीवाल जी से। इतनी सी ही मात्र गलती थी। देश का गौरव बढ़ाने वाली हमारी बेटी, हमारी बहन अगर सच बोल दे तो उन पर पूरा का पूरा आम आदमी पार्टी का पूरा सोशल मीडिया इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इस प्रकार से हावी हो गया, इस प्रकार से उनको ह्यूमिलिएट, इस प्रकार से उनको बेइज्जत, इस प्रकार से उनके ऊपर लालचन लगाना, और वो भी किसके द्वारा? आम आदमी पार्टी के मुख्य प्रवक्ता सौरभ भारद्वाज, जो कि एक विधायक है, केजरीवाल के बहुत क्लोज जो उनकी कोटरी है उसमें है। हर झूठ को बचाव करने के लिए, हर भ्रष्टाचार का बचाव करने के लिए अगर संभवतः कोई चेहरा सामने आता है पहले तो सौरभ भारद्वाज का ही होता है।
That was Shahzad Poonawala. Let's go to Adesh Gupta of the BJP from Delhi unit of the party. In fact, Adesh Gupta जी, दिव्या काकरान ने फिर से एक बार प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके हमला बोला है दिल्ली सरकार पे और मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल पे कि वो सहयोग नहीं कर रहे। आप उसको सिर्फ प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के अलावा कुछ करने की परिस्थिति में हैं? आप क्या ऐसा कर सकते हैं कि दिल्ली सरकार और उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार मिलके ये जो देश की बेटी है इसको मदद करें?
देखिए, दिव्या काकरान जी के साथ जो आम आदमी पार्टी ने किया है, दिल्ली सरकार ने किया, ये बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और इस पर कोई राजनीति नहीं होनी चाहिए। दिल्ली में आम आदमी पार्टी दिल्ली से खेलने वाली दिव्या काकरान वो 20 साल से खेल रही है और उस पर वो कह रहे कि सर्टिफिकेट दिखाओ, उनको कोई मदद नहीं की। ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी इस तरह के पहले भी कई अनाउंसमेंट कर चुके हैं जो कि सिर्फ अनाउंसमेंट ही रह गए। जैसे इन्होंने स्पोर्ट्स यूनिवर्सिटी का अनाउंसमेंट किया, लेकिन वो अनाउंसमेंट ही रह गया, वो मात्र घोषणा रह गई। दिव्या काकरान जो देश के लिए 25 से ज्यादा पदक जीत चुकी है और वो अपनी पीड़ा को व्यक्त कर रही है, वो ये कह रही है कि केजरीवाल जी मेरी मदद कीजिए, लेकिन उन्होंने मदद नहीं की, जबकि उनका ये कर्तव्य बनता था कि खिलाड़ियों को प्रोत्साहन दें बजाय उनको राजनीति में घसीटें। और आज आम आदमी पार्टी का सोशल मीडिया हो या आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता हो, विधायक हो, वो उनके ऊपर जिस तरह के लांछन लगा रहे हैं वो सरासर गलत है। खेल के खिलाड़ियों की भावनाओं का सम्मान भी है और खेल के प्रति भी असम्मान है। मैं मानता हूं कि दिल्ली सरकार को मदद करनी चाहिए, जैसे उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार मदद कर रही है। उन्होंने उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने भी घोषणा की है और हरियाणा सरकार भी करती मदद। तो मैं कहता हूं कि सरकारों को खिलाड़ियों की मदद के लिए आगे आना चाहिए, ना कि उनकी आलोचना, उनके असम्मान के लिए बात करनी चाहिए।
जी धन्यवाद आदेश गुप्ता जी. Hopefully this message would be taken in by both the governments. On that note, we have to take a short break. But on the other side, another mega scam, another TMC neta under arrest. Will Mamata act now? And another unrelenting attack on top court after Kapil, Sibal and Bhushan away. Now it's Prashant Bhushan on the other side.
A massive face-off that has erupted over the remarks that were made by the AAP MLA, following which Commonwealth Games medalist was forced to take to Twitter to prove she's been playing from 2011 till the 2017. She has 17 certificates to prove that as well.
If it is an individual stand, then Saurabh Bharadwaj will have to make it clear what exactly has happened and how he can say someone that she did not represent Delhi when she has played for Delhi.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
The independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question. And that's the feeling of a large number of citizens in this country.
Threatening and the besmirching of the reputation of the judiciary. It's shocking that anything and everything is being said. Laws are being spoken of. People and civil rights are spoken of by people who are known to be a lobby.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Katwa and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day.
तो वो कहाँ पे जाते फिरेंगे, पर लेकिन जो मीडिया में इतना छा रहा है या फिर जिन्होंने देश का इतना नाम रोशन किया है और दिल्ली की एक ही लड़की का इतने बार मेडल आते हैं उसके बाद भी वो नहीं आ रहे हैं, तो मुझे भी यही लगा था कि क्या पता उन तक मेरी बात ना पहुंच रही हो, इसलिए मैं उनसे मिलने गई थी। मैं, मेरे पिताजी और मेरे बड़े भाई मिलने गए थे उनसे, तो मैंने ऐसे ऐसे अपनी दिक्कतें बताई। उन्होंने कहा ठीक है आपकी हेल्प करेंगे।
अब उनसे मिली, उन्होंने माना कि आप दिल्ली की हैं,
हाँ जी,
का गर्व है,
हाँ जी,
आपकी मदद करेंगे।
हाँ जी, उन्होंने मुझे बुके भी भेंट करी है
और ये माना है कि आप दिल्ली का
हाँ जी। उन्होंने कहा था कि तुम बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हो, ऐसे ही आगे लगे रहो। और मैंने कहा ऐसे ऐसे कह रहे अपनी ज़रूरतें बताओ आप। मैंने कहा बस यही कि मैं मतलब बहुत ही निचले स्तर से उठ के आई हूँ और मुझे वो प्रोत्साहन नहीं मिल रहा है। तो उन्होंने कहा ठीक है आप अपनी बता दीजिए क्या क्या दिक्कत है, वो हम पूरी करेंगे। हमने कहा ठीक है। उसके बाद भी कोई जवाब नहीं आया है।
तो 2017 तक आपने इतने मेडल्स जीते और आज जब इस पे राजनीति हो रही है तो आप क्या कहेंगे कि जब अरविंद केजरीवाल ने खुद आपको दिल्ली का गर्व माना है कि नहीं आपकी वजह से दिल्ली गर्वान्वित है, तो अब क्यों नहीं, अब ये ऐसे स्टेटमेंट क्यों आ रहे हैं?
मुझे नहीं समझ में आ रहा है। मुझे राजनीतिक मुद्दा बना के मुझे दंगल में उतारा जा रहा है। ये कोई कुश्ती नहीं है जो कहीं से भी दांव पेच लगा दूंगी मैं, क्योंकि मैं तो एक गांव की निकली हुई लड़की हूँ। सिर्फ मैंने पहलवानी के अलावा और कुछ नहीं देखा है, बल्कि मैं ज़्यादा पढ़ी भी नहीं हूँ। मैं सिर्फ अपनी पहलवानी में ही मगन रही हूँ। मैंने पहलवानी करी है, मैंने ना कभी कोई पिक्चर देखना, कोई घूमना, इधर उधर की बात, कोई कॉलेज की लाइफ मैंने कोई नहीं जी है। सिर्फ मैंने अपनी पहलवानी करी है, अपने देश के लिए लड़ी हूँ मैं। अपने देश का झंडा हमेशा ऊपर मतलब तिरंगा हमारा ऊपर लहरता रहे और फर्स्ट नंबर पे हमारा देश रहे। मैं सिर्फ इसके लिए लड़ी हूँ। पर ये सब करने के लिए भी तो मुझे डाइट की जरूरत है, सम्मान की जरूरत है, इनाम की जरूरत है।
क्या बेसिक चीजें मांगी?
यही कि सप्लीमेंट वगैरह की जरूरत पड़ती है और कहीं पे आते जाते हैं उसकी जरूरत पड़ती है। वैसे अब अभी हम किराए के मकान पे रहते हैं। मैंने उनसे घर तक भी नहीं मांगा कि मुझे घर चाहिए, क्योंकि घर बहुत बड़ी डिमांड हो जाती है। इंसान अपने आप कमाए और अपने आप लाए, पर लेकिन जो मतलब उसकी ज़रूरत है, घी, दूध, बादाम, पानी, कहीं आना जाना जैसे हम जाते हैं और मेरे कैंप लगे रहते हैं, प्रोटीन वगैरह, इन सब की जो मतलब खर्चे होते हैं, बस यही सब।
क्या आपको लगता है जब ऐसी चीजें होती हैं तो एक स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन होता है उसका मानसिक स्तर पे भी कितना भाव झेलना पड़ता है, कितनी प्रॉब्लम, और उससे फिर परफॉर्मेंस पे कितना फर्क पड़ता है?
बहुत ज़्यादा फर्क पड़ता है। मैं मेंटली बहुत डिस्टर्ब हो चुकी थी इस चीज़ से, तो तब हमने दिल्ली जाने का सोचा, दिल्ली से यूपी जाने का सोचा कि हम वहाँ से लड़ेंगे।
BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a two-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gangayaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts.
A massive face-off that has erupted over the remarks that were made by the AAP MLA, following which Commonwealth Games medalist was forced to take to Twitter to prove she's been playing from 2011 till the 2017. She has 17 certificates to prove that as well.
If it is an individual stand, then Saurabh Bharadwaj will have to make it clear what exactly has happened and how he can say someone that she did not represent Delhi when she has played for Delhi.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
The independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question. And that's the feeling of a large number of citizens in this country.
Threatening and the besmirching of the reputation of the judiciary, it's shocking that anything and everything is being said. Laws are being spoken of, people and civil rights are spoken of by people who are known to be a lobby.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
पूरी मजबूती के साथ बिहार के सभी लोग जो विपक्ष के हैं, हम लोग सब कोशिश करेंगे मिल करके एकजुट होकर के आगे बढ़ने का। इसकी चिंता मत करिए। आदि वाला भी
कौन ऐसे कर रहे हैं?
एकदम बोगस बात, हमारी कोई इच्छा नहीं थी। आई लोग भूल गए क्या?
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Katwa and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gangayaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew.
इनका चाल और चरित्र उजागर है। आप देख नहीं रहे पूरे बिहार में कितनी खुशी का माहौल है। जो मुस्कान आम और गरीब के चेहरे से, आम आदमी के चेहरे से छिन गया था, आज वो
The independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question, and that's the feeling of a large number of citizens in this country.
Threatening and the besmirching of the reputation of the judiciary, it's shocking that anything and everything is being said. Laws are being spoken of, people and civil rights are spoken of by people who are known to be a lobby.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Katwa and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gangayaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts.
A massive face-off that has erupted over the remarks that were made by the AAP MLA, following which Commonwealth Games medalist was forced to take to Twitter to prove she's been playing from 2011 till the 2017. She has 17 certificates to prove that as well.
If it is an individual stand, then Saurabh Bharadwaj will have to make it clear what exactly has happened and how he can say someone that she did not represent Delhi when she has played for Delhi.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir. Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
The independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question. And that's the feeling of a large number of citizens in this country.
Threatening and the besmirching of the reputation of the judiciary, it's shocking that anything and everything is being said, laws are being spoken of, people and civil rights are spoken of by people who are known to be a lobby.
After a flurry of evaded CBI summons, CBI news tightens around Mamata's top man Anubrata Mondal as he is now under arrest. Another mega scam, another TMC Neta under arrest. Will Mamata act now? Another unrelenting attack on top court after Kapil, Sibal and Dushyant Dave. Now it's Prashant, Bhushan. CWG hero bags glory of India at world stage, but Aam Aadmi Party legislator seeks proof, tries to spark divide. CWG medalist Divya Kakran hits out at Delhi government, says no help received from Delhi government. Republic mega global investigation on Parvati idol. How did 12th century idol end up in New York? Well, there's a mega enforcement directorate crackdown in Hyderabad. According to sources, another crypto exchange is basically under the scanner. Action has been taken by the Hyderabad ED. In fact, this is the highest asset that has been seized so far of any crypto exchange. In fact, we are given to understand a total of over 300 crores. That's the amount that has been seized by the Enforcement Directorate. Let me just quickly put out the details that we have got right now with regards to the action that has been taken by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, ED has frozen 370 crore of another crypto exchange. Now, this comes just days after the Enforcement Directorate had basically taken action on 5th of August when they had basically frozen the bank balance of I'll just put out the details right now. In fact, this was the searches that were basically carried out on one of the directors of Zanmai Lab Private Limited, which owns the popular cryptocurrency exchange Wazir X, and has issued a freezing order to freeze the bank balances to the tune of 64 crore rupees. Remember, that was on 5th of August, but this is the highest ever crypto asset that has now been seized by the Enforcement Directorate. We are given to understand 370 crore. That's right, the amount that has been frozen from the crypto exchange. What we do not know at this point in time is that which specific crypto exchange is it whose assets have now been frozen by the Enforcement Directorate. But this comes just very close to another action that was just taken on 5th of August that was connected to Wazirex. In fact, searches were also carried out. As of now, we are being told that the Enforcement Directorate is basically carrying out a money laundering investigation against number of Indian NBFC companies and their fintech partners for what they're calling it predatory lending practices in violation of the RBI guidelines, and by using telecallers who misuse personal data, use abusive language to extort high interest rates from the loan takers. In fact, there is also a Chinese link that has basically emerged, because most of these fintech companies are backed by their Chinese funds and they could not get any NBFC license from RBI. So how does this crypto exchange essentially work, and how is it that they have been supporting these fintech companies that have been backed by the Chinese? It turns out that during the pandemic, in fact, we're given to understand multiple of these instant loan apps were basically floated by these fintech companies which had signed MOUs with the NBFCs. But the moment the cases were basically registered, they had wrapped up. But what happened is, thereafter, the proceeds of crime, the money that they basically made by these loan apps, were basically being diverted into these crypto exchanges. Let me bring in my colleague and our executive editor, Niranjan. Niranjan, this is by far the highest seizure that has been made by the Enforcement Directorate in a crypto exchange related investigation. 370 crore is what we are given to understand, the amount that has been frozen by the Enforcement Directorate, action that has been taken by the Enforcement Directorate in Hyderabad.
Shawan, I think, you've been breaking details of it, and you have the full details of the crackdown, and I think in a short while from now, the Enforcement Directorate should be able to give out a full formal press release. But, what is very, very alarming, Shawan, just today, UN has said that India's population, 7.3% of India's population owned digital currency in 2021. And just look at, the alarming aspect of it. 7%, over 7% of India's population owns digital currency, saying that the use of cryptocurrency has risen globally, especially during the COVID pandemic. But in India, we have seen so many questions arise around cryptocurrency and crypto exchange. Now, recently you saw what happened in the case of Wazirex. You reported about it. The ED froze about 64 crore of crypto exchange Wazirex for assisting in money laundering. So it's become an easy tool to launder money. And the Enforcement Directorate, which you cover very closely, said last week that it froze 64.67 crore worth of bank deposits in one of India's most prominent cryptocurrency exchange, Wazirex, as part of an ongoing money laundering investigation against some fraud smartphone-based loan dishing apps which were backed by Chinese funds. Now, there are many questions that arise about how these cryptocurrency exchanges work. Where did they get their money from? How do they launder money? And how they, in the garb of being digital currency, use illegal methods and means to move monies out of India. And this is insane, because 370 crore of assets have now been seized from one single operator alone. Now, we don't have the names of the operator. We should be able to get more of it. But imagine how many people, Shawan, like I said, 7% of India, it's 7% of India. And 7% of India's population is, 1 out of 150 crore. That would roughly mean about 10 crore. Anywhere between 7 to 10 crore. If 7 to 10 crore Indians own, cryptocurrency, can you imagine the disaster that it's now going to cause if at all monies have been used or misused? And what happens, if many people have been cheated, cryptocurrency is plummeting around the world. There's a global decline in the value of cryptocurrency. So I think this story is going to blow up, Shawan, and you have some more details on it. We'll wait and watch and see where the story goes. But this is the highest crypto asset seen so far. The fact that Hyderabad is now emerging as a hub tells you a story. We will have to see whether just companies were involved, or maybe political parties were involved, or companies operating for political parties were involved. I think the story is going to get much bigger.
Well, thank you very much, Niranjan. Will be tracking the story very closely. This undoubtedly is the highest ever asset that has been frozen by the Enforcement Directorate when it comes to the crypto exchanges. In fact, perhaps later in the day, we'll also be putting out details of which crypto exchange was it and whose assets that have been frozen. Let's move on to more breaking news now coming in. Terrorists that were killed in Rajouri were carrying armor-piercing bullets to inflict maximum damage to the army. The plan of the terrorists was to enter the camp using grenades and then target the army jawans with these armor-piercing bullets. Armor-piercing bullets can penetrate ballistic armor and also protective shields. Let's just put out those pictures that have been accessed by my colleague Kursubran and also get him on this broadcast, because the details that we're getting in right now with regards to what you see, those images on your screens, these are basically a armor-piercing bullets. So essentially it would have far more, the implication would be far more than any other bullet that would have essentially been used. But if you really look at the origin of these bullets, is something that's far more interesting. Let me also bring in my colleague Gursimran. Gursimran, are you in any position right now to confirm the make, or for that matter, where these bullets were essentially procured from? Because if you really look at it, the presence of these bullets actually has more of international links, because the fact that any of these tanseems would have got it, it would not have been possible without a professional military being involved, which is yet another giveaway that perhaps Pakistan army could have been behind this.
Shravan, there is no doubt to it, because in the earlier recoveries as well, we have seen that the Pakistan supplying the Norinco pistols to the terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir to carry out these civilian killings, and they are from the Chinese manufacturer that manufacture these pistols to the Pakistani side for the official use, that is for the use of the Pakistani army as well as the Pakistani Rangers. And similarly, it seems in this case also, where the armor-piercing bullets have been recovered by the security forces from these terrorists. These terrorists were heavily armed. They were carrying 2 AKs, grenades, 9 magazines, 300 rounds of bullets, including these armor-piercing bullets. So this was a clear plot that they wanted to get inside the camp using the grenades and then use these bullet-piercing, armor-piercing bullets to inflict maximum damage to the security forces. Now the National Investigation Agency team is on its way to Rajouri to see how this all was planned, because we are getting to know that these terrorists were there in the vicinity of the army camp, this operational base of the Indian Army in the Pargal area of Daral for quite a long time, and they have done the recce of the entire area. So how they managed to get in there, what was their plan, and how they got access to these bullets, these armored piercing bullets, this also is something that the National Investigation Agency will be looking into. We are getting some more details from the army, Indian Army and other intelligence agencies regarding this terror attack that has been foiled. We are expecting that later in the day we will be getting more details, but something important that is coming as of now is these armored piercing bullets that have been recovered from these terrorists.
Well, thank you very much, Gursimran. We'll also play out more details of this very story and the raids that were basically carried out. This is exclusive. Let's also listen into some of the reactions that are coming in right now.
तो यहाँ पे आज जो गुजरी रात है, इसको कोई करीब 3:30 से 4 के बीच वहाँ पे जो है फदाइन अटैक हुआ। 2 टेररिस्ट जो हैं उन्होंने कैंप के अंदर एंट्री जो है वो की है, और वो उसका डिटेल ये है कि जो नियरेस्ट जो बैरियर था, जैसे जहाँ जो बाउंड्री वाल पे नहीं बल्कि फेंस टाइप का बना हुआ था, जिसमें जो नीचे ये पोल्स के साथ वायर, और उसके ऊपर जो है जो वी शेप का जो पोल्स थे, और उसके ऊपर फिर रोल वाला कंस्ट्रक्शन है। तो ये 6 से कोई 7 फीट की इसकी हाइट होगी। तो इससे जो है ऐसा किया टेररिस्ट ने कि जो नियरेस्ट पोस्ट था उस पर ग्रेनेड फेंका। वहाँ पे जो संतरी था वो मतलब एक्सपायर्ड, उसको उसकी जद में आके जो है संतरी जो है वो एक्सपायर हुआ, और फिर एंट्री करके ये उस जो है वो अंदर आके फिर फायर किया।
Well, in the presence of all the dignitaries, Jagdeep Dhankar becomes the next Vice President of the country. Dhankar was administered oath by President Draupadi Murmu in the national capital today. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, responding on BJP charge, claimed that he has no intention of becoming the President or Vice President of India. Further, he denied all the claims.
पूरी मजबूती के साथ बिहार के सभी लोग जो विपक्ष के हैं, हम लोग सब कोशिश करेंगे मिल करके एकजुट होकर के आगे बढ़ने का। इसकी चिंता मत करिए। आदि वाला भी एकदम बोगस बात, हमारी कोई इच्छा नहीं थी। आई लोग भूल गए क्या? राष्ट्रपति और उपराष्ट्रपति के दोनों के चुनाव में हम लोगों की पार्टी ने कितना सपोर्ट किया।
Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav said that people of Bihar are happy now. This comes after Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav took oath as Bihar's Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister respectively.
चरित्र उजागर है। आप देख नहीं रहे पूरे बिहार में कितनी खुशी का माहौल है। जो मुस्कान आम और गरीब के चेहरे से, आम आदमी के चेहरे से छिन गया था, आज वो मुस्कान, खुशी झलक रहा है।
Reacting on Rajouri's terrorist attack, BJP Jammu and Kashmir President Ravinder Singh lauded Indian forces for its all-out mission mode today. While revealing the two terrorists were conspiring the attack, he said they are looking forward to celebrate Har Ghar Tiranga campaign in Jammu and Kashmir. After the terrorist attack in Rajouri, Indian Army showcased a unique nature of boat rally. In the rally, locals and students held national flags in hand at Kashmir's Sopore area. The police arrested 3 accused involved in BJP leaders Praveen Nitaru's murder case. Meanwhile, the total tally of arrests made in Nitaru's brutal murder reached 10. In a shocking incident, a priest was brutally murdered in Ramjanki temple in Bihar. Following the gruesome murder, anger fueled among the locals demanding for a proper investigation. Meanwhile, the police has reached the spot. Amid incessant rains, Jammu witnessed a flood-like situation triggering landslides and waterlogging. Meanwhile, Jammu-Srinagar National Highway remains blocked as team deployed at the spot continues to clear the mudslides. Due to landslides triggered by heavy rains, Chandigarh-Manali National Highway has been blocked. Meanwhile, police has been deployed to clear the affected road. With COVID-19 cases rising in the national capital, the Delhi government has made wearing masks mandatory in public spaces. A fine of about 500 rupees will also be imposed in case of violations. Now getting in now visuals of Tiranga boat rally from Jammu and Kashmir's Sopore. Now these are heartwarming visuals sent across a message of India first ahead of the 75th Independence Day. Here's a report.
आर्टिकल 370 के बाद किस तरह से चेंज देखने को मिल रही है। मेरी विजय आपको मेरे लेफ्ट साइड से दिखा सकते हैं कि किस तरह से यहाँ पे जो कश्मीर का युवा है वो समझ चुका है कि पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर्ड टेररिज्म जो था वो कश्मीर घाटी में अब ख़त्म हो चुका है। आप देख रहे हैं किस तरह से नॉर्थ कश्मीर सोपोर के खूबसूरत से विजुअल्स आप देख रहे हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पे जो कश्मीर का यूथ है वो समझ चुका है कि कश्मीर घाटी में जो पाकिस्तान यहाँ पे अपनी प्रेजेंस दिखाने के लिए कश्मीर घाटी में डिस्टर्बेंस को क्रिएट करने की कोशिश कर रहा था। लेकिन हम देख रहे हैं कि इस तरह से कश्मीर घाटी में यहाँ पे फर्स्ट टाइम इन द हिस्ट्री, यहाँ पे इससे पहले मैं आपको पहले बताता चलूँ, ये वही दरिया है जहाँ पे मिलिटेंट आउटफिट्स इस ट्रू रैग का सहारा लेके यहाँ पर बोट्स में आर्म्स और एम्युनिशन को भी यहाँ पे कैरी किया जा सकता है। लेकिन आप देख रहे हैं कि कितने खूबसूरत विजुअल्स, चाहे हम कॉलेज स्कूल्स की स्टूडेंट्स की बात करें, यहाँ के लोकल स्टूडेंट्स की बात करें, इवन वहाँ पे हमने देखा कि कुछ महिला जो है उन्होंने भी अपने हाथ में तिरंगा लिए हुए थे, जो कि हर कश्मीर घाटी के हर गली कोची में आज ये मुहिम चल रही है कि हर घर तिरंगा। मेरे चाहे लेफ्ट साइड से आप या मेरे पीछे आप देख सकते हैं किस तरह से कितने खूबसूरत विजुअल्स आप देख रहे हैं, इससे पहले अगर हम 2016 की बात करें, 2016 में काफ़ी डिस्टर्बेंस रहा करती थी यहाँ पे, और इन्हीं दरियाओं में पाकिस्तान के फ्लैग्स वगैरह भी लगते थे। लेकिन अब हम देख रहे हैं कश्मीर घाटी में किस तरह से आफ्टर एब्रोगेशन ऑफ आर्टिकल 370 काफ़ी चेंज देखने को मिल रही है। इसके साथ साथ मैं आपको बताता चलूँ, जो रैली है, इस रैली से आज ये भी जो राजौरी में एक टेरर अटैक हुआ आज मॉर्निंग, जो कि फिदायन 2 मारे गए, वहाँ पर भी ये लोकल पॉपुलेशन जो है ये उनको ट्रिब्यूट पेश कर रहे हैं, जो आज राजौरी के अंदर 3 सेना के जवान मारे गए। आप देख सकते हैं कितने खूबसूरत विजुअल्स है। कॉलेज स्टूडेंट्स की बात करें या मेरे लेफ्ट साइड से कुछ सीनियर सिटीजन्स वगैरह भी है, करीबन 30 से 35 बोट्स की अभी जो काफिला जो है ये मेन मार्केट सोपोर जा रहा है। वहाँ पे भी कुछ लोग हैं जो कि बाय फुट वॉक करके वहाँ उस ब्रिज के पास पहुँच गए हैं। मैं आपको ये बताता चलो, जहाँ पे अभी स्टॉप कर रहा है, जहाँ पे हमें जाना है, करीबन अभी 2 किलोमीटर की दूरी पे वो एग्जैक्ट स्पॉट है, लोकेशन है। वहाँ पर वो काफ़ी हॉट बेड माना जाता था स्टोन पेल्टिंग के लिए। हम देख सकते हैं कश्मीर घाटी में ये एक बहुत ही बड़ी चेंज है।
CWG medalist Divya Kakran hits out at Delhi government, says no help received from the Delhi government. Also, Republic mega global investigation on Parvati idol. How did 12th century idol end up in New York?
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Prashant appearing at the ED office. CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
The independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question. And that's the feeling of a large number of citizens in this country.
Threatening and the besmirching of the reputation of the judiciary, it's shocking that anything and everything is being said, laws are being spoken of, people and civil rights are spoken of by people who are known to be a lobby.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to
Income Tax Department conducted searches at various multiple locations in Janla in Maharashtra. This raid is connected to an industrialist. Raids conducted in Kalika Steels, Sairam Steels, one cooperative bank, and there is a financial and a dealer as well. What we have been known that 58 crore in cash has been confiscated, out of which 28 crore that has been seized from a farmhouse, and 30 crore has been seized from a bank locker. Moreover, there are 32 kg of gold that has also been seized by Income Tax Department worth rupees 16 crore, and 300 crore property, Benami property, has also been confiscated by Income Tax Department. IT seeks help of local police only after the third day of the raids that were conducted and the operation that has been done by the Income Tax Department. With video journalist Sanidhya Salishanar for Republic TV.
CWG medalist Divya Kakran hits out at Delhi. On the other side, Mamata's right-hand man Anubrata Mondal has now been arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Will the Chief Minister finally act? Repeated attack on the Supreme Court. First it was Kapil, Sibal, then Bhushan and now it's Prashant Bhushan.
A massive face-off that has erupted over the remarks that were made by the AAP MLA, following which Commonwealth Games medalist was forced to take to Twitter to prove she's been playing from 2011 till the 2017. She has 17 certificates to prove that as well.
If it is an individual stand, then Saurabh Bharadwaj will have to make it clear what exactly has happened and how he can say someone that she did not represent Delhi when she has played for Delhi.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
The independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question. And that's the feeling of a large number of citizens in this country.
Threatening and the besmirching of the reputation of the judiciary, it's shocking that anything and everything is being said. Laws are being spoken of, people and civil rights are spoken of by people who are known to be a lobby.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers.
It's raining scams and corruption in Bengal. Mega scams under CBI and ED scanner. Another mega scam, another TMC data under arrest. Will Mamata act now? The political face-off over the freebies intensifies. Kejriwal response to the controversy. Getting in some more breaking news right now. These are the latest images now coming in as Mamata's right-hand man Anubrata Mondal has been arrested, brought to Asansol. He's in fact now been taken to the raid location is what we are being told. From there, he's now been taken to the special court in Asansol. That's the latest that's coming in right now. Let me bring in my colleague Kishale, who's joining us on this broadcast. Kishale, there seems to be a lot of anger outside the Asansol court right now. If I'm correct, these are the latest images that are now coming in from the court where Anubrata Mondal was taken in. We saw a similar sort of anger when he was also taken to the he was going to the SSKM hospital about a couple of days ago, where there was sloganeering that was actually happening. What more are you picking up?
Well, exactly, these visuals show how people are angry against Anubrata Mondal. What are the emotions of the people that's running in Bengal right now? The visuals show clearly how people are showing slippers and their footwear to Anubrata Mondal, and this is not the first time. Before this, we saw that how when Partho Chatterjee was taken out of ESI hospital, similarly slippers were thrown at him and similar pictures. Right now we are showing how Anubrata Mondal was taken inside the CBI special court in Asansol, and right now Anubrata Mondal, TMC's strong man, is right now inside Asansol CBI special court. And right now we are hearing that the reporters, the journalists, are not allowed to enter into the courtroom by the authorities of the court. So we are right now trying to get that update that what's happening inside and when the hearing will begin. But the journalists are right now not allowed to enter to hear the hearing, the question and answers. We do not know about that. But right now Anubrata Mondal is inside the courtroom, and there is a possibility that he will be taken, he will be brought back to Kolkata after the hearing, after CBI special court hears the case. Before this, he was taken to government guest house where his health checkup, where his medical checkup was done, ECIL guest house, and we saw that after that he was taken from that guest house to the court. And while he was brought to the court, outside the court we saw visuals how these common people gathered around there was showing slippers, trying to throw their slippers at Anubrata. This just shows how common people of Bengal are clearly angry about the scams that are ongoing everywhere in Bengal in all the departments, be it the recruitment scam, which includes top leaders of Trinamool Congress and the state government officials, or be it the cattle smuggling case which the CBI is right now trying to investigate, or the post-poll violence case, or different other scams like the coal scam. ED and CBI has been proactive in the last few days, and they have been taking actions in all these cases, and right now the hearing will begin. That's what we are hearing, but the journalists are right now outside and they are not allowed to go inside the courtroom. However, our sources are telling us that the hearing will begin shortly. Also, Trinamool Congress is holding a press conference in Kolkata. We have to keep a tab on that and try to get what reactions Trinamool Congress is giving on this. However, there is a larger clamor for action, from Mamata Banerjee, from the state government. Shawan.
Right, Kishalai, also if you could help us understand what is there in the CBI remand paper and the arguments that are being put across before the court to seek custodial questioning of Anubrata Mondal. For example, we were hearing that he was essentially routing protection money, and there was a proper mechanism put in place with hierarchies below that were collecting protection money to let the cattle trade, the illegal cattle trade, continue onwards to Bangladesh. So are you getting to hear something about the remand paper and the arguments that the CBI is putting in the court to seek Anubrata Mondal's custody?
Yes, Abhishek, exactly. Like you rightly put, that there was a clear case of influence by Anubrata Mondal to carry on this whole business of cattle smuggling. The cattle was being brought to the border areas of Birbhum, and Anubrata Mondal is a very strong Trinamool leader in Birbhum, and these cattle were then smuggled to the border areas of Bangladesh, to the border of Bangladesh, and then taken inside Bangladesh. Anubrata Mondal was acting as a person who would reduce the interference of law and order, who would reduce any kind of police interference, and he was making the whole process lot easier in lieu of money. According to the CBI, he got a lot of money out of this whole business of cattle smuggling, and therefore this case has been built up against him. And in the remand papers, well, CBI will surely ask for his custody because they have clear evidence of how Anubrata Mondal played a clear role of a catalyst in this whole business of cattle smuggling, and how he was the key person in that state who used to control the police department, a few officials of the police department, a few officials of the BSF, as was mentioned in the CBI charge sheet before, and a few other people, which includes his bodyguard Saigal Hussain, who built a property of 4 crore rupees. A bodybuilder having a property of what, 4 crore rupees, and then cash and jewelry is something that's staggering. And therefore Anubrata Mondal and his bodyguard and the people around him who he was influencing, all of them are considered by the CBI. When CBI went to his house today morning, they had a huge amount of document, a pile of document, which includes all the evidences that they have against him. So CBI was for sure to arrest today Anubrata Mondal, because last 10 times Anubrata Mondal had skipped the summon. CBI did not want to let him go this time, so they went there with all the preparations that they could. But however, the journalists are not allowed to enter the court premises this time. Therefore, we have to get our news from the sources inside the court, and we are hearing that the hearing will begin shortly. However, we do not know how many days of custody CBI will seek for. We will know that shortly, Abhishek. But surely CBI will seek his custody, and then will bring him back to Kolkata, to Nizam Palace, the CBI headquarters in this region, and then will question him further on this case. And there are other cases also pending against him, like the post-poll violence case. We also have to see that. Abhishek.
Yeah, also Kishalai, since we have to continue this story, and obviously everyone would be interested in knowing, this is third or fourth minister of Mamata government getting embroiled in one investigation or the other. In fact, half a dozen now perhaps, you would know better. But what is going to be the consequence of this development insofar as the Bengal politics goes?
Well, Abhishek, we saw how that 2 days ago, 2 days back, there was a case in High Court where 19 Trinamool Congress leaders, many of whom are ministers, were named, whose property soared after they became ministers or after Trinamool Congress came to power. There were evidences and instances where the property of these people, these ministers, doubled, tripled or quadrupled in 5 years after Trinamool Congress came to power. That case was registered in High Court. That case is right now ongoing in High Court, and High Court has also attached ED to this case. So we have seen how ED has been proactive in all the cases that they are right now that they are investigating, and this is another case that ED is attached to by the High Court. Therefore, not only Partho Chatterjee, who is related to the cash scam, to the recruitment scam, SSC scam, not only Anubrata Mondal, who is related, who is directly influencing this cattle smuggling smuggling scam, this cattle smuggling case, but also other Trinamool leaders, other Trinamool ministers, including Firhad Hakim himself, have been named in that case, where their property have been doubled, tripled or quadrupled just after Trinamool Congress came to power and they became ministers. And also the name of Shadon Pandey, who is not living right now, who is expired, is also there, and his property also doubled or tripled in these few years. So therefore, clearly, many of these leaders of Trinamool Congress are in a soup right now, where their property is under ED scanner or CBI scanner or scanner by some different agencies, and these agencies are trying to look at the process in which you can double, quadruple your property without doing a full-time job just by being a minister. That's the question, Abhishek. They became a minister to serve people, but they gained properties worth crores and crores. So how did that property come from? Who benefited out of that? Who was the beneficiary of that amount of money? And how that money came into these ministers, whether through agencies, and what was they dealing with? These are the questions that CBI is dealing with. Therefore, all these ministers, big honchos, big faces of Trinamool are right now under the fire. And if all of them are being booked by CBI or ED, all these agencies, clearly this government is in trouble. Abhishek.
Right, Kishula, in fact, the government might not be in trouble given the numbers that Trinamool has in Bengal Assembly, but obviously there would be perception issues. On air are pictures, Kishula, of Anubrata Mondal being shown shoes by the crowd present there, and we don't believe that, there's no reason to believe as of now that these are BJP supporters. I can't see any BJP association unless proved otherwise, and they seem to be people there gathered outside the court. Sharoda, Naroda, the Bengal teachers recruitment scam, and now illegal cattle trading. None of these can be defended on the grounds of ideology. In fact, many of these investigations going on the specific instructions of courts. In that case, isn't it really a situation which can't be defended by the Trinamool in Bengal?
Well, Abhishek, when Partho Chatterjee was booked, when he was arrested, Trinamool Congress was quite quick in removing him from his ministerial post or from his party posts. However, there was a press conference held by top Trinamool ministers yesterday where they said one interesting thing. Bobby Hakim or Firhad Hakim, who is right now a minister close to Mamata Banerjee and also is taking care of the Kolkata Corporation, he mentioned how not, quote unquote, not everyone in Trinamool Congress is thief, not everyone is bad in Trinamool Congress. So therefore, the opposition parties are saying that this is one insinuation that Firhad Hakim is accepting, or Trinamool Congress is accepting, that some part of the party or partially the party is infested with leaders who are thieves, ministers who are thieves. Therefore, it came from Trinamool Congress yesterday and became a talking point. Right now we saw after that press conference, there was movement in CBI. Yesterday night there was a movement in CBI. CBI was moving towards Birbhum, Bolpur, the district of Anubrata Mondal, and today morning there was a huge deployment of CRPF at Anubrata Mondal's house and he was arrested. So that's quite an incident where the press conference which mentioned where the minister mentioned that we all are not thieves happened just a day before, when Anubrata Mondal, a top Trinamool Congress leader and strongman, was arrested in a case of cattle smuggling, where he allegedly directly got benefited by smuggling cattle from West Bengal to Bangladesh, and that too is happening.
সুতরাং ওদের কথার কোনো গুরুত্ব নেই, কিন্তু আমাদের বক্তব্য এটাই যে কেন্দ্রের যে শাসক দল তারা কি তাহলে এই নিরপেক্ষ চেহারাটাকে রাখতে দেবে না কেন্দ্রীয় সংস্থাগুলো? না হলে শুধুমাত্র অন্ধকারে একজন জিতলেন তাকে কেন লিডার অফ দ্য অপোজিশন কি প্রাইজ দেওয়া হলো?
So only the state government, only the party who is in power will be probed. The opposition leader has also different cases registered. Will he not be probed?
আমরা তো বলছি যাও হ্যাঁ নিশ্চয়ই
সিবিআইয়ের মধ্যেই আগে নিজেদের ঝগড়াটা মেটা। এই যে রাকেশ আস্থানার সঙ্গে মিস্টার ভার্মার যে লড়াইটা ছিল, সিবিআই তো বেয়াদবি, এবং আপনি যে প্রশ্নটা করলেন 2014 সাল থেকে আজ 2022 সাল, ওটা চার্জশিট দিতে পেরেছি, তাহলে সেই উত্তরটা যথাযথভাবে কলকাতা মহামান্য আদালত সঠিকভাবেই প্রশ্নটা তুলছে। মানুষের আস্থাটা থাকবে কিছু, কারণ এগুলো রাজনৈতিক কারণে ব্যবহার করা হচ্ছে। যে কথাটা চন্দ্রিমাদি এতক্ষণ ধরে বলছিল যে কেন্দ্রীয় সরকার যে যে জায়গায় তাদের বিরোধী দলগুলো,
So there are so many complaints against the opposition leader, but in Bengal, but he is not being probed.
একটা ছোট ঘটনা,
Tomorrow there will be a protest against ED and CBI by the Trinamool Congress Youth Federation, Youth Party. The youth section of the Trinamool Congress will be on roads to protest against ED and CBI.
আপনারা তো এই প্রশ্নটা তুলছেন, একই কেস, এদেরও দেখা গেছিল তোয়ালে।
CBI should first resolve issues between themselves. From 2014, how many charge sheet they could produce? The central government is using the CBI for their political mileage, for their political gain.
যারা দিল টাকা, সোর্স টাকা, তাদের কেন গ্রেপ্তার করা হচ্ছে না? প্রশ্নটা তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের পক্ষ থেকে করলে কিন্তু বদনাম হয়ে যাচ্ছে।
The opposition leader in West Bengal, Shubhendu Adhikari, has received money, has taken bribe, but there is no steps or action taken against him by any of these agencies.
কেন? ওটা কি বিজেপির পক্ষে যাচ্ছিল? তারা নীরব।
He joined BJP, that cleaned his history. We have belief on our judicial system. We have faith on our judicial system.
All right, BJP leader Dilip Ghosh is joining over the phone with us. Mr. Ghosh, we have a press conference going on of Trinamool Congress in which a charge is being made that opposition parties, because the BJP's power in center, are being targeted, their leaders are being targeted, and these are politically motivated investigations. In the case of Anubrata Mondal also.
देखिए, जो लोग बोल रहे थे कि बदला की राजनीति हो रही है, वेंडेटा हो रही है, आप इतना प्रॉपर्टी मिलने के बाद चाहे पार्थ बाबू हो या तो अनुब्रत मंडल का जो बॉडीगार्ड है उसके पास 150 करोड़ का प्रॉपर्टी मिला है, अभी जारी है। आज बॉम्बे से आ रहा है तो सैकड़ों करोड़ का प्रॉपर्टी और पैसा मिल रहा है। तो जो लोग वेंडेटा की बात कर रहे थे, इतने डॉक्यूमेंट सबूत मिलने के बाद भी अगर ऐसा बोलेंगे तो क्या बोलना है? और सेंट्रल फोर्सेस, सेंट्रल एजेंसीज का यही काम है, जहाँ भ्रष्टाचार है वहाँ खुलासा करना, डॉक्यूमेंट्स का सबके साथ उसको उठा रहे हैं। की जो शुद्धिकरण शुरू हुई है ये उसका एक पार्ट है और भी फैलेगा। पिछले कई सालों से देश में जो भ्रष्टाचार की भरमार हुई है, हर पार्टी उसमें लिप्त था, मैक्सिमम लीडर उसमें लिप्त, राजनीति कलुषित हो गया है, उसको मुक्त करने की जरूरत है, समय दिया गया है और इसलिए कार्रवाई चलना चाहिए। पब्लिक यही चाह रही है। ये जो लोगों का जो विस्फोट आप देख रहे हैं, लोग चोर चोर का स्लोगन दे रहे हैं, चप्पल फेंक के मार रहे हैं, तो लोगों में जो गुस्सा था वो फूट रहा है। अभी लोगों को लूटा गया, पीटा गया, लोगों को जबरदस्ती केस दिया गया, जेल डाला गया जो प्रतिवाद किया, और जहां जहां संभव हर क्षेत्र से पैसा लूटा गया। सरकारी संपत्ति हो या तो लोगों से काटमानी लेके हो, कुछ लोगों के पास अथाह धन है और वो जब बाहर आ रहा है लोगों की गुस्सा फूट रहा है। लोग इतने दिन अपने को पीड़ित शोषित समझ रहे थे और अब उसका कारण कौन है वो दिख रहा है जब तो लोगों का इस प्रकार एक्सप्रेशन हो रहा है।
दिलीप जी, घोष जी, एक बात और कि एक कोर्ट में पिटीशन चल रहा है जिसमें बताया गया है कि ममता बनर्जी के पहली सरकार से लेकर अब तक के करीब 19 मंत्री हैं जिनके जो असेट्स हैं उसमें बहुत वृद्धि हुई है, बहुत इंक्रीज हुआ है, इजाफा हुआ है। तो बीजेपी की पोजीशन उस पे क्या है कि वो जो पूरी लिस्ट है उसकी सबकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगी या सिर्फ जो एजेंसीज अपने आप देखती हैं उन्हीं का इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगा?
नहीं, देखिए, कोई व्यक्ति ने वो कोर्ट में अपील किया है कि इनका इंक्वायरी हो, तो जो आंखों के सामने दिखता है 10 साल में, 5 साल में, 20 साल में, जिसका पास इतना धन आ गया, घर गाड़ी सब बदल गया और इतना चारों तरफ जमीन जिरात प्रॉपर्टी दिखता है, पब्लिक सब जानता है, तो लोग मजबूरन कोर्ट में जा रहे हैं। तो कोर्ट अगर चाहेगा तो किसी एजेंसी के द्वारा उसका इंक्वायरी कर सकता है, पूछताछ कर सकता है, अधिकार है। इसलिए हाईकोर्ट ने उसको हाथ में लिया है, ईडी को जोड़ा है उसमें। और खाली कोई एक पार्टी नहीं है, राजनीति में जो पता धन का प्रवाह चल रहा है, जो भ्रष्टाचार चल रहा है, उसको रोकने के लिए इस प्रकार कार्रवाई जरूरी है। और ये अधिकार भी कोर्ट में और इसको सेंट्रल एजेंसी में होना चाहिए, किसी को पूछताछ कर सके। संदेह होता है तो उसमें उसका जो कागजात है, जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स है, वो दिखाना चाहिए, और नहीं तो कानूनी व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए। अभी एक जो शुरू हुआ है, ये मुझे लगता है कि ये जिस गति से बढ़ रही है मामला, आगे भी जाएगी और लोगों की उम्मीद पर खड़ा उतर करके सेंट्रल एजेंसियां उसका साफ करेगी और जो दोषी है उसको।
जो 3 बड़े झूठ बोल के अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को लगा हर बार की तरह मैं निकल जाऊंगा। नहीं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, जब आपको चुनौती देने भारतीय जनता पार्टी आती है तो वो विश्वसनीयता के आधार पे आती है, ठोस आंकड़ों के आधार पे आती है। और मैं बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से इस मंच का इस्तेमाल करते हुए एक बात कहूंगा, 3 झूठ आपके समक्ष रख के पकड़ूंगा और चुनौती देता हूं कि कल 24 घंटे के अंदर अगर हिम्मत है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी में तो वो साबित करे कि जो तथ्य उन्होंने रखे वो सही हैं या जो तथ्य हम रख रहे हैं वो सही हैं। हर बात पे झूठ बोलना, हर बात पे गलत तथ्य रखना। सबसे पहले अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने आज प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में यह बात कह दी कि मनरेगा की राशि में 25% की कटौती की गई है, जबकि इस योजना से देश के सबसे गरीब किसान मजदूर को 100 दिन का काम मिलता है। तो पहला झूठ यही पकड़ते हैं। और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ये प्रेस वार्ता जरूर देख रहे होंगे। जिस तरह से मनरेगा को प्रभावी बनाकर न केवल उसका बजट बढ़ाया, पर यह सुनिश्चित किया कि एक एक रुपया उस मजदूर के खाते में सीधा पहुंचे और भ्रष्टाचार ना हो, उस मॉडल का नाम श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का मॉडल है। और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आपने कैसे कह दिया कि 25% कटौती की गई है? मैं आपके समक्ष आंकड़े रख देता हूं। 2021-22 में मनरेगा का जो बजट था वो 73,000 करोड़ था। 73,000 करोड़, बता भी दे 73,000, और इसको रिवाइज्ड एस्टिमेट में बढ़ाया गया और 98,000 करोड़ करा गया, 25,000 करोड़ ज्यादा। और हम सब जानते हैं कि कोविड की महामारी थी। प्रधानमंत्री जी की एक सोच है कि हर व्यक्ति को खाना मिले, रोजगार मिले, कोई भूखा ना सोए। इसके लिए 25,000 करोड़ रुपए मनरेगा का बजट बढ़ाया गया। और इसके साथ कभी नहीं भूलना चाहिए, जो स्वयं में एक उत्तर है, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कहते हैं ये रुपया आता है, जाता कहां है? सत्येंद्र जैन के घर नहीं जाता है, मनीष सिसोदिया और उनके परिवार के लिए इस्तेमाल नहीं होता है। 80 करोड़ भारतीयों को 2 साल मुफ्त राशन मिलता है इससे। 200 करोड़ टीके लगते हैं आम जनता को इससे। लेकिन मैं ये बता दूं कि 2022-23 में जब मनरेगा का बजट रखा तो इसका अनुदान था 73,000 करोड़। 21-22 में 73,000 करोड़ और 22-23 में 73,000 करोड़। और इसके साथ अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी झूठ ना बोलते इतना और केवल वित्त मंत्री जी का भाषण जो संसद के पटल पर कहा गया है वो सुन लेते, मैं वो लेके आया हूं क्योंकि जरूरी हो गया है कि झूठों का झूठ पकड़ें। यह सवाल निर्मला सीतारमण जी से जब पूछा गया तो मैं पढ़ दूं कि क्या लिखा है। ये रिपोर्ट है मीडिया की, कह रही है गवर्नमेंट विल एलोकेट मोर फंड्स फॉर मनरेगा इफ नीडेड। अभी ये वित्त वर्ष चल रहा है, 73,000 करोड़ 21-22 में, 25,000 करोड़ और एलोकेट किए रिवाइज बजट। 22-23 में भी 73,000 करोड़ और वित्त मंत्री कहती हैं कि मैं और दूंगी, आवश्यकता पड़ेगी तो मोदी जी की सरकार है, आम आदमी के साथ खड़ी रहेगी। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आपका आरोप था कि 25% की कटौती की गई है। अगर ये सारे जो फाइनेंस के टर्म्स हैं आपको नहीं समझ में आते हैं तो यह आवश्यक ही है कि आप किसी से मदद लें और समझें कि बजट में किस तरह से बजट पेश किया जाता है, उसके बाद अतिरिक्त अनुदान किया जाता है। तो झूठ पहला पकड़ा गया। दूसरा, आपने एक और अनर्गल आरोप लगाया। आपने कह दिया केंद्र सरकार टैक्स एकत्रित कर अभी तक 42% राज्यों को देती थी, पिछले कुछ वर्षों से इसे घटाकर 29% कर दिया गया है, 13% कटौती कर दी गई है। अब मैं आपको बिल्कुल स्पष्ट बता दूं, फाइनेंस कमीशन ने यह तय करके बताया कि 5 वर्षों के लिए जो सारे प्रदेशों को जीएसटी में से डिवॉल्व होता था वो 42% पर ही रहेगा। 41% क्योंकि जम्मू कश्मीर और लद्दाख यूनियन टेरिटरी बना दी गई और अगर उसको जोड़ दिया जाए तो 42% 5 साल के लिए। तो यह दूसरा झूठ बोला अरविंद केजरीवाल जी आपने, और आपको लगा कि आप झूठ बोलेंगे कोई पकड़ेगा नहीं। यही राजनीति आप कर रहे हैं। रेवड़ियों से झूठ तक की राजनीति अरविंद केजरीवाल का चरित्र बन गई। संवैधानिक पद पे बैठा व्यक्ति इस तरह के अनर्गल बयान दे, सोचिए असत्य अरविंद पार्टी का क्या हाल होगा। आप है ना असत्य अरविंद पार्टी, केवल झूठ ही बोलेंगे, असत्य ही बोलेंगे। तीसरा, इन्होंने कहा कि 8th पे कमीशन, केंद्र सरकार ने कह दिया है कि 8th पे कमीशन वह नहीं बनाएगी। और इनका आरोप यह है कि इस सरकार को जो सरकारी कर्मचारी हैं उनकी कोई चिंता नहीं है। यह आरोप जो है, फिर से मैं कह देता कि समझदारी नहीं है, गलत समझ पाए, लेकिन अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड देखें तो इसी तरह से झूठ बोलते हैं और झूठ पकड़ा जाता है तो एक माफी का लेटर जेब में तैयार होता है, आते हैं कहते हैं माफ कर दो, गलती हो गई, झूठ निकल गया। क्या यह सत्य नहीं है कि जब यह बात 8th पे कमीशन की सामने आई तो उसके साथ केंद्र सरकार ने कहा हर बार पे कमीशन की रिकमेंडेशंस होती हैं जो लागू होने में समय लगता है और उससे असुविधा होती है जो सरकारी कर्मचारी हैं। तो एक ऐसा मॉडल, एक ऐसा फॉर्मूला निकाला जाएगा जो कि यह सुनिश्चित करेगा कि समय समय पर उसी मॉडल को क्रियान्वित करके वो लाभ जो सरकारी कर्मचारी हैं उनको मिलता रहे। तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आपने ये बात क्यों कही कि केंद्र सरकार 8वां वेतन आयोग नहीं बनाएंगे? केंद्र सरकार का सारा पैसा कहां गया? अपने कर्मियों को वेतन बढ़ाने की स्थिति में नहीं है। आपने बात क्योंकि पैसे की भी करी है, तो ये फर्ज बनता है कि आपको कुछ आंकड़े जरूर दूं मैं, और एक एक आंकड़ा जो दूंगा इस चुनौती के साथ दूंगा कि जाके चेक कराइए, वेरीफाई कराइए, सत्य ढूंढिए, और अगर हिम्मत पड़े तो जो मैं प्रश्न यहां से पूछ रहा हूं उसका 24 घंटे में उत्तर भी दीजिए, और हमारा कोई आंकड़ा अगर गलत हो तो जरूर बताइएगा कि क्यों गलत है। मनरेगा का मैंने आपको आंकड़ा बताया, 73,000 करोड़ रुपए, और जरूरत पड़ी तो इसे और बढ़ाया जाएगा, वित्त मंत्री जी ने कहा। हम सब जानते हैं किस तरह से 2 साल से जो 80 करोड़ भारतीय हैं उनको कोविड की महामारी में मुफ्त राशन मिले, कोई भूखा ना सोए, ये सपना देखा तो उसको पूरा करके दिखाया मोदी जी ने। हम सब ये भी जानते हैं कि डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर, जनधन अकाउंट खुले 45 करोड़ के आसपास, तो 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए का फायदा हुआ हमारी सरकार को। उज्ज्वला में 9 करोड़ गैस सिलेंडर दिए, प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि में 10 करोड़ किसान लाभान्वित हुए, साल में 3 बार 2,000 की किस्त मिलती है, करीब 2.25 लाख करोड़ रुपए इसमें खर्च किया गया। 11 करोड़ टॉयलेट बनाए गए। मैंने 200 करोड़ टीके मुफ्त लगाए गए, इसका जिक्र भी करा है। ये सब आंकड़े जो देते हैं बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से देते हैं, और ये बताते हुए देते हैं कि आप अगर कोई बजट लाते हैं या जनता की सेवा करते हैं तो उसमें एक प्लान होता है, एक दूरदर्शिता होती है, एक सोच होती है। यू हैव टू मेंटेन फिस्कल डिसिप्लिन ऑल्सो। लेकिन
well, on This Is Exclusive, we're getting you the 2 big stories. Tonight, it's about that illegal mining that no one is really talking about. This is linked to the Jharkhand government. Given the fact that one of the closest aide of Chief Minister Hemant Soren has been arrested by the enforcement director, tonight we'll get you images that is going to shock you. Images of those very mountains which have been completely flattened because of illegal mining, and no one is essentially talking about it. But tonight we'll get you exclusive documents and also pictures of what's really happening in this small place called Sahibganj in Jharkhand. But first, these are the headlines we're tracking for you on This Is Exclusive. In massive allegations, the Enforcement Directorate says Jharkhand Chief Minister's aide Pankaj Mishra is involved in rampant illegal mining in Sahibganj. After a flurry of evaded CBI summons, CBI news tightens around Mamata's top man Anubrata Mondal as he is now under arrest. Another mega scam, another TMC Neta under arrest. Will Mamata act now? Massive win for forces, a major terror attack averted in Rajouri, Jammu and Kashmir. Almost 2 weeks after Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren's alleged aide Pankaj Mishra was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the illegal mining case, sensational revelations have emerged in the investigation. The Enforcement Directorate has alleged that Pankaj Mishra is involved in rampant illegal mining in Sahibganj. And not just that, Mishra himself has been allotted mining lease in Sahibganj in the name of his firm Mahakal Stone Works, and used this lease to carry out illegal mining extensively at various sites. Not only this, Pankaj Mishra also used services of criminals like Dahu Yadav and Bachchu Yadav for illegal mining. In fact, Bachchu Yadav too was arrested. He faces a number of cases. The Enforcement Directorate had also raided the premises of Mishra, resulting in the seizure of about 5.34 crore rupees unaccounted cash. 5 stone crushers were also being illegally operated from the site, and 5 illegal firearm cartridges were seized. Tonight we get you a 20-page probe document which gives you full understanding of what are the charges that have been leveled against Pankaj Mishra, how exactly has this illegal mining been going on, under the political patronage of whom, and the involvement of criminals like Bachchu Yadav and Dahu Yadav. These are names that are going to bring a chill down your spine, especially those who know what's really happening in the district of Sahibganj in Jharkhand. But up first, this is the report, and then we go across to some of those documents and also a ground report.
As ED turns up its heat in the rampant illegal mining in Sahibganj, stunning details have emerged which put Jharkhand Chief Minister's close aide in the spotlight. This exclusive report reveals how his corruption has turned the resource-abundant land of Sahibganj into a flattened barren surface. This before and after image clearly speaks of how the land has been depleted for the sake of money. ED probe has revealed that Pankaj Mishra, an MLA from Barhaid, who is also a close aide of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, enjoys political clout. The probe has underscored Pankaj Mishra's ascendancy over the Jharkhand administrative work. As per the initial ED probe details, Pankaj Mishra has been involved in rampant illegal mining in Jharkhand Sahibganj. He himself allotted mining lease in Sahibganj in the name of his proprietorship from Mahakal Stone Works. As ED dig deep into the illegal mining, details of Mishra's neck-down corruption has been unearthed. Soren's aide used the leased out land to carry out illegal mining extensively at several sites. Not only that, he ran a cartel along with mining officers and forest officials. Initial ED probe suggests that Pankaj Mishra has huge cash deposits running into crores of rupees. Soren's graft isn't only limited to Jharkhand's land. He misused interstate inland water ferries that ran between Bihar, Jharkhand and West Bengal to move trucks laden with illegal stone chips and boulders without desired mining challans. While the probe puts it out in open, the widespread smuggling that had flattened the resource abundant in Sahibganj, the Jharkhand Chief Minister has been tight-lipped. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
In fact, we've accessed this 20-page probe document which gives us full details of the role of Pankaj Mishra. Who exactly is Pankaj Mishra? I'll ask our producers to cut to this document right now, which tells you Pankaj Mishra, according to the Enforcement Directorate, is a representative of Hemant Soren, MLA from Barhaid, and enjoys political clout. But this is what I want to take you through, some of the key points of this particular investigation, and then I'll bring in our senior editor, Prakash. ED says it is revealed that Pankaj Mishra is involved in rampant illegal mining in Sahibganj and its adjoining areas. He has been using his influence and dominance to control mining business and also inland ferry services in Sahibganj and its adjoining areas. Point number 2, he himself has been allotted mining lease in Sahibganj in the name of his proprietorship firm Mahakal Stone Works. He carries out illegal mining extensively at several sites. He's forcibly grabbed Mundali stone deposit from one Sahibganj-based businessman Binod Kumar Jaiswal. He has influence over the mining officers, forest officials who work under his instruction, and they altogether run a cartel which controls the entire mining operations in Sahibganj area. Scrutiny of his bank accounts indicates huge cash deposits running into crores of rupees. Here, take a look at it. Hemant Soren finds a mention with, they are saying the enforcement director says Pankaj Mishra is also a representative of Hemant Soren. What's even more worrisome is the use of organized criminals. Take a look at this. It is revealed during the investigation that Pankaj Mishra has organized local criminals, namely Rajesh Yadav, Dahu Yadav, Bachchu Yadav. Now look at the number of cases that have been registered against Bachchu Yadav and Dahu Yadav. Take a look at this. This is the list of FIRs that have been registered. Entire list of FIRs that have been registered, which roughly is over a dozen cases, which includes murder, dacoity. These are some of the charges against them. And then they say that he was also involved in the inland water ferries. So basically, whatever amount or whatever was being mined, excavated, was being used, taken out from the state using these inland ferries. There too, we are given to understand Pankaj Mishra had a role. This is what they are saying. Investigation has revealed Pankaj Mishra has got political patronage and has influence over the administration too. He has been using his clouts in his activities of illegal mining and ferry services. He has been giving backings to criminal like Rajesh Yadav and others for his illegitimate activities. What becomes very, very clear, viewers, and on this note, let me bring in our senior editor, Prakash, who's been tracking the story very closely. ED for the first time has put it on official papers that here is a man who's extremely close to Hemant Soren, and the fact that there are two aspects to it. One, this entire mining that was actually taking place, there was an illegal mining lease that was actually given to Pankaj Mishra. He was using it, rather, misutilized this entire and started extorting, and also used organized criminal. What you see right now, Prakash, we are also putting out, we have got images of the place in Sahibganj. Take a look at it, Prakash. Before the mining began, this was lush green area. On the right hand side is completely flattened, barren land. Let's stay with this image as Prakash also tries and explains this to all our viewers. What's the area like? And these images, viewers, will tell you what's really happening there, where the NGT had to also step in. Prakash, if you can hear me.
Yeah. So, Jharkhand mining scam is a big one, and it's getting bigger day by day. And Pankaj Mishra, who is a close confidant of Hemant Soren, it's been proved now that by the ED and the other agencies which are investigating that he is involved. And the vessel that was recovered for ferrying illegal mining stone chips, vessel was around 30 crore rupees itself, and they were ferrying illegal mining chips, and with the connivance of Bachchu Yadav, Dahu Yadav, and all these areas were in the vicinity of Rajmahal, Barhat, and in the surrounding areas of Ranchi as well, where Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren himself got a mining lease allotted, for which he had to do an explanation before the Election Commission. That matter is still pending. The Election Commission had issued a so-called notice to him that why not his membership of the Jharkhand Vidhan Sabha be terminated. So he is facing that tax. Now, keeping in mind, if we look at the entire scam in Jharkhand, first Pooja Singhal, then Abhishek Mishra, then Pintu, who was the media advisor, then Bachchu Yadav, Dahu Yadav. It's entire cobweb surrounding Hemant Soren and who are involved in mining scam. And the ED is slowly and gradually inching towards Hemant Soren as well. And it's just a matter of time that soon the ED will have sufficient corroborative evidence against Hemant Soren also, and already Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren is facing a lot of trouble from the Election Commission and it's just a matter of time. And there are a lot of talks in Jharkhand and Ranchi, especially the way Hemant Soren has started politically. His perception has gone down as far as this particular mining lease is concerned. I wonder how a chief minister who himself is in charge of mining department, is the minister of mining department, gets a mining lease allotted in himself. It's bizarre in today's world, and today's world of so many social media and media hounding you day in and day out. So it's a matter of time that Hemant Soren would also be fixed in this particular case. And it's about 100 crore of illegal money that has already been under scrutiny by the ED, as far as more than 25 to 30 crores which has been seized, Shawan. So the entire cobweb of mining scam is being exposed and unraveled by the ED.
Well, in fact, Prakash, there is more trouble in store for the Jharkhand government, because tomorrow on This Is Exclusive, we'll also be getting in more documents with regards to Pooja Singhal's case, because there too, I'm given to understand that there is a connection that is emerging, Prakash. The illegal mining case and what we have seen, the money that was the ill-gotten wealth from the Manrega scam, in which Pooja Singhal is a beneficiary. All of that are basically connected. So we'll bring out those details on tomorrow's edition of This Is Exclusive. This is the latest that's coming in, the only network with the 20-page probe document in the Jharkhand mining scam. On This Is Exclusive, another mega scam, another Trinamool Congress Neta under arrest. Will Mamata act now? On This Is Exclusive, we'll get you details of the investigation that has been carried out so far.
BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a two-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gangayaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts.
A massive face-off that has erupted over the remarks that were made by the AAP MLA, following which Commonwealth Games medalist was forced to take to Twitter to prove she's been playing from 2011 till the 2017. She has 17 certificates to prove that as well.
If it is an individual stand, then Saurabh Bharadwaj will have to make it clear what exactly has happened and how he can say someone that she did not represent Delhi when she has played for Delhi.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
The independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question. And that's the feeling of a large number of citizens in this country.
Threatening and the besmirching of the reputation of the judiciary, it's shocking that anything and everything is being said. Laws are being spoken of, people and civil rights are spoken of by people who are known to be a lobby.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In the terrorist attack, 25 killed.
Well, it's a massive development that has taken place in the state of West Bengal. A news that was first broken by Republic TV. Arrest of a senior Trinamool Congress leader Anubrata Mondal after he repeatedly skipped the summons of the agency in connection with the cattle smuggling scam. A team of the CBI had entered his residence around 6 o'clock this morning on Thursday, with the CRPF being deployed outside. His arrest comes after the top aide of Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee refused to appear before the agency and chose to skip the CBI summons for the 10th consecutive time on Wednesday. But the investigation has thrown more revelations. It has come to the fore that cattle smuggling money was collected by Sibal Hussain on behalf of Anubrata. This was collected from Inamul Haq. Hussain has admitted the same during the questioning. The money was also collected from local cattle traders in Birbhum and to transport such cattle to Murshidabad for the purpose of smuggling cattle into Bangladesh. It is also revealed that Vikas Mishra used his brother, TMC leader Vinay Mishra's good hold in the administration to extend the business of ransom to Inamul Haq. CBI sources basically indicating call data records essentially show that the bodyguard was taking on the calls on his behalf. There's a direct connection that is basically emerging between Sibal Hussain and Inamul Haq. Inamul Haq was also arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. It turns out that the cut money, or rather the protection money for the cattle transportation from Birbhum district into Bangladesh, well, in fact, let's just bring in my colleague Kishale, who's joining us while we put out the breaking news coming in. At least 5 breaking news that we have right now. Kishale, as I put out the breaking news, I'll ask our producers to put out the details of what I'm seeing right now. These are the details that we need to put out. And Kishale, also, if you can just give us more details. One, it's very clear. Anubrata's aide, security guard Sibal Hussain, has already taken his name during the investigation or during the questioning, is what I am given to understand. Secondly, it is Anubrata who's basically instructed his bodyguard to collect the money from Inamul Haq. And not just that, there are local Poshu huts from where the money was actually being collected by Sibal and others on behalf of Anubrata, so that the cattle transportation can actually take place from the district of Birbhum and could have been transferred to Bangladesh. So let's just put out those breaking news that's coming in. And Kishale, take us through the details that you're picking up.
Exactly, Shawan. The breaking right now is that the CBI lawyers have sought for a 14 days custody of Anubrata Mondal in the Asansol CBI Special Court. They are inside the court right now and the order is reserved. So we are expecting that the order will come in a few minutes now, and we will know that Anubrata Mondal will remain for how many days in CBI custody. That's for one thing. And another thing is that Anubrata Mondal's lawyer has not yet applied for any bail, prayed for any bail. So only the CBI lawyers have sought or prayed for a 14 days of judicial custody on Anubrata. And as you were asking, that it was very clear when Sibal Hussain was arrested in the very beginning, there were continuous interrogation that was being done, and Sibal Hussain gave very crucial information about Anubrata Mondal and the whole business of cattle smuggling and the whole nexus and how it played, how it was controlled by the political leadership of that particular district of Birbhum, and everything was put out. And when today CBI went to Anubrata's house in the morning, it was very clear from their move that they went there to get something productive in their hand. They won't return empty-handed, Shawan, and that's what we saw. CBI made a move with a huge amount of documents which had proof, which had his medical records, and there was a CRPF deployment outside his house, as you correctly mentioned, about 250 of them, including women personnel, and all of them were there, and Anubrata Mondal was arrested. Right now, CBI lawyer has sought for a 14 days judicial custody of Anubrata Mondal, this Trinamool Congress strongman. And right now we have to see that the order is reserved. The order will come in a few moments and we will know that what will be the final order. Shawan.
Well, in fact, in Birbhum, he's basically, Anubrata is called as Keshtoda. The bigger question tonight is that is Keshtoda the Goru Chor, as they basically would say, given the fact that he faces some very serious charges in the cattle smuggling case. Exclusive details only with Republic TV, details of the investigation. Let's move on to the third big story that we're getting to you on This Is Exclusive. Now, in a bid to thwart the terrorism from Jammu and Kashmir, security forces have eliminated 5 terrorists and recovered about 30 kg of IED in the last 24 hours ahead of the Independence Day. The security forces in 2 different operations, one in Rajouri and another one in Budgam, have neutralized 5 terrorists, including the Lashkar-e-Toiba operational commander from Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, let's also move on and show the other pictures that we have accessed while I get a quick response from my colleague Gursimran. Gursimran, the images that we have basically accessed of the items that were being carried by the terrorists, it seems that they had a lot in their plan, and also the CCTV footage that we are putting out right now. Just if you could quickly explain this for all our viewers.
The photo that we have accessed is of the recoveries that have been made, and this include the cash in thousands of rupees that was clearly given to these terrorists so that they can survive near the vicinity of this army operational base for a longer time, and they see an opportunity and then strike in. Apart from that, the wire cutter has also been recovered. They had a complete plan that how to cut the wires around the operational base of the Indian Army so that they can sneak in. However, today morning they use an alternative way. They hurled the grenade and then try to enter the operational base of the Indian Army. Third is the knives, that is possibly to carry out the beheading of the Jawans. If they manage to sneak in using the wire cutters, they cut the wires and enter the installation of the Indian Army, in which they didn't succeed. And also what has been recovered is the bandages and painkillers that clearly shows that they were all prepared, that if this encounter or this operation goes on for multiple days or they face injuries, they can sustain there for a longer period of time. And now coming to the CCTV that has been accessed, CCTV clearly shows that these terrorists were there for almost 2 to 3 days, because the CCTV is of 8th of August and the terrorist can be seen in this video. So this is all that we have accessed so far, but this seems to be a larger plot, as the National Investigation Agency has been looped in the investigation.
Well, thank you very much, Gursimran, for getting us this big exclusive. We'll be tracking the story very closely. On the other side, the big Republic newsbreak impact. Civil Aviation Minister has now taken cognizance of that brazen attempt made by a passenger to book about 3 seats and then smoke inside the aircraft. Details of it on the other side.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a two-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gangayaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts.
A massive face-off that has erupted over the remarks that were made by the AAP MLA, following which Commonwealth Games medalist was forced to take to Twitter to prove she's been playing from 2011 till the 2017. She has 17 certificates to prove that as well.
If it is an individual stand, then Saurabh Bharadwaj will have to make it clear what exactly has happened and how he can say someone that she did not represent Delhi when she has played for Delhi.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead. Trailing scams and corruption in Bengal. Mega scams under CBI and ED scanner. Another mega scam, another TMC Neta under arrest. Will Mamata act now? The political face-off over the freebies intensifies. Kejriwal responds to the controversy. Republic mega global investigation on the Parvati idol. How did 12th century idol end up in New York? Another unrelenting attack on top court after Kapil, Sibal and Bhushan. Now it's Prashant, Bhushan. Commonwealth Games medalist Divya Kakran hits out at the Delhi government, says no help received from them despite appeals. Alright, a breaking news development and a massive Republic newsbreak impact. Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia has ordered an investigation after a video showing bodybuilder Bobby Kataria smoking while inside a SpiceJet flight surfaced on social media. The video shows Kataria, who has 6+ lakh followers on Instagram, lighting a cigarette on one of the back rows of a SpiceJet plane. Passengers are not allowed to take lighter in the plane. And in fact, they are not allowed to smoke in the flights. SpiceJet said that the smoking incident took place in its Dubai-Delhi flight on January 28th when passengers were boarding the plane and the cabin crew members were busy with completing the onboarding procedure. That still does not take away from the fact that it was dangerous. We have Harsha on the phone. All right, we have Piyush. We have Piyush on the phone. Piyush, please tell us the details of the order issued by the Ministry of Civil Aviation and the Civil Aviation Minister. How was this even possible when even lighters are not allowed? Forget about actually lighting a cigarette inside the plane.
Well, absolutely. There are certain questions that are now being raised after this video has gone viral on social media. What we are now going to understand is that the Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia has ordered an investigation after this video, which has now gone viral, where this bodybuilder is seen showing, in fact, not only seen showing the lighter, but also smoking on SpiceJet flight. And now what we are learning is that the investigation has been ordered. Remember that in that particular video, Kataria, who has got more than 6.3 lakh followers on Instagram, was seen lighting a cigarette as one of the and that was also taking place at the back rows of SpiceJet planes. In fact, passengers are not allowed to take lighter in the plane. Passengers are not also allowed to smoke in the plane. On the other side, SpiceJet has also issued a statement where it has said that the smoking incident that has taken place, it took place in Dubai-Delhi flight on January 20, when passengers were boarding the plane and the cabin crew members were busy with completing
Right,
the onboarding
Piyush.
procedure.
Right, Piyush. Thank you so much. In fact, that's a massive security and safety breach, and hopefully the order issued by the Ministry of Civil Aviation would reach to the bottom of this breach, which would include investigation about the CISF as well, because that's where the actual checking of a lighter or a matchstick happens. Moving on, another big breaking development coming in from Bengal. Anubrata Mondal, Mamata's leader, has now been remanded in CBI custody till 20th of August. CBI custody till 20th of August for Anubrata Mondal, Mamata's minister. Anubrata is accused of collecting money from other accused persons as protection money on behalf of the state administration of Bengal. And in fact, other co-accused have made this charge against Anubrata, following which this development coming in. Remember, TBI had arrested Anubrata Mondal earlier in the morning and produced him before a special CBI court in Asansol. He was arrested from Birbhum, his home district. CBI, it's a big success for CBI. We'll try to get Shawan Sen on phone. And remember how big is the development, because almost 10 times Anubrata dodged the summons issued by the CBI and was evading investigation, was not cooperating with the agency in connection with the illegal cattle trading scam which has come out in Bengal. And it seems, going by the version given by many of his co-accused who were actually giving patronage money to him, state administration was fully aware, and in fact Anubrata was acting as a conduit to provide safe passage for this illegal trade of cattle from Bengal to Bangladesh, the ultimate destination. TMC's Anubrata Mondal now sent to CBI custody till August 20th. Remember, when he was produced before the court, CBI had said that charges have been leveled against him by other accused who have been arrested. Anubrata was not cooperating. He had dodged summons 10 times, and that there are enough grounds to take him in custody for a custodial interrogation, as also confronting him with the other accused. And that's why the special CBI court in Asansol now remanding Anubrata Mondal till August 28th in CBI custody. That's a big breaking development in the illegal cattle trading scam. Remember, Anubrata investigation has been going on for quite some time, and according to a statement issued by the agency, TBI today arrested an accused in case related to alleged illegal cross-border trade of cattle. The said accused was consistently avoiding CBI summon. This is about Anubrata, and since long and not cooperating with the agency. It was also alleged that the accused persons were organizing and patronizing large-scale illegal cattle smuggling to neighboring countries and collecting huge money from other persons. Now the question is, which perhaps the CBI would want to understand, whether the buck stopped at Anubrata Mondal himself or it went further. Remember, this was patronage money, which means that after taking money, Anubrata would facilitate overall protection of the trade from the police, from investigation agencies, and make sure that the trade happened and the cattle reached their ultimate destination in Bengal, passing through multiple layers of security agencies, from local police to even BSF. And thus, what was the scale of the racket? Who all were involved? How was Anubrata managing that? All this and more as we bring the
SF personnel. More recently, as it may be recalled, is involved in terror activities along with Saqib Ahmed Khan, who was also neutralized in this operation. based on the directions from park handlers across. And it led to killing of Sameer Ahmed, Sarpanch of Khunmo, on 9th March, Mr. Rahul Bhatt at Chadura on 12th of May, Ms. Amreen Bhatt at Ushru on 25th of May, and killing of non-locals at a bricklin in Chadura. These were not random acts of terror, but calculated acts of terrorism with an aim to instill fear in the local population. Totally unhinged with the peace and prosperity and tranquility prevailing in Kashmir, these guys were planning a major attack in the run-up to Independence Day. On 10th of August, based on input from Jammu Kashmir Police, a joint team of Rashtriya Rifles and Jammu Kashmir Police had launched operation in Vatrehal. Moving with stealth and speed, this joint team carried out a clinical operation in neutralizing these terrorists with zero casualties or collateral damage. The amount of weapon and warlike stores recovered are indicative of their intent. I congratulate Army, Jammu Kashmir Police and CRPF for a very successful operation which led to neutralization of a major imminent threat in the area and brought to justice these agents of terror. Jai Hind.
Sir, what are the recoveries from these militants?
Recoveries we'll show you are placed on the table towards my right.
सर यहाँ बड़गाम की अगर हम बात करेंगे, बड़गाम बड़ा ही पीसफुल इलाका में है.
All right, that was a press conference by the Indian Army in connection with the Rajouri encounter in which 2 terrorists have been eliminated. They were trying to, in fact, get inside an army camp when they were neutralized. 3 terrorists, in fact, neutralized with 0 casualties to the Indian Army. That was a joint operation by the Army and the J&K Police. On that note, we will take a short break and be right back with Live and Breaking.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
The independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question, and that's the feeling of a large number of citizens in this country.
Threatening and the besmirching of the reputation of the judiciary, it's shocking that anything and everything is being said, laws are being spoken of, people and civil rights are spoken of by people who are known to be a lobby.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gangayaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts.
A massive face-off that has erupted over the remarks that were made by the AAP MLA, following which Commonwealth Games medalist was forced to take to Twitter to prove she's been playing from 2011 till the 2017. She has 17 certificates to prove that as well.
If it is an individual stand, then Saurabh Bharadwaj will have to make it clear what exactly has happened and how he can say someone that she did not represent Delhi when she has played for Delhi.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Barsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
The independence of the Supreme Court is
Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulated India's Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar after attending the oath-taking ceremony. PM Modi further wished for a fruitful venture to the new Vice President. After the arrest of Mamata's man Anubrata Mondal, the CBI summoned 8 more officials allegedly involved in the cattle smuggling scam. These 8 officials belong to the West Bengal Police Services. Speaking exclusively to Republic, AAP leader Amanatullah Khan, while defending himself, said he has not done anything wrong. He further took a jibe on the BJP for misusing the CBI and ED.
ने एक एफआईआर सीबीआई ने मुझ पर दर्ज की है। सेम एलिगेशन पर एसीबी ने भी दर्ज कर ली। जब एक ऑलरेडी एफआईआर सीबीआई ने दर्ज कर ली और फिर दोबारा से भाई एसीबी को तो ज़रूरत थी नहीं, लेकिन एसीबी जो कह रही है कि हमने कोई उनकी मदद नहीं की या हम उनके गवाहों को डांट रहे हैं, तो वो गलत कह रहे हैं।
In a massive development, a UP court rejected the bail application of abusive politician Shrikant Tyagi, who assaulted and abused a woman in Noida in his society after a heated argument. Tyagi will remain in custody until August 23rd. After reports of rebellion brewed up, the Shiromani Akali Dal party chief Sukhbir Singh Badal called for a meet today at party office in Chandigarh. This would be first meeting convened after rebels held a meeting at Amritsar. This is very crucial as party is dealing with crisis even after the release of Bikram Singh Majithia.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Barsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
The independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question, and that's the feeling of a large number of citizens in this country.
Threatening and the besmirching of the reputation of the judiciary. It's shocking that anything and everything is being said. Laws are being spoken of. People and civil rights are spoken of by people who are known to be a lobby.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Katwa and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gangayaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts.
A massive face-off that has erupted over the remarks that were made by the AAP MLA, following which Commonwealth Games medalist was forced to take to Twitter to prove she's been playing from 2011 till the 2017. She has 17 certificates to prove that as well.
If it is an individual stand, then Saurabh Bharadwaj will have to make it clear what exactly has happened and how he can say someone that she did not represent Delhi when she has played for Delhi.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Raut appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets. Former Finance Minister of Kerala Thomas Isaac, who's under ED scanner, spoke to Republic TV exclusively, stating that he will not appear before the agency since he has some court protection now. Take a listen.
Oh, Indian Constitution is still in force, and accordingly, as per Supreme Court decision, I have the right to know my offence. Nobody, no agency has the right to do a roving and fishing expedition on thing with the deem fit. So let them tell me what my offence is. Definitely I'll come appear before them and answer. Without telling them how do I prepare for their answers.
You're saying that in the notice given to you there is no mention of any kind of offence.
You know, there is a reference number to FEMA. Okay. But FEMA, ED doesn't have the privilege that the last judgment the Supreme Court gave. It is that judgment refers to PMLA cases. Yes. This is FEMA. So under FEMA, let them tell me what has been the violation. Has KIFBI, the institution, violated the procedure? Well, even RBI doesn't have argument like that. This has been happened some 3 years back. Not once have they objected to it. We have been giving them fund deployment data every month. So a criticism, objection that even the regulator doesn't have. How is it ED is concerned? So then tell what is the offence.
The primary concerns raised by CAG was that it is violating Article 293(1). So how do you see that?
Oh, CAG's report should go to assembly, they discuss it there, then decide. CAG's report doesn't go to ED. It should go to the assembly. Assembly has considered and rejected it. How come other states is not considered? How come Nahai's borrowing is not considered part of central government's borrowing? So CAG has taken an exceptional stand on Kerala, which is politically motivated.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
A massive face-off that has erupted over the remarks that were made by the AAP MLA, following which Commonwealth Games medalist was forced to take to Twitter to prove. She's been playing from 2011 till the 2017. She has 17 certificates to prove that as well.
If it is an individual stand, then Saurabh Bharadwaj will have to make it clear what exactly has happened and how he can say someone that she did not represent Delhi when she has played for Delhi.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Barsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
The independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question. And that's the feeling of a large number of citizens in this country.
Threatening and the besmirching of the reputation of the judiciary, it's shocking that anything and everything is being said, laws are being spoken of, people and civil rights are spoken of by people who are known to be a lobby.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gangayaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts. A massive face-off that has erupted
over the remarks that were made by the AAP MLA, following which Commonwealth Games medalist was forced to take to Twitter to prove she's been playing from 2011 till the 2017. She has 17 certificates to prove that as well.
If it is an individual stand, then Saurabh Bharadwaj will have to make it clear what exactly has happened and how he can say someone that she did not represent Delhi when she has played for Delhi.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
The independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question, and that's the feeling of a large number.
Thank you for joining us on the biggest story tonight. It's 7 p.m. I'm Niranjan. Here are the day's top headlines as a nationwide corruption crackdown begins. It's raining scams in Bengal. Trinamool Congress's Anubrata Mondal, a heavyweight of the party, arrested by the CBI. Scams in Bengal. Trinamool Congress says it will protest against the CBI tomorrow. It's the freebie face-off. Kejriwal's third briefing held today to hit back at the Prime Minister. Why is the Aam Aadmi Party getting so edgy about freebies? Shortcut politics is what the Prime Minister called it. The BJP hits back at Arvind Kejriwal for his news conference, says Arvind is lying about freebies. It's the big crypto fraud that India needs to be alert on. 7% of the population, according to the UN, has invested in bitcoins and cryptocurrencies in India. It's the biggest threat. Where's all that money going? 370 crore assets seized by the ED. Crypto assets seized by the ED for money laundering. The global hunt continues for a 12th century Parvati idol. We're telling you all about that story. CWG medalist Divya Kakran, she won a medal in Birmingham. She came back, and instead of giving her laurels, she's being questioned on her domicile by the Aam Aadmi Party. She held a news conference. She's heading back at them. And on top of 7 p.m, ladies and gentlemen, the British looted India for centuries of its wealth and resources. They looted us. They looted our country. We fought the British and gained freedom, but the loot of our wealth continues. For decades, our symbols, idols of our culture, statues have been looted and sold overseas, and especially in Europe and the Americas. And it's been happening for decades now. Republic today brings you the story of a stolen Parvati idol. Stolen from a temple in Kumbakonam in Tamil Nadu, this Parvati idol, like thousands of others, lakhs of idols, smuggled out of India to be sold for millions and millions, crores of rupees outside of India. This idol was reportedly traced to New York, but till date it hasn't returned to either the temple in Kumbakonam or even to India. The Modi government has been trying hard to bring back India's stolen heritage, but this one idol, the Parvati idol, is still not back where it belongs. Here's the story this evening.
India's artifacts, ancient idols from our temples, are worth millions. But to us in India, they comprise a part of our rich history, our faith, our tradition, and our heritage. But smuggling these idols is the harsh reality in India. These stolen items end up in the black market, in auction houses and warehouses across the world. New York is one such hub where just till 2012 there were 2,622 stolen artifacts found. Among the prize stolen artifacts are pieces from the Chola dynasty from temples in Tamil Nadu built between 850 to 1250 CE. One such piece is the copper alloy Parvati idol that is valued at over 1.6 crore rupees that originally inhabited the Nathanapureshwar Shivan temple. A complaint was filed by temple trustee K. Vasu, who approached the local police in February 2019, saying the idol was stolen 51 years ago.
12/5/71 நைட்டு ஒரு 5 சிலைகள் 2 சம்பந்தர் ஒரு அகஸ்தியர் ஐயனார் புஷ்கலா 5 சிலை போச்சு.
Hear how he says he's been writing about the idol regime after regime, but action came only now.
எல்லா இதுக்கும் பிரைம் மினிஸ்டருக்கும் ராஜீவ் காந்திக்கும் பிரைம் மினிஸ்டராக இருக்கும்போது அனுப்பியிருக்கோம். இவர் நரேந்திர மோடி சார் இருக்கும்போது அனுப்பியிருந்தோம். இன்டர்ன் பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர் ஆஃபீஸ்லேருந்து சிஎம் இதுக்கு நம்ம இதுக்கு அனுப்பிச்சு ஆக்ஷன் எடுக்க சொல்லி அவங்களும் இது பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. ஆர்டிஐலையும் எல்லாம் இது பண்ணியிருக்கேன். ஒன்றும் சரியான அது ஆர்டிஐக்கு பதில் இல்லை. தொடர்ந்து ஃபைட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இப்போ வந்து இந்திராங்கிற மேடம் ஸ்டெப் எடுத்து இப்போ வந்து இந்த அமெரிக்காவில் இருக்குன்னு இந்த சிலையை கண்டுபிடிச்சிருக்காங்க. ஆனால் பேப்பர்லெல்லாம் வேறு பேர் போட்டிருக்காங்க. ஆனால் இந்திராங்கிற இன்ஸ்பெக்டர் தான் இதை முழு முயற்சி இது பண்ணாங்க. அவங்களுக்கும் இப்போ இருக்கிற டிஐஜி ஐஜி சார் எல்லாருக்கும் எங்களுடைய என் சார்பிலையும் கிராமத்து சார்பிலையும் நன்றியை தெரிவிச்சுக்கிறோம்.
We dialed the idol wing of the CID, who say they are working to retrieve every single item.
I actually approached the Nachiyar Koil police station, the local police station, and given a complaint way back in 1971.
Okay.
His claim is that in 1971, on the night of 12/5/1971, there was a burglary in the temple premises and 5 idols were stolen. And one of the stolen idols is this Parvati idol.
Okay.
Because there was no idol wing way back in 1971, surprisingly they had a picture of this Parvati idol. So immediately we took the idol, the picture of this Parvati idol. We started looking at the various museum websites around the world. We found that this idol was listed in Bonham's auction house, which is in New York, and that they priced it at 1.6 crores there. But then we went to the experts, like from the archaeological survey experts, who look into those idols, whether the photograph of the idol which we have obtained from the Indian French Institute and the photograph on the website of Bonham's auction house are the same, and they gave an opinion that it is the same idol. So we're planning to get back this idol from Bonham's.
Meanwhile, we tried to speak to the Bonham's auction house in New York, but they were cagey and are yet to open up about the idols. Here is how the conversation went.
This is regarding one of the idols, a 50-year-old idol that was reportedly put up for auction at the Bonham's auction house in New York.
Is this about the situation of the idol itself, or is this about similar to a possible interview or anything similar to that documentation, sir?
Yes, this is regarding queries or interview. If we could get someone on record on this.
Hold on for a few moments. I'll try to see if I can get in touch with someone from our department. Mind if I place you on hold for a few minutes?
Sure, not a problem.
Sorry for the delay, sir. I'm trying to get in touch with one of our heads of the Indian, Himalayan and Southeast Asian art department. He might be able to have some more information regarding this idol.
Yeah.
He appears to be a bit busy at the moment. Okay, I'll put you through to his voicemail now. His name is Mark, and you'll be able to assist you once he's back in the office.
Sure, thank you so much.
Bonham's responded to Republic TV's email, and in their reply said, in 2018, Bonham's returned a Tamil Nadu statue to the consignor. It has not been on the premises of any Bonham sales room since that date. Bonham's takes matters of cultural patrimony very seriously. At that time, Bonham's was not made aware about any claim on the statue. Fact is, the Modi government has committed to bring back the loot with over 200 precious idols brought back since 2014.
भारत से बाहर जाती रही, कभी इस देश में तो कभी उस देश में इन मूर्तियां बेची जाती रही, और उनके लिए तो सिर्फ कलाकृति थी, न उनको उसके इतिहास से लेना देना था, श्रद्धा से लेना देना था। इन मूर्तियों को वापस लाना भारत माँ के प्रति हमारा दायित्व है। साल 2013 तक करीब 13 प्रतिमाएं भारत आई थी।
The demand to bring our gods home is growing.
At least to bring back those murtis which have been seized, bring back those artifacts which have been seized by the various government law enforcement agencies, we need to have a system. We need to have a template. We need to have a central agency, because state governments will have to apply to the central government. They have to coordinate with the Ministry of External Affairs. They have to coordinate with the ASI and other law enforcement agencies. And the coordination will be really tough. So we need a central agency which will do all this thing and liaison with the countries in which our artifacts are found. Cambodia is doing a fine job on this. Vietnam is doing a great job on this. They are bringing back artifacts and antiquities regularly from various countries to which they were smuggled.
And the mystery of how an idol from Natanapureshwarar Shivan temple reached an auction house 13,594 kilometers away remains a big mystery. So where is the Parvati idol today? Can India find it and bring it to its rightful place in Kumbakonam? A Republic TV investigative report.
Let's go across to Varshini joining us live from Kumbakonam. She's reporting from the temple from where this statue was stolen about 51 years ago. And it's not just one statue, several statues were stolen. Is that correct, Varshini?
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. It's not just the one Parvati idol. There are 7 idols that are, reportedly told by the locals here that have been missing since 1971. You can take a look at this temple. It's a very small temple. They have only one main area where they worship Lord Shiva. You can see a Shivling there that's being, worshipped there. And we heard from the priest that over the right to this place that we're looking at, there is a small room where the Nataraja idol and the Parvati idol together were kept, and that is where the puja was being done to these Nataraja and Parvati idols, because this village is called a Tandavam Totem. Tandavam Totem has been given the name itself because they believe that Lord Nataraja and Parvati together came down here and danced here, and that is why this village is called Tandavam Totem. But 51 years, the main Nataraja and Parvati have gone missing, and the people are trying so hard to find out what happened to these statues that were robbed from this particular temple. And now, unfortunately, the village itself is not called Tandavam Totem anymore. It's called only Totem, and the people say that there's a void left, and they are not able to live their life like their parents and their ancestors used to in this village. The village has lost its harmony, is what the people here say, and it's definitely unfortunate. But at the same time, they also have the DGP of the idol wing says that they have found out the Parvati idol in New York Bonham's auction center, which is also undergoing a lot of processes to bring back to this country. And the DGP also says that the legal proceedings is also underway, so that the state government has now to move the whole proceedings to the central government, who in turn have to appeal to the New York US government to bring back the idol back to India. And that's a whole process, and it would definitely take time, is what the DGP says. So now that we have also understood that the Bonhams has a completely contradictory comment on the same thing, it is definitely a very worrisome situation for the people who are very hopefully waiting that at least one of their Parvati idol will be back, very soon.
I had a response coming in from Bonhams. I have a graphic, I'll just put that graphic out, about the response of Bonhams, the auction house, which reportedly was about to put that Parvati idol on auction, and the markup price, or the starting price of that auction, was reportedly somewhere about 1.2 to 1.6 crore rupees. It would have gone up upwards of that. That's the response of Bonhams. A company spokesperson responding to Republic said in 2018, Bonhams returned a Tamil Nadu statue to the consignor. It has not been on the premises of any Bonhams sale room since that date. Bonhams takes matters of cultural patrimony very seriously. At that time, Bonhams was not made aware about any claim on the statue. Many thanks. That's what they said about a statue. And we are hearing that there are 2,600 statues or more that have been traced lately to New York. So, around the world, Indian heritage, Indian idols of our gods are being smuggled out of India. sold for millions from temples, from temple vaults, mostly from southern Indian temples. And from that one temple alone where she's reporting from, why don't you give our viewers an idea of how many, idols have gone missing from that one temple alone, Varshini?
Well, the complainant K. Vasu, who's almost 75-year-old now, has been living in this village all his life. He, while in 1971, his complaint says that there have been initially 5 statues that was stolen from this particular temple, 2 Sambandha statue, 1 Agastya statue, 1 Pushkala statue, and 1 other statue that was stolen from here. And that was in 1971 when the temple authorities and the village panchayats together filed a complaint with the local Nachiyar Kovil police station. But they did not know that an FIR at that time was not filed. So they were waiting for a response from the police to happen. But at the same time, when they were waiting, in the very next year, in 1972, the 2 important idols, the Nataraja idol and the Parvati idol that the people worship here, was gone missing. And they also say that the Nataraja idol was plugged out of the stand. The stand still remains under the HRNC department right now, though, but still they say that the stand was still there, and only the idol was completely plugged out of the stand and it was robbed. It was definitely a startling thing for them to see at that point of time. And once again, when they filed the complaint, again they say that no FIR was filed, and only in 2018 the idol wing was created by the Madras High Court, and when the previous IPS officer IG Ponmanika Vale was heading the idol wing, he had come down to this temple. He had been here for 2 days and he had investigated the whole scene, and he's also visited the Nachiyar Kovil police station and stayed there for another 2 days to find out the proofs of the complaints back in 1971 and 72, and finally an FIR was filed in 2019, and only after that the investigation has begun. Therefore, it's definitely a huge way from 1971 to 2022. K. Vasu and the others from the village have strived so hard to make sure that any kind of an action is being taken to try and retrieve these idols from their temple back.
Thank you for that. Varshini joining us with that investigative story from Kumbakonam, tracking the story from New York, Chennai, Kumbakonam and Mumbai. Thank you for that. Let's move on the biggest story tonight, get you some top stories we're tracking from across the country. These are some of the big headlines across India this evening. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar termed senior BJP leader Sushil Kumar Modi's claim that he wanted to become the next vice president of the country as bogus and rubbish. Talking to reporters, Nitish said the claim was bogus and complete rubbish, saying he had no such desire at all. Nitish added he supported the NDA candidate in the presidential and vice presidential polls.
राष्ट्रपति वाला भी उपराष्ट्रपति वाला एकदम बोगस बात, हमारी कोई इच्छा नहीं थी। आई लोग भूल गए क्या? राष्ट्रपति और उपराष्ट्रपति के दोनों के चुनाव में हम लोगों की पार्टी ने कितना सपोर्ट किया।
Bihar Speaker, speaking to Republic, has said that Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has written a letter to him on the session for a floor test on the 24th and 25th of August. Sources saying the Bihar Assembly Speaker may face a no-confidence proceeding. Vijay Sinha, however, says he will not resign.
और अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पर आप क्या कहेंगे? आपके क्या इसकी जानकारी मिली है? क्या जानकारी है अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के बारे में?
जब तक इस पद पर हम बैठे हैं तब तक बाहर कोई स्टेटमेंट नहीं होगी।
Terming speculations regarding his replacement ahead of the 2023 Assembly elections as baseless and falsehood, Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai said his government was stable and will continue to remain so, and that he would work much harder for the state and the BJP. This is the first reaction from the Chief Minister on the controversy as he resumed his regular activities after recovering from COVID-19.
Give much importance to it. I have become Sthita Prajna. My presence of mind is very clear because it is all falsehood. Truth is that there is a stable government and it is going to be continued to stable. I have resolved myself to work much hard, much more time. Every day I am going to spend 2 hours more for the development of the state, development of the people of the state and building up my party.
Arvind Kejriwal responded to Prime Minister Modi's freebie and shortcut politics attack, saying there seems to be something wrong with the centre's finances, the way it's strongly opposing free facilities for people, adding that the centre collects huge amount of taxes, including 3.5 lakh crore per annum on petrol and diesel, and was still against providing people of the country free education, healthcare, other facilities.
इतना ज़बरदस्त तरीके से विरोध क्यों किया जा रहा है? पिछले 70-75 साल से सरकारी स्कूलों के अंदर फ्री में शिक्षा मिलती आई है। पिछले 70-75 साल से सरकारी अस्पतालों में गरीबों को फ्री दवाइयाँ मिलती हैं, फ्री राशन हर महीने भेजा जाता है। अचानक ऐसा क्या हो गया कि इन सारी चीज़ों को बंद करने की, इन सारी चीज़ों को वापस लेने की, इन सारी चीज़ों के खिलाफ इतना ज़बरदस्त विरोध क्यों पैदा हो गया? केंद्र सरकार की आर्थिक हालत ठीक तो है?
After independent MP Kapil Sibal, senior advocate Prashant Bhushan also attacked the Supreme Court at an event organized by a US-based advocacy group which is pro-Pakistan called IAMC. He was speaking via video link at the Indian American Muslim Council so-called briefing on Indian Supreme Court rolls back civil liberties. In a video that's emerged from Tiruchirappalli in Tamil Nadu, a man alleged to be the husband of a DMK councillor was seen chasing after people with a machete after an alleged argument. The video of the person alleged to be the husband of the DMK councillor Nitya. Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia ordered an investigation after a video showing bodybuilder alleged influencer Bobby Kataria smoking on a SpiceJet flight surfaced on social media. The video showed this man called Bobby lighting a cigarette on one of the back rows of a SpiceJet plane. Passengers are not allowed to take lighter into the plane. The video is reportedly from January. SpiceJet said the smoking incident took place in its Dubai to Delhi flight on the 20th of January when passengers were boarding the plane and the cabin crew members were busy with completing the onboarding procedure. Two terrorists carried out Fidaiin attacks on an army camp in Jammu's Rajouri district in the early hours of Thursday, killing 3 soldiers. Both attackers were gunned down in the 4-hour firefight that followed. In the early hours of Thursday, alert sentries of the Indian Army posted at Pargal in Rajouri district detected suspicious persons approaching their post, taking advantage of the inclement weather and dense foliage. He said the sentries challenged the 2 terrorists who lobbed grenades while attempting to gain entry inside the post. Jagdeep Dhankar was sworn in as the 14th Vice President of India. President Draupadi Murmu administered the oath to Dhankar during a brief ceremony at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Dhankar took the oath in Hindi in the name of God. Before the swearing in, the Election Commission certificate of elections issued to Dhankar was read out. Prime Minister Modi, Dhankar's predecessor Venkaiah Naidu, former President Ramnath Kovind, former Vice President Hamid Ansari, Union Ministers Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, Nirmala Sitharaman and Nitin Gadkari were among the dignitaries present on the occasion.
मैं जगदीप धनखड़
ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा
Kerala High Court asked senior CPM leader Thomas Isaac why the Enforcement Directorate cannot question someone if it has any doubts. And at the same time, it told the probe agency that privacy of an individual cannot be violated. The observations by Justice V.G. Arun came during the hearing of Isaac's plea seeking quashing of the 2 summons issued to him by the ED in connection with its investigation into alleged violations into the financial dealings of Kerala Infrastructure Investment Fund Board when he was the State Finance Minister in the previous LDF government.
As per Supreme Court decision, I have the right to know my offence. Nobody, no agency has the right to do a roving and fishing expedition on thing with their deem fit. So let them tell me what my offence is. Definitely I'll come appear before them and answer. Without telling them how do I prepare for their answers.
One of our top focus stories, top political parties are having a go at each other on the freebies. That debate continues even as the issue is raised in court. Political parties. Prime Minister says something, Arvind Kejriwal responds, the Congress says something. It's an all-out war over freebies. Telling you all about that. And the big story of how Prashant Bhushan a top advocate, has attacked the Supreme Court a few days after Kapil Sibal did that. Prashant Bhushan, speaking at a pro-Pakistan forum, the IAMC forum, has questioned the Supreme Court. More about that on the show.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाइड क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे।
देख रहे एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gangayaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts. A massive face-off that has erupted over the remarks that were made by the AAP MLA, following which Commonwealth Games medalist was forced to take to Twitter to prove she's been playing from 2011 till the 2017. She has 17 certificates to prove that as well.
If it is an individual stand, then Saurabh Bharadwaj will have to make it clear what exactly has happened and how he can say someone that she did not represent Delhi when she has played for Delhi.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir. Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
The independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question. And that's the feeling of a large number of citizens in this country.
Threatening and the besmirching of the reputation of the judiciary. It's shocking that anything and everything is being said. Laws are being spoken of. People and civil rights are spoken of by people who are known to be a lobby.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
Shocking scale of scams in Bengal unravels. Mamta, top man in custody, cops summoned. Will Mamta act as it goes out of control? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
In the presence of all dignitaries, Jagdeep Dhankar becomes the 14th Vice President of India. Jagdeep Dhankar was administered oath by President Draupadi Murmu in the national capital today. Another mega scam, another Trinamool Congress Neta under arrest. The CBI arrested senior Trinamool Congress leader Anubrata Mondal after he repeatedly skipped the summons of the agency in connection with the cattle smuggling scam. Massive anger erupted over back-to-back scams that has come to light in West Bengal. This is today's visual after Trinamool Congress leader Anubrata Mondal was arrested. Enraged protesters hurled shoes over TMC leader Anubrata Mondal. As proof piles up, Anubrata was sent to CBI custody. This comes after a flurry of evaded CBI summons by Anubrata Mondal. As per CBI probe details, Anubrata patronized and protected smuggling as well. The idol of Golu Amman Parvati that vanished 50 years ago was traced to the Bonham's auction house in New York. Republic raised this question: how did a priceless 12th century Chola era Parvati idol come to be traced to New York? After independent parliamentarian Kapil, Sibal senior advocate Prashant Bhushan also attacked the Supreme Court at an event organized by a US-based advocacy group. He went on to accuse Supreme Court of assaulting civil liberties.
In general, the Supreme Court has, by and large, abdicated its responsibility to protect the human rights and fundamental rights of citizens, and indeed gone further in some cases to even assault the civil liberties of the citizens.
After Prashant Bhushan's recent comments against the Supreme Court, senior advocates condemned the sweeping statements against India's top constitutional body. Even BJP condemned his comments and said it seems like a concerted effort. Terming speculations regarding his replacement ahead of the 2023 Assembly polls as baseless and falsehood, Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai said his government is stable and will continue to remain so, and that he will work much harder for the state and the BJP. Delhi Chief Minister and Aam Aadmi Party Supremo Arvind Kejriwal again accused the central government of waiving off the loans of their rich friends and burdening the poor people. He further alleged that the centre wants to stop giving free rations to poor people.
तरीके से विरोध क्यों किया जा रहा है? पिछले 70-75 साल से सरकारी स्कूलों के अंदर फ्री में शिक्षा मिलती आई है. पिछले 70-75 साल से सरकारी अस्पतालों में गरीबों को फ्री दवाइयाँ मिलती हैं. फ्री राशन हर महीने भेजा जाता है. अचानक ऐसा क्या हो गया कि इन सारी चीज़ों को बंद करने की, इन सारी चीज़ों को वापस लेने की, इन सारी चीज़ों के खिलाफ इतना ज़बरदस्त विरोध क्यों पैदा हो गया? केंद्र सरकार की आर्थिक हालत ठीक तो है.
With the agriculture debate gaining momentum against the backdrop of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's remarks on the Supreme Court's observations, the BJP hit out at Arvind Kejriwal, underlining the difference between freebies and welfare schemes.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आपका आरोप था कि 25% की कटौती की गई है. अगर ये सारे जो फाइनेंस के टर्म्स हैं आपको नहीं समझ में आते हैं, तो ये आवश्यक ही है कि आप किसी से मदद लें और समझें कि बजट में किस तरह से बजट पेश किया जाता है, उसके बाद अतिरिक्त अनुदान किया जाता है. तो झूठ पहला पकड़ा गया.
Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, responding on BJP charge, claimed that he has no intention of becoming the President or Vice President of India. Further, he denied all the claims.
वाला भी उपराष्ट्रपति वाला एकदम बोगस बात. हमारी कोई इच्छा नहीं थी. आई लोग भूल गए क्या? राष्ट्रपति और उपराष्ट्रपति के दोनों के चुनाव में हम लोगों की पार्टी ने कितना सपोर्ट किया.
Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav said that people of Bihar are happy now. This comes after Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav took oath as the Bihar's Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister respectively.
का चाल और चरित्र उजागर है। आप देख नहीं रहे पूरे बिहार में कितनी खुशी का माहौल है। जो मुस्कान आम और गरीब के चेहरे से, आम आदमी के चेहरे से छिन गया था, आज वो मुस्कान, खुशी झलक रहा है।
In a massive development, sources told Republic TV that Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar wrote to Speaker Vijay Sinha seeking a special assembly session on 24th of August for floor test. As per sources, he is unlikely to step down as the Speaker.
विश्वास प्रस्ताव पर आप क्या कहेंगे? क्या इसकी जानकारी मिली है? क्या जानकारी है अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के बारे में?
जब तक इस पद पर हम बैठे हैं तब तक बाहर कोई स्टेटमेंट नहीं होगी।
A day after JDU leader Nitish Kumar was sworn in as the Chief Minister and Tejasvi Yadav from the Rashtriya Janata Dal was sworn in as his deputy, Republic has learned that the cabinet expansion in Bihar is scheduled for 16th of August. Speaking exclusively to Republic, BJP parliamentarian Manoj Tiwari took a jibe at the Bihar Chief Minister. He said that Nitish Kumar was free to do whatever he wanted before 2024, but according to him, he may not be able to be firm on any side. As the Enforcement Directorate turned up its heat against the illegal mining in Jharkhand Sahibganj, stunning details of emerged. Pankaj Mishra, who is a close aide of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, is involved in rampant illegal mining. He himself has allotted mining lease and carried out illegal mining extensively at several sites. In a shocking incident, a man alleged to be the husband of a DMK councillor was seen chasing after people with after an argument in the Tata Mangalam area in Tamil Nadu. In a shocking incident and a major breach of security, Balwinder Kataria, a social media influencer popularly known as Bobby Kataria, was seen smoking a cigarette on a SpiceJet flight. Issuing a statement on this, SpiceJet said that he has been put on no-flying list for 15 days. In a shocking incident, a priest was brutally murdered in Ram Janki temple in Bihar. Following the gruesome murder, anger fueled among the locals demanding for a proper investigation. Meanwhile, the police has also reached the spot for further investigation.
हमको जानकारी मिली सुबह 6:45 बजे।
अच्छा, किसने बताया?
कोई बच्चा गांव के बताया, कोई आया था यहाँ पे, वही बताया है।
उनका कभी किसी से झगड़ा हुआ?
नहीं, 2 रोज पहले किसी से झगड़ा हुआ था, पर हम अभी नाम अपने ऊपर नहीं करेंगे उनका।
तो ये बात बोलते नहीं है?
बोलते नहीं, गूंगे हैं, हाँ ऐसे बोलते हैं।
कितने वर्षों से इसमें पूजा कर रहे हैं?
मोटे 25 साल से ऊपर है।
25 साल
ऊपर है, हाँ।
कितने वर्ष से पूजा कर रहे हैं?
25 साल से पहले, 30 साल समझ लीजिए, 28-27 साल से समझ लीजिए।
Due to landslides triggered by heavy rains, Chandigarh-Manali National Highway has been blocked. Meanwhile, the police has been deployed to clear the affected road. Massive row erupts after CWG 2022 bronze medalist Divya Kakran alleged that the Arvind Kejriwal-led government has not offered any kind of assistance or financial reward to her despite winning medals for the country. Kakran, who came third in the women's freestyle 68-kilogram competition at the ongoing CWG in Birmingham, asked Chief Minister Kejriwal for financial recognition for her accomplishments in wrestling.
उन्होंने कहा था कि तुम बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हो, ऐसे ही आगे लगे रहो। और मैंने कहा ऐसे ऐसे कह रहे अपनी ज़रूरतें बताओ आप। मैंने कहा बस यही कि मैं मतलब बहुत ही निचले स्तर से उठ के आई हूँ और मुझे वो प्रोत्साहन नहीं मिल रहा है। तो उन्होंने कहा ठीक है, आप अपनी बता दीजिए क्या क्या दिक्कत है, वो हम पूरी करेंगे। हमने कहा ठीक है। उसके बाद भी कोई जवाब नहीं आया है।
After Commonwealth Games, bronze medalist Divya Kakran alleged that Arvind Kejriwal-led Aam Aadmi Party government has not offered any kind of financial aid to her. BJP said that it is very unfortunate that the Aam Aadmi Party government is not appreciating the talent of sports persons and urged for stern action against AAP MLA as well.
2018 में भी जो बातें उन्होंने कही थी और आज वही वस्तु स्थिति आज भी है। ये 2022 में भी जब उन्होंने पदक जीता तब उन्होंने सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से ये बात रखी कि 2018 में भी यही स्थिति थी और 2022 में भी कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन मैसेज तो आ गए, परंतु जो समर्थन मिलना चाहिए था, जो खिलाड़ियों के मनोबल को बनाए रखने के लिए जो चीजें उपलब्ध करनी चाहिए थी राज्य सरकार को, वो नहीं हुई।
The police arrested 3 accused involved in the BJP leader's Praveen Netaru's murder case. Meanwhile, the total tally of arrests made in the Netaru's brutal murder reached 10. A cowardly suicide attack on army camp in Rajouri was foiled after the security forces neutralized 5 terrorists in an encounter while 3 Jawans were martyred. Reacting on Rajouri's terror attack, BJP Jammu and Kashmir President Ravinder Singh lauded Indian forces for its all-out mission mode today. 5 terrorists altogether have been neutralized. CPIM leader Thomas Isaac skipped ED summons and moved to the Kerala High Court, seeking quashing of the 2 summons issued to him by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the KIIFB transactions case.
As per Supreme Court decision, I have the right to know my offence. Nobody, no agency has a right to do a roving and fishing expedition on thing with their deep fit. So let them tell me what my offence is. Definitely I'll come appear before them and answer. Without telling them how do I prepare for their answers.
While the inspection work for the construction of gas pipeline was going on in Coimbatore 24th ward, suddenly there was an explosion and an accident and stones flew all over the roads. Amid incessant rains, Jammu witnessed a flood-like situation triggering landslides and waterlogging. Jammu-Srinagar National Highway remains blocked as team deployed at the spot continue to clear the mudslides. With COVID-19 cases rising in the national capital, the Delhi government has made wearing face masks mandatory in public spaces. A fine of about 500 rupees will also be imposed in cases of violations. On the occasion of the Raksha Bandhan, Prime Minister Narendra Modi celebrated the festival with the young girls at his official residence. Prime Minister Narendra Modi celebrated the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign with children to usher in the 75th anniversary of India's independence. Prime Minister was seen waving the flag with little girls who had arrived at his residence on the occasion of Raksha Bandhan. Indian Army conducted a Tiranga rally in one of the most volatile areas in Jammu and Kashmir's Supor district to celebrate Azadi Ka Mahotsav. Srinagar's Jhelum River painted in a tricolour as fishermen take out a Tiranga rally. The unique aspect of the boat rally was that the campaign was led by many fishermen from Ningli Bala and Ningli Ghat. Indian Coast Guard celebrated 75th year of India's independence at the Gujarat coast. While the Coast Guard's military might was on display in the background, 3 of its officials were seen saluting the tricolour as it unfurls with pride. Various parts of India have been illuminated in the colours of the national flag. This one is the iconic Charminar that has been decked up in tricolour fairy lights ahead of the 75th Independence Day. In Hyderabad, the 5-kilometer freedom run was organized ahead of the 75th years of independence by Telangana police. This is as part of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign that's been making its way to every nook and cranny of India. In Mumbai, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis also participated in the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. At the event, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde appealed to everyone to take part in the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign.
आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव हम लोग मना रहे हैं। ये बहुत ही उत्स्फूर्त सभी जगह पे जोश उत्साह दिखाई पड़ रहा है। सभी लोग इसमें इन्वॉल्व हुए, नागरिक सभी लोग, और ये देशभक्ति और राष्ट्रभक्ति जागरूक करने वाला कार्यक्रम है। और इसलिए मैं सभी नागरिकों से आह्वान करता हूँ अपने घर घर पे तिरंगा फैलाकर यहाँ पर ये हमारा जो महोत्सव है उसे हम यशस्वी।
Inspired by the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign launched by Prime Minister Narendra Modi ahead of the Independence Day, BJP spokespersons Gaurav Bhatia paid tribute to
late Sepoy Baldev Singh, who gave his life for the country and the tricolour in 1997 at the young age of 31. Ahead of Independence Day and as part of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign in Surat, Tiranga rally was organised by BJP workers in River Tapi. Civilians were seen with flags in their hands on river as they rowed the boat in River Tapi. As Kathmandu backs One China and her foreign ministers meet, China gives Nepal sovereignty assurance. This comes after Nepal's foreign affairs minister and his Chinese counterpart held talks amid the ongoing geopolitical tensions. During the ongoing 10th Non-Proliferation Review Conference, China referred to Australia's nuclear submarine plan under the AUKUS Pact as a hotspot issue that requires serious consideration. US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said that Washington cannot allow Beijing to establish a new normal in Taiwan with its provocative drills and warplane incursions in the Taiwan Straits in retaliation to a high-profile visit to the self-ruled island last week. As Taiwan issue has become a focal point for China over the last few days, Chinese government urged the United Kingdom to refrain from following the United States in establishing any form of official contact with Taipei. North Korean leader's sister Kim Yo-jong has blamed the latest COVID-19 outbreak on the South and promised retaliation at the meeting in Pyongyang. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken continued his Rwanda visit and met with the President Paul Kagame. It was rather the last stop on his three-nation tour of Africa. Thousands of Argentine protesters gathered in front of the President's office in Buenos Aires, demanding better incomes, state aid and a meeting with the new Minister of Economy. A deadly fire that consumed at least half of a large oil storage facility in western Cuba and threatened to bring more power failures to the island's already fragile electricity system was largely controlled after nearly 5 days. US Vice President Kamala Harris met with pro-abortion state lawmakers in Nevada to discuss the political landscape in the wake of the Supreme Court's decision overturning Roe versus Wade. Harris warned about Republican lawmakers in conservative states passing laws that criminalize healthcare providers.
In the cases of rape or incest, and I will tell you, having spent a large part of my career as a prosecutor, and I specialize in child sexual assault cases and violence against women, the idea that laws would be passed that after a person has endured such an act of violence, to not allow her to exercise the self-determination then to make decisions about her body and her future.
2 Montenegrin firefighters were injured as they tackled a wildfire overnight close to the port town of Bar. The blaze has consumed thousands of acres of forest near the town. Several villages have been cut off from electricity grid.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
The independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question, and that's the feeling of a large number of citizens in this country.
Threatening and the besmirching of the reputation of the judiciary, it's shocking that anything and everything is being said, laws are being spoken of, people and civil rights are spoken of by people who are known to be a lobby.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gangayaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts.
A massive face-off that has erupted over the remarks that were made by the AAP MLA, following which Commonwealth Games medalist was forced to take to Twitter to prove she's been playing from 2011 till the 2017. She has 17 certificates to prove that as well.
If it is an individual stand, then Saurabh Bharadwaj will have to make it clear what exactly has happened and how he can say someone that she...
TMC distances itself from Anubrata. Now TMC's statement wants speedy investigation. They've released a statement on cattle smuggling case, attacks agencies but claims zero tolerance to corruption. Let me just quickly take all our viewers right now. In terms of the statement that has been, it's a 2-page statement that has been issued by the Trinamool Congress, starting with the first basic point. They're saying that National General Secretary has mentioned it time and again that All India Trinamool Congress has zero tolerance for corruption. It's the people's belief in Honorable Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee that has made her 3-time Chief Minister. Now they're demanding that an unbiased investigation should be taking place. On your screens right now is that statement that has been issued. Now what's very important to point out is that in this statement you would not find a single mention of Anubrata himself, or for that matter even their former Education Minister Parthu Chatterjee. Now if you really look at it, they're essentially once again saying that the credibility of the agencies have gone down the hill.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took the bullets is dead.
The independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question. And that's the feeling of a large number of citizens in this country.
Threatening and the besmirching of the reputation of the judiciary, it's shocking that anything and everything is being said. Laws are being spoken of, people and civil rights are spoken of by people who are known to be a lobby.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Katwa and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gangayaan project, the ISRO successfully
भारत माता की।
Latest images now coming in ahead of the Independence Day celebrations. Elaborate measures that have been taken by the Uttar Pradesh government celebrating Azadi Ka Mahotsav, Amrit Mahotsav. These are the latest images now coming in from Lucknow.
Has erupted over the remarks that were made by the AAP MLA, following which Commonwealth Games medalist was forced to take to Twitter to prove she's been playing from 2011 till the 2017. She has 17 certificates to prove that as well.
If it is an individual stand, then Saurabh Bharadwaj will have to make it clear what exactly has happened and how he can say someone that she did not represent Delhi when she has played for Delhi.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
The independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question. And that's the feeling of a large number of citizens in this country.
Threatening and the besmirching of the reputation of the judiciary. It's shocking that anything and everything is being said. Laws are being spoken of. People and civil rights are spoken of by people who are known to be a lobby.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Katwa and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gangayaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts.
Burning Question, powered by Century Ply and Sharda University.
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi's remark on shortcut politics, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal attacks the centre government. The hit out at Arvind Kejriwal, asking him to understand the difference between freebies and welfare schemes. Hearing a plea filed against freebies, the Supreme Court observed that the promise and the distribution of freebies by political parties during elections is a serious issue. And it seems as if it's raining scams and corruption in Bengal. Mega scam under CBI and ED scanner now. Another mega scam, another TMC Neta under arrest. Will Mamta act now? Well, hello and welcome viewers. I am Aishwarya Kapoor and you are watching The Burning Question. And it's all about freebies. How much is enough? Because if political parties are to go with this new tagline which they have got, this Revdi culture debate is gaining momentum. And it's gaining momentum because wherever the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, after being victorious in Punjab, viewers, goes, whether it's in Gujarat or Himachal Pradesh, he's promising free electricity. He's promising that he is going to give everything free. Is it possible? Can the governments just promise everything for free? In capital, bold, free. And in the backdrop of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's remarks and the Supreme Court's remarks, which was very particular about it, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's remarks were very clear, very, very clear. And what the court said was also equally clear, that it's a serious issue. Supreme Court said, it's a serious issue. And Prime Minister said, how long? How long will this continue? Because at the end of the day, in sheer desperation, in sheer frustration, when you are unable to defeat the Prime Minister or the BJP, yes, the Aam Aadmi Party has been successful as far as politics of Delhi is concerned, and now they've proven in Punjab that they can come out of Delhi and do the same. So now, when you have Gujarat and Himachal, 2 important states going to polls, the Aam Aadmi Party is pressing the pedal. The Aam Aadmi Party is saying, and their topmost leader, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, is making this announcement from more or less every speech he gives. Every speech. That free electricity, free health, free this, free that will be given. But can the system take the burden of so much being given for free? Can the system, can the state governments which are already under huge losses, and this Arvind Kejriwal is aware about, Is the Punjab state government in profit? No. But still, promises are being made. So why? And is this right? That's the debate. But first, this special report.
The debate over revdi culture is heating up. After Prime Minister Narendra Modi's jibe on shortcut netas yesterday,
हमारी सरकार समस्याओं के स्थायी समाधान में जुटी है। पराली की दिक्कतों के बारे में भी बरसों से कितना कुछ कहा गया, लेकिन शॉर्टकट वाले इसका समाधान नहीं दे पाए। हम किसानों की पराली से जुड़ी समस्याओं को समझते हैं, इसलिए उन्हें इससे छुटकारा पाने के आसान विकल्प भी दे रहे हैं।
the Supreme Court today observed that the promise and distribution of freebies by political parties during elections is a serious issue. Observing that freebies and social welfare schemes are two different things, the top court said a balance has to be struck between the economy losing money and welfare measures. Amid a fight between the BJP and other parties over the issues of freebies or the revdi culture, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal hit out at the central government, alleging that the government was piling on taxes on the masses but waving it off for the rich.
इस देश के अंदर एक रेफरेंडम होना चाहिए। ये जो एक माहौल बनाया जा रहा है कि जनता को फ्री की सुविधाएं देने से देश को नुकसान होगा, फिर सरकार का काम क्या है? अगर जनता को जितना टैक्स लेती है उससे जनता को ही सुविधाएं नहीं देंगे और सारी सुविधाएं अपने दोस्तों को देंगे, ये तो धोखा हो जाएगा।
The BJP also lashed out at Arvind Kejriwal, underlining the difference between freebies and welfare schemes.
अब मैं आपको बिल्कुल स्पष्ट बता दूं, फाइनेंस कमीशन ने यह तय करके बताया कि 5 वर्षों के लिए जो सारे प्रदेशों को जीएसटी में से डिवॉल्व होता था वो 42% पर ही रहेगा। रेवड़ियों से छूट तक की राजनीति अरविंद केजरीवाल का चरित्र बन गई। संवैधानिक पद पे बैठा व्यक्ति इस तरह के अनर्गल बयान दे।
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi's remark, and now that the Supreme Court has also made observations, how far will this debate between freebies and welfare schemes go? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And I have with me the national spokesperson of the BJP, Sardar R.P. Singh. I have political analyst Mamta Kale. I have Aam Aadmi Party's national spokesperson Reena Gupta. I have advocate of the Supreme Court Desh Ratan Nigam. I have political analyst Manasvi Thapar joining in from Ahmedabad. And I have Tausif Ahmed Khayan, advocate and political analyst joining in from Kolkata. I start with you, Reena Gupta. Reena Gupta, when your leader says everything free, 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 and I'm not only talking about Delhi and Punjab, even in Gujarat and Himachal, then why, Ms. Gupta, if you can tell me that wherever your government is, why isn't Ayushman Bharat scheme implemented in Delhi then? That's a free health scheme. You are for free. I'm raising a question that how much free is good. But I'm saying you as a party, that is the Aam Aadmi Party, Reena Gupta, say that everything should be given for free, then why? Can you tell me, ma'am, that Ayushman Bharat has not been implemented by the Delhi government? Reena Gupta.
So Aishwarya, first of all, let me begin by saying that whatever benefits, welfare measures any government, be it the central government or the state government, gives to its citizens, comes out of the taxes that we pay. Each citizen of this country, whether rich or poor, pays either direct taxes or indirect taxes. So nobody is giving anything to anybody out of their own pocket. So saying something like कि हमने free fund में लोगों को अनाज दिया, उसके लिए हमें धन्यवाद देना चाहिए, ये एक तरीके से लोगों की इंसल्ट करना है। किसी ने कोई फ्री फंड में कुछ नहीं दिया, किसी ने अपनी जेब से कुछ नहीं दिया। जहां तक रिसोर्सेज की बात है ऐश्वर्या, there is no dearth of resources in this country.
Yes.
The problem is that over the years, the ruling governments, the ruling parties have made sure that the friends of the ruling party, be it Congress or be it BJP, it's only the friends of the ruling party which gets richer and richer. And BJP has perfected that art. What happens is that, for elections, you need money. So you give money in the form of electoral bonds, and then the government writes off, waives off the loans of all of these companies, these individuals who have given reveries to the political.
No, but you didn't answer,
class.
Reena Gupta. Why hasn't your government implemented Ayushman Bharat? It's a free health scheme, ma'am.
Aishwarya, let me complete. Allow me the same privilege that you give to other spokespersons.
Please.
Let me complete my opening remarks.
I give it to everyone. I am starting the debate with you.
Exactly. So don't interrupt. Let me finish my chain of thought. As far as Delhi is concerned, Aishwarya, when we were elected in Delhi 7 years ago, Delhi government budget was 31,000 crores. Today, the budget is 78,000 crores. So Delhi is a fiscally responsible, fiscally prudent government. And I don't need to say this. This is what the CAG of this country says, that Delhi government is managing its finances very well. Now, the federal structure of this country allows the state to design its own schemes, design its own benefits for its people. So because Delhi is a surplus state, because Delhi is a corruption-free state, that is the reason our revenues are higher. We have managed to give world-class education, world-class health, free electricity, free water, free right to women. So this is the only way this country will prosper, Aishwarya. And our constitution says that India is a socialist country, which means each citizen of this country.
No, the constitution says, but ma'am, there is a difference between welfare and freebies. Sardar R.P. Singh, let's just settle this debate. That can you please tell me which friend of yours has become really, really rich? Which friend of yours is Reena Gupta really envy of?
I can tell you.
Which friend? No. Sardar R.P. Singh. How much? What all?
Let me answer that.
Sardar R.P. Singh, Reena Gupta, calm down. Reena Gupta, these are just opening comments. Thank you. Sardar R.P. Singh.
Reena Gupta.
Reena, I'll come back to you. Reena, I'll come back to you.
In the parliament,
Reena Gupta, you're not R.P. Singh.
Reena, calm down, please.
Government.
Reena, calm down, please.
Last point, Aishwarya. Last point. In the parliament, the government gave a list
make
of
it.
willful defaulters.
Okay, Baba.
In the parliament, the central government gave a list of biggest willful defaulters. Mehul Choksey is leading that list as the biggest willful defaulter of this country. These are the friends
Okay, you made your point. Thank you.
who have taken the money and run away
Sardar
from the
R.P.
country.
Singh.
This is called reverie politics.
Sardar R.P. Singh, going by the tone and tenor, Aam Aadmi Party is going to maintain their stand on freebies. They are going to promise wherever there is going to be election, you need to prepare. That's the bottom line. That's what I can gather. Sardar R.P. Singh.
Aishwarya, I hope Reena Gupta will not interrupt in between. You gave her a complete free time to say whatever she wanted to say, and you gave her additional time also for a last point also. Yeah, thank you. Reena Gupta ji, will she like to answer that 26,000 crore rupees is the loss of Delhi Jal Board today? She was talking about the budget being surplus budget. 1,000 crore rupees is DTC budget, DTC losses. And she is talking about corruption-free government. Minister is in jail. Jail minister is in jail. And because of all his financial bungling. And another minister is on the way to go to jail. So that's how the corruption-free government is. They give benefit to they अपने दोस्तों को रेवड़ी मानते हैं. 174.36 crore revenues were distributed to the liquor mafia. We all know that. So the revenues are, we all know who gives revenue to whom. But question is that freebie really freebie? Let's answer question that also. Or is just a big message being created or big ad being created? I give a challenge to Mr. Kejriwal. He said his constituency is New Delhi. The Bapu Dham area and Bapu Dham in his constituency. Let him drink water from tap for 1 week from Bapu Dham constituency's tap, and then let him go to a government hospital. They won't. He can't drink that water for 1 week. He will be hospitalized for another 1 month after that, and he won't go to a government hospital. All his ministers go to the Sarkari or the private hospitals. None of them go to Sarkari hospitals. freebie education is free for everyone in the country who want to go to a government school. But let's see the condition of the government schools in Delhi. They make so much noise about the government school. My challenge again, Mr. Manish Sisodia or any other minister, children, have they ever gone to any government school? No. The children study in some school in Gurgaon or some other private schools. None of the children have gone to a government school because we know that more than 50% schools don't have principals. More than 50% schools don't have vice principals. There are ad hoc teachers. And the administrator, the education department, people go there, says, आप क्वेश्चन का आंसर क्वेश्चन लिख दीजिए, हम आपको पास कर देंगे. That's how the condition of the state is. Their chief minister, Mr. Man, other day was with the prime minister, हमको 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए दे दीजिए.
No, Mr. RP Singh. No, Mr. RP Singh, it's okay. Veena Gupta, it's okay. Manasvi Thapar and Mamta Kale. Manasvi Thapar and Mamta Kale. Manasvi Thapar. How much of this freebie policies, Manasvi, how much of this freebie policy will be accepted? Yeah. And tell me please, whatever as citizens of democratic India, whatever we get is our entitlement. We don't need these free gifts from these rulers, from these so-called politicians who feel that they are rulers. Because at the end of the day, we need to understand that Arvind Kejriwal, as Reena Gupta said, Manasvi, that Delhi state is okay. But if you go to Gujarat, because Arvind Kejriwal went to Gujarat, and according to Arvind Kejriwal's own party, that the Gujarat state government does not have the money to give free electricity, then how can Arvind Kejriwal go and promise? I am saying, how much do you want to promise? How much free do you want to promise? Because at the end of the day, that free will also have its own burden on the system, and that will come on all of us. On all of us, Manasvi.
Correct. Aishwarya, so this is a very valid debate. So I just went to the BJP Sankalp Patra of Delhi 2020, in which they have on page number 23, on which they say that they are going to give free electric scooty to girls. That is not freebies. Then they say they are going to give free bicycles to, please allow me uninterrupted time. Then they said that they are going to give free bicycles to girls. That is not freebies. Everyone. Then they said on a marriage of a daughter, 51,000 would be given. That is not freebies. 2 rupees kilo atta will be given. That does not amount to freebies. Then further, in Manipur also they went in 2022 and they said that they are going to give free scooties. Then they said 25,000 to meritorious girls would be given. Laptops would be given. Are they not part of freebies? In Uttar Pradesh also, they said free travel for 60 years old women would be given. That does not amount to freebies. Then they said free power to farmers and 2 LPG cylinders every Holi and Diwali would be given to farmers. That does not amount to freebies. I congratulate them. It is social welfare. That is how countries should function. In their manifestos in Delhi, Manipur, Uttar Pradesh, every manifesto, they have given freebies and that amounts to social welfare. What is the problem? When Arvind Kejriwal gives, that amounts to freebies, that amounts to Rebdi Baji. When they give, that amounts to social welfare, that amounts to master stroke, that amounts to Modi ji's photograph. That is not how country functions. आप करो तो वो freebie नहीं है, दूसरा कोई करे तो वो freebie है. सवाल आपके manifesto में है. In your own manifestos, you have laid down, I am reading it from your own manifesto. मोदी जी की फोटो के साथ पेज नंबर 23 दिल्ली संकल्प पत्र, it is written there of the 60-page manifesto. The question is, your problem is with Aam Aadmi Party. Your problem is not with freebies. Your problem, if the problem would have been with the freebies.
Mamta Kale, then you are also doing the same thing. Mamta Kale, then you are also doing the same thing. Then BJP is also doing the same thing.
Thank you so much, Aishwarya ji. First of all, a very happy Raksha Bandhan to everyone. And, I must tell you that the Mool Mantra of Shri Arvind Kejriwal ji, who happens to be even my chief minister, ki Muft ka Chandan Ghis Mere Nandan. This is his political ideology, this is his motto, and this is what he has been doing for so many years now. And I tell you, they don't understand the difference between welfare and freebies. When a central government gives free, food to 80 crore people during COVID is called welfare. Is called welfare. Giving COVID vaccination to everyone, even to those who can't afford it, to save their lives is called welfare. But coming out and making those desperate attempts and measures while addressing the political parties during elections and saying, I will give you free ka pani, free ka bijli, I'll come and fetch vegetables also in your house in free. all you need to do is vote me in power. That is called freebies and misusing
Reena
the
wants to come in.
taxpayers'
Can I
money. Now I just want to say
Reena.
that, I've been hearing this one particular line since the whole day. Some, BJP के किसी friend को benefit हुआ है. I'll tell you what is benefiting friends is called when a CM and a deputy CM forfeits and gives away the government's यानी सरकारी खजाने का पैसा amounting 1,144 crores to sharab mafia is called helping the sharab mafias and the friends. When you forfeit 30 crore rupees to your sharab mafia friends,
hold on, Reena.
helping the friends. Also, no, let me just finish. When you give thekas, sharab
complete.
in
Take your
Delhi to blacklisted sharab mafias, that is called helping your friends by taking money in the name of chanda from them. When you actually give thekas to manufacturers by tweaking the rules and regulations in retail sector,
point taken, Mamta Kale.
retail sector,
Point taken, Mamta Kale.
helping the friends by using sarkari khazana and
Reena is countering you.
money.
Reena Gupta is countering you, Mamta. Reena Gupta is countering you. Yes, Reena Gupta.
Aishwarya,
Reena.
the people who lost their family in the huge tragedy of Gujarat, अभी उनके आंख के आंसू भी नहीं सूखे हैं. तो I think excise policy पे तो I don't think she's a BJP spokesperson. She doesn't like to be called that. तो excise policy पे तो थोड़ा discussion नहीं करें तो बेहतर है. 27 साल से जहाँ नशाबंदी चल रही है और किस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के छोटे से बड़े पूरे नेता गुजरात में अवैध शराब के धंधे में लिपटे हुए हैं, उस पे तो मैं टिप्पणी ना करूं, वही बेहतर है. जहां तक रेवड़ी की बात है, ऐश्वर्या, talking about excise policy and you're going on talking about it only.
One by one. Please, one by one.
Can I complete,
One by one,
Aishwarya?
all of you. One by one, thank you very much. Yeah. Please carry on.
So,
one by one.
Aishwarya, I will explain what reveries are. These are, this is not even reverie, it's the gajak that Bharatiya Janata Party has given to its friends. 10 lakh crores of NPAs have been written off. 10 lakh crores of NPAs in the last 5 years. 5 lakh crore of corporate revenue has been foregone because this government reduced the corporate tax rate from 30% to 20%. ये कहते हैं कि अपने दोस्तों को आपने गजक खिलाई और उसके बदले में क्या हुआ? सबसे ज्यादा बेनामी चंदा इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड्स भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खजाने में आया. पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक्स, ऐश्वर्या, ये आपका और मेरा टैक्स का मनी है. पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक्स को जब आप रीफाइनेंस करते हैं तो वो देश का पैसा होता है. उसको रीफाइनेंस क्यों करा जाता है? क्योंकि आपने लोन
You are countering BJP, Reena Gupta. I am saying you counter BJP. You question BJP as much as you want. No, Reena Gupta. You question BJP, you counter BJP, you ask Karpi Singh as much as you want. But my question, Desh Ratan Nigam and Tausif Ahmed Khan. Desh Ratan Nigam and Tausif Ahmed Khan, both of you are lawyers. My question is simple. How much can our system really take of this freebie politics? I'm saying how much? Desh Ratan Nigam, what the Apex Code has said, I don't need to repeat that. But what I mean is, if I ask the Aam Aadmi Party says, look, this is what is there, as Manasvi Thapar said, in BJP Delhi's. If I say BJP says, look, mine is welfare, there is freebies. They say mine is welfare, there is freebies. What is happening? Desh Ratan Nigam.
Economic data. If you look at the economic data, it is very, very clear that the non-BJP ruled states have the highest level of debt to GDP ratio, starting with Punjab, which has about 57%. And Punjab is begging the central government that it's about 1 lakh crore be given to them. This the Aam Aadmi Party will not tell you. And thank God the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson used the word write-off, not the wave-off, which their boss was using, because there is a difference between the wave-off and the write-off. Write-off, it is not that it is waived off. They are subject to recovery. And 8.6 lakh crore of NPAs have been already recovered. So far as Mehul Choksi and Vijay Mallya is concerned, the properties and the recovery that has been made takes care of the defaults that they have made. Now, secondly, health and education that people are talking about has never been considered as a freebie. Even the roads, rural roads also, which are given to the people, are not considered freebies. They are welfare schemes. Manaswari Thapar made all the statements. They were about targeted welfare schemes. They were not freebies given to all. There were particular sections were targeted. There were targeted subsidies, targeted groups were given. None of the examples given by Manaswari Thapar is talks about general throwback of freebies or reveries. He himself knows about that. Targeted welfare schemes has been done by this country right from the beginning, and I hope the country progresses and develops in such a manner that tomorrow there is no need to give freebies to anybody. So we are so developed, and that should be the effort.
No, but can our system take, Tausif, can our system take so much burden? Tausif. Yes, Tausif.
Aishwarya, the more welfare schemes, or you call it freebies, the better it is, for the people of the country, as long as the beneficiaries are the people. We have seen very recently, yesterday, Yogi Adityanath also declared, and in fact it is part of the party election manifesto, that women will be given a free bus ride. So whether it is about, there are three basic areas where, in order to help the people of the society, government must take action. Three areas. One is education. Education should be either cheap or free, at least the primary education. Secondly, the electricity, which is a very good example that we have in Delhi. There should be a cap, like a certain units should be free, and then there's a catch in that. Only domestic electricity bill which are used in domestic areas. And then thirdly is the water. There should be no tax at water at all. At least these three basic areas is where BJP should look at when they're going ahead in UP elections. I would say let us there be a competition between BJP states and other states. As long as it brings benefit to the people of India.
But the point I want to make here is, Reena Gupta, that there is a difference between benefits and freebies. And why do I say so? That benefits are not same, and viewers, we need to understand this. Tausif, Manasvi, benefits are not benefits and freebies. Benefits is targeted for the most deserving. Benefits are targeted for the most deserving. Freebies are for all. Benefits, now it's Garib Kalyan Yojana. Now that is during pandemic. No. Free water to all, irrespective of free water, TV, gold, jewelry, mobile phone. Now I am only. No. Manasvi. You come in. There is a lot of time. Reena Gupta wants to come in. Mamta Kale wants to come in. Deshratan Nigam wants to come in. Everyone comes in. The only point I am saying is, and my team has just told me that what all parties say that they'll give you free. Parties say, and viewers, this is for you to understand. They say we will not only give you free water and electricity, which can still be understood. Free TV, free gold jewelry, free sari, free mobile phone, free washing machine. You please tell me, benefits regime, benefits is for targeted poor people who need it. That is what benefit schemes are for. Freebies are for everyone. That irrespective whether you want it or not, you get it. That is where the problem is, Manasvi and RP Singh. And then I'm coming to you, man.
Please.
Reena Gupta after this.
Yeah.
Absolutely, I will. There is a long time. Hold on. Thank you. Manasvi and RP Singh.
Yeah. So I think that is what Arvind Kejriwal is trying to do. He is going for social welfare, and that is how I give you an example. By capping it 200 units per month, what is he trying to do is domestic houses which are going to use less than 200 are going to get that benefit. If you are using it above that, your house, my house, obviously going to go above 200 because we have ACs at our place. We have large number of rooms at our houses. That is why it is going to go upscale. So that I am not getting a freebie. You are not getting a freebie. In our panel, no one is getting any freebie. It is for those people weaker economically, those sections who are going to get benefit from that. What is a big problem in that? If BJP does it, I congratulate BJP. When BJP in their manifesto in Uttar Pradesh said that they are going to give free travel to women above age 60, that's a great thought. So that's a great thought. That is not a freebie. That's a social welfare scheme. And RPG, let me make my point. In quality index, in happiness index, all the nations are above us. Why? Because they are giving some kind of universal basic free education, universal healthcare. They are giving universal free pay to unemployed people. That is how you give and
they
give
should be given
Manasvi
to the deserving. It should not be without any long-term aim, with the only short-term aim to win the next elections. It should not be without Sardar RP Singh. It should not be without any long-term aim, with the only aim to win the next and the immediate election. That's my problem. If that is the aim to win the next, then the very next election, then it is not helping anyone, my friend.
Aishwarya, please allow me 1 second. Aishwarya, allow me 1 second.
Okay.
Yes.
And then I'll take a reply from Sardar RP Singh.
Holi and Diwali was to be given. Was that a freebie by BJP manifesto in Uttar Pradesh? BJP in its manifesto in Uttar Pradesh said they are going to give, in Manipur they said they are going to give electric scooters.
Sardar RP Singh.
So was that...
Sardar RP Singh and Veena Gupta now. Sardar RP Singh and Veena Gupta.
Would be given free.
Okay.
Will that be amounted?
Okay, Manasvi, thank you.
BJP
Sardar RP Singh.
That is social welfare. When someone else does it, that's a freebie. That does not amount.
Okay, Manasvi. Yeah. Okay.
Manasvi,
Sardar Sahab.
Let me help you to joggle with your memory. Let me help Manasvi to help him with joggling his memory. सबके लिए कह रहा हूँ. Do you remember what Mr. Kejriwal said when he went for election for the first time? कि I'll get the money from the two big corporates and then get that money for electricity because they have cheated on Delhi. I remember the amount. He said, I'll get the 6,000 crore rupees from them and ensure that the electricity bill for whole of the Delhi is cut down, scaled down by 35% because they have looted the two big corporates. I'm not naming them. Two big corporates have looted Delhi. And what happened later on? Now the Delhi government is giving 6,000 crore rupees subsidy to those companies. It's other way around. So that's what the problem is. You make promises, you make false promises, and then you take a U-turn on those promises. That's the problem. I mean, I'm giving a challenge. If Mr. Kejriwal is so upright about his promises, then let him give free electricity. Let him give cut
Reena Gupta is answering. Reena Gupta is answering. Manasvi, hold on. Reena.
टाटा अम्बानी की जेब से जो 6,000 करोड़ रुपए आना था और वो 6,000 करोड़ रुपए हर महीने के बिना टाटा अम्बानी की जेब में जाता है उसके जिम्मेवारी कौन लेगा वो पैसा किसका है वो मेरा आपका पैसा है
Okay, relax, Reena Gupta. Reena Gupta. Okay, Manasvi, calm down. Thank you. Reena. Manasvi, calm down. One by one, Sardar Sahab. Thank you, Reena. Reena and Mamta Kale. Yeah, Reena.
वो ठीक है क्या दिल्ली में क्या
Manasvi, calm down. सबको शांत करा रहा हूँ रीना जी. Thank you. Please carry on, ma'am. Can you please tell me? By the way, you still haven't told me, ma'am, why Ayushman Bharat is yet not implemented in Delhi. That's a free health scheme, by the way. Yes, ma'am. Please carry on.
Aishwarya ji, see, we have been a free country for 75 years. Still in 75 years, we are still considered a developing country. Why have we not reached a level of a developed country? If you look at any studies, international studies, whenever they look at countries, the best performing countries, Scandinavian countries, jahan pe, happiness index, hunger index, they are top everywhere, right? Don't we aspire to become like them? Yeah. In these countries, all of these things, access to free education, access to free health, unemployment benefit, free childcare, all of this is given. Aishwarya ji, and there is enough data, there is enough literature, but problem ये है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी तो उसमें विश्वास ही नहीं रखती है, सिर्फ जुमलाबाजी करना आता है. अगर आपने ढंग से कुछ स्टडी किया होता, there is a positive correlation between GDP growth and providing basic services to your citizens. So this is how we will actually develop as a country. जब सब खुश होंगे, सबकी भूखमरी कम होगी, तो देश की जीडीपी बढ़ेगी, हम सब अमीर होंगे. 7 साल से जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने मिसमैनेजमेंट किया है,
you do it for the people. You do it for the people who want. Reena Gupta, my counter to that is you do it for the people. Listen, if you do it for that targeted section, Reena Gupta, which really wants and which is in real need of it, because when Tausif was saying, Aishwarya, there is no difference between benefits and freebies. Tausif, I disagree. And here is why I disagree. Because benefits are for those who need it. Freebies are for everyone. Yes. Whether you need it or not, Reena Gupta, it's given. That's the problem.
Yes.
I say with no long-term agenda, with no long-term aim. There has to be a long-term aim. It just cannot be that there is a Himachal election now. Now there is a Gujarat election. I will go and I will say everything is free. Don't worry. I win the next election. I don't know how am I going to do it. That is my problem. That is my only problem. You do it with a long-term aim. Accept it. Reena Gupta, do you understand, ma'am?
I understand, Aishwarya ji. 7 years of mismanagement by Bharatiya Janata Party. Right now, 70 to 80% of the country is hungry. So 70 to 80% of the country needs these benefits because inflation is highest, unemployment is highest. As a result of this, we are lowest in the hunger index. Do we want to remain like this forever? 75 साल पहले जो हमारे देश के लोगों ने इतनी कुर्बानियां दी, वो इसलिए दी कि आप आज की तारीख में आप लगान लगाएं, आप दूध पे, चावल पे, नमक पे आप लगान लगाएं और उस लगान के जीएसटी के पैसे से आप अपने अमीर दोस्तों का जो है फायदा उठाएं. इसलिए हमें आजादी मिली थी. इसलिए ये दिन आज 75 साल हो गए, बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर का सपना पूरा नहीं हो पाया. So at least somebody is
hold on.
You're trying to make sure that the country prospers. All of us are happy. All of us are fed. We have food in our stomach. And for that, you need these welfare policies. That is how we will become a developed country, Aishwarya ji.
Can I?
No, that is okay. I take your point, but I'll tell you this, ma'am. Before I come to you, Mamta Khale, that this is not the first time when you said, that wheat and rice are being taxed, ma'am. States like Punjab collected VAT on food grains. What was that? Ma'am, what was that? I am asking you. Will you tell me? When states like Punjab collected VAT on food grains, VAT, that wasn't tax. That was tax. That was also tax, Reena Gupta. I am saying you want to take on BJP. BJP wants to take on AAP. Do it. But I am saying these freebies, as Manasvi said, is also there in the BJP's own manifesto. I am saying, what am I saying is, do it with a long-term aim. Don't do it just to win the next elections. Mamta Khale.
Ji. Yeah, thank you, Aishwarya. I was hearing the Aam Aadmi spokesperson very patiently, and she was talking about international models, and she spoke about hospital and so on and so forth. The party which could not build even a single hospital in Delhi for last 7 years is talking about health of Delhi, whose health minister is behind bars in the charges of money laundering case. Number one. Number two, in 2015, they spoke about making your 10,000 these mohalla clinics all over Delhi. Show me 100 up and running mohalla clinics. What are you talking? And now when you talk about welfare schemes and welfare, my friend, do you know the name? Do you remember this girl who's the Shan of Bharat Mata, a wrestler called Divya Kakran, who when she used to fight from Delhi, used to run pillar to post, was pleading the chief minister and the deputy CM of Delhi for some help. Did you extend any kind of a help to her? Did you do any welfare for her? No, you didn't. You know why? Because she was of no use electorally for Aam Aadmi Party. She wouldn't have been able to fetch you guys any votes. So you dumped her, and today, when she's asking for her right, she confronted the Chief Minister of Delhi. She was insulted on social media platform. Now I would like to talk about CAG report, which was not presented by Aam Aadmi Party for four years. They sat on it. You know why, Aishwarya? Because this report have exposed them completely. They have been talking about this free water. Now let me quote some facts from this report only, CAG report. In 1,797 unauthorized colonies till date, they have not laid the pipelines, water pipelines. In 1,573
they are saying they are going to give everyone free.
Unauthorized colonies have
they said they will give free water, not free pipe.
Till date, and they have talked about these things. They said that we'll give you free water, we'll give you free electricity. Vote us. What happened now? And not only Ayushman Bharat Yojana, Aishwarya, they have not implemented Nirbhaya Yojana. They have not implemented Swachh Bharat Yojana in Delhi. This CAG report have exposed them.
Now do you understand what I was saying, that there is a difference between benefits coming. Desh Ratan Nigam, I'm coming to you, sir. Reena ji, I'm coming to you. Hold on. I'm coming to you. Tausif, now do you understand what I was trying to say when I was saying difference between benefits and freebies? Freebies are for all, whether you need it or not, whether I need it or not. Benefits are for that particular targeted section of the society which needs it the most. Tausif.
That is one perception, Aishwarya. You see, India still remains a socialist, democratic and welfare state.
Yes.
What does it mean? It means that the government, who is collecting direct and indirect taxes, government has various ways of making earnings. So government will work for the welfare. As a welfare state, government will work for the welfare of the poor people. And will have a socialist approach, not a capitalist approach. We are not a capitalist dictatorship. We are a socialist welfare and democratic country. And for that reason, every citizen
but why
of India,
only to win an election,
Tausif? Have a right. People have a right to seek help from the government. This is two-way road. The government has a duty as well as
the people who need it should be helped. The people who need should be helped. Tausif, you're right. But Desh Ratan Nigam, with the only agenda of these political parties, can it be only to win the next and the immediate election with no long-term aim to improve the society?
But
boss, if the only aim is to win the next election and there is no long-term aim, then what are you achieving? Nothing, zilch.
All right.
Desh Ratan Nigam.
Let us give me 10 seconds on this election.
The question has been asked to me.
Who is using this for election?
Okay, 10 seconds. 10 seconds to Tausif. 10 seconds to Tausif. Okay. 10 seconds to Tausif, Desh. Yeah.
If we say that these are only for election purposes, then we'll have to catch hold of Yogi Adityanath. He has announced free bus tickets for women in the election manifesto. So who is using the recent case in hand is of Yogi Adityanath. So please do not go into whether these are announced only on election period or in
Desh Ratan Nigam is counted.
As long as
Desh Ratan Nigam is counted. Desh Ratan Nigam
beneficial to people.
Desh Ratan Nigam, Tausif, okay.
They are good.
Desh Ratan Nigam Manasvi tha padya.
Yes, I heard them. I heard everybody patiently, and Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson talked about Scandinavian countries where everything is given free. Please understand that the tax structure and tax rate out there is 54%. And in India, the highest slab on few items is 28%. It is almost double in those countries. Please look at the tax structure of the places where it is given all free. And I'm saying it after reading the reports. And secondly, let me give you a few examples of Delhi. The quality of potable water in Delhi is very poor. Every day you see it on social media that people even can't drink that water. Secondly, the roads maintained by Delhi government is very, very poor. Forget about the roads which are maintained by central government and in NDMC areas. Thirdly, recently there was a proposal blocked by the Lieutenant Governor where the diploma institutions fees was being increased by the Aam Aadmi Party government. On one hand, they are trying to give freebie. On the other hand, they are trying to increase fee of the educational institutions. 12 Delhi university colleges run by Delhi government have not been paid salaries since 3-4 years. This is what is the state of affairs, and they call Delhi as revenue surplus state. And I can give you numerous examples, one after the other. And imagine Angan.
Please take it as your ending comments, Manasvi. Yeah, Manasvi. Point taken, sir. Point taken. Manasvi Thapar. You want to give everything free. You want to give everything free, but you are unable to give the basic to those who need it the most. Manasvi. Coming Rinaji after this, yeah.
See, if we want to make India, if we want to make India a developed nation, if we talk about the developed nations, 30% is the single slab rate of tax rate of France, and 30% of the GDP is spent on welfare schemes. They don't term it as
Scandinavian countries. I'm talking about the Scandinavian countries.
Universal basic unemployment.
Scandinavian France is not a
universal basic. Universal. Let me make my point, Deshratam ji. Let me make my point. Why are you interfering? Why are you getting jittery? Let me make my point. It's about the welfare of this nation.
Carry on. 10 seconds.
Country is doing better than us.
Please take it as ending comment.
And we should implement it in our country. Universal basic pay is given to unemployed people in France. 30% of the GDP is spent on the welfare schemes. That is not freebies. That is given to the people of the citizens of the nation. That's a great thing, and BJP did it in UP by putting it in their manifesto. BJP did it in Manipur by putting it in their manifesto. When they do it, the question is very simple. When they do it, it's a welfare scheme. When someone other does it, that's a freebie. They should on the contrary promote
is that right, Sardar RP
section which
Sardar RP
some kind of
30 seconds, Sardar RP Singh. And then I'm coming to you, Reena Gupta. Sardar RP Singh, Reena Gupta.
I hope.
Okay. Sardar RP Singh, is that true?
Manasvi, I hope you won't intervene like last. Thank you, Manasvi. I hope you won't intervene like last.
No one will.
In between. I mean, I never intervene.
I never does, Paji.
So,
please carry on, sir. No one will.
Ashwara, Manasvi, please. Ashwara. The problem is that there's a model of what is being given for development of the state or not. As I said, today infrastructure as far as central government goes is being spread like anything. I mean, today roads are being built, every house we are trying to connect with water taps, every village and every house we are trying to connect with electricity. We are ensuring that during Corona, whoever needed food was given food. So this is the difference. But whereas what is happening in Delhi, I repeat again, what's happening in Delhi? I give a challenge. Not a single new college, not a single new hospital. Those pathetic mohalla clinics, I give a challenge. Let Mr. Kejriwal go and get his or his family go and get his treatment in mohalla clinic. He will never go there. So, and the condition of schools. As I said earlier, that more than 50% schools don't have principal, vice principals. 75% schools don't have science education. So this is the model.
Reena Gupta, the point he's trying to make is that you want to give everything free, but you are unable to give even the basics. So what Sardar RP Singh is trying to say, that you want to give everything, but you are unable to give even the basics. Reena Gupta, Mamta Kale, 30 seconds each. Yes, Reena Gupta. 45 seconds to you, ma'am.
Aishwarya ji, I fully agree with you that if political parties make promises before the elections and they are not fulfilled, then we have to hold them to task. So, I think maybe you've forgotten, but I remember very well that we were all supposed to get 15 lakh into our account, and we were going to get 2 crore jobs a year, and the income of the farmers was going to be doubled in 2022 Amrit Kal year, where everything, would have turned to gold in this country. So, which was the party which promised all of that, and all of this was not delivered? 2 crore नौकरी की तो बात दूर रही, 2 लाख नौकरी नहीं हुई पूरे साल में, and ये पार्लियामेंट में जवाब दिया इन्होंने. So I totally agree with you that if they promise something, they should deliver. Whatever Aam Aadmi Party has promised, we are delivering on all of those things. And as far as RP Singh is concerned, the education model and the health model of Delhi, I don't need to give any certificates. We have certificates from the United Nations. When Melania Trump came to India, she went to Delhi schools to see. Bharatiya Janata Party tried very hard.
Please, let's not talk about Melania. Let's talk about our own Delhi. Mamta Kale, last 30 seconds.
Delhi only, Aishwarya. Yeah. She went to see the schools of Delhi because she had so much money.
Yeah, I know she went to the school.
Exactly what I'm
I know there were children dancing. I remember, ma'am. Yeah. I know. I remember. Mamta Kale, last 10 seconds, Mamta Kale, very less time left.
Thank you. Thank you. I wish my friend can take me around Delhi tomorrow and show me those 1,000 Mohalla clinic which were promised in 2015. Also, I remember our chief minister saying, "Har ghar mein ji toti se nalke se pani dunga 2 saal ke andar." And Abhi, I have just given you the data. That almost 2,000 colonies, unauthorized colonies, don't have the pipeline.
So viewers, Sardar R.P. Singh, Mamta Kale, Deshratan Nigam, Reena Gupta, Manasvi Thapar, Tausif Ahmed Khan. So everyone wants to give freebies. Manasvi said it's there in BJP's Delhi's manifesto as well. Reena Gupta says that they're going to continue doing it. But then, how much, once again I say, how much can our system take first? And what are we achieving really out of it? Because there is a difference between benefits and freebies. I again reiterate, without any long-term agenda and with the only agenda at bay is to win the next election, then we are not achieving what we really want. The debate continues on the other side after a break with one and only Arnab Goswami. Thank you very much, all of you.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gangayaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts.
A massive face-off that has erupted over the remarks that were made by the AAP MLA, following which Commonwealth Games medalist was forced to take to Twitter to prove she's been playing from 2011 till the 2017. She has 17 certificates to prove that as well.
If it is an individual stand, then Saurabh Bharadwaj will have to make it clear what exactly has happened and how he can say someone that she did not represent Delhi when she has played for Delhi.
Kapil sir, one question. Sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took the bullets is dead.
The independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question. And that's the feeling of a large number of citizens in this country.
Threatening and the besmirching of the reputation of the judiciary, it's shocking that anything and everything is being said. Laws are being spoken of, people and civil rights are spoken of by people who are known to be a lobby.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day.
After Prime Minister Narendra Modi's remark on shortcut politics, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal attacks centre government. The hit out at Arvind Kejriwal, asking him to understand the difference between freebies and welfare schemes. That's BJP's attack. Hearing a plea filed against freebies, the Supreme Court observed that the promise and distribution of freebies by political parties during elections is a serious issue. And viewers, it's raining scams and corruption in Bengal. Mega scams under CBI and ED radar again. Another mega scam, another TMC Neta under arrest. Will Mamta act now?
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gangayaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts.
A massive face-off that has erupted over the remarks that were made by the AAP MLA, following which Commonwealth Games medalist was forced to take to Twitter to prove she's been playing from 2011 till the 2017. She has 17 certificates to prove that as well.
If it is an individual stand, then Saurabh Bharadwaj will have to make it clear what exactly has happened and how he can say someone that she did not represent Delhi when she has played for Delhi.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
The independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question. And that's the feeling of a large number of citizens in this country.
Threatening and the besmirching of the reputation of the judiciary, it's shocking that anything and everything.
What the camel can do in the desert, no amount of technology can. And this is what we're going to tell you. What is the capability of this camel?
रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है।
तो कैमल को किस तरह से ट्रेन किया जाए कि पीस टाइम में वहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से पेट्रोलिंग कर सके, पूरे एरिया की देखभाल कर सके, वॉर के अंदर जो इसकी यूटिलिटी है, जो इसकी उपयोगिता है, उसको अपना सार्थक कर सके। Come with me. Let's spend some time with India's only camel unit at the BSF grounds in Jodhpur.
Shocking scale of scams in Bengal unravels. Mamta, top man in custody, cops summoned. Will Mamta act as it goes out of control? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
But Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. जगदीप धनखड़ देश के उपराष्ट्रपति पद पर सुशोभित हैं।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
The independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question, and that's the feeling of a large number of citizens in this country.
Threatening and the besmirching of the reputation of the judiciary, it's shocking that anything and everything is
From the Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for Anubrata Goswami on the debate.
Arnab Goswami on the debate at 9, presented by New Citroën C3 and Amity University, powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Century Ply and JK Tires.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. The crypto scam, the cryptocurrency scam is becoming bigger and bigger every day, and I have maintained a clear and unambiguous position that crypto is dangerous, viewers. You must tell all your loved ones not to deal with crypto. Crypto is dangerous, and all those who are selling the cryptocurrency dream are playing on basic human greed and insufficient knowledge of the dangers of this crypto game. Viewers, these crypto companies, and I'm saying this to you is because these crypto companies have spent a lot of money, crores of rupees on news media. They've spent money on advertising. They've even been buying the loyalties of so-called influencers to lure unsuspecting people into their money fleecing game. Globally, crypto has begun to crash, and it's going to be a huge crash. It's already a big crash. It's going to be an even bigger crash. As crypto crashes, the worry is that those who are behind this crypto scam will get their money out. They're already pulling their money out. So who's going to lose? It's going to be ordinary people who will lose their hard-earned money. Cinema stars, social media influencers, they will make money by fooling you. They have been paid lots of money. Many of them have become super rich simply by selling the crypto dream, by luring you. Because these crypto companies are paying them millions to try and make crypto look cool. Trust me, viewers, none of these people will take the slightest responsibility when crypto crashes,
which it is destined to, which it will. What surprises me is the utter lack of ethics in all this. Because I'm told, and you can check for yourself, that some news channels are being paid crores to make programs that make crypto seem cool. Crypto is not cool. These news channels are also fooling you, and they're taking a lot of money from these people who are in the scam to make crypto look cool. Crypto is a danger. Crypto is a clear danger, and even the RBI acknowledges that. And viewers, as a public service, our investigative teams here at Republic are following the crypto scam, and I'm proud to say that we are the only news channel who is doing so. When other news channels are taking a lot of money from the crypto crowd to fool you further. At Republic, we live by our ethics. We don't claim to have credibility and then sell out to those who are fooling you, sell out to those who are orchestrating the crypto scam. And tomorrow at 10 a.m. we shall be breaking another investigative report on crypto. And tonight, as the money laundering angle in crypto exchanges becomes evidently clear, we at Republic demand a complete crackdown by the government on crypto. A complete ban, followed by a series of arrests to defend honest, unsuspecting investors fooled by these scamsters and their paid agents in the news media. And that's the debate at 10 p.m. tonight, viewers. We have a big report at 10 a.m. tomorrow as well. Crypto is India's biggest threat. Crypto is India's biggest financial danger. And crypto is something all of India needs to fight against. That's debate number 2 tonight. At debate number 1 this evening, it's raining scams in Bengal. Cases of corruption that would make you really shrivel with shame. Such scams in Bengal, ladies and gentlemen. And debate number 3 this evening, the freebie culture, which is being called the complete freebie culture. Do we want India to be a freebie state? 10:30 p.m. packed debate, and here are the headlines this Thursday evening on the Debate Tonight. Mamata Banerjee's right-hand man, second top Trinamool Congress leader, behind bars in a terrible case of corruption. Anubrata Mondal is arrested in the big cattle smuggling scam. Anger across Bengal, shoes and chore slogans are greeting Trinamool leaders as anger mounts over scam after scam in Bengal. 370 crore assets of a crypto exchange seized in the biggest ever crackdown. Should India just ban crypto once and for all?
8वां वेतन आयोग क्यों नहीं बनाएंगे? कह रहे हैं कि हमारे पास पैसा नहीं है, पैसे की कमी है। केंद्र सरकार के पास अपने केंद्र के कर्मचारियों का वेतन बढ़ाने के लिए भी पैसा नहीं बचा।
The debate over freebies is exploding politically. Gloves are off as Kejriwal responds to the Prime Minister's shortcut comment. Prashant Bhushan also now questions the Supreme Court while speaking at a pro-Pakistan platform. Where will these attacks end? And the big mystery over the 12th century Parvati idol stolen from a Tamil Nadu temple. Republic's investigative team joins the dots in a global investigation. And dear viewers, it's raining scams in Bengal. A few weeks after a sitting minister was arrested for cheating lakhs of people and being directly involved as the mastermind of a recruitment scam, a second top Trinamool leader, another right-hand person for Mamata Banerjee, has been arrested in the cattle smuggling scam. His name is Anubrata Mondal, picked up by the CBI this morning after trying to run for weeks on end. But it's not just about another arrest. This is about political accountability. This is about a corruption crackdown. And it's underway in Bengal tonight, so let's debate.
Shoes being hurled at Anubrata Mondal. A heavyweight in the Trinamool Congress. The beat boom chief of Mamata's party. He's evaded the CBI 10 times. His luck ran out today. The CBI says Mamata's strongman organized and patronized large-scale illegal cattle smuggling from Bangladesh and even got kickbacks for it.
Top sources within the agency say that Mamata's man, Anubrata Mondal, was collecting money from the other accused for protection and patronage from the state administration in West Bengal. In fact, we are given to understand the money was being collected from the kingpin, that's Inamul Haq, and this was being collected by Anubrata Mondal's close aide, Sibal Hussain. He was arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation, and not just that, we are given to understand Sibal Hussain has actually taken Anubrata Mondal's name as far as collection of money. This money was being taken for providing protection to the cattle transporters.
The Trinamool Congress, which dumped Partha eventually, is confused for now. On scams, they are caught between sticking their neck out and distancing. Listen to both these reactions that came in today.
The party will not support any sort of dishonesty, corruption, and that has been proved. Partha Chatterjee's post has been removed, post has been abolished, and he has been ousted from all the posts, including the ministry. So naturally the ball has started rolling. Let's see.
যে কেন্দ্রীয় সরকার যে যে জায়গায় তাদের বিরোধী দলগুলো বিজেপি যেখানে ক্ষমতায় নেই তারা সেখানে সেখানে আস্ফালন করছে সিবিআই এবং ইডি দুই অস্ত্রকে তারা লেলিয়ে দিচ্ছেন
Anubrata Mondal has for long had a free run. So much so that he's evaded 10 CBI summons. Here's a sample of his interaction with Arnab in 2021.
পরিচয় হয়েছে তো
কালকে বসবো আগামী কাল বসবো টাইম দাও করে দাও আর বসবো হ্যাঁ কাল বসবো
পরিচয় তো হলো না অনুব্রত
পালিয়ে গেলেন
না না ঠিক আছে উনি চলে বিশ্বজিৎ দেব আছে এখন কথাটা এটা পরিচয় হওয়া খুব জরুরি
In July, Partha Chatterjee's arrest in the Bengal cash scam shocked India. These images of cash, and more cash. Over 50 crores in cash in Arpita's homes. Cash in her bedroom, cash in the backup apartment. Cash inside beds, cupboards, cash even in Bengal government envelopes. A scam the Trinamool Congress had to eventually admit and dump Partha for.
আজকে শৃঙ্খলা রক্ষা কমিটির যে বৈঠক ছিল সেখানে আমরা যারা উপস্থিত ছিলাম একে একে সবাই নিজের কথা বলেছে জানিয়েছে এবং সর্বসম্মতিক্রমে সিদ্ধান্ত হয়েছে যে দলের সমস্ত পদ থেকে পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায়কে উইথ ইমিডিয়েট এফেক্ট অপসারিত করা হচ্ছে।
পার্থ চ্যাটার্জি জেলে আছেন, এদের কাজগুলো কে করবে? কাউকে না কাউকে তো কাজগুলো করতে হবে।
Tonight, there's national anger over the scams in Bengal. There's a demand for political accountability. Let's debate.
If someone's joining me on the debate, he will be looking at the finer points of what has been found out here while we look at the political debate tonight. Thank you, Shawan, Gaurav Bhatia, Pratim Ranjan, both senior journalists, Jaideep Majumdar of Swaraj, Riju Datta of Trinamool Congress, Lokesh Jindal of the Congress, Nilanjan Das, political analyst, and Professor D.K. Giri. Now, first point is that the sentiment in Bengal is of great anger. We all know that. There is tremendous anger across Bengal about the nature of the scams because there is a lot of joblessness in Bengal. There is people who have given examinations, past examinations to be teachers are not being put into the jobs, are not getting their salaries, while people like Partha Chatterjee, who has been very influential in the Mamata government, have filled their homes with cash. And so there's a lot of palpable anger tonight. And the Trinamool Congress's response so far has been of two kinds. First, it was of denial, there is no scam. Then when the scam is found, for example, the teachers' recruitment scam, they say it is limited to an individual. So we remove the individual. And now henceforth, I think the concern is that since there are more scams and they are worried about more arrests and more people connected to the Mamata government who might face the law, they are building a preemptive position where they're trying to say that, okay, we'll remove the people. If the pressure builds, we'll remove our leaders. We don't want to remove them, but if the pressure builds, we'll remove our leaders so that public pressure is contained. It's called anger management, viewers. And however, at the same time, we will talk about why BJP leaders are not being arrested. So they are not saying that there is no corruption in Bengal. They are in fact acknowledging it. If you see the press release of the All India Trinamool Congress today, they are not denying that there has been cattle smuggling in their regime. They are not denying that Anubrata may be involved in it, because they're leaving the door open very smartly that if more evidence comes out against him, then we can drop him like a hot potato, but let's see if it gets there. Right? Yesterday, their ministers came out and said, look here, all of us are not corrupt, which means it's an acknowledgement that some of us are corrupt. So it's a defensive, confused kind of strategy right now of the Trinamool Congress. And their whole argument, DK, is, but there are corrupt people in the BJP. I mean, this is a silly argument. What about your corruption? The argument is not whether there is corruption or not. No, but we want some BJP people to be caught for corruption, is the point that they are making. But they are not saying there is no corruption. This debate is on whether there is corruption. Riju versus Gaurav Bhatia are opening tonight. Riju. See, Riju, the thing is, Shaban is here, great investigative journalist of Republic. We can all corner you with the facts, Riju. You got so much facts. Like this man's driver, for example, you know. Imagine his driver has properties worth 100 crores. Am I right, Shaban? His driver? Anubrata's driver has properties worth 100 crores. Right? That includes 2 petrol pumps, but there are 100 crores of property. Am I right? And we have a lot of evidence, right, Shaban?
Much more than that, and in fact, it goes into the proceeds of crime from the Mishra brothers, the connection that Mishra brothers had, Inamul Haq, and then of course Saigul Hussain, all of that all coming together, and they said it was a cartel that was basically running in Birbhum.
So then the fact is that there is so much corruption. So let's talk about this particular case. Tell me one thing, Riju, how did his driver end up having 100 crores of property and palatial houses? How did he end up having that?
Arnab, if you let me answer, please. See, first of all, the party stand is very clear. We have zero tolerance for corruption. You have seen when Partho Chatterjee was arrested, within 7 days, no other political party has done, we have thrown him out from the party and from the cabinet as well. Now, Anubrata Mondal is arrested not on charges of cattle smuggling, but to evade summons. But let me tell the viewers of this national platform of Republic that when the Home Minister was also interrogated by the CBI before he got a clean chit from Supreme Court, he also evaded summons 13 times, causing ill health. The law should take its course. Every person who is corrupt should be put behind bars. But the law cannot be biased, cannot be selectively blind. Now you say that we are blaming BJP why their leaders are not caught. I am not going to say that. I am going to say that if CBI and ED are arresting people for interrogation because they are mentioned in the charge sheet, then Shubhendu Adhikari is mentioned in the charge sheet in Naroda Sharoda. Shivraj Chauhan is mentioned in the charge sheet of Vepam. Hemant Biswa Sharma is mentioned in the charge sheet of Sharda. Why don't you even call them for interrogation? Just because they have gone through the BJP
I will come to that issue. I will come to that issue. But now the point being, we are all concerned about one issue. We'll separate these two issues, and I assure you, Riju, we will come into your complaint on why BJP leaders are not being arrested, or BJP leaders are not being summoned, or BJP leaders are not being questioned, and why the BJP is not doing that. But again, second time to you, very seriously. Anubrata Mondal's bodyguard has properties of 100 crore. Right? Clear thing. There's a money trail of 6.1 crore to the main accused in the scam, which means money trail means it's established. You can come on television tonight, Riju, and say that's all nonsense. But the fact is, if there's a money trail, you will have to acknowledge it. Right? Like you had to acknowledge when the visuals were shown of Arpita's flat. Right? You couldn't push it. Please tell me, how did his bodyguard get 100 crores?
I will be on record and I'll say, I am not the spokesperson of Saigal Hussain, neither I am the spokesperson of ED or CBI.
No, but you are.
might know
but Anubrata is from your party.
What the money trail and
Anubrata is from your party.
I do not know. Anubrata Mondal is from my party.
Yes.
And let me remind you and your viewers, Arnab, that during Partho Chatterjee's case as well, he is still under investigation. We will request humbly to the central agencies.
I am asking you. Does it?
As fast as possible.
Okay. Does it? Okay. Before I bring Gaurav in, because please allow me to complete one point.
Can I finish?
You see, Riju. See, listen, Riju. If you tomorrow have properties of 150 crores and you have 49 property deeds in your possession, okay? And someone catches you. You can turn around and say, why is Shravan not catching Gaurav? To which I would tell Shravan, if you find something about Gaurav, you catch him too. But you will not be able to say, why is Shravan catching me? Shravan will then say, is it true or not that you have 49 property deeds and 150 crores of property at a time when the people of Bengal are not getting jobs, and you said you are a Mati Manush Sarkar, right? And the question is, how did Anubrata Mondal's bodyguard Saigal Hussain, he carried out? He has claimed that it is Anubrata Mondal who carried out the conversations with the prime suspects. He has given Anubrata Mondal's name, right? And he has got 150 crores. No, 1 minute. Why don't you explain this? I want to know what is going on in Bengal, because I want to know how did Saigal Hussain, whose only known persona is that he is Anubrata Mondal's bodyguard, get all this money. Just explain that. We'll move on. Then we'll have a terrible fight. No problem. Just tell me about that.
I think yes, of course. I think where the media is going wrong again, and I'm saying this with all due respect for the media, they have not learned their lesson from the Sushant Singh Rajput case or the Shah Rukh Khan's son's case. Let the investigative agency, the key word is investigative agencies do their investigation, submit it to the court of law, and let the judiciary pronounce who is criminal and who is not. And accordingly, everybody can have a debate on it.
1 minute.
How Saigal Hussain, if you are running Republican,
I'll reply to that right now. As I say, listen. No, 1 minute. Riju, listen to me. So we complete the conversation. See, Riju, this attempt at trying to put the media on the defensive has already failed. I'm very happy to inform you, everyone saw on, because you had to, because it is Republic Bangla, that well before anyone else put out the pictures of the cash of Partha Chatterjee, right? So you had to acknowledge that what Republic Bangla and then Republic Network was putting out was true. People saw the pictures on Republic, got angry. Then you said, because people are angry, we're removing it. So, and I also want to tell you, I am the proud recipient. No, 1 minute. Thank you so much. I'll tell you, you give us kudos for one more thing, please, tonight. We are the proud recipients of endless summons and FIRs in ridiculous cases from the Mamta government. Almost every week, we get this letter from the Mamta government, this police station calling this reporter, this police station calling this reporter. There is a case of rioting in some place, we report it. Your government puts a 153 case against the reporter for reporting on the riot. That is the standard practice of the Mamta government, to which I have allow me, there is no problem. We will deal with it legally. Just tell me, how did the 150 crores and 49 property deeds go into Saigal Hussain's name? Just tell Gaurav that.
Am I ED? Am I CBI? You are shifting the goalpost. Here the question is Anubrata Mondal being arrested for cattle smuggling. My only question to Mr. Gaurav Bhatia, and I will listen to him very silently, is that a cow or a cattle going from Bengal to Bangladesh is not a cockroach. The borders are manned by BSF. BSF reports to the Home Ministry. It's a Home Minister scam. Why is the Home Minister not answering how it is going through his borders? So why the question is never on why from 2014 till 2022.
Okay, we are opening the debate, viewers. Shaman, I know you want to come in. Let Gaurav respond. The debate is on, viewers. Gaurav.
Like any other
Gaurav, cut to the chase. Cut to the chase and answer the one question that he's put to you. One, he has said very clearly, Gaurav. He said, doesn't matter if Anubrata Mondal or his bodyguard are making the money. He said there is paramilitary involvement in getting the cattle across to Bangladesh. That's point number one. Point number two, he says, why aren't you arresting BJP people? He names Himanto, he names Shubhendu Adhikari. He's saying, why don't BJP people get arrested? You've got to answer both and the debate is on. Yes.
Okay, let me first start by answering the question, then give me a minute so that I can also respond to whatever has been said by the TMC spokesperson. First of all, he is absolutely wrong when he says Amit Shah evaded summons. Let me make it very clear. The Prime Minister, who was politically targeted, faced the SIT for 11 long hours. No protest, no naming the investigating agency. Amit Shah ji also was discharged by the court and it was upheld by the superior courts. He faced the interrogation. But in the court, can the TMC and the spokesperson here say that X is corrupt, therefore the state government also allows corruption in West Bengal? That would not be taken well, Arnab. And to answer your question, when they say that the BJP leaders are not being acted against, let me make it very clear. If the BJP is an honest party and we do not have leaders who indulge in corruption, we don't have to just to balance the scale. But yes, it is true. I'll give you a few names. That Mukul Roy, when he was in the Bharatiya Janata Party, was interrogated by the CBI and a charge sheet was also filed while he was in the BJP. Now he has joined the TMC. So that answers the question. The CBI and the ED under the Modi government are independent and they are taking appropriate action against the corrupt. Second point. Arnab, TMC today stands for the most corrupt. The most corrupt. And why do I say that? He says, I'm not the ED and the CBI. We know that. Damn it, you are the state government.
Oh,
you have the police under you. And do you even know the law? The police can very well act against corrupt people in the state. It is their duty to do so. The problem is, the protection is given by Mamata Banerjee and the directions are given by Mamata Banerjee. What did Partha Chatterjee's close friend Arpita Mukherjee say, Arnab? She said, the money goes to the topmost person. There was only number one.
Who said that? Who said that? Who's the topmost person? Who said that? Who said that? Who said that?
Arpita Mukherjee.
No.
Arpita Mukherjee.
But didn't name anyone. Arpita
Mukherjee said that.
But didn't name anyone.
Yeah, so
I'm
also inferring. Can I make my point? Arnab, you will also get the gist of it. All that I am saying is Partha Chatterjee was number 2. He wasn't sacked till the time pressure was built by the media and the BJP as an opposition, strong opposition there. But who was above Partha Chatterjee if he was number 2? Only Mamata Banerjee. So why should we not infer? Why is Mamata Banerjee not acting against Abhishek Banerjee, who is facing an ED probe? Partha Chatterjee hasn't got bail from the last 20 days. Then there is Paresh Adhikari, Manik Bhattacharya, and now we see Anubrata Mondal. It seems all corrupt and thugs and people who launder public money have come together to loot West Bengal.
Why won't you sack him? Jaideep is Mamata under pressure. Jaideep Majumdar wants to come into the debate. Riju, I'm going to come to you right after that, Jaideep.
Riju Datta's boss, Kunal Ghosh, had named Mamata Banerjee saying that she was involved directly, personally in the Sarada scam, if I may remind you about that. And this argument that it is a BSF which mans the border is very specious because a BSF commandant has already been arrested in the same case, in the cattle smuggling case. And it is with the involvement of the local politicians, Anubrata Mondal being one, the local babus, and of course the BSF and the customs that the cattle smuggling takes place. It is not Amit Shah who is responsible out here for that.
So simple question is, Nilanjan Das, is Mamata delaying the inevitable? She's going to have to sack him. So much evidence is coming out against him. She's going to have to sack him. The prime accused, Inamul Haq, has mentioned names during the cross-examination. All of this is going to come out in the charge sheet. The more Mamata delays this, the more the perception will go that she's defending the corrupt.
Arnab, Mr. Anubrata Mondal is not a government official in West Bengal, number one. No, he's not. And number two, why is, if the BSF is actually involved, as my previous speaker just said, the BSF reports to the Honorable Home Minister. So why is Mr. Modi not sacking his Home Minister?
No, you're obviously, Nilanjan, you're being facetious here. I want to get it Partha Pratim Bose. You completely well know.
BSF
You very well know that it could be, if it is officials in the police or the paramilitary, but who's the boss? The boss man here is Anubrata Mondal. Why aren't you denying that? Why are you defending that?
Oh, so you are saying that the BSF reports to Anubrata?
No, one sec. Who's the boss? Who's the beneficiary? Who's the beneficiary? Who's the beneficiary?
That's what the
who's the beneficiary? No, my question is simple. Who's the beneficiary?
That's a question you should be putting to the ED and the CBI.
No, but who's the, then my next, just 1 minute. Who's the beneficiary? How did Anubrata Mondal's bodyguard amass such a huge amount of money, if not through the cattle smuggling scam?
No, but that's something that the ED and CBI has to answer to the court.
How did he?
Not before you, and you are. It's not something that I can answer.
No, of course you can't answer, because there is no answer to it except from accepting the fact the Calcutta High Court on the 29th of March refused to grant Anubrata Mondal protection from arrest. Whatever is happening is completely legal. Partha Pratim Ranjan Bose.
What is?
Pratim Ranjan Bose.
You cannot comment on the legality of it. It is for the ED and CBI, these investigative agencies, which, by the way, are extensions of the RSS today.
Of money laundering, of corruption.
No, then what about
what are they talking? Mamata Banerjee has been caught with her hand in the cookie jar. A cookie jar that has smuggling in it. Corruption and money laundering.
Where is Shubhendu Adhikari?
No, do you want to discuss Mukul Roy? Mukul Roy laundry machine में clean हो गया. Mukul Roy laundry machine में clean हो गया. And leave the person's name. I'm asking you, Mamata Banerjee के सारे सिपाही corrupt क्यों है? I'm asking you.
Mr. No, Gaurav Bhatia, I'm asking you.
So you won't answer Mukul Roy.
As taking bribes.
You won't answer Mukul Roy. Abhishek Banerjee.
The headquarters of the
Leave
BJP,
everyone aside.
it was shown that
Abhishek Banerjee himself.
Viewers, first of all, 1 minute. First of all, I think politics is about perception. No, 1 minute. Just 1 minute. You see, Nilanjan, 1 minute. I go to Pratim Ranjan Bose. Pratim Ranjan Bose is pressure building on Mamata Banerjee. Is she going to be able? Is she worried that if she has forced to sack Anubrata Mondal as well, which I think she is going to, if it comes to saving the party, saving herself, or saving people extremely close to her, I don't think Mamata will have any problems sacrificing Anubrata Mondal as well. But is she worried that if Anubrata also goes, who's going to be next?
Of course, pressure is building on Mamata Banerjee. It is, whether it is Partha Chatterjee or whether it is Anubrata Mondal, both were close to her. There can be numerous quotes that can be referred over here. What is happening is inside Trinamool, of course, there has been a lot of churn. And if you may remember, Kunal Ghosh, the party spokesperson, it has been at least a couple of months, 2-3 months, he had openly said that he had nothing to comment on Anubrata Mondal. So in a way, distancing and expecting him to face the music. And the way we saw is simply Trinamool distanced and allowing him they got rid of him. Pressure is of course building, and the task, there was pressure. There was inside Trinamool, the fight has been intense. If we see the last elections, even the corporation election, the kind of conflicts on the street that had happened. So there are various layers of conflict inside Trinamool, and this time it has intensified. We are seeing phase out of a section.
Can I come in, Arnab, now?
Let him complete. Let Pratim da complete. I'll come to you. These are uncomfortable realities.
So what Firad Hakim said yesterday is practically, if I read it well, is that when they say that all are not corrupt, It means that the old lot, he is probably speaking for the old lot, because if you may remember, Firad Hakim stood guard for Partha Chatterjee. That was only a month ago. So this is Mamata Banerjee is losing, or let me put it this way, the trusted lieutenants of Mamata Banerjee are being downsized.
A very interesting analysis, but you know where I look at it, DK. I'm coming to Riju. I'd like DK to come into the. I'd like DK and Lokesh Jindal to come into the debate.
Discussing about the credibility of the CBI.
No, wait just a minute.
So the topic is on TMC, and you will not let TMC a chance.
No. The topic is not on TMC. How can you equate yourself with scams? Are you saying TMC equals scams? The topic is scams. You're saying topic is TMC.
I'm saying you're talking about it is not you. The allegations are made against my party, so I have the right to defend. Rather than that, you are going here and there.
No, what I'm trying to say. No, what I'm one minute. Gaurav.
The chores and lumpens of BJP. We should have a chance to speak.
No, 1 minute. Who is the chore out here? You're calling Gaurav Bhatia.
The party of women abusers. They are patronizing on national TV. I'm saying BJP 39% of the BJP union cabinet has criminal cases.
अरे वो रसगुल्ला दो कंकड़ वाला खेला होबे अर्नब खेला होबे meant corruption. Now people of West Bengal have understood. खेला होबे meant corruption, smuggling of cattle and money laundering. खेला होबे.
And Shrikant Tyagi.
You have no reply on merit. What kind of a spokesperson are you? Today you have no reply on merit. Team of maliciously corrupt Abhishek Banerjee, Partha Chatterjee, Anubrata Mondal,
the Home Minister is not sacked.
Paresh Adhikari, Manik Bhattacharya. How many corrupts are there? And the most corrupt is the one who shields the corrupt. And we all know who she is.
They are not sacked.
The most corrupt is the one who shields the corrupt.
I've got fresh shots of Anubrata coming in. 1 minute. 1 minute. You see, Riju, these are latest pictures coming in, viewers. I want to tell you something about this man. His name is Anubrata Mondal. For those who don't know him, within Trinamool circles, they lovingly call him Keshto. He's acquired this sort of image of being a friendly, funny goon within the party, who is indulged by the top party leadership. Allow me, what did I say wrong? He was indulged a lot by the top party leadership, and he's very, very, very close to Mamata, very close to the top Trinamool leadership. And viewers, what happens is the national significance is you look at the pictures of this man, he's been named by his closest associates, people close to him. And they've got 100, 150 crores, 200 crores of property. And the fear is that if he speaks, you see DK, if he speaks, he's going to let on to others. So far, the scams have not touched the topmost leadership of the Trinamool Congress. But the concern with the Trinamool Congress top leaders, the 6 or 7 of them who've been by Mamata Banerjee's side, is one by one, if the pack of cards falls, then where does it lead to? And this is a huge blow, DK, to Mamata's national ambitions, because this is, there is so much evidence against him, and he's in tears, viewers. He's crying right now because he knows his party. He knows Riju. He knows his party is not going to back him. If you look at the Trinamool Congress's position, they've realized if they show him any amount of public sympathy, then public anger grows against them. So the Mamata is really in a fix right now, DK. 6 months back, she had national ambitions. Today, besieged by corruption, besieged by corruption cases. She can't dismiss.
When he sacked Partha Chatterjee,
she can't.
He gave the benefit of doubt.
But what about Anubrata? You're defending Anubrata.
He is not proven guilty.
Are you defending Anubrata, Riju? Can you defend Anubrata?
Nobody is defending anybody. Can Arnab Goswami say Anubrata Mondal is guilty? Are you Judiciary? Are you the Supreme Court?
Well, I am saying something, and hear me loud and clear. Hear me loud and clear. Hear me loud and clear. Hear me loud and clear, Riju. No, Riju, listen to me loud and clear. Listen to me loud and clear. I don't know this fellow too much. Only one thing. I once had an unfortunate interaction with him. When I met him, he was trying to behave very, very badly with my fellow anchor. I had to put him in his place. I told him, drink a glass of water and behave yourself next time that you're on Republic. That was on Republic Bangla, which, as you know, is Bengal's #1 and most popular news channel. My question to DK analytically tonight is that it's really treading a tightrope for Mamata Banerjee, isn't it? and for the Trinamool Congress. Do they support him? If they support him, they are seen to be with corruption. If they don't support him, the other leaders will feel that Mamta doesn't help us when we get caught by the agencies. Yes.
Yes, Mamata Banerjee is in a catch-22 situation. I agree with that. But Arnav, you said something very important. Analytically, you said politics is all about perception.
Perception.
And the perception is that Prime Minister is doing very well in catching the corrupt people. Kudos to him. But other perception, Arnav, is that since 2014, not a single BJP person, has been charged or has been arrested. That is another perception, Arnav. You help me understand that. Even as a political analyst, I fail to understand. I have my wits end that anybody in BJP is not corrupt. That defies my analysis. So Arnav, help me to understand. Gaurav will fudge it, I know. Gaurav will fudge it, he will come into technical niceties, he will deny it and all that. Arnav, you help me to understand why not a single BJP guy since 2014 has been prosecuted.
I personally watching the developments very closely, and Shravan will tell you a few things, Gaurav, before we go on. We need to put this in perspective.
BJP cannot scare us with central agency tactics. We have thrashed them in Bengal, we will thrash them again politically. You cannot scare us with your central agency
Somebody
tactics.
who's dead can't be scared.
Central agencies in your
You
back
are already
pocket.
dead. Do you know? People don't trust you anymore.
You remember the
And somebody who's dead cannot be scared.
Your boss,
You are worse than a skeleton. You are worse than a skeleton. You are dead, mister. Don't defend Anubrata. Don't defend the corrupt. It will not help you. It will not help you. Do you have any argument on merit? All the viewers are asking, do you have any argument on merit? No, they don't.
Viewers, this development. I just want to, Riju, if I may, right now, please, because Nilanjan, I want to get location because he has not spoken. Viewers, I show you full frame pictures once again for viewers outside Bengal who may not know.
Adhikari is a chore and he should be arrested.
Okay, your viewers, this man on your screen right now is Anubrata Mondal. Why is he so important? Because he could blow the lid. He's very close to Mamata Banerjee. He's been at the center of a terrible scam called the cattle smuggling scam, where thousands of cattle are sent into Bangladesh. And as these tens of thousands of heads of cattle are smuggled into Bangladesh, hundreds of crores of rupees are in the name of him, his close aides, amassing a lot of property. And in Bengal today, anger has grown. And Mamata Banerjee, being in touch with the people, being a ground-up leader, would know today the risk, Lokesh, of standing with the corrupt. And corruption is a big issue. Being anti-Modi is very important for the opposition, but fighting corruption is absolutely not important. Yes, please, Lokesh. Lokesh is on the debate, coming to the rescue of the Trinamool Congress in this matter. Yes,
First
Lokesh.
of all, presuming that CBI, ED, SFIO, these are all acting as independent autonomous institution is a fallacy. Now, these are all investigative agencies working under respective ministries, be it Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Personnel and Grievances, or Ministry of Corporate Affairs. So they are very much under the role of the executive. So
But
don't
was
think
there
that they are
corruption
acting
or not in this
autonomous
case?
manner. Secondly,
Was there corruption
when
in
we are
this
talking
case?
about this issue of Anubrata,
I know
he
that
is
the
being
property-
arrested for not cooperating in the probe.
Or
He
do you
had been
welcome the
evading
action
summons.
or
He
you
has not
don't
been
welcome
proven
the
guilty at any particular point. Now,
Shravan.
the Constitution of India under Article 20, Clause 3, it gives a fundamental right to every citizen that a person is innocent unless proven guilty without reasonable doubt. So over here, when the person has not been proven guilty, simply the CBI has arrested him for evading summons, not cooperating with the probe.
Why is he
How can we
evading summons?
presume that the
You
person
acknowledge
is
he's
corrupt?
evading
Can I
summons.
respond, Arna?
But you're
No,
acknowledging it.
I'm not acknowledging it. But
No,
but
you're
the
acknowledging.
fact
Shravan,
that
no,
any
there's no
form
doubt.
of
No wonder.
claim that the person is outrightly corrupt
In fact-
is
in
not
fact- in
morally
fact-
correct and legally
In fact,
improper.
Lokesh, I think so. On the contrary, I would say that perhaps the agency has given the longest rope to Anubrata Mondal, because it's never happened. It's unprecedented, having covered so many cases, that you actually issue 10 summons. Generally, what would have happened is after the third summon, they would have moved the court for a non-bailable warrant. But as far as Anubrata Mondal is concerned, they waited and they continued, gave him about 10 summons. The reason being, there is another reason altogether, because Saigul Hussein's questioning was underway and they wanted to file the charge sheet. But Riju and perhaps Lokesh Jindal, you need to answer this question. If he has absolutely nothing to hide, then why, first of all, not appear before the Central Bureau of Investigation? Secondly, why take the refuge of SSKM Hospital?
Investigative agencies is known to the country at large.
No, the specific point being made, maybe Riju can answer this better, because maybe Riju can answer this better. Why the evasion? Riju and Gaurav. Riju, answer Shravan's point. Why the evasion?
One second. Arnab, allow me to first answer, and then you can go to Riju.
He went to SSKM Hospital. There was a board formed. The board said, you are absolutely fine. We cannot admit you. So SSKM Hospital did not shelter him. And by the way, SSKM Hospital is the #1 hospital in the country as per the union government, not my party. Number 1 point. Number 2, why did he evade? He went once. He went once to attend the investigation, and after that, he has given, in his own constitutional right, as per his legal team, has given notices to the CBI. Now that is between Anubrata Mondal's legal team and the CBI. Why are you asking?
But he has
me
to
that
explain
question,
the money
Shravan?
trail, no? He has to explain the money trail. No. He has one minute. Why are you defending him? Why are you defending him? Are you defending corruption? See, I'll tell you one thing. Let me put it this way, Riju. I have a question. Riju, the reasonable position. Riju, the reasonable position.
But why is the magnifying glass only on the opposition?
Riju, tell me one thing. Tell me, your party has national ambitions. It's quite clear. Tell me, people are watching this outside Bengal. People in Bengal know, across the country they are watching this right now, right? I am asking you, if there are so many cases of corruption that are coming out of people in your party, and these are not lightweights, these are the most important faces of the ruling party in Bengal. If they are all so corrupt, if you fight on TV like this and you say, oh, this is bad, no, it can't be true, this, that, don't you think you're giving an impression to people across India, which you want to rule one day, that it's okay if corruption is institutionalized, if it's okay if there is corruption, that's not the bigger issue. The bigger issue is removing Modi. You see, in every scam that is being uncovered, there are connections to officials who are either posted in West Bengal or who are directly employed in the capacity of the state government officials, be it the police or the politicians. And that makes me think whether it is 8 IPS officers who have been summoned by the ED, to your ruling party's district president, to the district president's bodyguard, to the ex-education minister, to ex-SSC officers, all linked and arrested in the SSC scam, which you acknowledge right now, to 7 officials of Eastern Coalfields Limited arrested in a scam which is linked to the TMC, arrested by the CBI. West Bengal police officials arrested in the Sharada scam case. You know what happened out there. Your DG of Bengal has been arrested in the past. Question being today, this culture, you see this culture, whether it is of cut money, you know the cut money debate that has been happening in Bengal. You see, if you are to be accepted by the people of India as any kind of a national alternative, you cannot push corruption under your nose to the back burner and say there must be corruption elsewhere. Your argument right now is there's corruption elsewhere. Go catch them first. Is that the answer? The people are asking you, why is there corruption under your nose?
You are going wrong.
Under your nose, why is there corruption? They're asking you.
Do you know what the Arnab, I'll tell you. You know what the people of India are watching? The people of India are watching how BJP are using central government agencies to topple opposition elected governments and to intimidate.
You are saying they want to topple you? No, are you saying officially as official spokesperson? Are you saying as the official spokesperson of the Trinamool Congress that the center is trying to topple the Mamata government? Are you saying that? You just said that. Are you saying they're trying to topple your government?
Can I say
no,
that?
No, you answer the specific one.
Can I say?
Yes, say, please say.
They have toppled the Maharashtra government using these tactics. They are trying to intimidate us, and we have thrashed them in Bengal once, and we will thrash them again.
No, you are saying they're trying to topple you.
Bharatiya's boss said, "Ab ki baar 200 par, 213 thappad kha ke Delhi wapas chale gaye."
Oh my God!
You know, this is Bengal. Here we know what is what. Here the people of Bengal are seeing what is happening here. We know what the central.
By the way, the BJP doesn't just topple; it just got toppled in Bihar.
Put them behind
No. Riju, on a lighter note, the BJP does not just get toppled. The BJP has been also toppled in Bihar. So it's not. They're also at the receiving end of the toppling game.
One second.
No, but answer my question.
Bengal police Bengal police saved the Jharkhand government from toppling.
Specific question, Riju, why are you evading it? A specific question, Riju, don't evade it. My question to you is, are you saying, okay, he's not answering my question, so I'm going to have to put it through to you. Riju, read my lips. I'm asking a very straight question, all right? Please, for God's sake. Specific question to you. Are you saying, and if you're saying, you say yes. If you're not saying, say no. Are you saying that Anubrata Mondal's arrest is part of a political game by the BJP to topple the Mamata government? Just say that if you think it is.
The use of central agencies by the BJP is a part of their toolkit to intimidate the Bengal government.
See, my question is specific. You're avoiding it. No, you can't play both ways. You're not playing both ways. I'm asking you this case. Is this case?
I'm giving you a straightforward answer.
No, you're not talking about this man. That means you have no faith in him. That means you don't have faith in his innocence at all. You yourself don't have faith in his innocence, otherwise you would have said.
That will be proven. That will be proven.
So you accept that this is.
Are you the court of law?
No, I'm asking you whether this case. No, I'm not the court of law, but this is certainly the court of public opinion. And I'm asking you, is this case part of an attempt to topple your government?
So let the public decide. No.
Is this case part of an attempt to topple your government? Can you answer, please?
Congress and CPM. One second.
Yes.
One second. Answer me this. In 2016, Congress and CPM played the Sharoda-Naroda scam. You remember the result of Bengal elections, and you will see the results.
You answer my question. You're dodging it for a third time tonight. Okay. Response from Gaurav Bhatia is on the debate tonight. Gaurav Bhatia, you heard him.
24 and 26.
Yes. Arnab, first of all, thank God my friend Riju is not a lawyer, because otherwise all his clients would be convicted, because there is no force in his arguments. He is talking about toppling governments. Let me tell you, TMC government would crumble and get crushed under the corruption, money laundering and smuggling acts that the leaders are indulging in. And I must tell you, Riju, for you people, judiciary is biased, media is wrong, ED is idiot, BJP is bad. Please be quiet. Don't do that. Please be quiet.
I dare you.
You are in power because of the people.
If you are a good debater,
we are in power because of the first people. Let people decide.
Please, Arnab, this is unfair. I think I should give him time. I wanted to make my point, but I don't think he has the patience to hear others. He is clearly very disturbed tonight without any argument.
I have all the patience.
So he's using his lung power.
I will not
now you be quiet, okay? Yes, yes.
Don't interrupt
so
me.
then be quiet. I'm not
okay, we are both running out of time, gentlemen. We are running out of time. Please bear with each other. Thank you. Yeah, closely. This last 30 seconds of the debate. Make it quick, please. Thank you.
Arnab, see how ridiculous an argument. Either they stand with Partha Chatterjee, Anubrata, Abhishek Banerjee, or the agencies are targeting these people. It can't be both. But right now he is saying ED, CBI are being used by the central government. But at the same time, we don't stand with Partha Chatterjee and Anubrata. Why has Mamata Banerjee not sacked Anubrata?
Closing viewers.
Because we will be building pressure.
Well, I think this is a developing story. I give 10 seconds for a response. This is a developing story, but to be fair, I give him 10 seconds to respond.
झुकेगा नहीं. Trinamool Congress झुकेगा नहीं. Remember that. You try all your scam tactics. Try with tooth and nail. The people of Bengal have voted for us, and the people are going to be in Bengal.
Okay, and viewers, the independent network in Bengal. The independent network in Bengal, Bengal's #1 channel, Bengal's #1 choice, and the channel that is the pulse of the people. That is the voice of the people. Manusher Contestor Republic Bangla is tracking this, and Shawan is leading that effort in tracking all the cases of corruption in Bengal and outside. Shawan, thanks very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And on the other side tonight, the breaking story on the crackdown on crypto cheats. Viewers, there needs to be a public crackdown on crypto cheats, and there are organizations that claim to be news organizations which are taking money to try and make crypto look cool. Crypto is a danger, ladies and gentlemen. Crypto is not, was, never, and shall never be cool. On the other side.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाइड क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Enroll in any of REVA's wide range of courses designed to take on an evolving education and an expanding future. REVA University.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाइड क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Enroll in any of REVA's wide range of courses designed to take on an evolving education and an expanding future. REVA University.
A massive face-off that has erupted over the remarks that were made by the AAP MLA, following which Commonwealth Games medalist was forced to take to Twitter to prove she's been playing from 2011 till the 2017. She has 17 certificates to prove that as well.
If it is an individual stand, then Saurabh Bharadwaj will have to make it clear what exactly has happened and how he can say someone that she did not represent Delhi when she has played for Delhi.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir. Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took the bullets is dead.
The independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question, and that's the feeling of a large number of citizens in this country.
Threatening and the besmirching of the reputation of the judiciary, it's shocking that anything and everything is being said, laws are being spoken of, people and civil rights are spoken of by people who are known to be a lobby.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे।
देख रहे एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress.
Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar termed senior BJP leader Sushil Kumar Modi's claim that he wanted to become the next vice president of the country as bogus and rubbish. Talking to reporters, Nitish said the claim was bogus and completely rubbish, saying he had no such desire at all. Nitish added he supported the NDA candidate in the presidential and vice presidential polls.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाइड क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Enroll in any of REVA's wide range of courses designed to take on an evolving education and an expanding future. REVA University.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए.
Enroll in any of REVA's wide range of courses designed to take on an evolving education and an expanding future. REVA University.
Where the software engineer meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a two-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gangayaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts.
A massive face-off that has erupted over the remarks that were made by the AAP MLA, following which Commonwealth Games medalist was forced to take to Twitter to prove she's been playing from 2011 till the 2017. She has 17 certificates to prove that as well.
If it is an individual stand, then Saurabh Bharadwaj will have to make it clear what exactly has happened and how he can say someone that she did not represent Delhi when she has played for Delhi.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
The independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question. And that's the feeling of a large number of citizens in this country.
Threatening and the besmirching of the reputation of the judiciary, it's shocking that anything and everything is being said. Laws are being spoken of, people and civil rights are spoken of by people who are known to be a lobby.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है.
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे.
देख रहे एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है.
From the Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for Anubrata Mondal on the debate.
Arnab Goswami on the debate at 10, powered by REVA University and Greenply.
From money laundering to fishy money trails to cheating millions, ladies and gentlemen, only Republic has been firm in its belief that cryptocurrency is not cool, it's a scam, it's fraud. In the last 1 week, vindication of our position, there have been raids and seizures that reveal the real dirty truth about crypto. Nearly 500 crores of crypto assets have been seized, but already lakhs of people have lost their money. The story is unraveling. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. I have a big breaking news exclusive investigation. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, as part of our campaign to protect investors, let's debate.
Take cryptocurrency or Bitcoin, for example. It is important that all democratic nations work together on this and ensure it does not end up in wrong hands which can spoil our youth.
A crypto craze that swept India. The Bitcoin bubble that even the United Nations said had bitten 7% of India's population has now burst, perhaps at the right time.
The Enforcement Directorate freezing bank balances to the tune of 64 crore rupees of a company linked to Wazirex crypto exchange. Today, 370 crore rupees was frozen of a crypto exchange once again by the Enforcement Directorate. This is part of a probe that has been carried out by the Enforcement Directorate in which fintech partners as well as NBFCs have come under the scanner.
Promoted by celebrities globally, from boxer Floyd Mayweather, from Elon Musk, from Kim Kardashian, from Jimmy Fallon, from Matt Damon. And in India, big bucks dished out to the likes of Ayushmann Khurrana, Ranveer Singh, and even Disha Patani. Millions have already fallen prey. The government, after the developments in the last 1 week, says caution is necessary, adding that the latest episode has exposed the dark side of crypto.
This is a risky area, and people who are going in there, be conscious as to what you're doing, and also said that this is an area yet not in complete regulatory framework.
Even the RBI has raised red flags time and again on cryptocurrency and Bitcoin, but there's no ban yet.
If you look at the momentum of inflation, right from October onwards, last October onwards, the momentum of inflation is on the downward slope. It's primarily the statistical reasons, the base effect, which has resulted in higher inflation, especially in Q3, and the same base effect will play in different ways in the coming months.
The most alarming aspect in India has been the marketing around crypto. Lutyens' channels have been paid top dollar, and for years they've dished out coffee with crypto lies to the consumers. It's time to call out and bring an end to the crypto fraud that's cheated millions of Indians already. Let's debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, very serious subject which unfortunately has not been picked up in the media because as I said, a lot of people, in fact most unfortunately I have to say most of the media has got sold to the crypto guys. And Tushar, you know this, that the crypto guys have been spending money on trying to make what is essentially a scam look cool. This raises serious questions about the falling standards and ethics of news organizations. Kanishk Gaur of the India Future Foundation, Tushar, welcome. Brijesh Singh, who's not just an ADGP of Maharashtra, but he's an expert. One of the best known experts on cyber issues.
Very low.